You ever watch a video that just makes you feel nostalgic? It feels like you transport back in time. That's what happened to me today. It felt like Jimmy Neutron had built a time travel device that took me back to the most embarrassing era of my life. My first year and a half of college. This was the real goofy goober era of my life where I tried to emulate a mysterious anime character and was just genuinely creepy and uncomfortable to be around. I have no doubt my fellow peers were reporting me to the student body as just someone to be aware of as a potential threat. It was scary. Like, it was such a bad idea. I was built on awful Reddit advice and delusion of anime characters. I thought it'd be a good idea. I've talked about it at length before. And today I watched a video that served as a reminder of my shame. And this had to do with a couple of times I went to parties, which I've talked about a little bit. During this period, I did try and socialize to the best of my ability, and I'd argue I was the life of parties when I went out. And by that I mean I made people scared for their lives when I went out to parties. Let me show you a little clip of the video and then dive deep into what I mean. Yeah, so this lady's really busting it wide open on the dance floor here of this local dive bar. She's just going hog wild. I don't know if it's drug related or just the spirit of music has taken over, but she is transformed into the demon of dance. Her eyes are like glossed over, and thanks to the camera, they're like glow in the dark, so it's really intense. And she's throwing out all kinds of advanced maneuvers right there. That's like a million dance moves in 10 seconds. It's like she's trying to go for a high score combo in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 here. But what it reminded me of is how I used to act at like bars and parties back in the early college days, because there was a couple bars near our campus that didn't ID check, so we would go there and I'd try and do shit like this because I thought by trying to be the center of attention, it would be good in helping me get laid. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. But I'd go fucking wild. I'd start popping and locking. It was like I was doing Wing Chun on invisible enemies. Because I didn't really know how to dance super well, but I kept trying. I'd hit like sloppy body waves and shit. And I made a video a while ago talking about how I tried to learn to breakdance to impress girls. So, I'd drop to the floor and hit them with like the 6-step shuffle or whatever. And of course, you know me, I'm famous for the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance hot dog. But I'd drop to the floor and just like get after it. Like this, give them some of that shit. It's just, yep, a little out of breath already. It's been a while since I busted that bad boy out. But yeah, I'd just fucking serve it out on the dance floor there, and no one stopped me. Like my friends that I'd go with, they never told me it was a bad idea, because I think they just liked laughing at it. So I'd spent like an hour doing this shit on the dance floor, looking like I was on bath salts, and I'd never learned my lesson. So when I saw this video today, seeing her go after it like this, I was like, damn, it's like looking in a mirror 8 years ago. Watching her dance is like watching a dog with the zoomies, where they just start like running in circles and going crazy. I mean, hats off to her. Like, the confidence to do this and really just go wild at it, I think is fantastic. I always enjoyed doing it back in college, even though I know it made me look very odd to most people, but I still did find it to be enjoyable at the very least. But goddamn, the people next to her are gonna be leaving this bar with scars. The way she's whipping her hair like that shit is an actual weapon. That's some like actual Bayonetta shit, using her hair for offensive attacks. This right here is my favorite moment in the routine. I definitely think this would win So You Think You Can Dance. She hits him with like the praying mantis up here, and then into like a T-Rex arm combo. It's very rare you see a move like that executed so fluidly. So I thought she did a wonderful job there, and I really think it just helped put a nice bow on the entire choreography here. Unfortunately, that's where the video ends, but I'm sure the dancing continued for a couple hours there. She was definitely just getting started. This was only Act 1 of the performance. I think it's great all around. It seemed like she was having a good time. The people around her also seemed to enjoy the show. And I just wanted to talk about it because it reminded me of a silly time during my college days that I thought would be fun to share. That's really about it. I still think I'm one of the best dancers on the East Coast. And yeah, so yeah. When you look at me, the first thing you probably think to yourself is, man, this guy likes to party. This looks like a guy who's not only super tall, but also breathes life into any hootenanny that he attends. And you'd be right to a certain extent. I used to enjoy the old shindig back in college. I'd go out pretty often. And I saw a video today that reminded me of an extremely sad and embarrassing tale that I haven't thought of in a long time. So I'd like to show you the video that brought about this Winter Soldier episode within me, and then go over the video as well as this story that I'd like to tell.
Joe Burrow! Joe Burrow! You didn't even come close.
That's where the video ends, but I imagine he ran down the stairs, ran behind the house, started crying, and then just buried himself. Just fucking died there. It was so sad to see a man super excited to be getting tossed a beer. The local frat dudes were like, hey, this guy needs a fucking brewski. So they, fucking Amazon primed one. Now, it wasn't a great throw. That was definitely not a Joe Burrow caliber toss. And it nearly killed the guy. Fucking sent him over the rails for it. Because that guy was thirsty, right? And the only thing that quenched that thirst was butt chugging a Miller Lite across the street. So yeah, dude went ass over face, falling off the balcony, then hitting the deck and flopping like a fish down below. I'm gonna go ahead and toss this instant replay up on the Jumbotron, because I'm pretty sure this man exploded midair, like Mr. Potato Head. Just bits and pieces flying all over the place. His hat just got blasted off. I'm pretty sure he lost both of his shoes there. The G-forces damn near tore his clothes off as well. He was almost butt-ass naked by the time he hit the ground. Like, I don't know what went wrong, but there's just, so many clothing items that get lost on the small fall. But anyway, this brought out a repressed memory deep within me. It's something I haven't thought about in a while, and it made me very yucky feeling. I just cringed and thought it'd be something worth sharing with all of you before I once again locked that away forever, never to think about it again. This happened back in college before I retired from partying. I now no longer believe in fun at social gatherings, I guess. I just don't really party or anything anymore. And it was one of the first parties I had went to after getting to college. And I didn't really know anyone, of course, and I had already established myself as the weird, mysterious anime character, so I'm sure people had recognized me as a fucking psychopath before going to this party. So the fact that I showed up there probably already made people uncomfortable. I would have been in my sophomore year here, I imagine. I can't quite remember, but it was one of the first parties I went to, and that was the only time I started going out. So I'm at this party, it's a house party, and there's a pool. They have a keg, they even have a live band performing inside. It was just some butt rock band that I'm assuming the members were students at the school. It was going all out, and as the night continued, I didn't really interact with many people, pretty much anyone aside from Andrew, who I went with. And, it wasn't getting a whole lot done, it wasn't drinking that much or anything, but towards the end of the night, as people started getting a bit sloppy, they started doing beer-catching trick shots. And it was cool. And I, at this point, thought, this is my chance. This is my time to shine. I can stand out and make friends by being the guy that makes a cool beer catch. Even though I'd never, caught a fucking Mach 5 thrown beer, because they were going hard. They're doing behind the back tosses, behind the back catches, and just fucking throwing that shit as hard as they possibly can and seeing if someone could catch it. And I was like, this is it. This is how I finally make a name for myself here. And one of the tricks that they did that I thought would be, my time to hop in is they were doing it over the pool. So they were doing cool between the leg tosses over the pool, and someone would go in, do a 360 and catch it before hitting the water. Then they'd come out, pop it open, and chug it like Stone Cold. They didn't shotgun it, so kind of pussy shit, if I do say so myself now. Hindsight's 20/20. But anyway, I thought, this is it. I know I can front flip into this pool. I knew I could do it, and I thought it'd be the coolest thing those eyes had ever seen. I thought everyone would be like uproariously cheering me, going wild, like, holy fuck, this dude just front flipped into the pool and caught a beer. I was running through this fantasy in my head. I was like, yep, this is how I do it. I'm gonna be the coolest fucking dude on campus. So I teed up at the end of the pool, you know, I'm queuing up, I'm ready. Everyone's still around the pool, cheering on cool catches, booing misses, and I knew that this was my time to shine. No one's paid any attention to me up until this point. No one is looking at me on the end of the pool there. So in order to get their attention, I start like clapping, you know, like, hey, I'm ready. Toss me the pigskin. Give me the rock. I'm ready. Feed me. So I'm clapping, trying to get like their attention. The dudes that are tossing the beers, like setting up the trick shots. And then eventually one of them does look at me. And without a second thought, the second we lock eyes, I just do a front flip into the pool. Barely, mind you. And I have my arms straight up and I don't finish the whole rotation. So I end up on my ass with my hands up in the air and no one throws a beer. So I just fucking shittily front flip in the pool. It looks like I'm probably drowning, like a ship going down as the sail slowly keeps sinking because my arms are above the water. I've already failed my front flip, so now I'm just sinking in shame. I pop up, there's no beer, and no one's even looking at me. I don't even get a boo. Nobody cared at all. It was the saddest fucking moment of my life. Like, if someone had just given me, like, a pity, woohoo, or like, aw, something, I would have been like, okay, not all is lost. But I got literally nothing. Straight up crickets. And then some other dude did a trick shot into the pool and they loved that. Meanwhile, the fucking socially inept turbo virgin on the other side gets fucking nothing. And I don't remember exactly what happened next, but I can't imagine we stayed much longer. Because I do remember getting into the taxi soaking wet. So I didn't have a whole lot of time to air dry. I imagine what happened is Andrew felt my pain and was like, Charlie, let's get the fuck out. But I guess I just blacked out from cringe at that point because I can't complete the story. I just remember that, and man, it was sad. So yeah, this video really brought that demon back, brought that evil out of me, and I just wanted to share it with all of you because, you know, I don't want to think about it again past this point. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since the last time I sat you down at the fireplace with my bathrobe slightly ajar to tell you an embarrassing story from the period in my life where I've LARPed as a fucking mysterious anime character. This was around the time I was like 18, 19 years old, so like freshman, early sophomore year of college, and I've told many a pathetic story from this sad compendium of miserable social ineptitude, and there's one I haven't shared with you that I thought I'd share today. This was actually the first date I ever went on, like first official date. I'll just give you a brief lore update for those that haven't seen any of the other videos. Back in early college years, I thought it'd be great to reinvent myself as a mysterious anime character in real life. It worked for the anime characters. Girls were always trying to constantly like gobble on their meat. And so I thought, well, if it worked for them, it could work for me. So I wanted to be like super unique. I wanted to wear a chain with my favorite video game disc on it, Psychonauts. So just be like a fucking chain with Psychonauts on it. I also refused to talk to people. So if people talked to me or asked me questions, I'd respond with like moans and grunts instead of words. And it was really goofy shit. Like talking to me would be like talking to an NPC in Banjo-Kazooie where they just respond with that's how I would pretty much respond to shit, or just complete silence. I have no doubt a lot of people on campus probably reported me to authorities as a potential threat to the university in those early year and a half, however long I spent doing that. But I eventually grew out of it. But during this time, I actually did get a date. My first real official date. Now, while this was my first date, it wasn't like I was a completely kissless virgin. I was a virgin who had been kissed once. It was a dare. A girl was once dared to kiss me because I was seen as such a punishment that in a truth or dare game, they made it a dare to kiss me. And I was like, fuck yeah, this is my time to shine. Probably pre-came and shit my pants at the same time. But anyway, I managed to get this date because a friend of mine from high school actually invited me to a party. We hadn't seen each other in quite some time, and they invited me out to go drink with them. At the time, I was completely straight edge. I didn't want to touch drugs. I didn't want to touch beer. I also wasn't even sure I ever wanted to lose my virginity. I was starting to think it might even be best if I didn't. But they invited me to this party, and I was still in this mysterious anime phase, and he invited me to play beer pong with him, and I was like, well, as long as I don't drink. And he's like, fuck it, Charlie, I'll just drink for you. Just fucking play with me. And I was like, sure, let's go. So we were playing, and then eventually his friends called him to do like a keg stand or something, so I needed a partner, and a girl hopped in to play with me. And I didn't say a fucking word to her. And I guess that must have been cool enough because she started talking to me, and then I eventually like mumbled out like, do you want to go to the beach? And she said yes. She gave me her number, and we set up a beach date for the next day. And my God, I don't even think I slept that night. I remember that night after the party, I went back to the dorm and I was just busting out hundreds of crunches and like bicycle crunches and shit, trying to sculpt out my abs speedrun style. I didn't eat. I only drank a ton of water, just trying desperately to get my six-pack to pop out a bit more. I was a lot leaner back then because all I focused on was being like ripped, but my arms were super skinny, so I just kind of looked like an actual poorly drawn anime character physique-wise. Nowadays, I'm just actually fucking jacked, but back then I was like, all I need is abs, and girls will want to fuck me real good. So I'm in my dorm for hours just fucking doing an impromptu P90X routine till the sun comes up, and I text her, she doesn't respond, I start to panic, I texted her again, still didn't respond, I'm fucking freaking out, I'm like, oh my God, I've ruined it, I fucking blew it, holy shit, it's all over, she hates me, she probably reported me to the police because I was creepy, oh my fucking God. I text her again, I fucking triple texted her, literally the worst possible thing you could do. She finally responds just saying she was sleeping, and then I realized that that's probably about par for the course because it was like 9 a.m. I was like, it's fucking like Saturday, and I'm texting her at 9 a.m. like 1,000 times. It stands to reason that she might just be sleeping in. Fucking having a manic episode in the text messages there at 9 a.m. and then she still agrees to meet with me. She's like, yeah, we're still down for the beach, let's go. So we meet at my car. I play my boner jams, which was a real risk for me because the music I listened to then and the music I still listen to now isn't really popular. It's mainly like metal and shit like that. And luckily she likes that music. In fact, she even knew some of the bands like Cybreed. She likes Cybreed, which is still my favorite band right now. So that was cool, but I'd never done small talk or anything. So I didn't know how that was supposed to go. And I think she was picking up on that, so she took the initiative to talk to me. So she asked me, hey, did you have fun at the party last night? I said, nope. Which is a great response because, I mean, that's super cool. Like, hey, this guy is so goddamn badass. He didn't have any fun last night. But I do remember saying the only cool thing about the party was meeting you. I was like, that's kind of suave. So I hit her with that bit of smooth ass cheeks right there. To which she didn't really say anything. At least I don't remember her saying anything. Maybe she had just gotten completely sodden panties and, that's probably what happened. But she continues, standard stuff. What's your major? At the time it was digital arts. This was before I switched. Do you like digital arts? It sounds cool. What is that? And I was like, I fucking hate it. It's just making 3D animations. It sucks. So I'm just constantly doing my best to ruin any kind of positivity. That whole car ride was basically like condensed pessimism on wheels. And so she just keeps asking me these questions to which I'm giving like the worst responses to imaginable, convinced like the anime characters I've seen before that being different or being negative is cool to women, which it's definitely not. But she eventually gets to the dagger. What do you do? Like, she probably assumed I had like a job or something because she did. So she's like, well, what do you do for work? What do you do? And I was like, can't get into that. It's a secret. Which obviously piqued her interest because, like, what the fuck does that mean? Am I like a CIA spy? Am I a hitman? An assassin? Like, what the fuck is that? She's like, well, what do you mean it's a secret? I was like, I just can't get into that. I can't talk about it. So she keeps poking the sleeping bear. She's like, well, what do you mean? What do you do? Like, it's kind of weird. Like, what do you do? And eventually I'm like, I make videos on the internet. Keep in mind, this is 2013. The idea of being a YouTuber was a foreign concept back then. I'd also never told anyone about this. I never said out loud that I made videos online. I always kept that like my biggest top secret. I never ever talked about it, but in this instance, I was fucking desperate. I was pulling out all the stops. I was emptying my pockets of all the possible fucking spaghetti I could fill on the floor, vomiting anything that might help my chances of getting me laid. I would have told her I was Santa Claus if I thought it would help my chances of getting my cock wet. I was just going all out, just this once, just trying. So I told her I make videos on the internet, and she laughed at me, which just felt phenomenal. She thought I was just kidding because I had hyped it up so much to that grand wet fart of a reveal. She was probably just relieved more than anything because she probably thought I was a psychopath with the way I was answering, but I dropped that nugget of truth on her, and at the time, like I said, this wasn't really anything anyone talked about. Like, YouTuber wasn't a thing back then. Most of the most popular shit was like Facebook pages that people knew, and when it came to YouTubers, most people only knew like the biggest ones. The big one back then that I remember most people talking about was Epic Mealtime, and I also remember even things like I'm Schmacked were kind of big back then, but other than that, there wasn't a ton else that college students would think of when they hear of internet content creator YouTuber. So she didn't really find that all that impressive, and I've never treated it like a job or anything, but I just thought it was going to be a good answer to that question, one that she probably hadn't heard before, and she probably never did hear it before because she just straight laughed at it, which didn't make me feel like my chances were being helped. She thought that I was just making like a joke out of it because I just made it like this hyped up thing, like, no, it's a big secret. It's a fucking government secret. I'm not allowed to say it. If I say it, the government's gonna come fucking kill me. And then I just reveal like I make fucking gameplay and commentary videos on YouTube. So she giggled at that, and then she asked what the channel was, so I showed it to her when we parked. I brought up the channel, and at the time, the channel video that would autoplay was my titty simulator game, which of course was a kind of weird look, so I bring that up. At the time I had like 800,000 subscribers, which is a fucking ton, and she was impressed by the number, but the content itself I don't think she was too fond of, because it was titty simulator, with me talking about fucking honkin' milkers being dragged around by their nipple, and then some of the other related ones were other weird games like Don't Shit Your Pants and things. So she didn't really want to stay on the channel that long, but she said congratulations to me, and I was like, oh, okay, it didn't really work very well, now did it? So we finally arrive at the beach, confidence is shot, I can tell that this mysterious anime character facade's not doing me any favors, so we end up just going to like a pretty crowded area on the beach at Clearwater, and just laying down, and she played music with her earbuds in, and I just kind of laid there, you know, pretending like this was productive, like, yeah, I'd always wanted a tan, I'll just fucking lay here with my ass cheeks hanging out, I guess, why not? And just fucking sit there doing nothing while she's listening to music at the beach. At the end of it, I just kind of felt like I was an Uber driver who stayed a little too long. Like, she requested a ride, but then I had nothing else to do, so I also just went to the same destination. So we just kind of stayed there for like an hour, and then she's like, alright, I'm ready to head back, I'm kind of hungry. I didn't even bother asking if she wanted to get food with me, because I could already just pick up on the vibe here that it wasn't really going anywhere. So we go back, and then she hugged me, and I was like, fuck, it was all worth it, I got a hug, let's go! Woo! So I got a hug out of it, which means I was a champion that day, but we never talked again, surprisingly. And that's how my first date went, so overall, pretty successful. Got off to a great start, really, in the whole romance world. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. I also think it's a pretty interesting look at how things have changed recently, because back then, YouTuber wasn't even a word in anyone's vernacular. No one had ever really, like, heard of that before. It wasn't really an explored concept, just kind of like this emerging hobby that some people would pick up on. But nowadays, I think it's like 60% of kids want to grow up to be like a YouTuber or internet creator, which is wild. So in less than a decade, it has completely changed. But back then, yeah, that shit was not looked at too positively. But anyway, I just wanted to share this story because I haven't done this one before, and I thought it was worth sharing. That's about it. See ya. I've told a lot of really embarrassing stories from my past. I'm not shy about it. I'm not afraid to spread my cheeks and let you all get deep in there into some really pathetic and shameful moments of my life. However, there's one moment, and it's really recent too, that has been so shameful I've debated making it public, because this is something I've talked about. I did something that I absolutely hate, but I did it for the sake of science. Not that that washes away the sin, and you'll see what I mean. It's TikTok. I've been shitting on TikTok for an extremely long time, before it was even born, back when it was still Musical.ly. I'm like the fucking T-1000 Terminator going back in time to kill John Connor before he was born. I did that with Musical.ly. I tried to fucking kill Musical.ly before it evolved into this even more deplorable platform called TikTok. And one thing I always make clear is that I think becoming famous on TikTok is the easiest shit in the world if you follow the main trends. And I still believe that, but when doing this experiment, my experiment was I was going to make a persona on TikTok and pursue the TikTok clout, climb my way to the top of the swamp, overthrow the greats like Charlie D'Amelio, so then I'd cement my place in next year's Super Bowl halftime performance, shaking my hairy ass right alongside Jennifer Lopez, all by just following and exactly copying what they do, what's popular on TikTok. But the problem was, it was too shameful and I fucking quit. I wasn't going to even share this story just because I didn't complete it and it's just so goddamn embarrassing. But another YouTuber did the exact same experiment I did, but did it much better. This is from Scott. He was more successful at it and he had a much better approach and committed harder than I did, so props to him for that. He chose much easier things to emulate. He chose, the shit that's relatable, where you choose names at random and then people that have those names like your shit and it goes viral that way. I chose to directly copy Charlie D'Amelio, who's a dancer on TikTok that posts anywhere from 10 to 25 videos per day. Anytime she would do a dance, I would copy it exactly to the best of my ability, and my ability sucked some fat fucking asshole. My dogs probably could have done more impressive dance moves than I was able to muster. The only experience I have with dancing is in my high school years, where I used to try and learn to break dance and use it to impress girls, but it didn't work because I was so shitty at it. I just looked like a psychopath or some loose cannon that was missing his medication. So my dancing fucking sucked. It didn't take off for obvious reasons. But anyway, let me show you my TikTok. This is a tough pill to swallow, but yes, this is me, without any semblance of pride or shame. I came up with my alter ego Shade. I thought It's Shade here would be a hit with the younger demographic because the name is fucking raw, it's fucking dope. That shit just sounds lit for young people to say. Plus, I also created a little mystery. I covered my face for the most part. I had a little beanie on, and I had that, bandana across my face. I thought the mystery would be great. Like the masked magician, who's doing all these crazy tricks? Or Buckethead, the guitarist, who's shredding the guitar like a motherfucking angel? I thought that would be me on TikTok. And I think it could have been if I had chose something easier to emulate and, didn't feel any semblance of remorse from doing this awful, awful, awful garbage. Now, I did this in mid-December of 2019, and my New Year's resolution for 2020 was just to give the fuck up on this experiment because it's so embarrassing. So I haven't done it in a long time now, and I only did it for maybe a week-ish. But anyway, hope you got a box of tissues out. You're going to need those bad boys. Let's check out my first TikTok here from Shade.
It's really you, my mind. Both sides of the clouds, both sides. It's really
Pretty good content, I would say. I did not freestyle that. That was directly ripped from how Charlie D'Amelio did it at the time. I even tried to emulate the same way they talk on TikTok, so I had a little caption, "There's so much more than meets the eye." Who doesn't like Transformers, right? You know what I fucking mean? That's some pseudo-intellectual deep shit for a 13-year-old that goes on Reddit sometimes. I thought maybe they'd read that and be like, wow, you're right, maybe there is a lot more under that mask. Who is that? Could that be the legendary Dave Grohl? So anyway, I also used the hashtag #SoMisunderstood because it was popular at the time. It got 400 views, and doing absolutely nothing but copying. So really, the first dipping of my wiener tip here into the TikTok cesspool was pretty successful, I would say. It wasn't bad, it could have been better. I also did black and white for all of the videos to try and carve out my own little aesthetic for Shade, which I don't think did it any favors. I don't think people like anything at all that goes against the grain, so that was probably just a bit of a misstep on my part to make Shade a little more unique.
I just wanna bop that beat, hop up in the Jeep, put a little bitch and drive, fuck my 9 to 5, disappear for weeks.
Yeah, those are the moves that'll make you want to kiss your mother just to thank her for giving birth to you so you could exist in a time period where I'm able to bust some ass like that. Yeah, for sure. Also, I should go ahead and say this. I apologize to all 20 of the Shade fans. I've played you like a fiddle. You had no idea you were simply numbers in a scientific experiment from a mastermind. Ha. You fools. Shade was made up all along. It was me. Fuck. It's so goddamn embarrassing. Even just going through this TikTok here is sad. The amount of times I've debated with myself to delete it, but then I'm like, no, Charlie, you should come back to this at some point. Shade needs to ride again. And then, the angel on my shoulder is like, no, Charlie, don't listen to the devil. You really don't want Shade to ride again. Nobody does. I mean, fucking Shade is like one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. If Shade's out here making TikToks, something has gone awry in the world.
I love you and I wish I never did. I swear to God, you stupid bitch.
Copywritten in all my decisions. This is not supposed to be a way of living. Turn my temple down into a push. You're the only one I want by my side when I'm falling asleep.
I still bear the scars from the Shade experiment. Like Scott in his video, each TikTok only took a matter of 30 seconds to a minute to make. It wasn't a whole lot of effort, and it wasn't a total failure given how many I made and how much I put into it. I can chalk up the lack of explosion and the reason why Shade wasn't number 1. I can chalk it up to 3 key components. Number 1, I chose something that I suck asshole at, dancing. I chose an area that I have not the smallest bumblebee's pubic hairs worth of skill in. So that was a huge turnoff for a lot of people, I imagine, who are used to like really fluid moves and shit, where I come in there like the fucking Tin Man trying to rock and rumble with the youngins, so that already was the wrong choice. Number 2, I didn't show my face. On TikTok, that's probably one of the biggest components. Everyone's face is there, and they're used to seeing that. But so by covering it up, I feel like that only shot myself in the foot. There was no one else on the platform that I could see that had their shit covered. And number 3, and probably the most important now that I think about it, in fact, absolutely the most important, the number 1 thing that I fucked up on, I didn't stick my tongue out. That is the most important thing on TikTok. If you go to anyone's TikTok, any popular person's page, they're sticking their tongue out like they're performing cunnilingus on a ghost. It is all over the place, and it is fucking disturbing because it's like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds doing these weird lip bites and tongue out kind of shit. It's fucking gross, but you are not going anywhere on TikTok if you're not willing to stick that tongue out. And I wasn't able to do that because that would require me taking off part of the costume, which I wasn't going to part with. Those were the main things that I feel I failed at with Shade. So I noticed that emulating the dances wasn't working, so I tried coming up with my own dances to maybe start a trend in a certain way.
Girl with all that. What you doing with all that ass? Let me touch you. Let me. Girl.
Not hard like 88, make a bitch levitate, baby face that bitch. I don't play patty cake, charms in the carrot cake, carrots in the patty face, cop a new coupe, no top, this is category. Coming out hard like 88, make a bitch levitate, baby face that bitch. I don't play patty cake, charms in the carrot cake, carrots.
Pretty exciting stuff. If Dancing with the Stars is in need of a new choreographer on set, I'm available for the right price. So what you saw there, I'll go ahead and break the moves down. You saw some body waves. You saw a little arm action going on there into a jerk, which is footstep moves into the SpongeBob walking on the beach, which was all the rage when I was in middle school. So I really thought the SpongeBob might be my ticket to the big leagues in TikTok. It wasn't, though. But I'll tell you what was. When I realized that wasn't working, I did some other really low effort trends which also didn't work, but the number 1 thing that did work for me in my most viewed TikTok, magic tricks. I fucking called upon the spirit of Chris Angel and used some shit I learned from him on TikTok, and the fucking kids loved that. If any Hollywood celebrities are in need of a magician for a birthday party, I'm available for the right price. So that, while was more successful than the dancing, still wasn't quite what I was looking for. So I gave it one last ooh-rah with the most shameful video I ever made and decided to hang my hat up.
I miss my cocoa butter kisses. Hope you smile when you listen. Ain't no competition, just competing for attention. And you like.
And some real pitiful stuff, I know. That was Shade's last ooh-rah on TikTok, and let me tell you, I don't think he's coming out of retirement anytime soon. TikTok has confirmed, trying this experiment has confirmed everything I felt about TikTok. What a piece of shit. The amount of terrible content I looked through to just emulate these dances, because you click on a song and you see this fucking thousands and thousands, just awful, terrible, disturbing, gross, just shit, derivative shit. It's literally the same exact video and same dance moves repeated across thousands of accounts daily. And even Charlie D'Amelio, in her 25 videos per day, will post the exact same dance, at 8 in the morning, and then post it again at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The same dance, the same moves, the same song. Like, I don't really get it. And, I just don't think I ever really will. But, hey, we gave it a fucking try with Shade, and I feel I could have done it if only I'd committed harder. That's about it. So yeah. I wasn't always this sex god you see before you, the apex of raw sexual energy. In fact, I actually came into this world a virgin. I was born with virginity. My father, he wasn't a virgin, and yet, embarrassingly, I was. And it stayed that way for 19 years, until in the spring break of my 19th year in this plane of existence, it all changed when my wiener nation landed on the shores of a vagina nation. Consensually, of course. It was an invite for the wiener nation to make landfall. At 2013 years after the death of Christ, I had finally lost my virginity. Like a crab shedding its shell, I molted. But what did I do up until that point? Well, I've already shared with you a little bit of my freshman year of college where I pretended to be a mysterious anime character, but this arc doesn't stop there. I used to think it was cool and unique to be a virgin in college, so I used to wear it like a fucking Boy Scouts badge of honor. I would talk about my virginity to any female that made the mistake of listening. It was one of the first things I'd do. I'd basically fucking shake a hand and say, I'm a virgin. You're shaking a virgin's hand, which is probably the grossest hand you could ever shake. Because you know that shit is crusty. If these hands could talk, if this hand could talk, the stories it would tell you. So, but anyway, I thought because everyone else wasn't a virgin in college, at least none of my friends were, I was one of the I was the last one to lose their virginity in my group of friends, I thought it'd make me stand out. I thought it'd be like, wow, that guy's a virgin? Holy shit. I didn't even know this existed in this college anymore. Damn, that's exotic. I gotta get in there. It wasn't the case. In fact, it was just super creepy. But I wouldn't listen to my friends. One of my friends sat me down as like a fucking intervention. He was like, Charlie, look, you gotta stop telling people you're a virgin. It's weird and it's not gonna work. But I didn't believe him. I thought he was working with like the Illuminati trying to restrict my power. But today I look back on that and I see he was a fucking saint. He knew what I didn't. How creepy that was. I was like a fucking vegan. I wouldn't shut the fuck up about being a virgin. Like in parties and shit, if I'd been drinking, the virginity talk was coming. I was like a parent giving the birds and the bees talk to their children. And God help the poor women that talked to me when I was drunk and talking about virginity, because sometimes I'd talk about it in different accents. Sometimes I'd be an Irish virgin, other times a Russian virgin. I thought it would be something different and cool. And I acted like I was proud of it. I've held on to my virginity this long. Fuck yeah, baby, this one's for Jesus Christ up there. But I wasn't proud of it, and I knew Jesus wasn't proud of my virginity either, nor my attempt to spit the game at the parties by talking about virginity. That was never going to work. But it didn't stop me. You see, this all took place around the time that I got my main lead acting role in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I've already shared that story with you. So when I used to meet these women at parties and shit, I would have this 1-2 combo. Hey, I'm in the Hunger Games, and I'm a virgin. That's a fucking irresistible man right there. That right there is a recipe for an Adonis. And let me tell you what, that didn't help very much. But I used to have the Mockingjay trailer on my phone, and I'd show the trailer if they were unfamiliar and just pretend that I was in it, and I wouldn't go back to show them. I'd just be like, oh, there I am. I was quick, you missed it. I must have tried this combination move 100 times. Like a Japanese bladesmith, I'd keep folding it over, smashing it down, making it sharper, better, refining it, until finally it worked one time. I met a girl at a party, we talked, we made out, exchanged numbers, and we're going to get together for a date. Date comes around and you can already guess the conversational topics. Hey, what's your major? Where are you from? Are you a virgin? No? Why not? I am. Bang. Game over. There's no coming back from that kind of shit. I don't know why the fuck I just felt this compulsive desire to constantly talk about it. It's really not like it was a crowning achievement, and not even to me. I constantly wanted to lose my virginity, and yet I'd constantly hype it up like it was the best part of me. It's just wild shit, and it taught me a hard lesson. That's pretty much when I learned the most important lesson. Stop bragging about virginity. This desire to be unique between being an anime character in college, the fucking mysterious anime character, to being a virgin fucking evangelist constantly preaching the good word of virginity. This desire to be unique really fucked me and hindered me very much in my early formative college years. Also, during this time I had a friend that was a female. I very much liked her. We were friends for like a year. The feelings weren't mutual. I was very into her. She had none of those same feelings for me, but it didn't stop me from telling her that I was saving my virginity for her. How noble. They say chivalry's dead, but yeah, I used to tell her that my virginity is going to be hers for the taking. That had to be the last fucking thing on her Christmas list every goddamn year. It must have been the scariest and most alarming thing someone could tell you like that. And it wasn't just like a 1 or 2 time fluke thing where I mentioned that by accident. No, I told her that shit like all the time. If we texted, it'd be like a lullaby for me. You know, I'm going to bed now. Do you want to kiss my virginity to sleep with your pussy lips? No? Alright, just keep in mind I'm a virgin when you go to sleep tonight. Have dreams about my virginity. It's something I mentioned frequently because I really thought, in my fucking delusion, that being a virgin and being unique like that was cool and not weird. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe nowadays things have changed and being a virgin's the coolest goddamn thing in the world next to pissing in your pants. But back then it certainly wasn't, and definitely not my approach of mentioning it all the fucking time. I think you could be the coolest man in the world, but if you keep mentioning the same shit over and over again, it's gonna make you look like a fucking weirdo. Actually, let me hit you with a fun trivia fact for when you play Critical Jeopardy with your family. The girl I'm talking about in this story here is actually the reason I kept the beard. You see, for the Hunger Games role I got, they asked that you grow out your facial hair, which I'd never even considered doing before. I'd always been clean shaven. I looked like an 8th grader in debate club. But when I grew it out for that role, she said it looked good, so I kept it, and I never looked back. And now if I shaved it, I'm sure I'd look like a bag of assholes collided with another bag of assholes. So yeah, I guess gloating about virginity wasn't all bad. But trust me, it was all bad. If there's any lesson to take away here from my experience for all of you watching, it would be, don't use like a defining characteristic and shove it down people's throats. Don't try and force people into thinking you are special or unique. Just be yourself, and if they view you as special or unique, great. If they don't, who gives a shit? The two that come to mind right away are vegan and atheist, where people constantly mention those two things that they're associated with that. At least that's the big meme on the internet, and I've only seen it in real life a couple of times, so I don't know how prevalent that is. But just going around and saying things like, I'm a vegan, I'm an atheist, I'm a virgin, and constantly bringing those things up and calling attention to it just makes people not want to be around you. It's a pretty toxic social environment when you're just constantly talking about what you think makes you unique and special. That would be kind of the takeaway from this virginity bragging story, I'd say. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. It's been a little while since I told a story, so I figured it was about time that I sit you all down by the campfire and put some fear in your boners. I'm going to tell you a really recent story, something that I think everyone can take a lesson away from and use it in their everyday lives. So before I really dig into the meat of this, I want to preface this by saying I have not pissed my pants in a very long time. Now that that's off the table, let's get into what the story is about. As you've probably surmised from that intro, it's about pee-peeing in the pants. It's about a time where I flirted with that devil. And this all takes place in the mythical year of 2019 AD on October 4th. It was literally 6 days ago as of recording this video. It was right before going to happy hour, and if you watch my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical, you know that the streams are fucking bangers, and that I also pee a lot. I drink a lot of water, which means I'm constantly expelling a lot of urine from my body at jet stream-like pace. I really fucking pressure wash my toilet when I get in there to do that business, so if urinating is considered a game of chess, then I'm the goddamn grandmaster. Now, this was right before going to happy hour. I had just gotten all dressed up and spruced up ready for action, and we needed to pick my friends up before going to the bars we were going to. But before going, I had the little inkling of a pee-pee coming on. It was still brewing, but it hadn't matured yet. So I figured there really wasn't any point to doing that. The bars weren't far, my friends weren't far. I'd just hold it till I got there and then just do my business out there in public. Just kind of to assert my dominance, like, hey, I'm not afraid to mark a urinal with my seal of approval. I'm not afraid to stamp this with my penis juice. So I just wanted to wait. I didn't see the point in going before heading over. That being said, on the journey to my friend's place, it was still very tame, very manageable, barely even noticed it. Got to my friend's place, didn't notice it. The second they got in my car, it's like they unleashed the piss demon. All of a sudden, all at once, it hit me like a fucking brick. Like a train had left the station, a bullet train, and it was hitting my bladder. There was no putting this genie back in the bottle. I was going to tinkle, it was just a matter of where. In my nice trousers, in a dirty bathroom somewhere on the way, or on the side of the road. The last two options weren't exactly options, because to get to the bar you had to go over this pretty long bridge, and there was no way I was going to be able to hold it through the duration of the bridge, so I'd be just trapped like a prisoner in its cell in the car, just urinating all over my friends, or I'd have to hold it and literally cork my cock, and I'd probably fucking drown internally with urine pouring out of my mouth like I just swallowed a cyanide capsule of urine. It was just a nightmarish situation because I really had to go. So I informed Tiana, who was now driving, and I told my friends, look, I'm sorry to be an inconvenience, but we got to pull over somewhere to go to the bathroom because I'm going to literally ruin our happy hour and turn it into the not so happy hour by coating this entire car in piss. So they understood, but the problem was there really wasn't anywhere to stop. There was no real gas stations on the way to the bridge, so we'd have to go out of our way to find one for me, and my friends didn't really want to do that, so they're trying to encourage me to just go piss somewhere next to a dumpster around some of the dilapidated buildings, because the area on the way to the bar looks like it's been hit by a nuclear missile, but I didn't want to take that chance, because a friend of mine got put on the sex offenders registry for public urination. He got caught while peeing next to a building, or on the side of a building, and I just didn't want to roll those dice at all. I bet if I had just went down to take a piss by a building, a fucking cop would have popped out of a bush in a ghillie suit and said gotcha on me. I didn't want to, risk that at all. I'd drop trow for 1 second, just unzip, and all of a sudden a police car fucking drift in sideways, just sirens blaring, and then take me down just for public urination, and then all of a sudden, bang, I'm a sex offender. I just didn't want to risk that at all. I didn't want to take that chance at all, so that was not an option for me. We were going to go out of our way to one of the gas stations that I knew of, and it wasn't that far out of the way, so it wasn't a huge inconvenience, but I still felt bad. Unfortunately, the gas stations were of no help, and also the gas stations look like something straight out of the Fallout universe as well. But the first gas station we go to, everything looks okay. There's a bathroom there, which is a plus. It's one of the bathrooms that's on the outside, so you need a key to get into it. So all confidently, while I'm like basically grabbing my cock, just trying to keep everything where it needs to be before I explode with urine, I go in there waddling in and I say to the guy, hey, look, I've got to use your shitter. Can I get the key to that bad boy? And he's not all there. He sounds like he's one Xanax bar away from just total overdose and collapse. So I couldn't understand most of the words he said, but he kept mumbling about the hot dog man. I didn't know what that meant. I thought he was making like idle conversation. Maybe there was a hot dog vendor outside that he wanted me to go buy from before he gave me the key. I didn't know, so I asked him, what are you talking about? The hot dog man? Who's a hot dog man? I love hot dogs, even though I fucking hate hot dogs. Just anything to get that fucking key. Felt like it was a mission in a video game that I needed to get that key to complete the quest. But so I'm making this small talk, and his answers make no sense to me. He's like, no bathroom, hot dog man. So then I'm starting to connect these dots in my head. Okay, so the hot dog man, no bathroom. Hot dog man must have gone in there and wreaked havoc. He must have just fucking tore that bitch down and lit it on fire with an explosion from his ass or something. So this bathroom is decommissioned is what you're telling me, right? Bathroom is not working because of hot dog man. He just shakes his head, no. Hot dog man. I felt like I was in a goddamn horror movie, as if like the hot dog man was terrorizing this area like the fucking Slender Man. I didn't know what he was talking about, the hot dog man. All I knew is I was not getting that key from him. So I walked out all disappointed because I knew I wasn't getting the key, and it's all because of this menace, the hot dog man, who I'd never even fucking heard of in fairy tales. So I had to waddle back to the car disappointedly, and even in more of a rush, the sense of urgency was overwhelming. Felt like the entire universe was collapsing inside on me. Also, as a side, there was no hot dog vendor outside. There wasn't even the remnants of what could have been a hot dog vendor at any point in time. So I don't know who the fuck this hot dog man is. But anyway, we go up another maybe mile up the road where I know another gas station is, and it's just as decrepit as this one, and this one was like a goddamn orgy of weirdos. There was one guy who I am 100% sure was on spice, because he was just fucking fumbling around. Luckily, he had hit just enough spice so he wasn't totally nude and dragging his dick on the floor, but he was at that level of spice where he can't really stand up properly, and he has a football that he's throwing against a wall and hitting himself with in the face off the rebound. So that's the kind of place we were at looking for this bathroom, and I knew it was going to be gross, and I'm a bit of a germaphobe, but I was throwing that aside because I needed to be strong, because I didn't want to piss myself, because I hadn't pissed myself in at least a long time. I don't know. I was trying to think of like an exact time I pissed myself, but it's been a long fucking time. I have a pretty clean streak there, and I wasn't about to have that collapse on this night. So we get to this disgusting gas station, and it's another one where the bathroom's on the outside, so I need to go in to get the keys. There's a guy in there playing the lottery, and he's taking a long time scratching it off. That's fine. That's not his fault. He doesn't know that I'm about to explode behind him like an IED of urine. So I'm not mad at him at all. He was none the wiser, not his fault or anything. When he's finally done, I go up to the counter. I say, hey man, can I get the keys to that turbo shitter? I gotta go do some business over there. He's super cool about it, gives me the keys, and I'm on my way. The guy who's throwing the football now fixates his eyes on me, and he wants to get me involved in his game. I can tell because while he couldn't really get the words out properly, he was making motions like, I'm gonna hit you with this spiral real quick, Tom Brady style, and I just, I'm putting my hands up like, please, no, thank you, politely, I've got to use the restroom. Finally get around the corner to where the bathrooms are on the side of the place. There's a man asleep on the curb in front of the bathrooms. I don't know if he was passed out or just really tired. Maybe at one point he was the gate guardian of the bathrooms, but now that he found bath salts, now he just sleeps there. I really don't know. But, I go not over him because I was already on the side. I go around him, and then I finally put that key into the bathroom, and a sense of elation and jubilation just fills my whole body as I finally turn it, and I open it, and I'm greeted with the most unholy smell this world has ever concocted. It smelled like a fucking hate crime. It was the most repulsive, revolting smell I've ever smelled in my life, and I've smelled some shit. I've smelled some serious shit, but this was something else. This smelled like the hot dog man had gone there, killed somebody, and then took a shit all over the corpse. And it's really weird because the toilet itself was pristine. The toilet was clean enough to drink out of, eat off of. It was a fantastic looking toilet, not a speck of dirt or poopy in sight. But the bathroom itself was tainted with the remnants of 1,000 angry spirits that were all shitting in unison. It's no doubt the work of the hot dog man. There's not a single doubt in my mind. He must just be like a serial bathroom shitter. Just goes around shitting in all the bathrooms, fucking terrorizing them, ruining them for people that gotta pee like me. But I really don't know. Anyway, the smell was so overwhelming. For just a brief moment, I relaxed my penis sphincter, and a little bit of urine dripped onto my boxers. I don't count that as pissing my pants because it was just enough where it only dribbled out, and I was able to once again voluntarily collapse the muscle so it didn't squeak out anymore as I finally approached the toilet, and I finally released the sweet relief into the toilet, and I finally peed. I couldn't breathe. It was fucking hazardous to my health, no doubt, with all the shit particles floating around in the air, but god damn it, I finally peed. So the lesson to take away from here, just when you feel like even like the smallest amount of pee building inside of you, just piss. It's gonna get worse. You're gonna just need to pee. Don't try and hold it. Don't be a hero like I was, because you might find yourself in a similar situation where you dribble on yourself and you visit a really disgusting smelling bathroom that really just ruins your sense of smell for like a good 2 hours. But anyway, that's the story. The lesson to learn: pee when you feel like you have to, even a little bit. Don't try and hold it, because that is just absolutely devastating and leads to this domino effect of unfortunate circumstances and a lot of stress. That's it. See ya. Hello, my friends. Happy afternoon to all of you. Christmas season is upon us, as I'm sure we all know, so please don't forget to leave out a joint and lighter and glass of milk for Santa Claus as he wiggles his fat ass down your chimney to deliver your Fortnite skins this year. Today, to get into the Christmas spirit, I thought I'd share a story. It's a story as old as time itself. I'm sure anyone out there can relate to it. It's a story of when I first tried to suck my own penis. All men have tried it. There's two types of men in this world: men who have tried to suck their own cock, and liars. So obviously I have tried before. And I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on the podcast, but I figured I'd make this entire video dedicated to it because I keep getting emails asking if I suck my own penis, and Twitch chat comments how I suck my own penis. So let's just tell the whole story start to finish the way it was written by Homer in the Odyssey. So, to set the stage, I was probably around like 13 or 14, I'm not exactly sure when, and I was just starting to refine my palate and get a taste for what I liked from pornography and titties and stuff on the internet. And during this time I was very religious, so I was kind of fearful and ashamed of watching porn. I thought anytime I even touched my wiener, I was giving God the middle finger, and he was ashamed of me and sad and he'd frown, so I didn't do it all that often. But occasionally the mood would strike me right, and I'd Google image search for boobies and butts and vaginas, and, get very excited looking at these things, give it 2 thumbs up, and sometimes even save it to favorites on my folder. But anyway, one particular evening, I was extremely horny. I was Googling boobies left and right. I was like fucking Professor Xavier jacking into Cerebro. I was looking at boobies all over the place. I could see them all over the internet. And man, I was just really fucking feeling myself. I didn't jerk off or anything though, because like I said, I thought jerking off was a bit too far in the eyes of Christianity, and Google Images was tame enough where, you know, I'd be forgiven. So I was looking at these images, and I eventually said, you know, this is enough. I went to the bathroom. I was going to take my shower. I was still sailing full mast. I was hard as a fucking diamond. And man, I was just so horny. I would have fucked my own ass if I could. But anyway, I'm standing there super erect in front of my shower, and I look at my wiener, and I'm like, damn, that's my fucking winky doodle right there. It's going in my mouth. But I was never a flexible guy. I could never throw my legs behind my head and start nibbling on my ball sack or anything. I just was never flexible at any point in my life. But for some reason, I got the idea that I could absolutely accomplish the sucking of my own cock. So I attempted. I get like halfway down, and then I damn near need life alert because I thought I was going to snap my spine in half going for this advanced contortionist move. So I'm just locked in this fucking demonic pose, looking like Schmeagol admiring his precious in Lord of the Rings. And then I start to worry, like, damn, if I die here, the authorities are going to find my body looking like some type of sexual deviant. This is going to be the worst way of going out. I'm not even going to have like a cool going out story. It's just the obituary is going to read, yeah, he died doing what he loved, attempting to blow himself or something like that. He broke himself in half going for a self-blow job. That's not like cool at all. But I still wanted to keep trying. I wasn't deterred. I really thought I could pull it off if I just kept giving it my all. I started to get like anime inspired, like with the power of friendship and by never giving up, resiliency, persistence. And if I get real angry, I'll go Super Saiyan and suck my own dick real quick. So I kept trying. I probably tried for in total maybe like a minute, but it felt like an hour. And it just wasn't happening. I knew it wasn't happening. And then I decided it's time to pee, but I never really adjusted myself. I was still looking at my dick as it was looking at me. We're making eye contact. I was staring down the hole of the one-eyed snake there. And I started to, you know, fire on all cylinders to pee. And it's a little harder to pee with an erection. It takes a little bit longer to travel up the urethra. So I had a little bit of time here. And it wasn't until the pee was about to reach the point of no return where I'm like, damn, I'm about to golden shower myself. My face is looking right down the barrel of this loaded gun. So like a fucking Matrix move or like a superhero move, I start peeing and I dodge it. I lift my head back up and then I just start fountaining it over myself, and I'm safe, I'm dry, I don't get pee in my face or anything, but I almost did. The point I'm making is, yes, I've tried to suck my own dick. It did not go well. God did not bless me with the gift of being able to suck myself off. And I'm sure most men probably can't do it, but there are some select few champions out there that can. And don't let any man tell you they haven't tried. I promise you, nearly every single man on this planet has tried to suck their own penis at one point or another. You don't have to be embarrassed. There's so many of us out there. Come home. Tell your story of sucking your own penis to friends and family to let them know that, yes, you're human. Yes, you've tried. Amen, brother. Take it easy, everyone. See ya. Occasionally during my live streams, people will bring up Miami because I'm in Florida and everyone knows Miami, so they always want to know, have I been there? Do I like Miami? And I made it very clear that I have a very palpable disdain for that city, if you can even call it a city. I call it a scam. I almost just don't even believe in Miami. It's kind of like the fucking Tooth Fairy to me. If the Tooth Fairy was a huge asshole whose only purpose was to bite your nipples off while you were asleep, I really do hate Miami. So let's get really into the meat and semen of why I hate Miami. I've only been one time. It was my junior year of college, and my friends and I went for spring break. We were going to celebrate it there, just go fucking wild. Yeah, Miami Beach party. Oh, tits all over the place. Look at all that ass, and look at all these beers and alcohols. And that was the plan. But we severely underestimated just how expensive everything in Miami is. We knew it was going to be a bit pricier, but not even Jesus Christ himself could have convinced us it'd be as expensive as it turned out to be. There was only one thing in all of Miami we could afford, and that was the hotel, because we all pooled our money together to be able to afford that. Past that, we were left to die. The people in Miami wouldn't piss in your mouth if you were dying of thirst unless you had $1,000 to pay them for it. The prices there are out fucking rageous. We couldn't be left alone. We couldn't buy anything alone. We had to stay in a group and start budgeting our money. Hey man, look, I just ran out of soap and I need to get some at Walgreens. Can you spot me $50 so I can at least get halfway there and I'll cover the other 50? Because you can't afford anything. We couldn't buy a pack of almonds on our own without coming together as a group and budgeting that purchase. It's fucking insane how expensive everything there is. Let's go ahead and start from day one, because it hit us immediately when we got there. We planned the trip for 4 days. We stayed all 4 days, but on the first day, we knew we were in for a rude awakening. So day one, we were already, ready to rock and roll, ready for partying. Hey, it's spring break. It's time to go nuts to butts. Let's fucking hit it and shit it. So we got a taxi, which was extremely expensive, got stuck in Miami traffic for an hour, and then made it to this area where all the bars are. I can't even remember what it's called, but there's a bar there that's like the Frankliner, or maybe like the Frankie Doolittle or something. I don't remember, but it's a big bar there, and we paid $20 to get in, which is huge for us because in Tampa, it's free entry if you're over 21, so paying $20 just to get in, that was a real slap to the urethra, but we did it anyway because spring break, baby, woo! Shirt over your head and everything, about ready to go wild. And we made the mistake of ordering shots right upon getting there. Shots of Fireball, because in Tampa, a shot of Fireball is $3, and I'll never forget what it is in Miami at the Frankie Muniz Hotel or whatever. $18. $18 for a shot of Fireball. Fireball is the shittiest alcohol you can get in a shot, and it was $18 there. It was insulting. So after taking that shot, needless to say, it was basically like swallowing all of our money at the same time. We were already running out of money just from our first bar visit and first round of drinks. If I wanted to take that shot glass and dunk it into their pool, I'd probably have to pay $10 for their chlorinated pool water with pee all in it. It's unreal, the prices there. But it wasn't all lost upon going to that bar because there was a homeless man, probably not actually homeless, but he dressed like a homeless man, and he was doing magic tricks, and we got a little private magic show from him. And it was all hat magic, so he'd like be doing cool shit with his hat. And his grand finale was he pulled out a baggie of cocaine from his hat. It was really fucking cool, and we all gave him like $5 because he fucking earned it like a motherfucker. That man should be going on Penn and Teller's Fool Us, or maybe America's Got Talent. It was a great routine, and he's even got a little something to get the crowd energized. Just start throwing coke out. I could see him being a big magician someday. Hopefully he's doing well. We called it a night right after that because it certainly wasn't getting better than that magic show, and it certainly wasn't getting cheaper. So we went back to the hotel, and we started just drinking all of the alcohol we brought. That was a lot of fun, just 5 guys in the hotel room getting absolutely shit-faced because they couldn't afford to elsewhere. And I got extremely drunk, probably the drunkest I've ever been, and I blacked out. And then the next day, we all planned to go to the beach, but I was so incredibly fucked up that I needed to keep having the taxi driver pull over so I could puke. We finally got to the beach, and I still had to keep puking, but apparently all of the areas on the beach don't really have bathrooms. Miami doesn't believe in bathrooms, so I went to a Walgreens. They don't have a bathroom. I went to the next door business that I don't remember. They didn't have a bathroom. I went to the other business next door, which was probably like a cocaine supplier. I don't really know what it was, but it was a dilapidated little business. They didn't have a bathroom, so I ended up just puking on the road. I just figured, why not? I had nowhere else to go, and I'm sure it's pretty commonplace in Miami. I'm sure I'm about the 5th guy that morning to puke on that road. And I was feeling like shit for the rest of the entire day. The beach was underwhelming. It was just like every other beach in Florida. There was nothing super special about it except for some trivia, like Dexter Season 2 was filmed, or the Dexter intro was filmed on that beach. Like, who gives a fuck? It was so boring. At least right up until a Category 5 hurricane hit Miami that day. It wasn't an actual hurricane, but there was a goddamn monsoon that blew through and completely annihilated us. Apparently there was like a fucking news warning that went out, like, this is going to be the biggest storm we've had in 10 years. And we weren't listening to the news or anything, so we just went to the beach. There wasn't a whole lot of people there, but I can see why now. And it was just this incredibly disastrous storm that hit, with intense wind that was nearly knocking me over and my friends, and this hardest rain ever. It was like we were getting hit by baseballs. It was so miserable. Walked away bruised and bloody, but undeterred. Our spirits were still as high as they could be, because come that night we were ready to try again. Bars were out of the question because we couldn't afford the drinks, so we thought, how about clubs? So we went to a club. I don't remember the name of it. It might have been Platinum or something to that degree. $300 to get into that club. That's excluding drinks. That's not included. $300 just to go in there. Unbelievable. Needless to say, we all didn't have $300 a person to pay to get into this shit-ass club on the side of the fucking road. So we didn't go to that club. I don't know why it was $300. Maybe Jay-Z, Post Malone, Lil Wayne, and Johnny Cash was revived and they were all playing that night. That might justify $300 to go in there. But we didn't do it, so that was another bust. And then we decided, how about a strip club? Miami's famous for their strip clubs, and we thought maybe King of Diamonds would be fun. But this time we wisened up before paying for the extremely expensive ride to the King of Diamonds or anywhere in Miami. We decided to look up how much it is at King of Diamonds. Way too expensive. In a nutshell, way too expensive. Strippers there probably wouldn't even look at you if you were throwing dollars at them. You'd have to be showering hundreds to even get them to look in your direction. So we didn't go to King of Diamonds or any other strip club either. That was day 2. Day 3, we gave up. Day 3, we took a day to just recoup. We hung out in the hotel. We walked around Miami just at like little mom and pop stores, I enjoyed that. That was kind of fun. We saw a little bit of the city. We went to some stores, couldn't afford anything there because you can't afford anything in Miami. That's the main lesson to take away from the experience. But we went to some little diners and stuff and tried a bunch of different foods that I'd never heard of before, which was kind of nice. But that was day 3. Spring break's really kicking in nice. Day 4, we tried one more time. We went to different bars. The prices were a little bit better than at the Frankie show, the Frankie Way, whatever that bar is. The prices were a little bit better. So we all chipped in and bought a pitcher, which was just kind of the most pathetic drinking experience I've ever had because we were all just defeated. Like, you know what, guys? How much money do we have left? 15 quarters? All right, let's just see if we can haggle a pitcher of beer off of this bar here. And miraculously we did get a pitcher. And we all just kind of drank away the spring break because it was bad. I would have had more fun spending spring break in a sensory deprivation tank than in Miami. It was an absolutely miserable experience. The worst spring break I've ever had, and definitely the worst spring break I think a college kid could have. We lost pretty much all of the money we brought with us and had nothing to show for it. But it was kind of a good-looking city. It was kind of pretty, and walking around trying a bunch of different foods was kind of fun. I would never recommend anyone ever go to Miami because you just can't afford to. Unless you're taking out a mortgage, taking out some loans or something to be able to afford anything at all there, you're just not going to be able to have any fun. There's also a huge drug problem there. From what I could tell, I don't really keep up with the Miami news or anything. But walking the beach and shit, there are so many people asking you if you want to buy drugs, which was really uncomfortable. But overall, hated Miami. I would never recommend you spend spring break in Miami. Anywhere else. Literally spring break anywhere else. Go to fucking Antarctica, you'll have more fun. I don't really care where you go, but you will not have fun in Miami. That's the gist of it. That's it. See ya. So you were an international baccalaureate? Oh, I saw you. I see that you saw the high school graduation photo that somehow made its way onto Reddit yesterday. Chat told me about it, but I thought it was just like one of the ones I posted a while ago. I don't know who the fuck found this, because I don't even have this photo. My parents don't even have this photo. This is one of those that I thought would absolutely be lost to time, and should be. But yeah, this was me and Matt back in high school. I don't know where you dug this up. Fucking whose grave you exhumed to find this. Must be Nardwar on the case. But yeah, this is this is why there's not a whole lot of photos of me from this time. Look at me. I look so sad. I didn't know how to pose for pictures or anything, so typically what I'd just do is I'd like mean mug it or just look like I got the worst news ever about my dog passing away or something. So any photo that exists of me from that period has pretty much that same 1,000-yard stare type shit. That's peak Hunger Games era picture right there. Yeah, it's important to remember, only a year after this photo was taken, I made my debut in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. What a glow up. Changed cinema forever, I know. It wasn't easy, but someone had to do it. Was this before or after your mysterious anime arc? This was right before my mysterious anime arc. I went from this to the cringe anime character walking around campus that people probably was concerned about. I have no doubt there were people in my freshman orientation class that probably thought I was a school shooter in the making. No doubt in my mind. The anime character arc was a complete failure from top to bottom. But that's college. Sometimes you gotta experiment. Try it again, it probably works now. Yeah, I can try my mysterious anime character phase again and see how that shit goes. What was your yearbook quote? I bet it was a bad joke. Oh, my yearbook quote was just whatever I could find on Google at the time. I think it was, I'm almost positive my yearbook quote was, "We build too many walls and not enough bridges." Whoever found it probably just looked up your graduating class and found your classmates' photos. I found plenty of photos of you through Ancestry.com. You look really goofy in them. What? Why would Ancestry.com have those photos? We gotta stop worrying about fucking TikTok and start putting our sites on Ancestry.com. How would they have that? Huh? And why are you on Ancestry.com looking at my lineage? Holy shit, Charlie, I went to an IB school too. Yeah, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I've said this from the start. My high school was significantly harder than college. College was so easy compared to high school. Like, academically. The fuck was your major? My major was exercise physiology. Human science is the degree, but the concentration was exercise physiology. I have Ancestry for personal use and got curious, so looked up and found your photos in public records and yearbooks. What? How would it have that? I've never used Ancestry.com for anything. How would they have any of that? You did use it years ago. No, didn't I do 23andMe? I'm pretty sure I used 23andMe, not Ancestry. Dude found your DNA from the trash. Oh, imagine. He grabs, like, a half-eaten Firehouse sub from me and starts running the data on it. Submits it to Ancestry. Ancestry owns yearbook companies. It wouldn't... I don't know if you're making a joke or not, but it wouldn't work for this, because this school was so fucking small that there's no way. Ancestry wouldn't even know that this school existed. Our graduating class was 32 people. The only way they'd find that yearbook is if they pried it from one of our hands. If you have family who have used Ancestry and have uploaded images and listed as a family member, that's enough for you to turn up on the searches. But I don't. Actually, when I did the 23andMe, I had the kit at my house, and my dad came over, and he was like, "Charles, what is this?" And I was like, it's a 23andMe kit. They, like, run your DNA and shit to see where you come from. And he's like, are you stupid? And he started lecturing me about why it's a dangerous idea to be giving the government that kind of information. And I was like, Dad, it's okay. They've already got it. Check your phone. They've already got all our shit. So no, I know my family has not used Ancestry.com. It is true. No, I know he's right. I know he was absolutely right. So this is... Okay. Well, that's definitely real. I can't pull it up on stream, because obviously none of the other classmates are blocked out, but wow. This actually looks like a cult. So I don't know how Ancestry.com has this, but they're on some crazy shit. They got some sources down there. But that's me. It's like a photo of Sasquatch. God, now it's gone 8-bit. But yeah, pretty much the same pose. Terrible posture, frowning, sad, miserable. Looks like a random dude from Google Maps. Yeah, pretty much. I found a photo of you from 2010. Tweeted at me. Where are you guys finding these photos? What are you doing? Are you guys robbing my parents' house right now or something? Ripping photos off the walls? What do you mean you have a photo of me from 2010? You look like you were a preacher's kid that was super repressed. It's so specific. What do you mean? I was just sad. I was just a fucking loser. I was a reclusive loser. What do you want from me? Look how far we've come. Not in terms of height, but I don't look that sad anymore most of the time. They also have your dick pics. Like I said, I've only ever taken one dick pic in my life. It was in 2016. And I sent it to my girlfriend at the time, and I was so ashamed. I took it lying down from my knees, looking up and cock out, and it looked terrible. It was the worst possible angle. It was like the world's worst kaiju. Like a chewed piece of bubblegum. I hated it. Fucking hated it. So I never took another one, and I will never take another one. Were you chubbed? Yeah. But it was even worse, though, because I was looking down at the phone. So I was, like, peeking over my boner, and it was just so creepy. It was so weird. It was like a Max Headroom moment. It was so odd. If that photo ever sees the light of day, I wouldn't even be mad, actually. I don't even think I could be mad if that somehow ever surfaced. It's probably the worst dick pic ever taken. What was her response? Oh, I didn't send it. No, I felt so much shame just taking it, I never sent it. She would have broke up with me if I sent that. It's not like it was the first time she'd seen my cock, but she'd never seen it from that angle. She would have rethought everything. No, I didn't send it. Oh my god. Wait, who are you? Wait, who? How do you guys have these photos? Who are you? Who are these people? What? Where did you find this? I don't even know what this is. Where am I? Jesus, am I at Bohemian Grove? What is this? This isn't even prom or graduation. Who are you? Mom's Facebook page? No, my parents don't have anything like that. It's deep faked. It's definitely not, because I am positive this is me. I still have that tie. I don't understand where this is coming from. But yeah, look at striking that same sad ass pose. Lighting a candle. Maybe I'm at a funeral. It's your dad in the chat. Yeah, hey bud, check this one out. That looks like something church-esque. Yeah, it's like when they sing Silent Night at church and they give you the candles to light. Then you like drink wine and eat a cookie. But I don't... Who would have a picture of me from church? You know what I think it is? I actually think this is homecoming. I don't know what we were lighting candles for. Maybe like a Viking burial? I don't know. But I think it's homecoming. I feel like I would have worn this for homecoming. The CIA took these. Yeah, the NSA. You might be talking to time travelers. Oh yeah, the account John Teeter. Fucking CERN sent him back in time to take photos of me in high school. Oh, hey, wait. This is one of my high school highlights. I don't know where you are finding these. This is me on the court. I was a menace. Wait, this is so fire. I'm pretty sure this is when I did the up and under layup. So I started up, brought it down, and went right around. I'm almost positive. I think it's that same game. How old are you in this pic? This would have been like sophomore year of high school-ish. But you see, I was balling out. Imagine if you did go to the NBA, you would have had to go up against LeBron and Kobe. And that was the only thing that stopped me. That and that damn collapsed lung. Could have gone pro. Hey, wait. This finally some vindication. I told you guys I used to be able to jump pretty high. Where are these photos coming from, though? Like, did you talk to my old high school basketball coach? I don't understand where you found these, but yeah, look. I used to be able to grab rim, and that was when I was still like 5'2", 5'3". I used to be able to jump really fucking high. This is me, well, it doesn't have my full extension here, but I used to be able to jump high as fuck. I had a really good vertical. No, they lowered it. Yeah. Yeah, they brought it down for the game. It was the Make-A-Wish. Charlie wants to play on 6 feet hoops for this one. 20 centimeters above ground is not super high. No, what are you talking about? Look where my hand is relative to the net here. I used to be able to grab rim back then. And again, I was 5'2" and 5'3" during this period. They edited the chair out. I'm gonna have to get my vertical back. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna start doing plyos again. Do you have any photos from college? Just my old Tinder photos. And I'm pretty sure I pulled them up on stream before. I took the worst Tinder photos ever. It was diabolical. I should have never been allowed to do that. But those are the only pictures of me from, like, early college. Then all the later pictures from college were just, like, normal ones. But I used to have mutton chops for a little bit. I had a whole mutton chops era, actually. Fun fact, when I lost my virginity, I had mutton chops at the time, which probably worst case scenario because it convinced me to stay with the mutton chops for far longer than any human being ever should. This is pretty cool. This is when I dislocated my pinky after a game of pickup basketball, but you can really see the mutton chops in all their glory. Girl fucked Abe Lincoln. Yeah. My pinky actually never fully recovered from that, by the way. I still can't fully extend it. I didn't get help in time, so it ended up kind of fusing all cattywampus. But the mutton chops, you know, they weren't bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, the mutton chops truly weren't the worst thing in the world. Oh god, it's important to remember where you came from. This was around the same time. This was my Tinder profile pic for a while. But those mutton chops, baby, they were there to stay. Wolverine. There, here. This was right when I started losing... Well, actually, this is actually kind of deep into my weight loss. I used to be much more meatball-esque. I had the body of a bowling ball. Those eyes pierce my soul. Yeah, it's pretty sad. I'm giving a thumbs up, but my soul on the inside is giving a big thumbs down. I told you, you won't find a picture of me smiling from back then. It was impossible. Is this before time skip? Yeah, this was pre-time skip. How old were you? Here I would be about 15. This would have been around 15 or 16. You always get the most severe injuries when you least expect it. I was playing wiffle ball. I was in a wiffle ball tournament for school when I was a freshman in high school. And I was going to first base, just, you know, I'm a fucking 14-year-old kid just going to first base in a school wiffle ball tournament. And one of the kids' dads fucking squares up on first base, plants on it, and blasts me. Like you would have thought he was in the World Series stopping the last runner from the plate. He just fucking knocks me down as hard as he fucking could. And this is a big guy. This guy was like 260. And I broke my wrist on impact. I was so pissed. Like, Jesus Christ, man, it's wiffle ball. It's like that scene out of It's Always Sunny when they just beat up kids. Except this guy absolutely annihilated me. You must have disrespected his son. I don't know what I did, but man, did he defend first base with his life. No, I ran I had a good stride. I was fast. I was approaching first base and slowing down, and bang! I get hit with a fucking cannon. Did he say sorry? I don't know. That I don't remember. All I remember is trying to pretend it didn't hurt. So I didn't cry or anything. I was like, it's not a big deal. I tried real hard. And I legitimately didn't cry. I held that shit in. I was like, it's definitely broken. And I'd really like to go to the hospital. It wasn't compound fractured, but you could still see one of the bones trying to get through the skin. And I was like, it's not, no, it really doesn't hurt. I just know this is going to be a problem if I don't get it taken care of. So let's do something about it. I don't remember what his dad said or anything. I like to imagine he apologized, but knowing the way he defended first base, he probably went over and spit on me and said, O'Doyle rules. He teabagged you? Yeah, he walked up and teabagged me, and he said, are you sorry? Do you regret running so ferociously? I don't recall running ferociously. I was just running like normal jogging speed, and then I ran into the brick wall. That man was not to be trifled with on that day. He stood strong. I did not pass. That's probably like the biggest injury I've taken. Like actual injury. You run like an old man? Bro, I didn't used to. I used to be fast. I used to be fast as shit. When I was fat, I was so fast. The second I lost weight, I lost all coordination. I don't know what happened. Show pics. My parents have them. I'll ask for them at some point. I brought one or two up on stream. I know that at some point. Oh, actually, Caleb even... Hold on Caleb's Twitter, I think he posted a yearbook picture from when I was in middle school. Because my parents brought all that to the warehouse. Let me see. I can pull that up. This was 2008. This was not me at my heaviest, but here's 2008. Honestly, this yearbook quote goes so hard too, by the way. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Fucking patriotic. Jesus Christ. And then in 10 years, I was close. Graduating from USF, living in Tampa or LA, 6'1", a musician or sports player. Like, come on. I was a prophet. I was so close to 6'1". I still might get there too. We don't know. I'm still growing. The quote was just, they made you do a quote. I still remember why I chose this. They made you do a quote, so I just typed in famous quotes. That's all. I wasn't actually like a big JFK enthusiast, so much so that I wanted to include his quotes in my yearbook or anything, or live my life by his mantra. It was just one of the first quotes that came up. Did you go to USF? No. I didn't go to USF. I do live in Tampa. I didn't get to be 6'1". I do music. So I was right on two of the things I saw myself doing in the future. And my family has always been supportive. Why did you see yourself living in LA? I thought I'd have to move there when I was a professional sports player. Because, I mean, that's where, like, all of, like, celebrities live. So, like, when sports players aren't, like, competing, they're, like, out in LA doing shit. So I was like, damn, I guess I'll have to move out there. I don't know why. What's really sad is I was in high school at this point. I never actually practiced sports outside of just school-sanctioned events. I never even put in the time. And yet I really believed I would still have a chance. Didn't you play basketball? Yeah, not at a high level though, man. I would legitimately only play basketball, and I played a little football as well, but I would only ever play it during, like, school hours. Like, for our actual team practices. I never went home and practiced more. I never got, like, an outside... I mean, I did get an outside coach for, like, a semester when I started realizing I'm not good enough to make it in the NBA. Like, I started making that scramble to try and get, like, a scholarship offer to, like, a D2 or D3 school. And I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna need like, an extra coach for this. So I did at some point start to scramble for it, but I just never actually even put in the effort. Yet I still believed I'd make it. Yeah, it's that magical time again where Grandpa Charlie comes over, sets you on his lap, asks you what you want for Christmas, ignores it, and tells you old war stories. Today I wanted to take you on a journey, a spiritual quest through the content I posted online when I was 15 years old, when I was just a boy coming into his own, a coming-of-age story of Charles when I was still just coming to terms with the fact that I might not get any taller. And I found some of it today, which put a big smile on my face, and I wanted to share it. Now, as I've said, I've made a couple videos on this, and in those videos I told you all that I made this channel when I was 11. On this channel I had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos that I deleted, both out of embarrassment and out of fear, because a lot of the stuff I uploaded was like music from unsigned rappers like Soulja Boy. Before he had a label, I used to post his songs on my channel way back then. And stuff like that, and I made montages using really popular music, and I was worried about getting striked for the DMCA. So I lit the whole library on fire and pissed on the ashes. I removed hundreds of videos, and I still regret it to this day. I'm still shaking my fist, cursing the day that my prepubescent mind decided that this was the proper course when dealing with a potential threat of DMCA. When my video got picked up by Ray William Johnson, the Q-Op video, I panicked. I thought, like, all of a sudden my channel was going to be on the radar of, like, music industry hitmen. I thought there was going to be, like, assassins coming for me because I used a Breaking Benjamin song in one of my Gears of War montages, so I just fucking blasted all of those things out of existence. And to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if there are assassins that the music industry sends against 12 and 11-year-olds for music, but I really do wish I just privated the videos instead of just outright removing them, because I have still not found a way to get those back. Hopefully YouTube still has it somewhere, but I have no idea how to access it. But anyway, what I did find isn't those videos that I removed, but I found some of my old Justin TV live streams. That's how long I've been doing fucking content on the internet. I used to stream on Justin TV pretty often. I'd say like 3-4 times a week, and I was around 15 at that time. And brother, let me tell you what, these are some of the finest live stream clips you'll ever see. As God is my witness, I make the claim that these are potentially the best live streaming clips to ever survive the Justin TV purge.
Shit, I'm the last one. Critical. We can do oh, shit. 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 Oh, shit. Shit. Ah! Damn it, I ran out of ammo. Ah! Split the defense. Split the defense. Hustle play. Go, critical. Buy something. Shit, I bought the same damn gun. I hate this fucking gun. Shit. I did it! Holy shit! Oh, Jesus. Alright, I'm back. Okay, what's going on here? Alright, who wants to tell me where to go?
Now that second clip, I know you're gonna need to cool down after all that adrenaline coursing through your veins after such a high-octane Paper Mario stream there, asking the chat to just guide me through it. How naive I was to think the chat had any fucking idea how to play the game, or really any game they backseat on. So, this is the only 2 surviving clips I could find of my Justin TV streaming career. I only streamed for like the first half of 2010 and maybe late 2009, I don't quite remember, but I streamed like Luigi's Mansion, a whole bunch of old school games. And I'd really love to see some more of those, but they don't exist anymore unless Justin himself somehow kept the records from my old channel there. But for those that don't know, Justin TV was the predecessor to Twitch. Before Twitch, there was Justin TV. I remember when I was streaming on there, the most popular streams were like 200 viewers for Angry Video Game Nerd 24/7 streams, and also a channel called 4Player Podcast. And other than that, it was mainly just channels like mine, where it was like 10, 15 viewers, just playing a bunch of games in almost unrecognizable quality, so you didn't even know what the fuck you were looking at. It looked like snuff films or footage of Bigfoot, but that was just kind of the fun of it. It was just a crazy, wild time for the entire internet when it came to content creation. Now, we're in luck, because I got a fucking double whammy here. I'm coming in with both fists. I also found my old GameFAQs posts. Now, as I've said on the podcast, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about it in videos before, when I was first starting to create content using like my voice and narrating stuff, I came up with this series called Fun Tactics, and it was for Battlefield Bad Company 2 as well as other games, but Bad Company 2 is where it really started with making commentary videos. And I used to post every video from the Fun Tactics series on GameFAQs, because at the time, GameFAQs was the most popular forum for gamers. This was like the hub of gaming. Like if you had gamer gunk in your veins, if you were an ultimate turbo gaming warlord, you were on GameFAQs writing shitty guides and participating in arguments there. It was like Reddit, but without everyone pretending to be super genius, MODOK, masterminds, supreme intelligence overlords. And it was just such a nice trip down memory lane seeing all this, because I thought GameFAQs had wiped all of their old shit from their old unused boards, but I guess for some reason these fossils have survived, which is great to see. Nowadays, GameFAQs isn't as popular as it used to be. I think there's only like 4 or 5 active users anymore. I really don't know. I don't know who's still using GameFAQs or what for, maybe to buy and sell drugs, but I haven't really heard anyone talk about it in a long time. But I gotta tell you, going back and visiting it feels so good. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these bad boys. Here they are in all their glory, all of these incredible Fun Tactics posts. Oh, goodness gracious, still the best fire to ever drop on the Bad Company 2 GameFAQs board, I would say. Now, I scrolled through a lot of these reading some of the comments because I was looking for one guy in particular, and I talked about it on the podcast. I had like an arch nemesis in here, like the Thanos to my Avengers. His name was Boney Tony. I'll never forget his name. He would insult the fuck out of me every time I posted one of these, but I couldn't find him in any of these threads. I don't know if like he removed his account to remove the post or something, but I couldn't find any of them anymore. So I don't know what happened there. I guess maybe there was like a truce at some point that I forgot about, but man, I still remember he would insult my voice, which is why in one of the videos I was talking about how it's my real voice, and I'm not afraid to be confident in the way that I sound. And then there's this post right here, episode 5. This was a very controversial one. So when I made this advanced spotting technique, people did not like it. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I know people were really upset because I wasn't actually helping the team at all. I was just kind of standing still and just making a mockery of it. And I gotta fucking tell you, they held my feet to the fire. I was thrown to the wolves, it felt like. They did not like the video, and I felt terrible. I felt horrible. I removed it and came up with a different fun tactic the next day. It was rough. They were eating my asshole for lunch. I wish I could see the video, because like I said, I don't actually remember what I did in it. If I had to guess, I imagine I was using like a tracker dart and shooting a teammate, maybe? Because at the time, I know I hated recon players that just camped in a bush sniping. So I guess probably what I would have done is just taken the tracker and shot my own teammate with it so the enemy could see them, which would make sense with the title, but I don't know for sure. I'm just spitballing because that sounds like something I would have done in Bad Company 2 back then. That would be my guess. But yeah, anyway, that was definitely the most controversial fun tactic video I ever made. And just seeing these posts again is such a fucking joy. It's just, man, what a crazy time on the internet back then. I think this is every surviving artifact from my early days on the internet that I could find. I really do hope at some point I can get access to the old deleted YouTube videos I had, because fuck, I want to see those so badly. I had AMVs and shit, I had montages, I had 1v1s, it was fuck, I really want to see all that shit again. And there were boner jams galore in those videos. I had boner jam after boner jam in those montages, and I don't remember a lot of those songs, so I'd like to hear those songs again too, like shit. I mean, hopefully those still exist somewhere on like some dusty old crusty ass YouTube server somewhere that I can eventually get access to, but for now, can't find them, and I just wanted to share this shit with all of you because I thought it was a really cool trip down memory lane and just a little journey to the past. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah, I've got a secret, and I'm not afraid to share it right now. Much like Bruce Wayne keeping his Batman identity a secret, I've got something that I've been keeping from you. And you're not going to believe me when I tell you this, but it is the truth. I used to be a virgin. Not only did I used to be a virgin, I used to be a turbo virgin who was extremely proud of the fact that he was a virgin. In my early college years, I used to brag about being a virgin to anyone that would listen. I was like those dudes that stand on corners with the sign saying the end is near, just talking about doomsday. I was that with virginity. And every day was virginity day for me. I made a video talking about this a little while back about how I used to brag about being a virgin. I really went hard on that being a core part of my identity in my early college years. When I did talk to girls, I would treat it like I was on Shark Tank and I was pitching my virginity to them like a business that they should invest in. It was very sad and pathetic. But I figured I'd share a few more stories from this era of my life, this arc in the Charlie anime, because there's some real golden nuggets in there that I think maybe a few of you could learn from. Though I don't imagine too many of you watching this right now think virginity is cool or something worth bragging about all the time, unless of course you're trying to be a pastor or teaching abstinence at a high school or some shit as like a sex ed teacher. But anyway, I wanted to share a couple of these stories. So the first tale from the compendium of Charles White's virginity stories is actually one that I shared on a stream recently. It was my sophomore year of college, 2014. Five Nights at Freddy's is the hottest shit, just came out. We've never seen anything like that. Our assholes blown wide open by Five Nights at Freddy's. It was a dark and stormy night, and my roommate had a girl over. It wasn't anyone romantic, they weren't together, they weren't, anything at all. It was a friend of his from high school who came down to party at the university. I did not go to a party that night. I stayed in the dorm room watching cartoons. After the partying had ceased and everyone had their fun, my roommate went to bed, but she didn't. She sat on the couch and watched whatever cartoon I was watching at the time. I think I was watching Justice League or some shit, so she was wet. And she just started talking about how much fun she had at the party and eventually asked me why I didn't go with them. And I tried to play it cool. I said, I had better things to do. And if I had a cigar, I would have lit it in that moment right there and just blew a big fucking puff. I was really trying to be suave about it, but the reality is the reason I didn't go was because I wasn't invited. It was a very low-key party, and this was when I still wasn't super familiar with my roommates. They were probably afraid I'd crawl on top of one of the tables and start trying to lead like a virginity chant, like, raise your hands if you're a virgin. Oh, just me? Even better, something weird. So they didn't ask me to go, which is why I wasn't there. But anyway, of course, me being this virginity evangelist that wouldn't shut the fuck up about virginity, we talked more about some shit, I don't remember what, but of course, me being the mysterious anime loser virgin extraordinaire back then, I eventually steered our conversation into a talk of virginity. And I started telling her about, how great it is being a virgin and how, maybe I'll lose it soon if I'm really feeling like it, as if I had, a ton of options, like my fucking cell phone was full of applicants to take my virginity. And she said something that still rings in my ears sometimes when I'm trying to go to bed. After telling her all of this about my virginity and telling it with a real smile on my face, really fucking saying it with my chest like I am a virgin, she hit 19-year-old Charles with a giggle and a wow, that's so sad. And she thought I was kidding, so she started making jokes about it, and I insisted that no, I was being serious, and I was like, damn. On the inside I was like, damn, that was brutal, that shit hurt, but she's not wrong. The more I say it out loud, the more I realize how sad it is. And then she goes on to say, I'll suck your dick if you want. And I went into a full fucking meltdown mode. It was like something out of Tom and Jerry when like the stars are going around when they're like knocked out. I was having like a fucking meltdown. And I eventually just went into like full Redditor mode. I was like, oh gee, whoa. No, madame, I could never ask such a thing of you. Absolutely not. I would not have that. I'd like my virginity to stay, thank you very much, you harpy, you succubus. So I stood my ground and declined the blowjob, which was a more than generous offer from her, might I add. She was just gonna take one for the team, a real champion. Like, what a great friend my roommate had. And honestly, I probably saved her life by declining that blowjob because I don't think she quite knew what she was dealing with and getting into. She was about to bite off more than she could chew. She was like Icarus flying way too close to the sun. If she did give me that blowjob, I would have blasted an unholy cum shot at an unreal velocity that probably would have pierced the back of her throat and gone out the other side. It would have looked like she got hit by a fucking sniper. My wiener had never even been accidentally touched by a human female. The closest thing my cock ever got to a girl touching it back during that time was when a girl accidentally hit me in the balls with her criminology book when we were standing up from the table in the classroom. So if she blew me, I would have busted a nut of biblical proportion, a dangerous nut. So really, I made a noble decision and saved her life by declining that. And I think that incident right there where she said it was so sad that she was just going to offer me a blowjob really put it in perspective how sad it really was. Because it was so sad that not only did she tell me to my face how sad it was, but she tried to offer like consolation, as if she was trying to console someone who was grieving. Pretty wild stuff. And I figured I'll share one more story because this one's just as embarrassing. Probably not as embarrassing, though. It's probably worse. Before my sophomore year of college, my high school had a reunion party at one of the girls' houses, and this is when I just started drinking, and I was getting after it. I was fucking hitting that alcohol real hard. And one thing that I talked about this in the previous bragging about virginity video, but one thing I used to do is I would get drunk and start bragging about my virginity in different accents. Well, I remember at this high school reunion party with all my old high school classmates, I reached that level of drunk where it was time that Irish Charlie come out and start talking about his virginity. So, for the whole night that I can remember before total blackout, I was talking in an Irish accent about how great it is being a virgin and how everyone who had lost their virginity had just failed to reach enlightenment. I was the happiest one being a virgin, all in an Irish accent, of course. And then I do remember one of the girls kissed me and I pre-came down my leg. I don't know if it was like a pity kiss or something or like pent up feelings from high school, though I doubt it because I was a real fucking weirdo in high school. But I remember one of the girls kissing me and I pre-came down my leg. At least that's what I tell myself, that it was pre-cum. Honestly, it could have just been a full load that I blew down my leg. I really don't know. But I do know I wasn't invited to the follow-up high school reunion party the next year. So there's a very good chance that I might have just shit myself, honestly, down my leg. It could have been anything. It could have been any mystery fluid coming out of there. I couldn't tell you. But yeah, just a couple more tales from this time where I thought bragging about being a virgin was cool. Again, the lesson to take away. Bragging about virginity is a weird thing to do. So yeah, probably just avoid that. Don't do that. That's it. See ya. The title isn't clickbait. I actually left my house today. I left my sacred dojo of Greece today for the first time in a few months, and I hated it. It was an absolute fucking disaster. It's like when the groundhog pops out of his hole and sees his shadow signaling a couple more weeks of winter. That's what it was like for me. I came out of my little hole here and I saw something far more terrifying than a shadow, which means a couple more months of me staying inside. Now let me clarify, when I say first time leaving my house, I mean first time going somewhere. Like, I've stepped outside into my backyard with the dogs to take them out and shit, so I've been readjusted to the sun, kind of, so the sun and I are no longer enemies. It took like a month of work just to get to that point, though. Like, I didn't go outside at all, even the backyard, for a full month just because I'm a bit of a hypochondriac, and I wasn't entirely convinced I could trust the air outside. Could have virus particles in it, and I just wasn't taking the chance, but after a month, I did wander outside, and I swear to God, I thought I was going to die of vitamin D overdose. I felt like it was about to be that scene from Indiana Jones when they open the Ark of the Covenant and everyone's skin is melting off of their fucking bones. That's what it felt like first time seeing the sun, but since then, I've become reacclimated to it, so the sun and I are no longer enemies. So going somewhere today, the sun wasn't the problem. It was just everything else about the adventure here. So my journey wasn't like a noble expedition or anything. I didn't leave my house to go put out a fire nearby or save a kitten from a tree. The reason I left my house was to go to a Walmart. And the reason I was going to a Walmart is because I wanted to look at their as seen on TV products, because I was hoping I could find some Nick Bolton originals like the tack shaver, the tack lantern, and the tack glasses, and really put them to the test. I just kind of had that itch to try out more as seen on TV products because it's been a while since I've done that, and I knew Walmart carried them. And you know, for as seen on TV products, I decided, you know what? It's worth the risk. I'll make this journey for this. Just like Moses, I decided I was going to climb this mountain and get the 10 Commandments and bring them back down for the people to enjoy. But instead of 10 Commandments, what I was getting from the top of the mountain was tactical shaving devices and tactical glasses and shit. So not quite as cool as 10 Commandments, but still something that I felt was very important. And now, I decided to look it up. The last time I even started my car was March 15th, and I know that because the last time I left my house to go somewhere was March 15th to go see the movie The Hunt. And from then until today, my car hadn't been started a single time. It's gotten no exercise, shit's getting out of shape, and it's just overall not feeling very well. I'm actually surprised it even started today at all. It's just been waiting for over 2 months now just for any amount of action that wasn't coming. And then today I said, you know what, you're off the bench, let's get you in the starting lineup, and they answered the call. My car started up with no problems, I threw on my mask, and I was ready to rumble. The trip to Walmart was pretty odd because there were so many cars on the road. I was led to believe that it was going to be like a ghost town if I went outside, like fucking going through Chernobyl, but that wasn't the case. The traffic was the same as I remembered it so long ago, the last time I ventured outside. So I feel like nothing has really changed outside in society except for me not being a part of it anymore, which made me feel kind of like an outcast, like that kid that sits alone at the middle school lunch table. But that was the first thing I noticed. When I actually got to Walmart, things were very different there. They had it like caution taped off as if it was a crime scene with a chalk outline on the ground from a murder that happened over Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something. It looked really intense and intimidating. They had like 5 kiosks outside. I don't know what the little stands were for. I didn't want to have any like actual close contact with a human being. I wanted to avoid my own species as much as possible, so I didn't investigate. I really can't imagine. Maybe they were selling like fucking lollipops or something, or maybe it was the Girl Scouts parents or some shit selling. I don't know. But there was a bunch of little kiosks outside that I have no idea what purpose they served. Almost everyone was wearing a mask, which made me feel like I was back in my college freshman year going to a rave where everyone used to wear these masks with little skulls on them. There's also just a really good handful of people that weren't wearing a mask, which I found odd because the people that weren't wearing a mask were the people that I felt really should, or most likely at least would consider, because they were all predominantly older people, and then a couple people that looked like they were on some kind of alcoholic binge and like stumbling over themselves. So I felt like the people that weren't wearing a mask were the people that really should have at least thought about it. But I mean, I'm not their parents. They can make their own decisions. I just thought that was something interesting. It was when I finally got into the Walmart where things really started to go south for this whole adventure here that I'd chosen to go on. So going inside is when things really opened up. I immediately made my way to the as seen on TV products stand, I suppose, and I didn't find any tack devices. Not a single Nick Bolton certified tactical tool, and I searched multiple times. I even went to the kids department. Not that I think Nick Bolton's tactical devices should be in the kids department, because these are tactical tools for tactical guys. They aren't children's toys. They're extremely dangerous for tactical situations. I mean, I swear to God, Nick Bolton's probably going to be selling tactical C4 just in case. So they shouldn't be in the kids department, but I wanted to make sure no stone was left unturned. I wanted to make sure that I checked everywhere thoroughly to find Nick Bolton's tactical devices. And it was when I went to the kids department that I saw my first little skirmish. There was 2 mothers, neither of which were wearing a mask, and they were getting into it a little bit. There was a verbal argument, which I love to hear. I do love public freakouts, and I kind of had an expectation going out today that there was going to be something like that just because everything I've seen online from it. And I was lucky enough to at least kind of encounter one. But in my head, it was a much bigger deal than it was. In reality, they were just kind of arguing about something. I don't know what. I don't know if they knew each other, but they were arguing. Maybe they were arguing about not being able to find Nick Bolton's devices. I have no idea. But since we were in the same aisle, I was right next to it. And to me, I was starting to panic. Like, my blood pressure was starting to skyrocket because I was like, fuck. They're arguing, there's going to be saliva flying all over the place. What if one of them's sick? Now I've put myself in between a bullet and a target because we're sharing the same row. So in my head, I'm hearing this argument and I'm just picturing like fight night, like in a boxing match, you know, in the movies where it's like a slow motion punch. And and their head turns and the sweat's flying all over the audience like it's SeaWorld in the splash zone. That's what I was picturing. So I was hurrying up my investigation because I started panicking, worried about this invisible enemy that could be coming my way down the aisle. And so I got the fuck out of there. I went back to the as seen on TV stand. I didn't see anything, so eventually I just said it's not here and I got out. So as I left the glorious Walmart limp-dicked and sad, I walked back to my car, and that's when the actual fucking disaster of the day happened. I got fucking swarmed. Well, swarmed is an exaggeration. There was a single wasp that tracked me from the Walmart to my car. It was like fucking stalking me, waiting to make a move on my wallet. So this wasp fucking attacked me when I was about to get in the car, and when I say attacked, it landed on my head and freaked the shit out of me. So I was freaking out, like slapping at my head, and then I accidentally slapped my own fucking mask off onto the goddamn ground, which now that's ruined. I can't ever touch that again, so I left that there. And I'm fucking battling this fucking wasp, getting into my car. Now I'm exposed to the outside elements. I've lost my radiation suit because my mask is on the ground. This wasp will not leave me the fuck alone. I can't get my car open because I keep fucking fumbling the unlock on my keys. So it was just a true upsetting time that made me feel like I had just been brutalized. The wasp must have sensed my weakness, and it was shaking me down for my lunch money at the car. It was fucking mugging me right there in the Walmart parking lot. And that's when it really set in on me, like, this must have been a sign. Like, Charlie, you shouldn't be outside yet. Give it a little more time to marinate, and then you can go outside later. This is me telling you, stay inside for now. And I took that at face value, so I will be staying inside again, at least for a couple more weeks or something, because that wasp attack that fucking compromised my safety, that was enough for me to say, all right, that's probably enough. That's probably my one journey for the next month or so. So I'm back inside, and I just wanted to share with you my experience of my first time going back outside into society. And yeah, what a remarkable experience it was. I got nothing in return for it other than traumatized by a wasp. I really fucking hate wasps, always have. Wasps really suck ass, so fuck wasps. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Today, I was hit with a flood of nostalgia. During the official podcast episode we recorded today, Jackson brought up old stories he used to write with his friend about naked bananas that he'd draw cock and balls on. He called it Banana Family or some shit like that, but it was basically just bananas with their dicks out. And it reminded me that when I was younger, I used to write stories and shit like that too. So I asked my mom if she kept any of them, because I remembered a few, and she found every single fucking story I wrote, and I'd like to come in here and share them with you, because I could have very well have been the next Stephen King. Like, I got some real Alan Wake shit here. We'll start with the Unreal Events here. So, as you can see, Unreal Events, Chapter 1 is a question mark in and of itself. Like, even you can't even trust the author. I don't even know if it's Chapter 1, so what hope do you have? So, let's begin. Now, if you're interested in mystery books and scary situations in a book, then you are reading the right book. If you do not like books like that, then you might not like this book. Now, I must tell you the dreadful story about the orphans' mysteries and terrible situations. I can immediately smell a hint of a series of unfortunate events kind of emanating from the pages here. I was really channeling that energy. So the children were from the second richest family in the world. Their last names were Vondelay. They had 3 kids. Their first was Sydney. She was 15, and she loved to invent things. The next was Jack. He was 13, and had already read more books than a human might have read their entire life. Their youngest child was Marie. She was 1 year old and loved to eat a lot. You'll notice immediately some grammar mistakes. I'm using the wrong there almost every single time, so it's basically like reading a fucking Twitch chat. But I think I was like 6 or 7, 8 maybe, probably like 19 when I wrote this. So, I mean, it was an excusable mistake. One day, they were at a beach, Sydney, just looking at the water, Jack reading a book, and Marie eating some carrots, when an investigator came and said, "I'm very sorry to report this, but it seems that your home was burned down and your..." Never finished it. I know, that's a fucking shame. I really hooked you in there with that teaser for it, but I never got to finishing that one, unfortunately. Probably a cease and desist from the series of unfortunate events, guys. But I tell you, if I had finished that, that could have been a banger. Now this one, there's no title. I don't know what the fuck this is for, but I'll read it anyway. Every night in China, 8 ninjas rob a bank. The 8 ninjas knock the guard out, but one night 7 guards caught the ninjas, but the ninjas still won. I don't know how that happened. If the guards caught the ninjas, they lost, right? But somehow they must have snuck out using some ninjutsu stuff. Escapides, one more guard, saw the ninjas stealing, and he targeted to fight, but he lost, and the ninjas escaped. The next night, the 8 ninjas robbed the same bank, and this time they were ready. The fight went. I had this bad habit of coming up with a great gripping introduction, but never following through on the actual meat, which is a goddamn shame. We're gonna get into some horror here. Here's my ghost book. As you can see, some pretty solid ghosts. Little clip art here. It looks better than half the shit on Tumblr, if I do say so myself. So let's dive in. Ghosts. A big ghost. A little ghost. Naturally, yes. A happy ghost. That is one ghost feeling some intense jubilation. That is a very happy ghost. I haven't read this yet. I wrote it, but I don't remember it from fucking 20 years ago. I'm gonna guess the next ghost is sad. We'll see. It's stuck together. Must have accidentally like came on this or something. A sad ghost. What do you know? A scary ghost. I'm not trying to put the fear of God in you or anything. I'm not trying to scare anyone, but just be warned, it is a bit frightening. Boo. That's all she wrote. That's the end of the book by Charlie. So those are like 3 unstructured ones, but then we get to some actual fully fledged stories, finished top to bottom, inspected by some of the finest literary masterminds the world has ever seen. This one could have been the next Magic Treehouse series. This is Ducks Military Operation Takedown. The operation was so covert, I couldn't even write anything about it without going to jail. It's a blank introduction, because it is that fucking secretive. I'm half expecting to turn this page and have it all be like blacked out, like CIA's redacted, everything's just censored. But let's dive in here and see what kind of war crimes were committed by the Ducks military. Chapter 1. A long time ago, a scientist named Earl took 2,000 ducks and experimented on the ducks. At first it was a failed experiment, but now the experiment is a success. Why? Because I fucking say so, I guess. I don't know how it failed but then succeeded. I don't know what Earl did. Maybe CRISPR or something. Now they have their own military with a pig and some dogs. Now to our story. Honestly, this is better than Angry Birds movies. Like, this story makes more sense so far. It's like right in line with them, and it's got some good narrative plot lines I'm developing here. Hey, said Earl, the pig, to Bob. Earl is the duck's special weapon, and Bob is the leader. Yes, what do you want? Said Bob. Man, do you like toast? Shut up. Now, ducks, we must win this war, Bob said. They all looked at him weirdly. What war? They asked. Oh, I don't know. Oh yeah, the war against the penguins. Jesus, where did that come from? Little Deus Ex Machina coming in here. Bob said, what do we need to go to war with the penguins? They asked. Because they kidnapped one of the members from the DOTS team. That is their SWAT team, said Bob. I wonder what DOTS stood for in my head. DOTS team. Dicks out, touchdown summer, maybe. I don't really know. Now these penguins have well-trained soldiers. Their leader's name is Dunkin' Donut. I wasn't even sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts, I don't believe. Yeah, there's the chapter 1. It's like the beginning to a Harry Potter book, I know. God, imagine what I could have been today if I had only kept writing. I have so many of these fucking things. We have Cool Cow Adventures, Chapter 1. We have so much shit here. Like, I have Moon Ninja. I have Moon Ninja 1 and 2. I have Moon Ninja and Moon Ninja Returns, naturally, because you can't beat Moon Ninja that easily in one book. I have an entire series of Nutty Noodle Man. Where's some Nutty Noodle Man? Yeah. We got Nutty Noodle Man vs. Dr. Dummy. And we have Nutty Noodle Man versus a lot of other people as well. He fought a lot of enemies, but... See, there's Moon Ninja. I actually turned that in for a grade. The teacher said, "Wow, this is a great report. I see that you like action stories." Guarantee she didn't even read it. It's not all about action in Moon Ninja. It was about weaving some subtle narrative plot points in a relatable villain, like Thanos or some shit. And she said, "I just like action books." That's fucked up. But anyway, yeah, there's a ton of fucking stories here. I'll probably read most of them on the podcast because that was kind of a topic, and now I have a lot to bring to show and tell for the next time that comes up. So I just wanted to share with you a few things and let you all know I could have been a fucking prolific writer, but now we're here instead, which I'm fine with because maybe the world wasn't ready for Duck's military operation takedown. But that's about it. So yeah. I don't think I've ever shared a story about myself so embarrassing that it changes the way you look at me. I've shared a lot of embarrassing stories with girls and shit that I've had in the past, but nothing that's so goddamn game-changingly cringe-inducing that you vomit and think less of me until today. I was trying to think of a story that I wanted to talk about because I wanted to tell a really embarrassing one today, but I wanted to amp this shit up to the highest fucking level I could. So I was going to my past, of which there's a myriad of embarrassing stories to choose, but I wanted to find the perfect one. And then I remembered something that made me sick to my goddamn stomach, so I can't wait to share it with all of you. So to preface this happened in high school. The year is 2011. This was right after my third lung collapse. If you've been following me for a while, you know my lung collapsed 3 times. And the last time it happened was 2011. Well, in 2011, I got surgery to have it fixed. And before I went into surgery, there was a girl I had a crush on that had just added me back on Facebook. And I decided I'd send her this goddamn scholarly "oorah, I love you" message to her. And we had never spoken. So this girl and I never spoke once in our lives, not even by accident. If I farted somewhere in school, there's no way she would ever fucking smell it because we were never even close to each other in any sense of the word. The only reason we even knew about each other, or rather the only reason I knew about her, was because she was a cheerleader and I played basketball. Other than that, no communication, literally not even eye contact. And yet for some reason, in 2011, I sent this girl the most disgustingly embarrassing messages when I was in the hospital. I haven't read them. I screenshotted them today, and I sent them to myself so I could read them to you today, and we can experience this together as a lesson in how not to ever approach a woman in any way. So allow me, please. Pickup artist legend Charlie is going to guide you through the how don'ts, the do-nots of women. So let's go ahead and get into these messages here. So Ace Pussy Slang God Charles in 2011 leads with, "I know you and I have never talked, but I just wanted to tell you that you are one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen." Now some of you might hear that and think I came on a little too strong. Looking back on it now, hindsight's 2020, I don't think I came on strong enough. I should have led with "I love you." Signed Charles, and then a little kiss, and then maybe go from there. So after I said this, she responds with a simple question mark. Nothing else, just one character, a question mark. I was already in the hospital, but if I wasn't, that right there would have sent me into the hospital with fucking cardiac arrest. That shit hurt so goddamn bad at the time. But I mean, what can you expect when someone leads with some shit like this? This is the kind of shit you see on Twitter with a bad English associated with it, with a "send bobs and bitch lasagna, please, vagina look good with penis" and stuff like that. It's a creepy message. Any girl should respond with a question mark or nothing at all. But anyway, my spirits weren't deterred. I continued. "Yeah, I'm in the hospital and just said fuck it. It's worth a try. You probably don't think the same. You probably don't think the same about me, but I just wanted to say that." That's some nice guy shit right there. Jesus Christ. Well, this is pretty fucking bad. Let's keep going. To that she says, "Oh, I'm sorry," frowny face, "but thanks, I guess. Why are you in the hospital?" I'm surprised she even believed I was in the hospital, to be honest. You got a fucking stranger coming at you, pretending like he's going off to war and sending a love letter out there like it's some goddamn type of anime. If someone sent me shit like this, I'd be like, "Yeah, sure, buddy. I'm sure you're in the hospital. What do you have? Small dick syndrome going on? There's no cure. Get out of my DMs. I have recurrent pneumothorax in my left lung. It has collapsed 3 times, and tomorrow I have surgery to repair it." Sad violins playing, I'm sure, when I was typing this. "I just wanted to tell you that before I had the surgery. I know that it is..." Excuse me, I've got to scroll to the next one. It's a little out of order. 2019 Charlie clearly doesn't know how to fucking screenshot things in order. Here we go. I know that it is a weird way to start a conversation. I also know that I came on way too strong telling you that. Self-awareness, key. Even back then I had it. Even back then I'm like, Jesus, I'm sounding really fucking weird, but I'm still going for it. Didn't stop me. Should have stopped me, to be honest. Yeah, that's the lesson to take away here. Don't do this. You know, at this, when you're starting to recognize, like, holy shit, this is too strong and I'm being very weird, just stop. Then she says something very odd. On behalf of all the YouTube comments, Charles, I hope you cut your hair. I'm not cutting my hair. She didn't say that. I'm just telling you, stop telling me to fucking cut my hair. I want to see what it looks like real long. I want to look like a goddamn lead singer in a mid-2000s emo band. Just let me fucking have this, alright? So anyway, she asked about the surgery and shit. Nothing to talk about there. But then, as we're starting to wrap up, I say, just wondering, do you know who I am? If you don't, I bet this is the most fucked up conversation you've ever been a part of. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a fucked up way of going about things, past Charles. Jesus Christ. I sound like some type of spoiled rich kid. Do you know who my father is? He invented Bing. I'm a big deal. Please, please love me, please. God damn it. I'm in the hospital. For God's sakes, do you know who I am? God, these are such embarrassing messages. She says, haha, no, I do know who you are. Like, I've seen you, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. I was a very odd guy, odd looking too. I had this really weird my hair looks like shit now, but back then I had an even weirder hairstyle where I shaved all, like the side, the back, and the top of my head, like it was a one with the clippers, but the front was about as long as it is now. So everything was pretty shaven except the bangs. So yeah, I was a fucking lunatic. It'd be hard to forget it'd be hard not to see me and make fun of me. I was one step shy of like a trench coat fedora wearing fucking loser in high school. I really was. So yeah, it makes sense that she at least remembered what I looked like, because I looked like a goddamn fucking psychopath. So to that I said, oh, sorry, I bet this is weird for you, huh? The only way to make things like this not weird is to keep saying, yeah, this is probably weird, right? That way it's, it takes the tension off. It's like, oh, he's saying it's weird. It can't be weird if he keeps talking about how weird it is. All right, it makes sense. Like, pretty much every fucking line I say in here is about how weird it is, and yet I keep going. To that she says, I don't mind at all. So then in closing, this is my finisher. This is my Mortal Kombat fatality, my big grand finale here. All right, cool. Maybe when I get out of here, we can talk more so I can get to know you a little better. I'm not as weird as this conversation makes me seem. You know. Little pro tip to the ladies: don't take someone up on that offer. They most likely are pretty fucking socially inept. I certainly was, 100%. We never talked after this. I can't imagine why, but we never spoke or anything. Nothing ever came of this, unsurprisingly. However, I'm sure if we did, I would have been still just as socially inept talking in person as I was on the Facebook Messenger. So the lesson, ladies and gentlemen, don't be weird. That's always the advice I give to someone going into college and shit. Just don't be weird. Don't be super forward. Don't be super out there. Just be normal conversations. Let things, simmer, develop, sniff things out. Don't just come in there guns blazing, fucking jerking off. I love you. Do you love me? Like, come on, 2011 Charlie. I look back on shit like this and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I never recognized how bad I was until you get older. So, it's a pretty embarrassing story. Maybe it's not as embarrassing for listening to it, but for me recollecting on this, it's fucking bad, man. Like, Jesus Christ. That girl was probably scared for her fucking life, thinking I'd be tossing pebbles at her window late at night at like 2 a.m. Hey, did you think about me in the hospital? I'm alright now. You want to talk? Shit, man. Well, that's the end of the story. Another nice tale for the compendium of awful interactions I've had with women, all of which being my fault, from my past. So, yeah, fuck yeah. That's it. See ya.
So tell me again about how you almost ruined Christmas with that fat shit.
A classic Christmas tale as old as time itself. Well, this one goes out to all you Christmas enthusiasts out there. Gather around your fireplace, put on your best bathrobe, and just cuddle on up as I tell you this timeless tale. A tale Dr. Seuss would be afraid to tell you, but I'm not. I go where Dr. Seuss never would. So, I'm not a religious man by any means. I've seen Rick and Morty. I've been wubba-lubba-dub-dub to enlightenment. Rick Sanchez has opened my third fucking eye, But Tiana's family is moderately religious, so they go to church every Christmas Eve. And I was very hungry, so before then, Tiana had brought me, I guess, whatever the fuck she found in the dumpster on her way home. It was just like 2 pieces of burnt charcoal and mulch that was slapped between stale bread and covered in motor oil. But I ate it. I was so hungry I'd eat the asshole off of a farmer. Not that farmers have notoriously filthy buttholes or anything, but it just serves to illustrate that I was extremely hungry at that given time period. So I ate the sandwich. Upon finishing that unholy abomination of what some people would call food, I suppose, I could immediately feel a fat shit cooking deep within my rectum that was going to send 2018 out with a bang. I only wish I had more time to evacuate my ass before going to church, but we were cutting it close. We were down to the wire in the 4th quarter, and I didn't have time. We needed to get to church because the service was at 4, and it was like 3:35 when I finished eating whatever she pulled up from the soil on her way home. And I knew that this was probably going to be how I died. I thought it was going to be an absolute disaster. It felt as though God himself was exorcising my asshole. I was going to shit out all of my Christmas spirit. God himself would smell it, and he would frown upon what he had put on this earth. His creation disappointed him. My shit was going to be outrageous, biblical, and it was going to be in the house of the Lord, a holy place. But for just a moment, I let the devil into my colon, and it was rearing its ugly head. Lucifer was going to infiltrate that church, and his portal was my butthole. And so I was cooking up this hard stomach aching, big shit ready to rock and roll, and we got in the car. I was being a trooper like a champion. I hopped in the car, and Tiana's dad was fucking drifting around corners, which didn't help. I was just getting the juices flowing, fucking scooting in sideways to church right in the nick of time to make it to the service. And at that moment, that church wasn't a church. That was a fucking battlefield. That was a war zone right there, an active war zone. And I knew I was about to drop something the toilet would never forget. The church bathroom was the shores of Normandy, and my asshole was the ships carrying the soldiers, and it was about to be an all-out charge. And I knew I was probably going to ruin Christmas. I knew this wasn't going to be like a short shit. This was going to be like a overnight camping trip of shitting. I could feel it the whole way. I knew what I was dealing with. I'm a shit connoisseur. I've shit a lot in my life. And I knew what I had ready to rock and roll. And I didn't want to just disappear for the whole church service because it means a lot to Mr. and Mrs. Tiana parents, so I felt really bad, but there's nothing I could do about it. Anyway, I go in, and it's like a Christmas miracle out of a fairy tale. The second I sat down in the pews with the church manuscript or the schedule, whatever the fuck is going on, the basketball roster, whatever the fuck they talk about Christmas Eve for church, as soon as I started reading that, I didn't have to shit at all. The Lord pulled the shit from my colon for just that moment, and I made it through the entire service without taking a fat shit. And that's how Christmas of 2018 was spared in the Pennsylvania area.
And how many songs did you sing at church, Charlie?
0 songs. I'm surprised the church wasn't singing to me. Hey, he did it. He didn't fucking poop himself over there. Yeehaw! Holy nights. Silent charting over there. Welcome to another riveting story time from my compendium of social ineptitude. Today's story takes place during high school when I thought breakdancing was the dopest shit. I used to think breakdancers were society's alpha males that couldn't walk 5 steps in public without falling penis first into a consenting vagina. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to learn to be a b-boy, an ultimate breakdancing Chad, to impress girls. Keep in mind, this was about a decade ago, so there was movies coming out that focused on breakdancing and how cool it was. The one that had the biggest impact on me was called You Got Served. That movie was like my Eye of the Tiger. I would throw that shit on religiously to get myself pumped up and motivated, start pumping testosterone into my dick like, yeah, alright, I'll start serving people soon, I can do this. So I'd watch a shitload of shitty Expert Village tutorials on breakdancing till I got to a point where I was like, I'm confident, I can do this in front of people now and it'll be really cool. Spoiler alert, I was never actually good at it and it was never cool, but that didn't stop me. Every single school dance function from probably freshman year of high school to senior year of high school, I would be that fucking sociopath on the dance floor during the first song, busting it wide open. You know, like at all the dances like homecoming and shit, the first song nobody's on the dance floor because it's not cool? Well, I'd fucking cherish that moment. I would charge that dance floor like a football team storming the stadium field. I was all about that first song life. And this was during the time where The Jerk was popular. Well, not really. It was kind of on its way out anyway. But I was still trying to hold on to that glory of The Jerk. So I had this little routine that I would do at every dance function, every single fucking one of them. And unfortunately, I still remember kind of the beginning of it. So I'm going to give you a little sneak preview of what it looked like. Breakdancing. I know, ladies, just leave your sodden panties in the dirty clothes and wash them later. What you just saw right there, what you just bore witness to, was a body wave into a 6-step combination, a little groundwork that I tossed in there for flair, then the jerk tacked on at the end. A combination move only fit for the most elite b-boy gods out there. Now, at the time, this was 10 years ago, I was far more limber, so I could go from the kneeling position to the standing position without fucking blowing up my meniscus. Now is a different story. I can't exactly do it as well as I did back then, but in a nutshell, that's kind of what it looked like back then too, honestly. And let me tell you, it wasn't cool. I don't think that routine I came up with will ever be cool. If I'm wrong, please, some b-boys out there, make it better and send it to me. I'd love to see how that could possibly be improved, because in my eyes, that's as good as breakdancing gets. And they didn't appreciate it. So my high school just didn't really have a taste for the finer breakdancing things, because no girls ever thought that was cool, surprisingly. And let's fast forward. So I do that at all the dances. It never really got me anywhere or anything, and I never changed the routine. That was about the extent of it. That was my breakdancing prowess on full display. That was me sailing at full mast, full erection, red alert, and nobody gave a shit. It wasn't cool to them, and it clearly just objectively is not a very good routine. But let's fast forward to senior year. I'm still doing that routine, and I finally worked up the courage to ask a girl for her number, and she humored me by actually giving it to me. She was clearly not interested, but that didn't stop good old b-boy Charlie from trying. So in order to try and get her genuinely interested in at least like kissing me on the cheek or asking me to tie her shoes or something romantic like that, I would send her videos of me doing routines like that. But I didn't have any friends to videotape that because no one was that close to me. In fact, I don't think any of my friends would do that now because it's just embarrassing. So what I would do is I would have my dad take videos of me doing breakdancing like you just saw, except by senior year I was a little bit better. So I was able to do like kind of head spins. I couldn't do like a head spin without supporting myself with my hands. So I could kind of just like walk my head around very slowly. And I would have my dad videotape that. It'd be like a 2-minute video of me just walking my head around slowly like that on the floor. And I would send her that. And she was such a fucking sweetheart. She would send me things like, "That's so cool," or "rad." Just, man, it was pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. So I'd continue to do this. And then she stopped replying. That's how that story ends. So, in a nutshell, I still think, power moves and breakdancing are cool as shit. I can't do them. My body just wasn't made for that type of activity. But I respect the men who can, and I still think that's cool. But the lesson here is, if you're not good at breakdancing, don't try. Don't use it to impress people. Definitely don't do it at parties or at bars or at school dance functions or anything. Just keep it to yourself. And definitely don't have your father videotape them, because that's equally as embarrassing. And trust me, I wasn't shy about telling her who videotaped that. I said, "Look at what my dad just filmed me doing," like it was some type of candid photo shoot or shot. So, the lesson here, just, don't be a fucking idiot, I guess. There's really no lesson here. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are trying to breakdance to impress girls in 2018. Now it's all about your Fortnite wins. But even if there is still that splinter cell of dudes out there that are blood, sweat, and tears pouring cum into the breakdance art, make sure you're really good at it before you show anyone that shit. Trust me. It'll save you a lot of embarrassment. See ya. Anime is a word that inspires confusion, fear, and boners. On the surface, it's just another form of entertainment, but what it actually is a weapon. And like all weapons, there's the potential for misuse. This is the story of how I misused anime in my first year of college, and potentially led the entire student body to believe that I was some type of fucking lunatic who was one bad Naruto episode away from crashing his car into the side of the on-campus gym. It all started in high school. I was pretty reclusive, I didn't go out much, but I did watch a lot of anime, and it taught me two very important lessons. The first being, the power of friendship is the strongest force in the universe that not even God himself can compete with. Friendship probably led to the Big Bang creating our fucking universe. The second lesson being, the mysterious guy is always the coolest guy that big-titted girls want to fuck, and smaller-titted girls want to fuck. And I really took that lesson to heart, and I super shouldn't have. Absolutely not. But I did. And what happened is, as I graduated high school, I realized that college was my chance to really reinvent myself and change what people think about me, my perception, because no one knows about me. In high school, everyone knew me because I went to a small school, so I couldn't exactly just kick down the door one day sporting a leather jacket and riding a Harley Davidson and have everyone think I was super cool all of a sudden. They'd probably just think I was possessed by the spirit of a 40-year-old father going through his midlife crisis. But in college, nobody knew me, so I could be anything I wanted to be. And man, I wanted to be the anime mysterious guy. And holy shit did it lead to a very embarrassing and lonely first year of my college. So my college anime opened up with an incredible season opener, just a beautiful introduction. On move-in day, the literal first time setting foot in college soil, being an adult, a full-grown, full-hairy, penised adult on a college campus. On move-in day, I had my dad helping me. And going to my dorm, moving in the elevator, there was a girl and her father who were moving in there on the same floor. And my dad was talking to her dad and her a little bit. I didn't say a word. I was too cool to say a word. My dad tried to throw me into the conversation. So he asked me a real softball question that even a toddler could fumble his way through. I don't remember exactly what he asked me, but it was something like, "Oh, are you excited to move into this dorm, Charlie?" And I'll never forget my response because I remember this verbatim. I said, "You know I can't talk about that, Dad." I don't know why I said that. I guess in my head I thought that she would think that was super fucking dope, like I was some type of super secret agent that can't talk about his opinions. But really it just came across like, wow, this is a guy that I should be afraid of. But at the time, it didn't register with me like that was a weird thing to say. I went through the rest of that day being really proud of that, like, damn, fucking nailed it in the elevator. College is gonna be great. I just expected, like, if we saw each other in the hallway, she'd just be overcome with ecstasy and just charge me like, "Charlie's son," and then give me a smooch on my smoochers. But in reality, as you can imagine, that never happened. And that was really just setting the tone for the rest of that entire year for me. I wanted to, and luckily Kaya talked me out of it, I wanted to put an Xbox disc of Psychonauts around a chain on my neck, so that way people would know that I like Psychonauts. It's not exactly mysterious because I'm kind of beating you on the urethra with, I like this, I'm clearly wearing it. But I was like, this is so different. This is totally what an anime guy would do, like the mysterious guy. Another thing that I wanted to do, and Kaya again talked me out of it, he really saved me from having an even more catastrophic freshman year of college, is I wanted to carry around a deck of cards and do magic tricks at house parties or just around campus to really make people be like, damn, that was cool. I need that guy's number. Who was that guy? That guy's super cool. Let's invite the magic deck guy back, the magic card trick guy. That super awesome and fun guy. I didn't end up doing that, but I did used to do some magic tricks at house parties, which is still embarrassing, but the cards were already there. I didn't bring them or like come up to people, "Hey, you want to see a fucking magic trick?" They were at least there. It made sense at the time. But bringing them around like a mysterious guy, keeping them in like a Ziploc bag, there was no coming back from that. If I went down that destructive path, I'd probably be behind bars right now just from scaring the general populace. Like, what is this guy up to with this deck of cards? This is a maniac. Get him off the streets, this menace. But now let's talk about the things that the social savior Kaya wasn't able to prevent me from doing. One of the biggest ones that I can remember is I used to go to clubs because I obviously wasn't really getting invited to house parties. Because who's going to want to invite the guy who doesn't talk because he thinks it's cool not to? Like, I would blatantly just avoid answering questions in class. If I got called on, I'd just blow it off like, "Oh, yeah." I wouldn't even give like a yes or a no. I wouldn't be like no, I don't know the answer. I wouldn't even give the answer. I'd just be like, "Oh, yeah." Just like fucking mumble it out like I was fucking overdosing on Xanax. So obviously no one was going to come out of their way to invite me to a house party. No one got to know me my freshman year. So I'd go to clubs by myself. And one time, it was New Year's, and I had these light up New Year's glasses. And they were some pretty fucking cool glasses, not going to lie. And I was wearing them around my neck because they were so bright I couldn't really see. I was basically just flashbanging myself when I was wearing them normally with the lights going on and shit. So I had them around my neck. And this girl came up to me and started talking to me about them. And instead of like answering any of your questions, I was playing it the same way I did everything else. I just didn't say a word. She said something about my glasses, but she fucked up and called them a necklace. She said something like, I like your necklace, that's a cool necklace. They're glasses. How dare you fuck that up? But anyway, I just disregarded it and I stared at her blankly, like a fucking robot whose programming just malfunctioned, or I just fell asleep standing up. But she kept trying to get me to talk to her, get me to open up. That goddamn hero, that trooper, she just kept really trying to pry me open, but it just wasn't happening. Getting me to talk and not be mysterious in my freshman year of college would be like trying to open up a dumpster and not have a wave of shit hit your nostrils. But she kept trying. She pulled out her shirt saying, do you like my shirt? And it said something like, short girls know how to have fun, or something like that, or something to that extent. And I glanced at it, and then I immediately went back to staring at her without commenting on the shirt or even saying a word. I didn't make a noise. I didn't even make like a caveman grunt, like a Tim Allen. I didn't do anything. I didn't make a single audible noise. So I was basically just a fucking statue there. She tried again. She said something else about my necklace, and this time it must have just struck a chord, because I remember I pulled them off of my neck slowly and I put them on my eyes, and then I flicked them on the next setting, which was like this intense, glowing, like strobe light shit, like some blinding, banging strobe light shit. And then she walked away. I still didn't say anything because I just put them on my eyes and then turned that setting on and kept staring at her, so I don't blame her for walking away. And that was really when it hit me, like, you know, maybe being the mysterious weirdo isn't going to pay off. But I still committed to it. I still kept going past that. That was New Year's, and we still had another 5 or so months of me being a odd, weird, anime-inspired, mysterious loser. There's really no other big events that really stick out to me, just a bunch of small stuff that I kept doing throughout the entirety of my freshman year. Like if it was raining and everyone was like, oh fuck, it's raining and I forgot my umbrella, I'm just gonna wait it out. I'd walk right by them, just kind of like wiggle my way through them, and then I'd just walk out in the rain like I didn't give a shit, like I didn't even know it was raining. Like I'd pull out my phone, much to the detriment of my phone, just be like, oh, rain? Too mysterious to feel rain. I really don't know why I ever thought walking out in the rain looking like some kind of dumb asshole would be cool or mysterious, because it doesn't fit either category, but that was another thing I'd partake in almost every time it rained. The only other big event that I can really think of, one that I still think about and it keeps me up at night and really haunts my boners to this day, is when I took an art therapy course towards the second semester of my freshman year. I don't remember exactly what it was. It wasn't art therapy, but it was something similar. It was just an art class basically where you express yourself. And I thought it would be amazingly mysterious and really get girls' panties super fucking wet, just sodden panties being tossed at me. Is every assignment I tried to make it as dark and bland as possible. So one of the assignments being, what do you think of your friends? You were supposed to do one about 12 friends. You make a drawing to represent each friend. And for mine, I did the same thing for all of them. It was a black box. I don't know why I don't know what at all was my thought process with that, but I just did 12 black boxes to represent all of my friends, and when I was supposed to present it, I gave them each a name, and I did name 12 friends. I'm kind of more acquaintances. I didn't really have any like super close friends or anything, but I did name 12 people that I knew and who also knew of my existence. And that just made me seem like I belonged in an insane asylum looking back on it. But at the time I was like, oh, girls love the troubled artist, the mysterious troubled artist. This is beautiful. There's going to be tears in their eyes. I already know it. I'm going to get an A on this project. Spoiler alert, I didn't get an A because she thought I just blew it off and goofed on it. So I got a D because I at least turned something in. But even still, I drew 12 black boxes. That's some shit that you see in a horror movie, like when the weird kid's scribbling shit on paper in a black crayon, and then you find out that the kid's actually a demon. That's that kind of shit that I presented to the class, and there's no doubt in my mind those students walked away deeply disturbed and afraid of me from that moment on. So, that's how I spent the entire first year of my college experience, emulating the anime mysterious guy. It wasn't until I moved out of my dorm and in with a new group of guys who put the kibosh on that shit and taught me how to be social, because they did not want to be living with some fucking weirdo that's trying to be an anime mysterious guy. So that's kind of that's how my first year of college went. The lesson to take away from this is don't emulate what you see on anime, because it's just not gonna fucking work unless you have some like superpowers that you might, like some really fucking cool superpowers. You might be able to get away with being weirdly mysterious, but I didn't. The only superpower I had was being below average male height. But if you have some cool superpowered shit, maybe you can emulate anime to some extent and still be cool, but I couldn't. But I wouldn't recommend it to most people, the non-superpowered people out there. To the people that aren't X-Men, don't try and be an anime mysterious guy. Don't be weird. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. The footage you're seeing is from Boys of Valor. It's just them kicking back on a couch and talking. But, like the back of the box says, it's animated fun with a message. And I'm delivering a message now. Another talk about my life, I guess. This will be probably the last time I talk about my life, at least within the next year or so, because I don't like to make a lot of videos talking about myself personally. But I thought this was necessary, so a month ago I made that video about how I've hit rock bottom and I'm at the lowest point in my life, but I'm trying to be optimistic because my girlfriend broke up with me and I just couldn't find a job, still can't find a job. But since then, her and I have been trying to work on things. Like she started talking to me again, and then we started to work on things, and everything was really good. And she was talking about moving in and marriage and stuff, which was it was really sweet, and it felt like things were back to the way they once were. But today I found out she's been fucking another guy while we've been trying to work things out to be together again, and it really, really hurts. But I guess the reason I'm making this video is, one, because talking about my problems makes me feel a little bit better about them, and two, I just kind of want to share with all of you what I want to accomplish in my life. And a long time ago I made that video about how I have the naive goal of ending corruption, which everyone knows, including me, that probably will not happen. But I like to shoot for the stars, but that's not all I want to do. I want everyone to know my name. I want my name to be remembered. I want to be remembered. I want to be remembered as someone who made a positive impact on the entire world, and I want everyone on the planet to know who I am. I don't care if they know me by Critical or by my real name, Charlie. It doesn't matter to me. I just really want to be a part of something big that helps the world, that fixes it, to just make it better. And I really, really want that. And saying these things about myself is super uncomfortable. Like, this isn't something I tell anyone, really. So maybe it's because I'm drunk, but I just really kind of want to open up right now about, like, kind of who I am as a person. I have these huge goals that just seem impossible to be met, but with all the support all of you give me and all the emails you send me, it just means so much, and it really makes me feel like I can actually do the things that I want to do with my life. And that just means the world to me, so thank you all so much. And now, the other couple things I wanted to talk about in this video is how I live my life. Because, I'm talking a lot about myself right now. I might as well just say things I've never said before, So I live my life in a way where I want every single day to be memorable. I want to, like, in 5 years, I want to look back and be like, oh yeah, I remember exactly what I did on September 20th at 5:06 a.m. I probably wouldn't get the time, but I want to be able to be like, oh yeah, I remember September 20th of 2015. Like, I just want every day to be memorable. And that's what I shoot for. Obviously, I don't always succeed at remembering every day. Like, shit, I don't remember what I did yesterday, for instance, or at least not entirely. But that's what I want. And another thing that I do for my life is I never, go through a day without trying something new, I guess, or trying to improve something, like juggling. Bitch, give me some fucking balls and I will juggle the shit out of them, even though I'm pretty bad at it. But I still practice. And dancing, I dance like a fucking madman, even though I'm not that great at it. But I will do that SpongeBob footwork shit. I can't exactly do any body waves, at least not very convincingly, because my elbows fucking flail around like a scarecrow, thus meaning they're very stiff. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not very good at that move, that maneuver, that witchcraft, that voodoo. But, I still try and learn it, because I want to be able to do, a lot of cool things, and go out to a club. Everyone, form a circle around me. I'm doing head spins. I'm going in. Oh, shit. Yeah. Just going, just being able to do a lot of things. I know this video is getting kind of long, so I'm going to wrap it up, but I want anyone watching that might be at a low point, feel beaten down and defeated, like things aren't going to get any better for them. I want you to know that I'm right there with you at that low point, but believe me, things really will get better. As hard as it is, even for me right now, you got to stay positive and just hope for the best and surround yourself with people who care and just do new things, meet new people, and things really will get better. And sometimes even the worst situations can lead to something extremely positive that you might not have achieved if you hadn't gone through that pain. So at least that's how I think. So I just kind of wanted to open up a little bit. I mean, I've been doing YouTube for like 7 years now, and nobody knows shit about me. I mean, fuck, I just dropped my first name, which is something I never thought I would do, but that's all I'll do. I'll never do face cams. No fucking face cams. And no last name either. But yeah, that's it. See ya. I think the most common questions human beings ask one another are, the way I'm phrasing this already sounds like some kind of alien who's studying our species, but I think the most common questions people ever get asked are, what are your favorite or least favorite somethings? Or what's the best or worst blank? Example, what's your favorite food? What's your least favorite movie? What's the worst date you've been on? What's the best note you can hit when singing? For me, it's this. That kind of thing. It's a super common question everybody asks someone new that they're meeting for the first time, but it's a question that I feel 99% of people don't have an answer to, because it's pretty difficult to choose one answer to those questions, because it's not something you really think about. But I am not 99% of people, sheep. I am 99% gamer. So I've always tried to come up with an answer to every conceivable question that goes in this format, and last night on stream, chat asked me, what is the worst pain I've ever experienced in my life? And I didn't even have to think hard about it, because I already knew. The worst pain I've ever experienced in my life was a urethral swab at like a standard STD checkup at my urologist. An STD checkup I didn't need, mind you. I wasn't down there sporting anything alarming, but I got it just because he asked. And being a hypochondriac, anytime I'm asked to do like testing or whatever, I just give it a big old thumbs up and say, let's run it. And what a mistake that was. He informed me that it was going to be a urethral swab for this procedure, and this being my first time doing an STD check, I thought it was standard protocol, and in my head I pictured that it'd just be like a really tiny doohickey that he'd stick into the tip of my wiener hole and pull it out, and that'd be that. But my worst nightmares couldn't have prepared me for the gizmo he brought out. It wasn't small. This man armed himself with a medieval pike with a cotton ball on the end. And I knew right away this was going to turn into something so much worse than I could have possibly envisioned. I talked about it on stream as well as another similar experience, so I'll go ahead and play those clips. But it really is horrible, so I want to front load this by letting you know, never do a urethral swab under any circumstances. My voice is cracking out of fear just reminiscing on this. I swear to God, he brought out like a fucking train spike to shove down there. Like, he basically got out like a wooden spike, like he was trying to drive it through the heart of a vampire through my cock. It was brutal. And I think it did cause like serious damage. It's the worst injury you've ever had. Thanks, Resubsagi. You're gonna think I'm memeing, but I'm being super serious. I made a whole video on this. I got a urethral swab, and it is probably still to date one of the worst pains I've ever felt. I went to a urologist for just like a general checkup thing, and for some reason he decided to administer a urethral swab, and I had never felt such excruciating agony. Didn't you say you had a wet dream right after the urethral swab too? It's been so long now, I can't remember if I had a wet dream. I think I did. Because I vaguely do remember coming and it being really bad from it. But I can't remember if I, like, jerked or if I had a wet dream. It's been too long now. But the thing is, like, he put it in and then he, like, swishes it around. Just like tearing it up to cause maximum damage. And then I was just bleeding for days. I had to call in a prescription for some kind of like penile injury thing. Why didn't you request a female doctor, or did you not care? From my urologist? What am I that's the creepiest thing ever. Excuse me. Can you please fetch a woman for this? I'd like to show her my package during this examination. Of course I wouldn't fucking do that. No. And I hope you don't do that. Excuse me. Can you get a nurse to come swab my penis with her mouth? Yeah, that's... I don't... Have you never been to a urologist? It's not like porn, man. You're there for a purpose. Did you ask your doctor why he was spelunking in your junk? No, I went home. In pain. I never went back. After he urethral swabbed me, I went to another urologist the next time I needed to go somewhere for it. Anywhere but there. He's a recent boss. I even looked it up, and this was 7 years ago, mind you, and even at the time, they're like, urethral swabs are obsolete. Nobody does these anymore. If anyone suggests it, you can just decline. No one should be suggesting it. Like, it's so outdated. And yet, this guy annihilated me with it. It was so bad. I don't remember if I said this in the story I made on it 7 years ago. It was so bad that I was afraid of peeing. So what I did is I went to Publix, fucking bloody trousered because my wiener wouldn't stop bleeding, and I bought an entire box of salted pumpkin seeds because it was the highest salt content thing I could find, and I just hammered pumpkin seeds all night so that way I wouldn't pee. Because when I did, it was horrible. Horrible. Bro, you got griefed. No, for sure, though. Like, again, even 7 years ago, that was obsolete. Sounding is not for me. Yeah, I learned that day. That is not my kink. What's wild is, I even made a video on this. What did I call it? I think I called it Urethral Swab 2.0. What's wild is, only like a year and a half after my initial urethral swab, I ended up going to a different urologist, and they recommended me getting a cystoscopy. I think they were looking for like a kidney stone or something, and a cystoscopy is basically shoving like a long wire with a camera at the end through your urethra to get like a better look at your bladder. So, while I still had like the trauma from this still being like moderately fresh, I then went in there to the cystoscopy, not really knowing that's what it was at the time. And then he's got this like giant apparatus with this cord, and I'm like, oh no, it's happening again. And he just right in my wiener. But it had a steering wheel. So he even had the monitor set up so I could like watch it, and I was like, I'm not gonna really tune into this program that much, I'm gonna be honest with you, Doc. But he had like the steering wheel to like control it while I was inside, and he's just driving my cock as he's looking around internally. And that didn't hurt nearly as bad or bleed nearly as bad as just this urethral swab. And they wasn't even close. This was still so much fucking worse. Bro, what did he even use? It sounds like you make it sound like he was diving around with a sandpaper wrapped fondue fork. It wasn't even like what he used wasn't soft. He used like a hard plastic thing with like a bit of cotton on the end, and then just fucking jamming it all around like he was trying to kill me with it. He was sim racing inside your penis. Yeah, no, man was straight up fucking multi-track drifting in there. It was a really cool device. Let me see if I can find it, because it actually was like a steering wheel from the cord. So I was like watching him like, do some of this. It was wild. I definitely can't pull any of this up on stream. But yeah, it was one of these right here. I guess it's not so much a steering wheel per se, because it doesn't have handles on both sides. Well, no, it does. He had the gamer version. That's true. He was probably on the Logitech cystoscopy tube cord. You had a whole episode of Magic School Bus. Yeah. Moral of the story, though, don't get a urethral swab. Wow, I struggle with that word a lot. The cystoscopy wasn't too bad. That was discomfort for a little while. This was misery for days. I don't think many of you are like scratching at your neck ready to set up a urethral swab appointment, but just in case you were. You should have asked for your turn in the wheel. I remember at the time, I don't remember who said it, but they said I should ask for the footage to make a video out of it. And I was like, that's kind of a fire idea. Let me take you inside my bladder. Did you leave a bad review for your old urologist? No. I've never left a bad review for anything in my life except for one time when I was in middle school. I left a bad review for an Xbox 360 game I got, and I was so mad I posted on the GameStop website. Left it a bad review. What game? What was it called? It was called like Agent Monster Mayhem or something. It was not a popular game at all. I remember the box art had like a lot of like characters on it. I think it was a party game for the 360. It was early into the 360 too. It was very early.
For the on-screen.
Oh, it was this.
Ah, perfection.
Move by tilting the left stick. Turn.
Yeah, I hated this game. This is the only thing I've ever left a bad review on in my life. Do you think your review is still online, and could you find it? Let's see. I'd know it if I saw it, but I don't think GameStop does reviews on their site anymore. I remember I said... I used profanity, so maybe they deleted it, because I remember I said, like, the game sucked shit. How is it so bad? I don't know, I just remember hating it. I couldn't even remember the game's name. I don't know what made it so bad, but I really thought it was trash. Hey, you, what's that stink? It smells like brave boy in here. That must mean that there's a courageous man in this room. And I don't mean to alarm you, but he's sitting right in front of you. You notice anything different about me? Be honest. I know you do. I faced one of my biggest fears this week. On Saturday, I got on an airplane. A real airplane. Not like a flight simulator or anything like that. I'm talking a legitimate bird-in-the-sky flying machine. God bless the Wright brothers. And I took it to Texas. And I had so much fun on that flight that I decided to take a flight back home today, on Monday. I know that doesn't sound impressive to pretty much any of you, but to me, this was a huge deal. You know how people have like phobias of spiders and no one gives them shit for it? Well, I get shit all the time for being afraid of flying, and you know what? I said, fish paste with this. Dirty barnacles. I'm getting on a plane. I've had a fear of flying for as long as I can remember. I think prior to this flight, I'd been on about 10 planes total. The last time was in 2016 to California, and I've always hated it. It's always been terrifying to me. Yes, I already know there's people on the keyboard right now, fucking steam and smoke coming off their fingers, furiously typing about how safe they are and all the statistics, and I know that. I get it. It's a phobia for a reason. It doesn't have to be rational. Everyone has some kind of fear that they can't really rationalize super well, and for me, it's flying. I just find the whole idea of a plane terrifying because if something goes wrong, the stakes are so high. Plus, you're also trapped in this giant metal tube in the sky for hours, so if you have an emergency, like you break your arm, start choking on your bubblegum, you can't, like, get medical attention. Well, aside from, like, the Heimlich maneuver, but, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you have a medical emergency, they can't exactly just pull over to the nearest air hospital. You know, it's not Bioshock Infinite. We don't have, like, just floating buildings that you can pull into or anything. So you're just trapped on there until you touch down on the ground whenever the flight is done. So it's just the whole idea of flying has been scary to me for as long as I can remember. But this weekend was a very special weekend. There was a massive event that I didn't want to miss. I needed to be there. It was the RLCS World Championship, the Rocket League World Championship, a $2 million tournament where our esports org, Moist Esports, was competing. We had locked in top 8, and we were starting on Sunday to try and take home the grand prize and the big trophy, the big clams. And I wanted to be there in person to support the squad. I would do pretty much anything to support Moist Esports. I am so passionate about it. I absolutely fucking love it. So I knew I had to be there for our team. Rise, Joyo, Vatira, and Noah make up the Moist Esports Rocket League team, and I think they're the best in the world. Unfortunately, they didn't win the World Championship this weekend, but I still couldn't be more proud of them. Next season, for sure, they'll be hoisting the trophy. There is no one more deserving than them, and no one wants it more than them. And being there was super special, so I'm glad I decided to face my fears and actually get on a plane for the first time in 6 years. Not only was it really great to be there for the team, but also just meeting the community was amazing. I met so many fucking awesome people at the event. It was beautiful. The fans chanting "Let's get wet" was unforgettable. Them chanting "Rise, Joyo, Vatira," absolutely iconic and memories I will always cherish. The Psyonix team, Psyonix is the developers behind Rocket League, put on the best esports event I could have imagined. It was a 14,000 seat arena, massive jumbotron, even got to stream from there for the watch party, so you're welcome to check out that VOD. I'll post it on YouTube at some point too. It was just such an incredible experience, and it was absolutely worth the panic attack that I experienced on the first flight. So the flight wasn't smooth for me. The first flight to Fort Worth was absolutely miserable. I brought like 18 different drugs, like legal ones. I'm not talking like shooting up heroin in the back or anything. I brought like Dramamine, Afrin to like open up my ears and everything. Just tons of different fucking things. I was damn near ready to start bringing in shungite, get like real spiritual with energy crystals, because I was just panicking. And unfortunately, on that journey there, within the first 15 minutes, I had a full-blown panic attack. I thought my throat was closing up. I had shot like 6 squirts of Afrin into my nostrils, so I thought I was just gonna like OD in the back of the plane. The flight attendants come by with the cart of snacks and just find my corpse, wondering what the fuck happened. Like I just got attacked by a nasal decongestant. I flew with friends, of course, and they did a great job of helping keep me calm and get through the panic attack. So that was very helpful. Ended up watching a movie and simmering down a bit. But yeah, the journey there was not pretty. It was not pleasant. It was pretty traumatizing. I didn't think I was going to make it. And it was entirely in my own head too. Like it had nothing to do with the actual plane or anything. It was me overthinking it and just, again, falling to fear. But got through it, made it to Fort Worth, and had a wonderful time. And thankfully the flight back was a lot calmer. No panic attack or anything. Just buckled down, watched a bit of a movie, even took a nap. And that was all she wrote. We landed, everything was nice and smooth, so that one was fine, but the first one was absolutely rough. I think the question on everyone's mind now is, will I fly again? And I'm super happy to say, fuck no. No, nope. I don't plan on flying very often. For the next Rocket League World Championship, maybe I'll hop back on the plane, get back in the saddle, and get out there. But I think I'll probably just stick to like ground transportation. Even though the second flight was a lot calmer than the first one, I still wasn't happy or comfortable. I was still very scared out of my fucking mind and nervous. And the entire week leading up to this was nothing but stress and anxiety. I think across the 72 hours prior to Saturday, I slept maybe 6 hours total. Maybe. And that's being generous. So it has been fucking miserable. So I don't really plan on becoming a frequent flyer, but at least I faced my fears this week, and I know I can do it for like big events, that really, get my engine revved and get me wanting to get out there as quickly as possible. I know now that I can at least face them. So I think this was a fucking great week all around. I'm super proud of Moist Esports Rocket League team, and I can't wait to see more from them. I think the future is very, very bright. And I just wanted to talk about this a bit, and that's it. So yeah. If you've been around the channel for a long time, you might remember that I used to make one video a year where I'd address all of the most common questions that I'd get for that year. It was a big event, people looked at it like a second Christmas if Santa Claus was a greasy, gamer-gunked little goblin. And I don't do that anymore these days. I've buried that tradition because I stream every day on Twitch, so I'm always answering the most common questions anyway. And since it's Twitch chat, I'm always answering the same 3 questions over and over again. It's like in fucking 50 First Dates with 10-Second Tom. But just like last year, I thought it might be fun to do it on YouTube as well, because obviously not everyone's going to the streams. It's their loss, they're missing out on a few extra inches on their penis, but what am I going to do? I'm not their dad, I can't force them. So why not just answer those common questions in a YouTube video so that way everyone's caught up on the lore. We'll start with the one that's been getting asked a lot recently, which is about the kitty. Yeah, I recently got a cat, and not because I'm a bandwagon follower. I know a lot of other YouTubers also got cats. This was actually a cat that was left behind outside of a PetSmart in a box that Tiana and I just decided to help nurse back to health, and eventually just decided the cat's too cute to not keep. And a lot of people have been wondering if we finally decided on a name. The answer is no. And that's because we still don't even know the gender of the cat, which has been making it pretty hard to come up with a really badass name that would strike fear into the hearts of other animals. As I mentioned before, the cat was unfortunately born with a birth defect in its ass. I forgot the name of it, but fundamentally, like, the colon doesn't really connect to the anus, or it's extremely narrow, and it's a very serious problem, but we did get the surgery and the cat's been doing better, but because of that, it's been really hard for any vets to properly gender the cat. I didn't know this, and maybe because I'm a big fucking stupid idiot, but cats don't have, like, visible testicles when they're that age. I just assumed all cats were hanging dong, but I guess that's not the case. The proper procedure is to go into the ass to figure out the gender of the cat, which, because of the problem the cat was born with, has made it really difficult, so we still don't know the gender, so still haven't really decided on a name. This next question is one that I've been asked every year, a million times a year, since I became a little more open with all of you with my face and a little bit about me. It's, why are you so short? A real brain-bustin' goofy one. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just cursed. I got unlucky. Osmosis Jones stunted my growth when I was 14. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know why I'm short. It's not like I enjoy being short. I'd prefer to be taller. I think that'd be great. But it's something I have absolutely no control over. Someone gathered all 8 Dragon Balls and made a wish that I'd be 5'6", and god damn it, that's where I've stayed since I was like 16. It is what it is. Me going outside and angrily shaking my fist at the clouds isn't going to do anything to help me get taller. I don't know why so many people ask so many questions about me being short. I suppose I'm just a circus freak at 5'6". I don't know. But I've answered this every single year for like 6 years now, and I can't wait to do it again next year. While we're on the topic of repeat questions, this is one that I also always get asked is, why am I so negative? I just disagree. I'm not negative, pussy. You're the Debbie Downer, not me. I'm not negative about things. I just am not like a completely brain-rotted zombie consumer who just accepts everything with a big smile on my face and like says it's perfect. The things I like have flaws. So even my like favorite things, like The Mummy, my favorite movie, I know is not the best movie ever made. There's plenty of things wrong with The Mummy, which I can point out and still appreciate the movie as my favorite. Like, I just subscribe to the belief that nothing's perfect, and you can always talk about the shortcomings or flaws and things that you might like. You don't have to just write off, any problems with something you enjoy because you enjoy it. You can still talk about them while also still enjoying it. I just don't think I'm negative. I really don't. I'm not looking for the bad in things. I just talk about the good and the bad in things as much as possible. Unless, of course, it's an extreme case like Fantastic Beasts: Secrets of Dumbledore, the newest one. Then it's all bad and there's nothing good. Despite my best efforts to locate even just a single iota of decency from that movie, there's nothing. Not even the Lord could forgive that cinema sin. That goddamn movie is a stain on Hollywood in general. That movie is fucking atrocious. The best thing that can be said about the new Fantastic Beast movie is that it ends. So, besides that, I'm just not negative. Yeah, maybe I can admit that in the heat of passion I may rant about things I don't like the Halo show, another extreme example. But even when I'm playing in the pig pen and rolling around in the septic tank that is the Halo TV show, I also do find a couple of things to compliment, such as a few action scenes. So again, I disagree. I just don't think that I'm negative or always looking for the bad in things. Next question's a little rapid fire round here because it's a quick one. What's in the Pokemon frame behind me, and what are in these 2 frames? In the Pokemon frame, it's all of the first edition base set Shadowless, so all 16 holos there, including Charizard. I got all of them damaged, so they were super cheap, which was great, but I think they look wonderful in the frames, and I think grading cards is a scam, so I don't care about their condition. And then in these 2 Yu-Gi-Oh! Frames over here, these are all the Ghost Rares first edition, and these are all the Starlight Rares first edition. Next question's another one of these in the bar bathroom quickies. It's, will Godslap ever have an anime? So as you know, we posted the God Slap animation, which is basically just the first 15 pages that we had animated by Sikowski Studios, the same studios behind Skynet, and we did it as just a promo piece and proof of concept, and a lot of people have wondered, will there be like an actual full animation for it? And the answer is, we hope so. As you might recall, we did mention that we had a pitch with Netflix at some point, which is still on the table, and I guess we'll see how that goes. We'll probably also take it elsewhere. And let's be honest, Netflix is desperate for something that's not dog shit. And I promise you, God Slap is the furthest thing from dog shit. So if you're watching this, Mr. John Netflix, perhaps God Slap could be your savior. I know the stock prices aren't doing amazing, but they could be with God Slap, perhaps. But back to the core question, we want it to be a fully animated series that runs adjacent to the comic books. However, we can't do that ourselves. We don't have that kind of budget, so we're hoping that we can partner with a streaming service in order to do that. The next question is about Moist Esports. It's, what is Moist Esports' grand plans? Like, what are we trying to accomplish with the org? And I think a lot of people are still under the naive impression that Moist Esports is just a joke throwaway project, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Moist Esports is something that I and the entire team are taking extremely seriously. We want it to become an actual legitimate Tier 1 org. And I honestly think we're getting pretty close. We're knocking on the door. We are the danger. In fact, just today, our Rocket League team won both their series and guaranteed themselves a spot in the London Major at the end of the month. We have one of the best Rocket League teams in the world. We're also guaranteed a spot in the Rocket League World Championship coming up in August. So we have one of the best squads in Rocket League. We have some of the best fighting game players, best Smash players, best Guilty Gear, best Brawlhalla, and we recently got a Splitgate team who's also one of the best. So we've got a whole fucking lineup of superstars here, and yes, we do want to expand into other games like CSGO, Valorant, Dota, League, all of those big staples, the games we enjoy watching and would love to be in, but right now it's a little too expensive for us, but we do have those plans down the road. It's something we want to do. We're extremely hungry, and the only thing that can satiate our appetite is giant fucking dubskis, huge world championship wins. And this leads directly into the next frequently asked question, which is, can I join Moist Esports? Absolutely fucking not, you swine. Moist Esports will find you. We're like Nick Fury. We recruit in the shadows, and only the best in the world. But I do always really appreciate people that get excited about Moist Esports and show interest in like wanting to compete for us. It really is meaningful. This next question is one I'm also pretty sure I answered at some point, but I can't remember if I ever did it in a YouTube video, so I'm just going to do it again to be safe. Why is Moist part of like my name on everything? And it all started in college. I got a Wii U. Yes, I was one of those fucking suckers that was scammed into buying a Wii U, and I bought it for my friends and I to play at our dorm. And I had to come up with a cool name for our little me avatar, and Nintendo has extremely strict profanity filters, so I couldn't make anything too, like, outrageous, and I eventually came up with Big Moist, because I thought it sounded silly and stupid, which was the vibe I was going for with the name, and I ended up just really liking the name Big Moist. So then I ended up making my personal Snapchat account Big Moist, and so my friends would use that name when talking about like the Wii U and me sometimes, and then I just ended up just really liking the word moist for everything. So that's how that spawned what it currently is today. This next one's actually kind of deep, and it involves a time in early college that I've talked about a lot where I pretended to be a mysterious anime character and it failed me socially. I became such a weirdo that people were afraid of, and I'm asked, how did I finally get out of that? How did I, achieve self-awareness and leave that disgusting arc in my anime behind? How did I get over it? And the answer is I surrounded myself with actually socially adept people. So in my early college days, I commuted to college. I used to just go from my house, my parents' house, to college. And I didn't spend a whole lot of time around a lot of people because they were rightfully fearful of me because I adapted such a weird image where I wouldn't talk to people and I'd scare them. I'd put the fear of God in them. But coming around into like late sophomore year, I decided I was going to live on campus because I thought it would be good for me to be constantly surrounded by other people so I could absorb their social information like a fucking sponge. And it worked. I got lucky enough to room with random roommates that all happened to be like actual party-going, popular people, and I was able to learn from them. Fucking taking notes in the bathroom like a dweeb, coming up with how partying works, and it ended up breaking me out of this anime zone that I had trapped myself in. So I was able to escape it, not under my own power, but because I made the decision to learn from other people and surround myself with people that were better at socializing than I was. And they were actual angels. They were nice enough to take me to parties with them as like their little Padawan, and I was able to suckle from their bosom and learn from them. I am forever in their debt for being nice to me and actually taking me to parties and to meet people and stuff. Because without them, I would probably still act that way in public, like that loser I was in the first year and a half of college. Let's pick up the pace here, increase the BPM. Will I ever fight in a YouTuber boxing match like Creator Clash 2? No. I don't feel confident fighting anyone over the age of 12. I don't want to get hit. I'm afraid of getting hit, but I'm confident that I could beat anyone 12 and under because I think I could just have a flawless victory where I would be able to brutalize them without them actually being able to land any hits on me. Next up, why am I afraid of flying? Well, it's because if something goes wrong and the plane crashes, everyone dies, and that doesn't sound turbo cool to me. It sounds pretty awful. And I understand the statistics. It's pretty rare for something like that to happen, but it doesn't change the way I feel about it. I'm still afraid of it. Another easy layup here, why am I not afraid of horror games? And it's because I've played so many of them, I just never really get unnerved anymore. I never get startled by jump scares, except for very rarely. But that doesn't mean I don't enjoy them. I still find horror games to be silly and fun sometimes, but yes, I don't get scared by them because pretty much every modern horror game that gets released is a carbon copy of every horror game before it. Almost all of them these days are walking simulators where you're collecting different pieces of lore or different keys or different pieces of a puzzle in order to escape something while being chased by something. It's all the same formula that I've seen a million times, so by now I'm just pretty numb to it. It just doesn't scare me, and it never really has, except for when I was younger. I'm sure there's quite a few questions that I missed, but these are the ones that were top of mind for me, so I imagine these were the most common ones. But if there's anything I didn't get to, I'm sure I'll answer it on stream tonight anyway. So anyway, yeah, just wanted to do one of these again because I think it's always at least fun to just go over questions that people have. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I've been on the internet for a long time. I've been cruising the wacky World Wide Web and surfing the cyberspace since the early 90s. Even when Charlie was just a baby boy suckling on mama's titties, I was peeking over her shoulder to get a look at the computer monitor in the background. I've seen many different phases of the internet. I'm sure a lot of you remember dial-up, that abominable piece of shit. It made this unholy screeching sound that sounded like somebody was strangling Pac-Man in the back of a moving dump truck, and it was slower than fuck. If you wanted to load a 2-pixel image, it'd take all day. And God forbid someone tries to use the bathroom in your household. Like if your dad goes into the bathroom somewhere in the house to take a piss, your internet's crashing for the entirety of that bathroom visit with dial-up. It was terrible. But I look back fondly on that era and the memories associated with it. There was a sense of mysticism when it came to the internet and this mysterious cyber world. Especially with friend groups. You know, you'd be talking to your friends about Halo 2 and one of them would bring up, hey, I read online that if you shoot this specific sign with enough rockets from the rocket launcher, it spawns a golden warthog. Oh, you read that on the internet? Well, it probably isn't wrong then. I mean, shit, I was 8 years old and getting scammed. I was being used like a fleshlight by scam services. There used to be a bunch of banners where it's like, click here to win a dirt bike. I'd be like, what the fuck? All I have to do is click here and win a dirt bike? I'm in. So then I'd click it and I'd start filling out surveys and like putting all kinds of sensitive information into it. And next thing you know, my parents' fax machine has been hacked and I don't have a dirt bike. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, because sometimes when it's late at night, I just get these nostalgia boners thinking back on the internet content I used to consume, watching old stick figure animations from Stick Figure Death Theater, that old website, old animated music videos, and I'll just go on this nostalgia journey where I'm just fucking blasted back into my chair like I'm traveling through time watching this old content. And that's what I was doing tonight, and I figured, I might as well share some of it, see if I could inspire some nostalgia boners in some of you out there that might remember it. Now, the first one I'd like to share with you is called Mission to the Moon. This is from a band called Lunar Active. It's an animated music video, and it's criminally underrated. It never took off the way that I thought it should have. It was made around the time Ultimate Showdown was made, and of course, everybody's fucking seen that. It's a classic masterpiece. But I think Mission to the Moon should have been in the same conversation. This song flew under the radar on a website called StickPage, that I think it was StickPage, and this thing just bangs. So I'm just going to share with you an excerpt from it and just talk about it.
The earth's
This thing just absolutely slaps. I'm not going to spoil the ending for you since the song is a story about a man who was tasked with taking humanity to the moon where aliens built a paradise for us because they knew that the Earth was about to explode. So I don't want to give away any of the lore here, but I just wanted to play at least a little bit for you because this whole thing is just so fucking good. And just watching it for even a second, it immediately takes you back to an era where Flash animations were king online. Flash is dead now, but back in the day, that was the most popular content online that I can remember. I still remember going to Newgrounds and watching Flash animated porn. I remember desperately watching tutorials trying to figure out how to make Flash animations of my own, but I just never had the talent or the drive to follow through with it. But it was a great time, and this music video immediately just takes you right back into the fucking pilot seat of that era. Now please allow me to sit you down by the fireplace again and tell you old war stories from back in the day. The next piece of content I'd like to show you is a stick figure animation, and I know this genre isn't dead. Stick figure animations still exist and are still pretty popular, but even modern stick figure animations can't compete with the masterpiece that is the Castle series from Oscar Johansson. These were very popular on Stick Figure Death Theater, which is a website that I think's been dead for like 15 fucking years by now. The only people that know that name anymore, it's triggering like a Winter Soldier episode in them right now. But it was very big there, and that's where I found it and just got glued to it. It is extremely impressive animation, worthy of Academy Awards. It's as if Christopher Nolan got butt-fucked by Michael Bay and decided to make a stick figure series. It's really, really good shit. So I'll show you a clip. This is from Castle 3, Part C. Keep in mind the upload on this video is 2015, but I think the original release of Castle 3 was in 2008 or 2007. Somewhere in that ballpark, I'm pretty sure. Maybe even 2009. It was still over a fucking decade ago, not 2015. That's just when Oscar decided to post it on YouTube.
He took 2 of our men. He said something.
Shut up!
Look, it has begun. Hold it!
What are you gonna do? Kill me?
Enough to blast our way out of here.
Not only is the action super stylized and super well done, but also the music and audio design is top notch. I fucking love the soundtrack to the Castle series. Makes you want to pump your fist and shit your pants. It also has a really interesting story with a really interesting group of characters. It's the whole package. The Castle series is an absolute joy. Now, there was going to be a Castle 4, which was going to be the conclusion to the storyline and just wrap up the whole franchise, but as of 2018, Oscar has moved on from the project and put it on hold indefinitely, stating that he just doesn't have the drive for it at the moment to put everything into it that he'd want to, which is understandable, but still is a bit of a shame that we won't get to see the ending to Castle series. But still, the series stands the test of time. It's been over a fucking decade, and it is still top-notch, one of the best, if not the best, stick figure franchise that I think has ever been animated. It's so fucking good. Next up, Flash games. Addicting games, mini clip, the two classics, the two titans of entertainment during the old middle school years, and nothing was more fun or more popular than the helicopter game, the original Flappy Bird. Looking back on it now, it doesn't look like much, but I put more hours into this naughty girl than I did Skyrim. I have so many hours clocked on this game, and I was the best there was when it came to the helicopter game. Truly a classic. Now, of course, during this time, RuneScape was also popular, as well as City of Heroes. Those were two games that I sunk a ton of time into. Both of these games still exist, RuneScape in an official fashion, and City of Heroes through private servers. I've streamed both quite a bit, so it's not as nostalgic to go back and watch videos of the games there, because I can still play them, and they're still just as good today as they were back then. But the helicopter game, I couldn't even find it when I was looking for it online. All I was getting was helicopter simulators. I'm sure it still exists out there, and I didn't look that hard because I probably wouldn't enjoy it anymore. But shit, I just wanted to at least reminisce on this game here. I'm a little upset with this video, though, that didn't have Hypercam 2 on the top, unregistered Hypercam. That would have really completed it nicely. But yeah, anyway, I don't want this to be too long, just showing old content and talking about it. So I just wanted to show a few things because I was really feeling nostalgic tonight. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. When I was a young teenager, I had a really weird relationship, and I don't mean with like a creepy uncle or anything like that. I had a weird relationship with masturbation. Now, this will come as a massive surprise to many of you Redditors out there, but when I was a young man, I was extremely religious. I got baptized twice just to make sure the Lord took notice in case he missed the first one. I wanted to make sure he took notice and saw that I got baptized. And this led to a lot of fear, especially when it came to my penis. I was fucking afraid of my wiener. But like all young men, those hormones are pumping and you just gotta slap that skin flute around to show it who the boss is. And when I did masturbate, it was a fucking nightmare. I'd sometimes cry after it because I felt like this sacrilegious act condemned me straight to hell as some kind of unforgivable sin where the devil knew I masturbated and made a special room in hell for me. It was rough. If you listen to the official podcast, I've kind of talked about this a little bit in the past, but I used to ask my parents permission to masturbate and then ask them like a million times if I was still going to heaven if I did. It was bad. It was bad. And the reason why I'm saying this today is because I felt like sharing a story that I just remembered because I was going through some old boner jams. I was looking at old music, and I came across Bullet for My Valentine. Bullet for My Valentine is a metal band, and they used to be my favorite band during this time period, during all this here that I was just talking about, setting the stage. And Bullet for My Valentine made it impossible for me to jerk off. I don't mean like the band themselves. Like the band members didn't come to my house and slap my dick out of my hand every time I was about to jerk off. But I owned one of their posters that I hung on my wall in my room. It was the only poster I ever owned, and the only reason I bought it is because I saw in like old 90s and 2000s movies, the cool kids always had like a ton of fucking band posters and shit, like Misfits and Green Day with the Beating Heart, and I was like, shit. You know, they're kind of cool. I'll try that too. So I went to FYE. I don't know how many of you even remember FYE. That's like the Blockbuster of music. FYE was a place that sold CDs and some DVDs. You could buy one CD and a pack of gum for like $90. That shit was a straight up fucking scam. But I went to FYE and I picked out a Bullet for My Valentine poster. And it wasn't a very cool poster. It wasn't like album cover art or anything like that. It was just a picture of the band members all staring at the camera. So when I hung that on my wall, it looked like those pictures in old cartoons where the eyes would follow you around like some Scooby-Doo shit. It was a kind of fucking weird poster, and it was the only thing on my wall, so I had this white fucking wall. It'd be like this. If I hung that poster right next to the red line one and the red line one wasn't there. It was just a completely empty wall with this one poster. It looked like some kind of religious thing where I'd like light candles in front of Bullet My Valentine and pray, hoping to summon their spirit into my house or something. It was fucking goofy. But I thought it would help make me look cooler, so I'd take like some pictures in front of it and post it on MySpace, like, hey, I got a band poster and shit. They're a pretty popular band, people liked them, and to be fair, their music still absolutely slaps. I was listening to The Poison today, and that album still has some absolute bangers on it. So I was like, okay, this was a good idea, this is cool, people think I'm a little cooler now because my room's got Bullet for My Valentine poster in it. But when I wanted to masturbate, I realized a massive problem. I hung the poster in the middle of the wall directly behind me. And my room was very small, so I could reach out and touch it like here. And I had the poster right behind me, like it was my shadow. And the poster was looking over my shoulder. It was directly behind me. It was like Bullet for My Valentine was always staring at whatever the fuck I was doing on the computer at this time. And I didn't realize how intrusive that would be when it comes to masturbation. Like, you know when the screen goes black on your phone or computer when you're watching porn and then you see your own greasy reflection there? Well, I had that, plus all 4 members of Bullet for My Valentine watching it with me. It was like some shit out of a horror movie where when somebody wipes off the mirror, there's another reflection in it. So it's not like I jerked off very often back then because I was so afraid of it. I wouldn't jerk off for like 5 or 6 months. I'd carry around like 6 months worth of nut, and it made me absolutely mentally ill. I had OCD, like actual obsessive compulsive disorder, not that shit they talk about on Twitter where someone cleaned their disgusting room because I had like fucking 15 Travis Scott meals lying around and shit all over the place, so they cleaned it and then said they were OCD because they wanted it clean or whatever. No, you just wanted to clean a dog shit messy room. I get it. It's not OCD though. I had a whole lot of shit going on during this time, and this Bullet for My Valentine poster was about to make it a lot worse. Because every time I did try and jerk off, and that poster existed there for like 2 years, every time I tried to jerk off, I fucking couldn't. I couldn't focus because I knew Bullet for My Valentine was right next to me, watching it and watching me. It fucking felt so uncomfortable. I remember I put tape over their eyes one time. Every band member's eyes, I put a little piece of duct tape. Do you know how fucking insane that looks? I probably would have looked like an actual serial killer if someone came into that room and saw that. Like, Charlie, why is there duct tape over their eyes? That's like some Zodiac killer shit. I had to stop listening to Bullet for My Valentine's music because every time I heard it, I'd think of jerking off, which is probably not what they were going for when they were making their music, trying to inspire some 16-year-old boy to just constantly think about touching his dick. It's so fucking terrible, all just because I bought a poster to look cool. And I should have just bought like an album poster, but that was the only thing FYE had was like this selfie of all 4 of them holding their instruments or whatever. It was terrible until one day I finally reached the boiling point and I just ripped it off the wall. I just ripped that shit right off the wall and I never looked back. Just so I had freedom to masturbate in my masturbatorium again. And I tell you, that relief when I finally did bust that age-old nut without Bullet for My Valentine haunting the room was euphoric. It was like a curse had been lifted and it was safe again to masturbate in the room. It was all just because I bought a fucking band poster to look cool. But to be fair, Bullet for My Valentine's music, still good. Still good music, yeah. I just wanted to share this because I was listening to the album again and it brought up all those repressed memories that I guess I just stored in the back of my mind. Now, I want to make it clear, I did still masturbate during this time. I wasn't a coward. I wasn't a pussy that was about to abandon masturbation just because I was a little uncomfortable with a band watching me do it. I still did manage to bust some out from time to time, but it made it a lot more difficult. So yeah, Bullet for My Valentine ruined the fun of masturbation for me for a little while. That's it. So yeah, last week I took you on a journey through the artistic genius of Charles White, the modern-day Da Vinci. I showed you some of my greatest pieces from my time as an art major in college. Of course, my crowning jewel, my magnum opus, being this portrait of my father that I created. When I first saw this, when I rediscovered this artifact here, this treasure, I actually didn't know it was my dad at first. I thought it was one of the models from the class I drew it in, which was figure drawing, where you had people come in. And I thought the model just happened to look like Jared Fogle from the Subway commercials. But the reason I knew this was my dad is because I recognized the chair he's sitting in, and I was like, wait, that's my fucking dad I drew, huh? And then, of course, all the similarities just started hitting me. It's a very abstract interpretation of my father, but to the keen eye, the trained eye, you'll immediately recognize it, I would say. Now, is this the single worst piece of art in history? Absolutely not. Is it the best piece of art in history? Yes. Yes, it is. I really love everything I was able to capture here. If I was to go back and redo this, the one thing I'd do is I'd get rid of the camel toe. My dad, he doesn't have like a visible camel toe or anything like that, but I hit him with some moose knuckles here, and he didn't deserve that. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just there were some folds in the pants I was noticing, I think, and I just accidentally reverted to like hentai techniques. So a bit of a miscalculation there. I also might want to have put some legs on the chair, because right now it looks like it's a floating chair, like he's fucking MODOK. But everything else is right on the money, I would say. I really like what I was able to do with his torso here. It kind of makes him look like a thwomp from Super Mario 64, just like a giant fucking block. He's not like this wide or anything, but I was playing with dimensions, of course. As an artist of my caliber, it's nice to distort reality a bit and play around with proportions, which is, of course, I was experimenting here with great success. I need to definitely get that framed and maybe find some candles to put around it to make it look like some kind of satanic ritual where, like, that's the deity we're worshiping or something. But it definitely needs to be, like, in an art museum or something, I would say. But anyway, this isn't about the actual art pieces. I wanted to tell another story from my days as an art major, because I hinted at a few tales from back then in the last video, and I figured I'd share one right away. This is one that I've only touched on briefly, like in the podcast and in the past, and I never bothered to finish the story because it's extremely embarrassing, and I actually feel pretty shameful for it, but I figured it's 2021, baby. Shame's a thing of the past. So let's fucking get in here, raw and no rubber, and I'll just tell you it like it is. So I took a figure drawing course, which is where I drew that piece as well as many others, where it's basically drawing people and things that you see in person. And one component of this course was drawing nude models, the idea being that you capture the human anatomy like it is, and you just go in there and put that pencil to the paper and you let it all hang out there. No secrets among the art students. Prolapse, rectum, and all from the model. It's going on the canvas. And it's that shit that you used to see in the old movies where, you know, the protagonist would go into an art class and everyone's drawing a naked guy whose dick is flopping around. It was that, but I took the course in real life. I didn't know it at the time, so when I went in and saw a naked man posing in front of everyone, I was pretty shocked and caught off guard. I thought I had walked into like a Reality Kings porn shoot or something, but it turns out that was just a component of the semester, and it was pretty fucking weird and uncomfortable. It was a 3-hour session twice a week for this course, and the nude model we had was this guy who would strike a pose that we'd do our best to capture, and he would just listen to music after striking the pose, so he wasn't even putting his heart and soul into it. He'd just throw on the boner jams and transcend to the avatar state and leave this corporeal dimension, leaving us struggling art students behind in the fucking fallout barren wasteland of art, doing our best to capture his weird superhero pose. The position he chose was like the combination of Crimson Chin meets Goatsy. It was something kind of like this. So he came and he had hands on his hip, leaning forward like this, but he had a little stool in front of him so he could put his leg up, and he leaned forward a little bit, just so that way you could see a little bit of his butthole if you were unfortunately positioned behind him, which of course I was not directly behind him, so I didn't have like the full butthole spread action, but I had like tip of, like outer rim of anus plus some wrinkles, because I was still on like the back side, I didn't have front, so I saw, like, from my position, since his leg was up, I had a little bit of like cockhead dangling in front, like kind of like a sunset behind his ass cheeks, and then like asshole rim plus wrinkles. It was like a Banksy painting, like if he drew the beach and then like put some ass cheeks in front of it with the dick behind it, you know what I mean? It was a very uncomfortable situation to be in, and especially just to sit there and with like my little pencil measuring his asshole circumference, trying to make sure all my dimensions are right, because the professor was grading on like dimensional accuracy for like the figure drawing portions. Obviously these pieces here, she just wanted to gauge where we were at for the most part, but when it came to actually drawing what she had in front of us, she would pretty much evaluate us based on how close we were to capturing the dimensions. So everyone was like really going deep into capturing each segment. The technique she taught us was to look at everything like letters in the alphabet, like for example, a asshole would be kind of like a C from my position, because I wouldn't have the full circle, so it wouldn't be an O, it'd be just a C. So then I'd have to measure out the C on the paper, and not to get into like the rubric and the grading criteria, but just to explain that I had to sit there for 3 hours thoroughly analyzing the wrinkles and dimensions of a man's asshole, ass cheeks, and like cockhead, and it was just really uncomfortable for the most part. So after, I only did this for one course. After this, I went home, because I went to college not too far away from where my parents lived. I went home and I was like, look, you guys need to come up with an excuse, because I cannot sit in this course for the next 3 weeks drawing dick and asshole for a collective 6 hours a week. I just can't do it. So we eventually came up with the idea that we would use religion as my excuse. So I didn't want to like just not go to the course, because I didn't want to fail the course, because it was like a 3-week course. And by missing all of that, I would absolutely fail. So it would have been just a huge waste of money. So we used religion as like the scapegoat. So I had my parents send her an email, like acting all outraged, like, how could you have our son Charles drawing butthole in your course? This directly goes against our beliefs in the Lord and his teachings and the Ten Commandments in the Bible. This is absolutely unacceptable. Charles will not be attending the course, and we expect he will still get full credit because we wouldn't have allowed him to take the course if it was disclosed beforehand that nude model drawing was a requirement. It sounded like something a fucking Scientologist would have written, except far more polite. They weren't, like, mean about it or anything. It was just using religion and the inability to see butthole and cock as an excuse to not go to the course for 3 weeks. And they sent it, and then she sent me an email and then talked to me saying, look, she understands. She apologized to me, but she didn't need to do. And she still gave me credit and told me just to sit out the 3 weeks and come back towards the end. So, yeah, I got out of drawing that by using religion, the ultimate excuse. It was a genius plan, to be honest, and I feel really bad about it. And the reason I've never told this is because I really am super embarrassed. I should have just toughed it out and drawn more dick and asshole, but 6 hours a week thoroughly measuring a guy's dick and balls and stuff, it just wasn't exactly what I had signed up for as an art student. It never even crossed my mind that would be one of the art curriculum, like part of the art curriculum. So I just kind of panicked. I was like, look, I just don't want to keep doing this. I really don't. I'm not trying to get into like furry porn art or anything. I just wanted to make some cartoons, not these kind of cartoons. I just wanted to get out. I felt trapped, and of course the only out was playing the religion card. And luckily my parents were on board to send that email, and I still got credit. I still passed the course, and yeah, that was that. So I still feel bad about it, like lying to her, because she was a super sweet professor and just a really nice person all around, but I just really didn't want to keep going to that course and doing that for 3 weeks. But if I do now have the tools to draw asshole if I'm ever in a situation that calls for it. Like, let's say I'm in a situation where a bomb is going to detonate and the only way to defuse it is by drawing the villain's butthole. I would be able to capture his brown balloon knot down to the millimeter and save the day. So it wasn't a huge waste of time or anything, but you know, I never finished the course, so maybe I wouldn't even be able to fully figure out how to capture a butthole. But I feel like one course was probably plenty. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. Porn, the great uniter, the one force that ties strangers to strangers in a way they don't even realize. The one thing every human being has in common: the love of porn, the art of porn, the ethereal beauty of the craft. Now, as the title of the video suggests, I used to watch the same porn video for the better part of 2 years, perhaps a little longer than 2 years, but I'm going to say 2 years just to err on the side of caution. I've made it no secret that I refuse to get a haircut at the moment, and that I also used to have very bad OCD. Not your generic watered down bullshit meaningless version of OCD where you move your car keys from the counter to the drawer because you don't like them on the counter. That's not fucking OCD, you goddamn bigot. Don't you hijack what OCD actually means. I had literal OCD, and one of my rituals was watching the exact same lesbian porn video for the better part of 2 years. And I want to tell you what happened as a result of doing that. Now, let's go ahead and start. The video was called Nice Pair of Lesbians. Let's take a moment of silence to remember that beautiful video from redtube.com. It is no longer on redtube.com. Okay, thank you for participating. The video still exists. I know, I get emails all the time like, hey, I found that lesbian porn that you used to jerk off to, you know, that used to haunt your fucking boners. Here it is. Yes, I know it's still on the internet, but in like 240 and 360p. On RedTube, it used to be 480. 480p or higher does not exist anywhere on the internet anymore. Trust me, I have looked. But that's besides the point. That's just to give you the context of what the video is. Maybe someone else out there used to also have OCD and jerk off to this video for 2 years straight. And if so, you're not alone, my brother, or my sister. You and I now share a cosmic bond, a bond stronger than the bond between a mother and her child. I love you. Now, it wasn't just watching this lesbian porno. I had an entire routine for it, like a choreographed dance routine for jerking off to this video. And I know I've talked about a little of this on the podcast before, but I still get emails asking me to talk more about that porno that I jerked off to for 2 years. So I figured I'd talk more about it. I also get emails asking me what's my Twitch account, and I'm glad you asked. It's twitch.tv/moistcritical. Go drop a follow, subscribe. Love to see you over there. I stream daily. Twitch.tv/moistcritical. Fuck yeah. But anyway, so this routine that I came up with, well, not that I came up with, that I kind of fucking cursed myself with and burdened myself with at the time. I would make certain facial expressions during certain points in the video. I would say certain things to the actresses in the video, and make no mistake, you goddamn delusional incels, the porn actresses are just that, they're actresses. They have a script of certain moves they're going to do. It's not like they're just fingering themselves and ass blasting their assholes with their fists for your enjoyment alone. It is a job, and they are actresses. Get it through your fucking skull. But anyway, I would say things to them like, "Oh, you're so hot, that's so sexy, I'm touching my dick to you," as if they could hear me, and as if I was communicating to them directly as like the director of this video. It was a really weird routine, it really was. To kind of give you a brief oversight of all of it, I'm not going to walk you through every step that I would do here. In fact, I don't even remember all of them anymore. But before I would watch the video, I would queue it up and let it all buffer and load, because this was a long time ago. I'm fucking using RedTube, so obviously it's a long time ago. And while it was buffering and loading, I would turn around from the video, so that way I couldn't see them, and they couldn't see me, obviously. And I would look at my penis until it was completely flaccid, entirely soft. So that way I was coming in there with like a clean canvas, and they were going to 100% get me from 0 to hero. So once I was certain that my dick was super soft, I would then sit down and get ready for the action. As it would start, I would say hello to the girls, and I'd compliment them on their beauty. The video started with a girl fingering herself, and I would compliment her on how great she was doing, and then the other girl joined in, and then I'd say hi to her, like, "Oh, hey, you just stopping by?" Shit like that. It was really fucking weird. And honestly, I hope the NSA was watching during those times, because I would love to see those documents. I'd love to see that film. I think that shit would make for a really incredible case study on OCD, because that shit was goofy as fuck. And I would love to remember exactly all the shit that I would say. I don't necessarily want to see underage me jerking himself off into the webcam or anything. I could skip that part. But I at least want to see what I was saying to the girls during the video. But that's kind of how it went. Facial expressions, words and things I would say to the girls. It was always the same. I had to make sure I said the same things to the girls. I had to make sure I made the same facial expressions. I even made sure to keep track of licking my lips. I had certain time marks where I felt I needed to lick my lips at those times, otherwise I was disrespecting them. It was very weird. Now, I did this for, like I said, the better part of 2 years, and honestly probably a little bit more, but we'll say 2 years, and I didn't deviate from that video. I didn't venture out. That was my home. I lived in Nice Pair of Lesbians on RedTube, and they took my home away. It's not there anymore. I'd like to remind you all that it's not fucking there. It's a goddamn crime. It's a fucking sin what they've done removing that. But now, to tie it back to the title of the video, I watched the lesbian porn for 2 years. Here's what happened. What happened is I recognized how weird it was, and I started to really combat my OCD, and I started cheating on the porno by watching other videos. I did. I'll come out and say it. I fucking cheated on that porn video and watched other ones. And that's what happened. I stopped being so fucking weird through a lot of effort to try and combat my OCD rituals. I've talked about that in the past. I'm not going to get into how I did that or the steps I took. But that's the result of watching porn for 2 years. You feel like a fucking degenerate loser, and then eventually you stop, hopefully, if you try hard enough. But anyway, that's the story for today. Thank you all. See ya. Hi everyone. A question I get asked a lot is if I script any of my shit, and I don't write scripts for anything. It takes away some of the fun, in my opinion. It doesn't feel as natural when shit's scripted out, so I don't really partake in it. However, occasionally when I think of a story I want to tell, and I tell some Shakespearean tales, so there's, first act, second act, climax, and ejaculation point. So there's a lot of I want to express in a story. So sometimes I'll write down little cliff notes or spark notes on my phone, just as a little reminder to jog my memory of what things I wanted to talk about with the story. And Tiana stumbled across one of my notes. The thing is, she read some of the notes, and I thought it'd be kind of fun to look at a little behind the scenes. So here's the notes I wrote for the story I told a couple days back about how I almost turned Christmas into Shitsmas. Go ahead, Tiana, take it away. Read the notes. Show them a little bit of the creative magic.
Well, he wrote in quotation marks a line for me to say, "Tell me about your big shit that almost ruined Christmas."
That's a line that starts every good Christmas tale. Took a page out of Robert Frost's playbook on that one.
And then it goes, "A Christmas tale Dr. Seuss wouldn't tell you. Not religious wubba-lubba-dub-dub to enlightenment."
That's a very important point I needed to make.
that he shit out all of his Christmas spirit. Didn't mean to disrespect House of Lord, but for just a moment I let the devil into my colon. Santa exercised my asshole. I was Santa, and my only present was shit. The toilet will remember that one. Jesus, babe.
I don't think you understood that one. See, the toilet will remember that one is a Telltale Games reference. Oftentimes in those awful games, it would say X will remember that. So I kind of
Oh, like when we played Walking Dead.
Yeah. So instead of like a character remembering some trivial decision you made, it was the toilet remembering me putting fat shits in it.
Grinch shit on Christmas. Grease and whatever found in dumpster slapped between bread, but I was so hungry I'd have eaten an asshole off of a farmer. Her dad pumping ass to church, drifting around corners. Wasn't a church, it was a battlefield.
That one is actually a play off of Alan Wake's ending. You see, when Alan Wake, it's a video game, and when it concluded, he said it's not a lake, it's an ocean. So it only makes sense. You're not an enlightened being.
Oh, sorry, I have to play the game first.
Yeah. It's a fat, beautiful reference, though.
No poop, Christmas miracle. I'm assuming that was the grand finale, the end.
Yeah.
The be-all, the end-all be-all.
That one's closing the chapter on that story. So there's a little behind-the-scenes look of how that story came to light. I don't do that for every story, but if there's a story I think of and I don't plan on telling it for a little while, I'll write down little notes to remind me of some of the things I wanted to talk about. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's that special time of year again where we peel back the curtain, I take off the condom, and I answer your most asked questions of the year through Twitch chat, through email, and YouTube comments. I just kind of make a mental list of the most asked questions. So let's start with the first one. Do you still play Recorder? You tell me. How tall am I? I'm 5'6", the optimal male height. It's what God envisioned for our species. Anything above 5'6", it just seems silly to me. Why would you want to be taller than the golden height? It's the height. I fucking hate being short. Here's one that I absolutely hate, but I have to acknowledge because it truly is probably one of the top 3 most asked questions of the year. What is your favorite meme? Fucking hate meme and meme culture. I think it's all just super god-awful and lazy. I just don't even understand the point of memes anymore. They're not even entertaining. They don't even get like an exhale from the nostril anymore. They just seem fucking silly. Odd flex, but okay. And god fucking e-meme. I hate that shit, but I have to acknowledge it because I answer the most asked questions every year. So what is your favorite meme? The only meme that I appreciate in any capacity is the oppressed gamer meme. I've answered this multiple times and even made a video answering it again, and yet I'm still getting emails about it, so I'm going to answer it yet again. Where do you stream now, since you haven't streamed on YouTube in a while? I stream on Twitch now. But wait, I thought you fucking hated Twitch. Yeah, I had a lot of problems with Twitch, the majority of which they've been actively improving on. Meanwhile, YouTube is devolving and fucking its own ass in all possible aspects. So I do all my streaming on Twitch now. See, even Tetra's tired of this fucking question. Listen to that. So yes, I stream on Twitch now. No, I don't hate it anymore. It's a lot better than YouTube streaming. Again, I will post a link to my Twitch in the description of this video. Next big question I always get asked, and this one I get asked all the fucking time, and again, this is one that I've answered before. What is your favorite type of porn? Lesbian porn. I'm a man of exquisite taste. What can I say? Lesbian porn offers by far some of the best in the business. It's hard to dispute that fact. Yeah, you can have like your weird kinky fetishes where there's something with like rubber squeaky toys being shoved in the buttholes and whatever. But on the whole, and I'm not talking on the asshole, on like the general statement, lesbian porn in my opinion is the best that gets made. Next big question, is there going to be more wetwear, new wetwear selections? Yes, there is. And there is right now actually. There's hoodies and shit. There's a lot of new wetwear available, so if you do want to get wetwear, I'll put a link to that in the description as well if you want to check that out. Do you edit your own videos? For the most part, I edit all of my own shit, which is why it all looks like 2008 era shit, because I'm a really bad editor. I don't have a special effects degree. I'm not in contact with Marvel Studios effects team or anything, so it's pretty bare bones, just syncing, trimming, and then putting it together. That's about it. However, the podcast gets edited by Jackson, and the Moist Meter also gets edited by Jackson, which is why the two of those have a bit more production value and don't look like some middle schooler's portfolio or first time with Windows Movie Maker. I forgot to mention this one when talking about Twitch. This is one that I'm asked probably more than anything else. This, I would say, is the most frequent question of the year for me. Will you be playing and or streaming huge name game coming out soon? Yes, I will most likely be playing and or streaming the huge game that you have just asked me about. I've got G Fuel in the veins. What can I say? I'm a hardcore, elite, top-tier gamer, barbarian, assassin, guru. I play the majority of new games that come out. I always have. I stream a lot of them too. Maybe not all of them, but I do, for the most part, play the majority of the new games. So yes, I will probably be checking that out. What advice would I give to a college kid? I don't know why I'm always turned to for advice when dealing with college matters and the social aspect of college, especially after I already made the video talking about how I spent an entire year of my college life, my freshman year, pretending to be an anime mysterious guy who was one step shy of having his nipples pierced and wearing assless chaps to appear different and unique. I don't know why people would turn to me for the social aspect of advice in college, but regardless, the advice I would always give someone is don't be weird. Don't be weird. Now, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not telling you not to be yourself or to just be like some carbon copy clone of every other fucking douchebag in college. I'm saying don't come on too strong and fire on all fucking cylinders. Go in there full mast, full erection, blood pouring to your throbbing member, gloating about your favorite hentai to someone you're just meeting for the first time. Ease your way into someone's life, find commonalities, common grounds, small talk, and then, go from there. I guess it's less of don't be weird and more of don't be so overbearing. Well, I guess just don't be weird. I still think that's the best fucking advice. Don't be weird when you're first starting to meet people or trying to carve out your own identity in a new space. This is one I don't really understand, but I'm always asked. Are you ever going to do more of the real series, real videos? And I don't get that because it's not like I ever stopped. I just don't call them the real and then product name. They're just infomercial dubs. The only reason I ever called it the real series is because I was too fucking lazy to individually name those videos. But now I name them. Nothing has changed. I still make those. I just don't call them the real because it's a stupid fucking name, really. Why are you afraid of flying? As most of you know, I'm afraid of flying. Why am I afraid of flying? Well, it's fucking scary to me. The thought that if something does go wrong and it can't really be fixed in the air by the pilots or anything, I'm super fucked. There's not a whole lot I can do in that scenario to help myself. My seat can be used as a flotation device? Oh, fantastic. That's splendid. I'll make sure to cry into that as the plane fucking explodes. Oh, an oxygen mask, huh? Oh, great. I can stay conscious a little while longer as the plane fucking nosedives so that I can continue to see it coming. Fantastic. There's just not it's the lack of control should something go wrong and the lack of anything else to prevent it. Like I'm helpless in that scenario. I can't like hop onto the wing of the plane and then like take like a fucking master key to it and start turning gears or a wrench to it and start fixing shit. I'm fucked. It's over at that point, and I hate that thought. Just having it be entirely in someone else's hands and should it go wrong, being completely powerless to try and fix it. And it also being 100% fatal should it go wrong. It's fucking scary. Flying is scary. You're insane if you fly. You're a fucking mad lad if you fly. I respect you. I respect that a lot. I can't do it. It's fucking scary. I've done it like 10 or so times and it's fucking terrifying every time. Another big question that I get asked every year, why is my YouTube channel Penguinz, would I call myself Critical or Charlie? The channel's 12 years old-ish. I made it when I was very young. I didn't put a whole lot of thought into it, so I just called it Penguinz because I like penguins. I still like penguins. And then it was Critical because that was my Xbox Live gamer tag. I changed my Xbox Live gamer tag to that, and I like the sound of it, so I went by that as well. And then Charlie's my actual name. So I got a lot of fucking aliases out here. I'll answer one more big one. Why did you give blank this score on the Moist Meter? It's truly the best thing humanity's ever made. How could you possibly think it was anything under 100%? The Moist Meter fucking sucks. You fucking suck. Fuck you. Well, I gave it that score because I thought that's the score it deserved. That's typically the story behind it. There's no like hidden meaning behind it. I just kind of try to grade it objectively speaking, or I guess you can never really be fully objective with things. You're always going to have your own personal biases in there, I suppose, but I do my best to keep it objective. And I thought that's the score it deserved. I'm sorry to have spit on your beloved property, but one thing I've learned, when you start reviewing something, you open yourself up to such hostility from the fanboys of that area. For example, the best one I can pull from immediately is Rockstar. People blindly follow Rockstar Games and will always support them no matter what type of anti-consumer business practices they employ, and even if the games really aren't as good as they made out to be. Red Dead Redemption, I gave an 80% to because I feel like that's what the game 100% deserves with its shortcomings and its incredible innovation in the field. I think it's a very good game, a game that I would highly recommend to the majority of people. But because I don't grade things the way the other journalists do, where everything gets a 90 or 100 these days to appease the super angry and super fickle gamer culture, people target me like, oh, this fucking guy just wants to be a contrarian. Oh, he has such shit taste. He's obviously just doing this for views, even though like the score is not publicized in the title, so no one would really know unless they had already clicked on it to see the score. But regardless, it's a shit argument. The point I'm making is, in today's day and age, you're not allowed to criticize something, and it's just sad because even if you have valid criticisms, it doesn't matter because people that are a fan of who the studio or the property itself take it as a personal insult and will never see those complaints as anything other than just edgy or contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, which is sad. And journalists really they enable this type of behavior by just giving these scores away. You'll be hard-pressed to find scores in 2018 for games that are below an 80. Nearly everything is an 80 to 100 in 2018. And I'll tell you right now, every game that's come out this year is not in that ballpark, not even close. So, I guess to answer the question, why did you give it this score? It fucking deserved it, in my opinion, for sure. Well, that was this year's yearly answering questions video. I hope I answered the question that you've probably asked at some point. I hope I covered most of them. That's it. See ya. Last year I made a video detailing the horrors of urethral swab and how painful they are. Today I upped the ante with a cystoscopy. Now if the urethral swab was a fingering of the urethra, the cystoscopy was a fisting, nay, an entire arm. The arm of a 7'5" basketball player with a 10-foot wingspan going down my urethra. Now, why I got the cystoscopy is because I've been having recurrent penile problems and they thought it was necessary. I also thought it was necessary. Luckily, everything turned out normal. And I just would like to talk about the experience here, the urethral swab 2.0. Since I talked about urethral swabs, I thought it was only fair that I go the whole 9 yards here and talk about the next iteration of the urethral swab, the next evolution. If the urethral swab was Windows XP, this is Windows 10. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So over the last year, I've kind of become a urethral virtuoso. I know pretty much everything about urethras, what can go in, what can't. I'm kind of a urethral sommelier, if you will, in terms of adventures in the urethra. Now this one was by far my most incredible escapade in the urethral realm so far. Now, before I begin, I know some people actually put things in their urethra for pleasure. It's called sounding. I've looked into it and I can't believe my eyes. I don't know how these creatures can exist. That's neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and start. So, I started by lying down. They pulled out my wiener and they injected a numbing agent into it. And I felt every fucking second of it. It fucking hurt. It felt like my virginity was being injected back into me. It was like a Kamehameha wave of broken glass going through my urethra. And my poor penis ate all of it. Just drank the whole fucking thing bottoms up. The next step was the doctor came in and showed me the flexible scope. And it was intimidating to say the least. It looked like something you'd be strangled with in a Hitman game. And that was going down my urethra. It was massive. It was absolutely fucking massive. They had a nice big flat screen monitor set up, some nice home theater viewing so that way you can get your urethral and bladder spectating pleasure in, and I was welcome to watch on the screen, which of course I did. I wasn't going to miss this opportunity to see what's going on under the hood down there. So he starts inserting the scope in there, and my cock's gobbling it up like Pac-Man chasing a high score, and I'm watching firsthand because I had front row seats and I was going to pass up on these tickets here. After it gets inserted, I turn my attention to the Jumbotron there to check it out on the screen. And man, that was surreal. That was just downright perturbing, really. It looked like the Death Stranding trailer. I half expected to see a baby in there sucking its thumb. Instead of going into the mouth of Norman Reedus, it went into the mouth of my Norman Petus. It was quite the thrill ride. But it was, you know, a little gross too, you know, seeing all that in there. But it was interesting, very interesting. You know, I could feel every movement in there. When he finally got into the bladder, I could feel him moving the camera around, and it really felt like he was playing the crane game inside of me. You know, it was like quite the wild ride. He'd be turning around, and I was like, oh, fuck, now he's playing Gran Turismo in there. And as surprising as this may be to some of you, it did not feel good at all. And the lube they were using was running down onto my nutsack, and I thought I was peeing all over everyone, and I thought I was some type of fucking middle school science project with the volcano and the vinegar, and it was just leaking all over the place. Thought I was peeing everywhere. So then I was embarrassed, but I was still watching the screen because I wasn't that embarrassed. I wanted to see everything going on in there. And then in one swift motion, he pulls it all out like he had just hooked a fish on the line, and then that was the end of that. Hurt real good. But I will say the urethral swab, 10 times worse. A lot worse. The urethral swab is still the king of pain in terms of urethra stuff, but I thought it was at least worth detailing the next step of a urethral swab. Now, there is a rigid scope for Cisco's. That's a whole new ball game. That's playing Cisco's on hard mode right there. That is, from what I understand, like trying to insert a large oak tree through a crazy straw. There's a lot worse things that can happen with the rigid scope, and it's apparently a lot worse, and it makes a lot more sense that it would hurt worse because, you know, it's a fucking, you know, it's a hunk of steel basically going into your urethra. At least the flexible scope was flexible. But yeah, so between the urethral swab and the urethral swab 2.0, the OG urethral swab was far more painful, but it was worth at least detailing this experience just for the sake of, you know, keeping the urethral adventures, you know, getting them out there, telling the urethral tales that you can tell your children before bedtime, so that way they too fear the urethral swabbing boogeyman and such, as well they should. So yeah, this was my latest escapade in the urethral adventures, and yeah, I should also mention post-op Cisco how it feels. It feels like I'm just constantly leaking lava. It burns and my undergarments are wet, so I'm definitely leaking, that's for sure. And it doesn't feel good. It feels like I've got some hot charcoal bricks down there. It's like I'm smuggling drugs for the drug cartel, except the drugs are nothing but hot fucking mulch in there. So that's how it feels now. Hopefully it'll go away soon. And yeah, you know, that's it. So yeah. Well, my friends, the time is upon us. The drama train has finally reached its last stop. Give yourself a pat on the ass. You deserve it for sticking it out through this bumpy ride. Last night, around midnight, we received the season finale, the conclusion to the Nintendo/Panda Cup/Smash World Tour drama. Alan finally released his side of this situation, his account of everything that happened. He dropped a 31-page statement going over everything from his point of view. I went over all of it on stream, and I'm going to show you all of that. I did it all piece by piece. But right in the beginning of the video, I want to get a couple things out of the way. First of all, I called this verbatim what his tweet would say. And I know this may seem juvenile and vain, but god damn it, I think there needs to be credit where credit is due. I pinned the tail on this donkey and I nailed this prediction. Do I think there'll be an apology video? No. I don't know Alan super well. My guess though, based on this behavior, he's going to come out with something like the truth, or it's time you know what really happened. And then Alan's statement, the truth. Of course, you could make the argument that this was easy to predict since a lot of drama response videos and tweets start with like the truth or something, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. I still called it correctly, so we need to appreciate that fact. Now, on to important stuff. Alan's statement is more he said, she said. Most of everything that's happened with this drama is hearsay. From all sides of this situation, Nintendo saying, no, we said this verbally, but Smash World Tour saying, no, you didn't say that verbally. In fact, you said the opposite verbally. It's just all across the board. It's a lot of people saying, they said this, no, they said that. However, Smash World Tour is so far the only source that has provided concrete evidence, like receipts. They published some receipts today in response to Alan's statement. So, like I said, Alan's statement is mainly more he said, she said, but in the very beginning of his statement, he gets a little conspiratorial and makes an extremely bold claim that the Smash World Tour was a gambit that they may have never even had the intention of completing in the first place. They may never have even wanted to have the championship unfold. And he makes the statement that the hotel that it was supposed to take place at was never even booked. It never existed. That whole block never existed. This is unequivocally false. It was proven wrong almost immediately. It is either a blatant malicious lie or he is severely misinformed. Not only was it proven wrong by the community, you can go on Marriott.com and still see that you can book a reservation for that event, for the Smash World Tour fans and friends at the Marriott. And if that wasn't enough proof, Smash World Tour today, in a response to Alan, posted their most recent invoice from booking that event. So this statement from Alan is completely wrong. For me personally, that was a giant red flag that immediately cast doubt on his reliability as a truthful narrator for his perspective here. Of course, this could have been somehow just a big mistake on his part, but with something of this magnitude, that's a very large mistake to make because he hung a lot of his belief on the fact that the Smash World Tour was a gambit and then used that kind of statement as like a gotcha, like a smoking gun. No, it was never even booked when it was. There is another head-scratching moment in this document where he claims to not know who LD is, one of the key people behind Beyond the Summit, an organization that he mentions multiple times in this document as like, complimenting them on their importance, and yet somehow he doesn't know who LD is. He made a statement saying, I don't know who this guy is, but he's going around saying some shit and I don't even know who the fuck it is, when he is literally one of the biggest figures in the Smash tournament organizer scene. Like, it's very hard to believe that Alan, despite the communication he's had with BTS and despite how much he seems to know about them, would have no idea who LD is. Very, very weird stuff. But again, I went through each one of these lines. I went sentence to sentence with a fine-tuned comb to get like the entire story, the entire situation, and go through all of it to get all sides. So you'll see all of that. I just want to get like this brief overview here because this is just a lot of information to take in. I do also want to mention that Smash World Tour, in their response to Alan today, posted a screenshot of the email communication they had between Nintendo, which showed them declining their licensing for 2022 and 2023, which they didn't even apply for 2023, by the way. And after their verbal communications with Nintendo where they said the time is over, it is very clear now, with that evidence being posted, why the Smash World Tour was canceled. This is something Nintendo's done before with Big House, where Big House was told by Nintendo you probably shouldn't go through with this. They decided to go through with it anyway. Then they got formally cease and desisted right before the event took place. What happened here is very much the same. Nintendo strongly implied that they shouldn't go through with the Smash World Tour considering they weren't getting a license. They said verbally that the time of unlicensed events is a time that's gone now. So after they got declined, they naturally believed that they shouldn't go through with it or else they'll have what happened with Big House happen to them. And Nintendo is not a company you want to get into a litigious battle with or anything, so they made the decision that it needs to be canceled because Nintendo is implying heavily that it needs to be canceled. So that evidence is now posted on the Smash World Tour's response, so it's another important piece to this puzzle. And there's one more thing I want to mention before really diving in. I think it's important to mention that immediately after publicizing this and everyone having the chance to read it, there were like 10 or 15 tournament organizers in the Smash scene that have been around for decades and they're very well respected that all came out to talk about how negative their experience with Alan has been over the years, and corroborating a lot of the claims that Smash World Tour made about him, as well as claims made by BTS about Alan. And these are tournament organizers that weren't even associated with this drama in the slightest. In fact, one of them was even praised by Alan in his statement, but then they came out and said, well, that's weird because we had a terrible experience with you, and then listed all the problems they had with Alan. These were people that weren't named and shamed by Alan. They weren't forced to respond or defend themselves. These were people in the scene that have had an experience with Alan that they wanted to talk about publicly and call him out for his bad behavior, and they called his statement manipulative or even just straight up wrong or lying. And it was a lot of people all going against Alan and corroborating the claims made by Smash World Tour and BTS. Now again, it is all hearsay. There was no hard evidence or anything like that. It was just an overwhelming amount of tournament organizers that have been in the scene for decades that are all saying the same thing about Alan. Meanwhile, on Alan's side of things, it's only him. I have yet to see even a single person come out and try and verify anything Alan has said or corroborate any of his points. It is just him. Now, whether or not that has any weight is entirely up to you. For me personally, I think with the overwhelming amount of support for Smash World Tour and BTS claims, as well as saying a lot of what they've said, and these, keep in mind, these are unassociated tournament organizers. They don't work for BTS, they don't work for VGBC or anything like that. Yet they still are giving their first-hand accounts with Alan, and they're all very much similar. Like, they're echoing the same things. To me, that carries a lot of weight because those are very well-respected figures in the scene. And they are just blowing the lid wide open here, letting the genie out of the lamp and giving their full, unfiltered opinion on Alan and his behavior from what they've experienced. Alan doesn't have that kind of support. There's no one that's saying those things for him. He is the only one that is saying the things he is. No one else is backing him up. Whether or not that's because they're afraid of public backlash is very possible. That could be an explanation, but there's really no telling. The support on the other side of things is just hard to ignore. I am no longer the CEO of Panda, and I will no longer be a part of the Smash community. I do not wish to return. The community deserves the truth, and I'm not afraid to call out names I have to. The private information of myself and members of Panda have been leaked online. This has gone too far. If there's anyone who is interested in purchasing my shares of Panda, please reach out to the company. Divesting is a complex process that takes time. Okay. So he wants to fully step away from the community after everything here, and he's about to drop the hottest potato the community's ever seen with names as well. For a quick summary, the actual truth, here is a message of notes I took during a conversation with a TO on April 14th, 2022. Ken said that you said you'd kill everyone who doesn't work with you. Is that true? Yeah, so it turns out Ken is spreading shit. To the point that blank even asked blank, how do you really feel about Panda? Do you have any hesitations? To which blank said he has none blank. Redacted. This is like a CIA document. Everything's fucking redacted. Right away, though, he mentions that BTS and Smash World Tour feel threatened by them. It feels like the opposite. What are you talking about? The whole community was celebrating Panda working with Nintendo, including the other orgs. I don't really know where that's coming from. The Smash community has always been very symbiotic, where when one org is thriving, every org is thriving. Like, they all work together in the same bundle of success. It's not really like, oh man, Panda's doing well, now we're fucking threatened because now our shit's gonna be bad. Like, if Panda's doing well, it means now there's more interest, and that is good for the other events too, and it's always felt that way. Maybe it was different behind the scenes with Alan. I don't really know. It's super hard to decipher this mess right here. But the impression I've always got is every tournament organizer likes when other tournaments are successful because it's mutually beneficial to everyone. Yeah, all of this right here, that's a fine thing to mention. The harassment, all that shit is always terrible. That's an absolutely horrible thing that happens during situations like this, 100%. The Smash World Tour was the perfect gambit for VGBC. Information came to us from an anonymous source all the way back in 2020. VGBC was feeling pushed out of the community from losing so much ground to BTS, they wanted something of their own and came up with the Smash World Tour Gambit. He's treating this like he's Lelouch from Code Geass. What do you mean, a gambit and losing ground to BTS? It's not a competition. Again, everything I've ever seen from the Smash community orgs is everything's grassroots, well, it was. So when one thing's succeeding, it helps everything else succeed around them. It's always beneficial. Like, I don't think people are vying for territory or anything like that. I don't know why he's calling it like a gambit. Smash World Tour doesn't get shut down. VGBC gets their own circuit without the years of negotiation with Nintendo, which they were trying their absolute best to do and were in communication with them for a long, long time, doing everything they could. It's not like they just wanted to go behind their back. Smash World Tour uses the threat of social media backlash against Nintendo to pressure Nintendo into giving them a license, which they didn't do until they had already been declined a license. Like, they didn't pressure Nintendo into giving them a license, they did this to explain why they were shutting down, why they had to shut down. It wasn't leverage to try and get Nintendo to give them a license. Like, it wasn't trying to mount pressure to get them to release the Krabby Patty secret formula to them. It was, we're shutting down and here's why. I want to come in here real quick and further clarify on this point, because I see a lot of people hung up on this as a possible explanation for how things got so shitty about VGBC trying to make a big hoopla publicly in order to force Nintendo to give them a license. And I just think that you're not really going through the situation properly. The information all came out after they were declined, not only for 2022, but 2023. So no matter how much public backlash Nintendo would have faced from VGBC's statement with the Smash World Tour being cancelled, it would have never resulted in them getting a license. Like, if they had done this months ago, like if for some reason VGBC and the Smash World Tour were like, hey, Nintendo's being real douchebags right now, they're flopping around their meat and, you know, trying to scare us because they still haven't given us our license, it's been radio silence, can we get a hashtag Nintendo answer SWT? Then I would totally agree that they were trying to strong-arm Nintendo into giving them a license through public outrage and backlash. But the fact that all of this happened after they were declined for this year and next year, it just doesn't really make sense, because it could have never resulted in them getting a license, because it's already been decided that they're rejected. Smash World Tour gets shut down by Nintendo, and now VGBC is the martyr of the community due to Nintendo. Then the community will rally behind their other events to support them. Which they didn't need, the community already supported them. I don't know how he came up with such a weird view of the scene. Now, maybe things are different behind closed doors, I guess, but they had tons of support. Their YouTube channel was doing nothing but growing. Their events had huge viewership. Like, it's not like they needed this. In fact, this is very bad for them. They lost a lot of money on it and a lot of eyes. Recently been informed the main hotel in San Antonio listed in the Smash World Tour Discord did not have any pre-existing block or any expectation of large groups this weekend. There was no block canceled. It simply never existed. That was debunked by 2 people on Twitter already. Well, that was fucking quick. Let me see. Because I already can tell you right now, we at Moist Esports had paid for travel to that area. Like, that was a thing. Where can I find that being debunked? So it'd be quite shocking to realize that was never happening in the first place. I don't know about the rest of the statement's legitimacy, but to claim the event was never going to happen because no hotel block is ridiculous. People were given stipends/flights for the event prior to its cancellation, plus the TPC venue was booked that weekend. Bear Dog Events LLC, DBA Smash World Tour, money receipt. Okay. This was quite the Allen gambit of lying here with this statement. The rest could be true. We'll still keep reading, but that was quickly debunked. That was a pretty bold one to make a claim on without being 100% sure, because it's easily provable if it was booked or not. I don't know why he'd try and work that angle if it's not real. It was like 10 or 15 minutes later where I was made aware that you can still find the booking on Marriott. I already posted this information at the start of the video. I just wanted to give you everything as I went through it in real time on stream last night. But yeah, and Smash World Tour also posted screenshots of the invoice and everything. The hotel, all of it was booked. It was planning on going down. That claim from Allen is, without a shadow of a doubt, wrong. Whether or not it was wrong on purpose, like maliciously trying to mislead people or not, that's still up in the air, we don't know. Or he could have just been completely misinformed by somebody and then recklessly posted that statement in his official document. This right here is a fine thing to state, like, if they were confused by mixed messages, why didn't they email back? But they weren't confused by mixed messages. According to the Smash World Tour tournament organizers, they were told that the time of unlicensed events is behind them, and then the night before Thanksgiving said they got their email that they are not going to be licensed for this event. So connecting those dots, which anyone would do, is basically saying, you know, you can't really do this anymore. Since they were told verbally that that time is gone and then they didn't get their license, the natural conclusion someone would draw is, we can't do this. And Nintendo is not a company you want to go into a legal battle with. So I can absolutely understand where that would come from. If there was confusion, I'm sure they would have emailed back, but there wasn't because they were told verbally one thing and then received that the rejection of a license. So I don't even think there was confusion. It was pretty put in stone. But this wasn't a claim they made. They weren't saying that he sabotaged them or got them shut down. Just that his actions of strong-arming the community with threats against, like, BTS with their relationship with Nintendo made the entire scene difficult. This is talking about moving around the scheduling around BTS and Smash World Tour and like booking over each other and having to be flexible with dates. I also don't really get this one. Smash World Tour leadership stood to gain the most out of anyone. How? They lost their biggest event. And not only that, they lost any chance of having like a Nintendo relationship because of how incendiary this whole situation has been. It was a net loss for everyone. Legitimately everyone. I don't know what he thinks they gain out of this. Like, community goodwill, they already had that. More eyes on their future events, they already had that. Like, people just watch the events regardless. I don't know why he thinks they gained anything. It's just a full net loss. It's just a bad thing all around. I don't know where he gets this view of like them wanting community dominance. Like, I don't think they've ever shown anything like that. They're more than willing to like let tournaments run however they want to run. Join the Panda Cup, don't join the Panda Cup, whatever. But like with Panda, there was the exclusivity to it where they wanted everything to be exclusive. They wanted all the broadcasting rights. That sounds more like community dominance as opposed to VGBC's events being like, yeah, you guys can do whatever you want. VGBC doesn't even charge you to watch party their events. Kin posted receipts. I've had a feeling he would. I have a feeling there's going to be a flood of receipts coming out after this. Yeah, this was the final act of this play here. There is a lot happening all at once. Sidebar, I've been told that someone named LD is claiming I said things. I don't know who LD is, nor do I care. As far as I'm aware, I've never talked to them, never seen them, and never met them in my life. LD is one of the actual biggest people at Beyond the Summit, like a founder. You know him. You would have had to know him, especially since you've already been talking about Beyond the Summit. I don't know why he's making these easily provable false claims, such as the hotel never being booked or whatever. Yeah, I'll double check. I'm pretty sure LD is one of the founders of Beyond the Summit. Like, been in the scene forever. So if you just go to like very base level, like if you just want like base level, not even digging too deep, going to Beyond the Summit, founded March 2012, key people are David LD and David Gods. Like, they've been there the whole time. And you've been talking about Beyond the Summit and talking to Beyond the Summit, as you've mentioned in your statement. Thus, you know LD. I don't know who Liquipedia is. I've never met Liquipedia. That's such a weird claim to make. Here's the background on my two whole personal interactions this year with BTS, or more specifically with one of the most unsavory individuals I've ever had the displeasure of interacting with, Kin Chin, aka Hotbid. Kin is also the one that just dropped the fattest load of receipts on Twitter a moment ago. At least it looks like it at a glance. Voice crack, at a glance. He's got like 7 tweets that he queued up here after reading this. BTS is a pillar of the community and sets new standards for high-quality productions in Smash all the time. Yet you don't know one of the founders, like one of the key people. I thought this was going to be a screenshot of Kin looking terrible here, like of him looking really unreasonable and mean. It just looks like really to-the-point stuff, like, no, that's great. Happy to talk to them. I figured he'd look for like a screenshot that makes Kin look terrible in their conversation. But he just showed a very normal conversation here. This is talking about the broadcasting rights. So it looks like the Beyond the Summit people weren't replying to Alan, not wanting to talk to him or work to him, so he's showing the screenshots to show that they weren't receptive to his communication and attempt to work together. Which is a fair thing to show. They didn't like Alan didn't like them. Looks like Alan kept trying to reach out to make some partnership happen that BTS wasn't interested in. He yelled, "Let it happen. Let the can of worms open." Kin was willing to jeopardize the entire Smash community with reckless abandon. And it would have happened had I not figured out how to stop the escalation without him. This is reading like an actual soap opera plot. Now on stream, I didn't read this line by line of his character takedown of Kin. He made an entire section all about how much he dislikes Kin, calling him extremely unprofessional, talking about times where Kin was yelling at him and saying all kinds of like wild over-the-top shit. I didn't read any of that out loud, but he focused very much on personally going after Kin, calling him just a terrible person to work with and all kinds of horrible things, which is very shocking for the whole community to hear because Kin has an unreal reputation. Like, squeaky clean people love Kin, not only in Smash, but in Dota as well, as I understand it. So this was one of those things that was a big shocker to the community, so a lot of people focused on that. Outside of Alan's statement, there was a lot of TOs that came out and said, wow, this makes no sense because I've worked with Kin for years, and he's been nothing but amazing. I show this tweet on stream, but I'll just mention it briefly now. There was also a tweet that talked about a situation where an organization was trying to work with Kin, but the whole deal fell through and it got really sour between them with like a business thing. But they pointed out that Kin at no point raised his voice and was actually cordial through the entire thing and extremely polite, forgiving, and they ended up working together later on down the road because of how professional Kin was. His professionalism was legendary, so much so that even with all the business things falling apart between the two orgs, Kin was able to just stand out and still make things happen because of him just being such a good guy. So everyone came to bat for Kin, even though Alan had wrote like 6 paragraphs detailing a horrible, horrible character assassination of him. Alan is the only one that has anything negative to say about Kin, which is a little odd. Here's me talking to Alan about how running to Nintendo and banging on doors about the broadcast rights is potentially an existential threat to the entire scene. Oh, this is actually the continuation from one of the screenshots Alan posted, because this is still talking about broadcasting rights in the gray area. Where are we coming in here? I hope they don't. That'd be pretty catastrophic for every single event. I don't know what they're thinking right now, but yeah, dev could get rough in some situations. I hope not. So this is him acknowledging the Nintendo broadcasting debacle that was briefly talked about in Alan's statement. Jesus, this is so much back and forth, people taking notes and talking to each other here. In that call, Alan threatened BTS multiple times. I reported the threats as the call was happening directly after to LD. My boss at the time, LD was not on the call, but was there as I typed a transcript of it on Slack. Here's a screenshot of me doing so. Dude, Alan's on the call legit threatening me about 2023. What the fuck? To be clear, I did not yell or explode at Alan. Of course, there's no way to prove one way or the other. He may have, he may not have. There's no way of telling. There's no hard proof on either side. Panda themselves issued a statement saying they regret Alan threatening BTS, yet he completely denies it happens here. I don't accept your apology because even here you don't actually apologize. You even say accept Kin and only admit the conversation was perceived wrong. That is a fair point. In Panda's official statement, they acknowledged what Alan did and why it was bad. Well, not why it was bad. They acknowledged Alan did threaten BTS, but it looks like Alan's saying that didn't happen and he doesn't even know who LD is, which is a weird angle to play. I have not been publicly and privately turning people against Panda for months. I've simply been telling the honest story of what happened, which was threats and bullying by Panda, his own org. Threats and bullying that Panda, his own org, admitted to happening. I will say that since there's no like verbal proof either side's going to have here, I don't think any of them secretly recorded the call. Taking notes of what happened on either side is completely unreliable evidence. Because let's say I'm in an argument with someone or I'm talking to someone I really don't like, I could easily just be like, I'll just type some fucking notes right now about shit that's not happening in order to use this later if I ever need to. Because there's no way you can ever fully disprove it since it's just a verbal communication. You can literally type anything. Like, you can't put a lot of stock in, I took these notes during the conversation as they happened. On Kin's side or Alan's side, neither one of them really has a whole lot of stock in it. Like, because, again, you can just type anything if you just don't like the guy. Like, it's not real evidence. They would need, like, an unbiased third party to take those notes, yeah. You would literally need a witness there to transcribe it accurately. But even Panda says Alan tried to bully the other org. No, that is confirmed by Panda, as well as multiple sources. Like, that has confirmation. What I'm saying is, like, the note-taking of live conversations isn't evidence. Here's us predicting this drama and situation happening in March, which is why I didn't speak out earlier about this whole thing. I didn't want the entire community and Panda as an org to suffer. It sounds like he is so desperate that he's trying to get Nintendo to bully TOs into working with Panda. Yeah, I don't think that can even happen, though. And yeah, response is definitely a massive PR response, which gets the entire community to say fuck Panda and fuck Nintendo. Because Nintendo does actually care about public backlash, and this would be basically And this would be basically EVO 2.0. The biggest public backlash in history. It'd be shutting down every major TO's ability to sell sponsors and broadcast rights. Yeah, it's the death of the competitive stream smash. This is them talking about, like, this could happen with the way Alan was behaving, I suppose. This is just hearsay. Yeah, so far Alan submitted no proof. The only proof he's had is that BTS didn't respond to him, but both sides are acknowledging that their conversations together were not productive and they were not friendly. They were not good conversations. So it makes sense BTS wouldn't respond to Alan going forward. That's not really showing me anything. Their unwillingness to work with him. That actually tracks. That sounds about par for the course. Okay, so he's saying that this was a misunderstanding about strong arming and threats, I guess, by extension. That he was excited to talk about it and maybe didn't convey it properly. Which I guess? But Panda said that they were aware of a way that Alan conducted himself that was unprofessional and not good. That doesn't sound like a misunderstanding. If it was a misunderstanding, I feel like Panda would have been much more on that train of, no, Alan never meant anything by this, it was a misunderstanding. I feel like they would have defended that as opposed to just run with it. Like, yeah, we know Alan did something bad. And then, like, be dismissive. But they acknowledged it, right? But if it was a misunderstanding, I feel like they would have just said, like, no, this was a misunderstanding. I guess maybe at that point, like, the Panda PR team wasn't talking with Alan, so I'm trying to give, like, a really charitable interpretation of it, because he's saying something very different than what Panda themselves was saying with that. I would be very inclined to believe this statement. We get 10% of a much bigger pie, we don't want the full pie. If he wasn't asking for exclusivity, though, right? He still hasn't explained why it was exclusive, because it's redacted information in here. I guess that's like a super secret thing. But there'd have to be like a really good reason for it to be exclusive, because that's like the exact opposite of we don't want the full pie. Big question we get all the time is, what is Nintendo providing that makes the partnership worth it? I don't even care what he says going forward. What are they providing? Fucking nothing. Them just being there in an official capacity is more than they've ever done, and it takes a big headache away of, like, will this get shut down by Nintendo? Maybe they do more than that, but all they need to do is just, like, sign off on it. Like, that's all they've ever had to do is just sign off on it, and if they like it, man, maybe even put, like, some money and, like, prizes behind it or some shit. I hope he addresses their reasoning of not giving the Smash World Tour license being health and safety related. I'd really like more insight on why that decision would be getting made, but I guess Alan might not be the one to clarify it. So in his closing remarks, I think there is a very real possibility that at some point along this journey, Alan really did want to do a good thing for the community, but just didn't execute it very well, and it came across as more pushy and shady, a bit sketchy, and could even be construed as being threatening. That's the impression that I get. All the TOs seem to think that Alan has never really had the community's best interest at heart, but again, this is all hearsay. I do think there is a possibility that Alan did at some point want this to be a net positive for the whole community, but went about it in a poor way, and it ended up being a overall bad thing that eventually landed us in this situation. But I still think the party most at fault is Nintendo, obviously. If Nintendo had just been more willing to work with the entire community over the last fucking decade or so, we would have never been in a position like this. If they were just more willing to actually get involved in this scene and just at least give their official blessings to other organizations running their tournaments, this would have never been something that even unfolded. There wouldn't have been like some kind of power trip or greed in this regard. I'm sure greed would have always been present some way, but in some way or another, but it would have been a lot more conducive to a healthy tournament environment. So I still think Nintendo is the biggest party at fault here, but of course, absolutely things with Alan must have gone very awry. Talking about how lit the finale would have been. Would have had arcade games, a carnival section, blackjack, hookers, gotcha machines, and crane games. God damn. And completely free. Woof. They gained the destruction of one of their competitors. I think everyone still has this really bastardized idea of how this ecosystem has worked, at least as I understand it. Even in Alan's statement, he's talking about how he always wanted to symbiotically work with the community. That's been the norm in the Smash scene, since it's all grassroots Everyone succeeds together or they all fail together. Like, it's not... I've never seen them viewing each other as competition where they want others to fail. Because it helps them when they don't fail. Like, when Panda was doing well, VGBC was doing well, BTS was doing well. When one of them was struggling, the other two then start struggling. Like, they all needed to work together. It was always ride or die. I think the most important thing... Like, again, all of this is hearsay. Like, there's no hard proof of anything from either side except from Smash World Tour with their side from Nintendo. They do have all of those receipts. Like, they do have that. That is all hard evidence. Everything else is hearsay at the end of the day. But the two big things here is in Smash World Tour's statement as well as what LD posted, there's nothing that's been factually proven incorrect. In Alan's statement, there are two factually just blatantly wrong things that he says that are provably incorrect. And one of them's huge, because it's what he put as like the linchpin of his statement of Smash World Tour maybe being a gambit. It's where he said, I've been recently informed the main hotel in San Antonio listed in the Smash World Tour Discord did not have any pre-existing block or any expectation of large groups this weekend. There was no block canceled, it simply never existed. That is provably incorrect. Taking notes of a verbal conversation is not evidence. That's not substantiated stuff. Like, you can say anything there and claim that you were taking notes during a conversation. It's what Alan's done here with his notes. Kin also took notes about it. Either side could be completely lying about what I actually said there as a way of having, like, a little bit of a weapon down the line should they ever need it. It was a transcript, no? A transcript he wrote. I could have like right now I could say the conversation you and I are having is you confessing to a crime and like, wow, user in chat said, oh my god, he buried the body underneath the pavement. Like, it's useless. Just because you say you're typing what happened, it's worthless unless it's like an unbiased third party that is transcribing it. Like, I just don't put stock into this, like, I took notes during our conversation and this is the truth, because you can't prove it. Which is why it's just hearsay. It just proves they were talking about it back then. Oh, you're talking about Kin's tweet. Yeah, at the very least, his proves they were talking about Alan and his behavior all the way back in March. That is fair. I thought you were talking about the transcripts. That is a fair thing to say. Alan and Kin and LD were talking about Alan all the way back in March about what he was doing and how they didn't appreciate his behavior. That's fair. This is not claiming to be like a transcript of something that happened. This is just a conversation the two of them had in March. That's fair. Holy shit, this is actually from a TO of Genesis giving a character witness statement on Alan. This is, as I've just learned, Genesis is like an official licensed partner with Nintendo, or at least has been. Got some shit to say, not going into detail, but from the very first moment Alan opened his mouth to the last time we spoke, nothing but snake-like sounds could be heard, like that shit in Harry Potter. Parcel tongue, my man. It's called parcel tongue. That's aggressive. Again, this is all hearsay, but I think it's important to note, every TO so far has only had negative things to say about their interaction with Alan. There has not been a TO to come forward as like a positive character witness for Alan yet. There's no evidence, but this is like the 9th or 10th TO to share very similar experiences. In one call, it was confirmed that he was to be the licensed broker for the whole scene. This has the potential to be really, really bad for everyone. That means eventually, if he wanted to, you would have to be part of the Panda Cup to get a license, one person having the keys. If that's true, that is a massive problem. Obviously for the reason he points out, but also if he just doesn't like you, he never has to grant you that license, and thus if the time of unlicensed events is truly behind us, like Nintendo said in their call with Smash World Tour, if all of that's true, then that means you would not be able to run events without Alan's blessing as the license broker. I can go on and on, but generally most of the shit he's saying in that 31-page garbage tweet is a lie. It's riddled with manipulative ways of speaking, and it's just more of what I expect of a guy who thinks he's the fucking savior of Smash. This is, I guess, an important perspective because he is the TO of a very big event that is also licensed by Nintendo and was not even mentioned in Alan's tweet, or in Alan's statement. Thus, He was not put on the defensive. He didn't need to say anything. He wasn't forced to say anything. He's doing this because he felt so strongly about it with his own interaction. He had absolutely no stake in this other than just wanting to come out here and give his take on how he feels about it based on how he's talked with Alan. So this, I think, is a pretty big one. Here's the other main TO for Genesis statement. Damn, everyone's coming forward with statements now. I mean, this was a bombshell from Alan. Even though there was no evidence, it was still a very huge thing for the community. So, Crimson Blur is standing up for Ken as a character witness for how they've worked together. To add on to this, I'd like to cite a situation that happened between Genesis and BTS that Ken could have completely thrashed this over privately and publicly, but didn't really even get mad or remotely raise his voice. So this is them defending Ken in what was a very aggressive stance from Alan against Ken. So this isn't him so much talking about Alan here, it's more just defending Ken. Which pokes holes in Alan's interpretation of Ken, posting him as some kind of like boogeyman in the scene. It's such a fucking shame, man. Ugh. At the end of the day, I still think the biggest villain is Nintendo themselves. Had they just been more receptive to working with the community a decade ago, we would have never been in this position to begin with. It would have never happened. There would be no power trips. There would be no hearsay, no he said, she said shit, no potential misinterpretations, no bad blood. Everyone would be on the same goddamn page. It would have been so fucking simple. I spent over 2 years working with Ken in an office, never heard him yell or be out of line in even our biggest disagreements. Ken actually taught me a lot about being level-headed and evaluating tough situations with care, especially in meetings / BD initiatives. The amount of people coming out to defend Ken's character speaks volumes. Alan seems to be the only one with this view of Ken. No one else has come forward to corroborate Ken being an asshole. So that pokes doubt in that entire section. Because again, it's all just hearsay. Even like the character witness statements are just them giving their own anecdotal proof. But there's so many of them, whereas Alan is just one. And for what it's worth, I have also talked to Ken. Since having Moist Esports and being more intertwined with the community, I have also talked to Ken, and I have nothing but a positive experience with him as well, but I don't know him to the same level as everyone else. More and more OG members of the community come out to talk about Alan being a snake, makes it harder and harder to believe a word he says. Exactly. At the end of the day, it is all hearsay, but with so many people all saying similar things about their interaction with Alan, and so many people coming together on Ken's side about how his interpretation in Alan's document makes no sense, based on the years they've spent working with Ken, I really think that speaks a lot. The question now is, does Nintendo go full scorched earth on unlicensed events? I fucking hope not. In the most ideal of circumstances, this whole situation is a big scar on the Smash community, but it heals with Nintendo taking the first step saying, this is a mess. Boys, we done made a big ol' shit stain on these britches. But it has shown us the passion of the community and we want to work closely with other organizers. I don't see that happening. I certainly don't see it happening. But that would be the absolute optimal outcome. This was really only the start. There were so many other people in the scene that came forward giving their own accounts with Alan, as well as things that he was doing, such as trying to buy out stuff and try and take control of other things in the community. And a lot of people saying very similar things like that. There was just so much of it. I won't show you every single piece of it. There's a giant mega thread on it if you want to see it. It's on Reddit. It's also on Twitter. So yeah, it was just a lot. And I wanted to talk about this because this is absolutely the conclusion to this drama, I think. I can't imagine anything more from this. I really think this was the final performance here. And what a wild finale. I can only hope that going forward it's nothing but positivity for the community. Hopefully this didn't scare Nintendo away forever. Hopefully they are receptive to working with the community going forward and making special things happen and improving the professional Smash scene. But I think that's pretty unlikely. They've shown in the past they don't care. And with something like this happening and being a big PR disaster for them, they really might not come back, and that would be a fucking shame. But anyway, just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yeah. Last night at around midnight, we were blessed with another chapter in this never-ending story of drama with Nintendo, Panda, and Smash World Tour. This is of course a scene I'm very passionate about since our esports organization literally started in Smash Brothers. Without Smash Brothers operating the way that it has been, there would be no Moist Esports, and without Moist Esports, the world is a worse place. So I've been following this story extremely closely, and last night we got a brand new development. Now, we had previously already had a statement from Nintendo. They dusted off their typewriter and sent in the carrier pigeons to deliver their letter, stating that the cancellation of the Smash World Tour was, I guess, a bit of a misunderstanding. They didn't give them an official license for the Smash World Tour, but apparently verbally said they're okay to continue it, even though Smash World Tour says that verbally they said the opposite, that grassroots unlicensed events aren't welcomed anymore. So very conflicting reports there. I tend to lean on the side of Smash World Tour organizers being more truthful in this situation, since it seemed Nintendo was kind of in panic mode and delivered that statement. And then we also got a statement from Panda saying the same thing as Nintendo, but then also dismissing Alan's behavior as not that big of a deal. Alan was the CEO of Panda who went around and would threaten events if they didn't join his circuit instead of the Smash World Tour. He would say, like, it'd be a shame if this got shut down. It'd be a real shame to get Nintendo involved here. So he acted like the Smash Brothers Mafia, running a protection racket. And when Panda released their initial statement, they kind of dismissed it as not a huge issue. They acknowledged it briefly, saying, like, yeah, Alan went rogue. He started breaking kneecaps of people that didn't want to join the Panda Cup and threatened to maybe get Nintendo involved in their unlicensed event and maybe intervene. But, you know, it is what it is. That wasn't great, but that's okay. Alan cares. We all care. At Panda, it's community first. We're here to fuck some ass and have some fun. But that wasn't received positively since they didn't really address anything. It was very much a nothing sandwich. And then last night at midnight, Panda released another statement, and Alan did as well. Alan finally came out of the shadows, putting on his superhero cape in order to save the day by releasing his side of the situation, and instead of actually making a real statement, he dropped a teaser trailer for an upcoming statement. So he said that he has evidence to prove two things, and then dropped a picture of bullet points, 2 bullet points. The first one, Smash World Tour lied, and the second one, Beyond the Summit, which was the organization that he had threatened, was actually jeopardizing the community. That's all he said, but he said he has evidence to prove these claims, but he didn't provide it yet. So, if he does have evidence to back these up, that would be a huge Uno reverse moment, but I don't really know what that evidence could look like there unless he's coming out with the wildest receipts the internet's ever seen and he drops like a 14,000 word Mick Gordon response. But again, I don't know what his proof could even look like unless he has fairy godparents that could just poof some magic shit into existence, because a lot of the claims have been confirmed by multiple sources. I think the only thing Alan could have is emails between him and Nintendo where Alan maybe fought for Smash World Tour to not be canceled, like maybe he was trying to dissuade Nintendo from taking action against them. He was trying to push them in the other direction. Of course, I'm just spitballing here, but I do think it's important to mention that Smash World Tour in their initial statement never explicitly said that Panda was responsible for the shutdown of their world tour. They just pointed out the bad behavior from Alan that messied the water and made it extremely difficult for the Smash World Tour to actually function properly with their communications with Nintendo, and made it a less than optimal environment for this circuit to exist in with how everything was being handled by Alan and Panda. So overall, that section in the Smash World Tour statement that focused on Panda was mainly just shining a light on a history of bad behavior from Alan and how he would leverage that relationship he had with Nintendo against other organizers, like with the threats he had made. So it was just talking about the negative implications from his behavior and how it affected that whole community of tournament organizers and made that whole scene worse behind the scenes. So it was never directly accusing Alan of being the one, the mastermind behind their shutdown. It was more so just accusing him of being a bad actor that was really acting in their own selfish interests. Not so much being the one that forced Nintendo's hand to shut everyone else down or anything like that. Though of course there are plenty of ways of reading between the lines with Alan's history of using that Nintendo relationship to scare other organizers, like where he basically went to Beyond the Summit and said, might need to get Nintendo involved in this unlicensed event unless you give me broadcasting rights or join the Panda Cup or whatever. You could then say that there was a very real chance that Alan did that again to the Smash World Tour, which eventually led to its shutdown. But that was never a claim Smash World Tour themselves were making. They were never saying Alan was the one that made Nintendo do that. They were just showcasing his bad behavior throughout the months and how it negatively affected the relationship for everyone. So I guess, and this is again just speculating, Alan could come forward with that evidence saying like, no, I never made Nintendo shut Smash World Tour down. I never shut Smash World Tour down. That wasn't me. That's a lie. But again, that was not the claim Smash World Tour themselves were making against Alan. Of course, once again, I'm just throwing darts at a dartboard on what his evidence could look like, but I am extremely excited to see it when he chooses to provide it. I think it's extremely important that we all have a full look at the entire situation from all sides, so that evidence, I think, is extremely important for everyone to see. Hold on, we got some breaking news from the front lines here. Perfect timing. They tweeted this right at the end of that set. Panda's heard the concerns of the Smash community and is taking immediate action. Well, you're wrong. This is not immediate. This is now like 4 or 5 days later. Alan is no longer CEO effective immediately. In the interim, Panda employees are working with outside advisors to form a temporary interim management committee to act as CEO to navigate this critical time. It is a critical time. Their company is burning. They've lost 80% of their talent. Literally 80% of their salaried players have left or expressed intentions to leave now. So the company would die should that happen. The identities of those in the IMC will not be made public at this time due to concerns over harassment and safety. Fair. The IMC's immediate priorities are work with any team member that desires to resign, including release from any contractual obligations. Good. Support those who feel displaced through these events to find a home, either with Panda or another org. Solid. We call on the community to treat those affected by these events with grace, understanding, and call out and report any attempts of doxing harassment. Additionally, due to security concerns for our staff and contractors, the Panda Cup finale is postponed. Yeah, everyone that was going left. They all went to main stage instead or just outright canceled. So that's probably a good call because it would have been so fucking pathetic to actually watch that broadcast with empty seats and no players. Would have been going to like my 16th birthday party. The IMC will work to ensure or issue refunds to all those who registered, and Panda is committed to demonstrating our dedication to the community and everyone who shares our passion. Panda is committed to doing our part to move the competitive Smash community above and beyond the current situation, starting with an eternal restructure and re-education. That word is always so dystopian, a re-education. It makes it sound like they're going to lobotomize all the employees to our values as members of this community. Had this been their initial statement, I would have believed them more. If they did this first, I don't think they would have lost 80% of their players. Their first statement was like, hey, yeah, Alan went rogue, and man, that was silly, wasn't it? But that's okay. Hey, Panda Cup's gonna fucking eat ass. It's gonna go great. Gonna get out there and really steam ham. Like, just downplaying the severity of everything and just being really dismissive. That was a terrible response. This should have been their first one. This one's better. Action. Alan's no longer CEO. Okay, makes sense. He literally did his best to bury this company. Oh, a rededication. Oh my god. Oh, I thought that said re-education. A rededication. That's a seldomly used word. I thought it was going to be about employee training or something. Like, remind them why we're in here and, like, why we're in the community. I haven't seen rededication since, probably ever. Yeah, ceremony in which a building or other structures is formally declared for the second, third, etc. time to have a particular purpose to honor a person or group. Alan's still working at Panda, though. Yeah, but even still, this shows action. Forcing him to step down takes away his power to intimidate other orgs, so he can no longer make those threats about shutting down. This just feels like a big panic response, and it's still not like the best action. Whoops. It's still not like the best action they're taking. Like, it is a step in the right direction, but I don't know how they could ever prove they care about the community going forward after what happened. Like, I don't know how they could ever earn that trust back. So I still don't really see a future for Panda events. Now, maybe they'll be able to earn enough trust back to prevent the other 20% of their players from leaving. That I can't really say. That's a personal decision, and I wouldn't hold it against them if they choose to stay with Panda. Because again, in the fighting game community, money is hard to come by. Prize pools for fighting games are actual nothing burgers. You get like cigarettes. You get like a pack of cigarettes, like chat said. So you're not making money in the fighting game community unless you're sponsored. You're just losing money. So anyone that chooses to stay with them, I totally understand. I think the damage has already been done. I don't really think there's a way of healing it. You can't really You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, right? You know, as they say. The genie's not going back in the bottle. Had that just been their first response, I think they probably could have saved their company. Who knows? Maybe they still can. Don't think there's a way to save it after the double down. That's what I said. Their first response, I think, was what actually buried them. Had they come out with this more hard-lined approach, I do think they would have had a much better chance. I like I said, I still think it's probably too little too late. I don't know how you really earn back the community's trust after this shit. I really don't know how. I haven't read this yet, so this is going to be breaking for all of us. What is missing from the statement is any mention of Alan divesting his interest in the company. My understanding is Alan owns Panda and basically controls the company. At first blush, this just sounds like damage control and a desperate attempt at grabbing a life draft. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I still think by not being the CEO, he loses most of his power with those like threats he was making, but I mean, LD knows far more than I do about this. Now, for those that don't know, LD is with Beyond the Summit. He was one of the people that was directly threatened by Alan. Alan, you know, threatened after not receiving broadcasting rights or BTS joining the Panda Cup, threatened to, like, he slyly said, Nintendo might have to shut this unlicensed event down. Be a real shame if this just came collapsing down. Like the, you know, really getting super villainy with it. So, LD would know far more than I would here. Smash World Tour lied, and Beyond the Summit leadership put the community in jeopardy. That is perhaps one of the douchiest things I have seen. My statement with evidence is coming. Why wouldn't you wait till you had evidence instead of this Twitter... this like Tumblr attitude post. So he doesn't even deny threatening them, by the way. He's going to try and justify why he threatened them, saying that their leadership would have jeopardized the community. So I tried to be this saint to extend my bosom for them to suckle in safety. I was doing this for the community. If we let BTS leadership run rampant, the community would have died. At least that's the impression I get. Watch where you're scrolling. Mario is showing his ass in the reply section. Oh, is it Mario Goatsy? I am very excited to see what evidence he has for Smash World Tour lying. Considering they have the statements in writing from Nintendo, and multiple orgs have confirmed Alan having repeated behavior about making those threats. I'm very curious to see. Maybe he has some wild receipts. Maybe. But he should have waited to post those instead of this. Anything but this. Who had a worse response to Backlash, Alan or Helena Taylor? I just can't really consider this Alan's response. Helena Taylor tried to, like, weasel her way out of that situation. Alan's just, he did 2 bullet points saying, it's a lie, and the other people are bad leaders. Smash World Tour, unjustly shut down, an absolute sin and affront to God. It was a very awful thing that happened recently. The Smash World Tour, the biggest circuit the professional Smash Brothers scene has ever seen, biggest prize pool, and it was supposed to happen in a couple weeks, but the night before Thanksgiving, the tournament organizers got an email from Nintendo that basically implied it needs to be shut down. Now they came out with their statement, and it also implicated an organization named Panda as being an accomplice to Nintendo, in fact, perhaps even the main big bad raid boss behind the scenes that had a history over the last year of them working with Nintendo of trying to strong-arm other tournaments into joining the Panda Cup circuit, which was a competing circuit. And the CEO of Panda, his name is Alan, he made these threats to other organizations when they wouldn't join him, saying, it'd be a real shame if this got shut down, if Nintendo had to get involved with your unlicensed event. You sure you don't want to join Panda? You positive? It's safe over here. Suckle on our bosom. We'll keep you safe. And he'd just make these threats. So, when Smash World Tour got the bad news, they blew the lid on Panda, specifically Alan's behavior. Not really Panda as a whole, it was focused on Alan. It's been 2 days since that bombshell, and now we finally have a statement from Nintendo and a statement from Panda. And they're both so fucking weak. They are pathetic. They're pitiful. Very wimpy stuff. They basically keep saying that what they did is they didn't accept their license. They said that they didn't meet the criteria for their health and safety regulations, which is so weird. Like the health and safety rules they were saying Smash World Tour didn't meet, so they couldn't grant a license for. And I have to wonder what that means. Like, what are the health and safety things? Like, they provide a venue, they provide everything a human being needs to survive, except, like, bulletproof vests, I guess, just in case things get rowdy. Like, I don't know what they expect. It's not like Panda Cup does anything special in that regard. So it seems like a bunch of fucking nonsense. Because of COVID or something? Well, even then, that still wouldn't work. Oh, this is part of Panda Cup. It's even branded on Panda Cup's YouTube page. Yeah, you're right. Regardless, it doesn't seem like this would be the cause for the health and safety concerns about the masks. Yeah, it looks like masks aren't required. Like, Breezy wasn't wearing a mask here. So, I don't think it's like a mask thing. I don't think it's COVID protocol. It just seems like they looked for any excuse imaginable to slap Smash World Tour down or not give them the license. But yeah, they basically... So they tried to, like, wipe their hands of it and say, no, we're pretty innocent here. We didn't grant them a license, but we said they could still run their tournament. Which is a little misleading, because since Smash World Tour was directly communicating with Nintendo, the statement was the days of unlicensed events is over, that time is over or something, that time is gone. I can't remember the exact quote. And also, this is the biggest load of dog shit I've seen all day. Nintendo cares about Super Smash Bros. Fans and its community very much. We hope to continue to hear their passionate feedback. That was so baloney that my voice cracked even reading it. My vocal folds couldn't even get through that sentence without some kind of hiccup in there. Absolute nonsense. What a load of dirty barnacles. Nobody cares less about the Smash Brothers scene than Nintendo. The amount of times they'll pull their pants down just to drop their ass on it last minute to shut things down is baffling. And there's a statement coming on the back of them shutting down the biggest one right before it happened. The statement boils down to Nintendo saying, it was a misunderstanding, we didn't grant them a license for 2022 or 2023, which is a weird thing to say because Smash World Tour didn't ask for a license for 2023, they didn't submit an application for that, so this is truly coming out of nowhere. And then they said that they verbally let them know that they weren't requiring they cancel the finals because of the impact it would have on the players. Which is not exactly faithful to the events, because they made the statement verbally that the days of unlicensed events or whatever, that time is gone. So by declining their license for 2022, the implication is, okay, so we can't do this. You're gonna shut our shit down. Which is how this all happened. So it's just not a very strong statement from Nintendo. It doesn't really shed light on anything other than their incompetence and inability to work with the community or clearly convey messages and information. I'd like to briefly explain this a bit deeper. So, Smash World Tour throughout the circuit was in direct communication with Nintendo and had their unofficial blessing to continue. It wasn't an official license or a partnership like that, but they had like the nod of approval to continue without intervention. It was something they were completely okay with having the Panda Cup and the Smash World Tour run at the same time. And it was all well and good until shit got stinky. The Nintendo representative they were communicating with verbally told them that the days of unlicensed events and tournaments were days that were now behind them, and then they received in writing a notice that they were not receiving a license for the Smash World Tour. Thus, connecting these two dots leads them and anyone with a brain to believe that they are being shut down, which is something Nintendo has done before with Big House, and in a pretty similar way as I understand it. So that's how Smash World Tour got axed by Nintendo. And the statement from Nintendo about what they verbally said to the tournament organizers isn't actually accurate to what was conveyed to them. They received entirely different information from the representative, and in the Smash World Tour official statement about the situation, they debunk that claim. What they say contradicts Nintendo's statement. And of course, it's a huge deal because the Smash World Tour is the biggest tournament the Smash scene has ever had, and it's going to cost the tournament organizers thousands upon thousands of dollars out of their own pockets, as well as the players that were attending. So it's just a big fucking disaster. This Panda one, it would have been better if they actually just printed a blank document with the Panda logo at the bottom. I stole that little comment there from someone down here. I don't want to scroll too far because I saw Council of Cox earlier on Twitter and now I'm a little afraid. Someone edited this and it was just a blank page with this logo, and that was a better response. This is so trash. It is so trash. They suck their own dick. They talk about like, oh, you know, we provide the, resources, expertise to help with a lot of majors. We're really community focused. We want to build the best community ever and the best events. And there's no greed on our side. We just want Smash to fuck ass. Like, that's what we want. And then they very briefly, very flippantly acknowledge that their CEO went full-blown, like, Winter Soldier over here. In the Smash World Tour statement, there are a number of accusations leveled against Dr. Allen, the CEO of Panda. In reality, Dr. Allen, as Nintendo of America has corroborated, has been one of the more vocal supporters of the broader community in the Smash World Tour organizers and internal conversations. However, the Panda Cup team does acknowledge and regret an interaction between Dr. Allen and Beyond the Summit. That's referring to the now very public threat that Allen made against Beyond the Summit, saying if they don't give him broadcasting rights or join Panda, he might have to get Nintendo involved and shut them down. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but that was the overall message he delivered. It was posted by one of the tournament organizers from Beyond the Summit, and they're acknowledging it briefly, in which he spoke in a manner which did not reflect either guidance from Nintendo or our own standards. Panda took efforts to rectify the situation immediately, and in the second half of the year, a dedicated team made up of multiple staff members was assembled to manage Panda Cup activities and serve as a primary point of contact for event runners, removing the possibility of future miscommunications from occurring. The fact that they label that a miscommunication and not a blatant attempt at strong-arming the grassroots organization is fucked. And that's the only acknowledgement they have of this whole soap opera. This was not the only time Dr. Allen had done this. Other orgs came forward as well. Other TOs came forward. Golden Guardians also talked a little bit about Dr. Allen in another tweet, and they just kind of brush it off with no sympathy or any care whatsoever. And then they finish it with Panda Cup team has invested thousands of hours towards making sure this year's cup has been as strong an offering as we can provide, and we look forward to continuing to build alongside the communities we serve a promising future for Smash. And there's no future for Panda. So most people are abandoning ship from Panda right now. IBDW, who's one of the top 3 players in the world for Melee, is now a free agent. It seems like most Panda players are abandoning. Like, this shit is sinking. Like, this is a disaster. I don't know how this group goes forward anymore. It seems like Panda's kind of dead now from the actions of their CEO. And in none of this did they make any kind of clarification or talk about their involvement with these less than appropriate business actions. Instead, they just default to gargling the asshole of Nintendo, saying, look at what Nintendo said. They're right about it. That's what happened. It's just a misunderstanding. It was about licensing, and Smash World Tour just, we never wanted to shut them down. We were surprised as you guys. We were fucking shocked. We couldn't believe our eyes. Even if Panda is dead, can Grassroots still operate due to Nintendo now? That we don't know. I will say, I should have left their statement up so we can go back and forth. I will say one thing from this statement that gives me some sense of optimism, though I know this is misplaced because it's Nintendo and their motto is, we rub our ass with optimism. They made this statement. Even to the point, almost highlighted the wrong one. Oh, it's the first sentence here. We are open to partnering with other organizations and will continue to offer licensing for major tournaments outside the Panda Cup. Christ. It was so unbelievable my eyes couldn't even register it when I looked back on it. Yeah, so that statement right there gives me some level of hope that they seem open to working with the community. But that's, of course, just fluff. Until they prove that, I have no reason to put any amount of faith in the statement. that could just be there for some corporate pandering, then why didn't they license Smash World Tour? Exactly. The health and safety concerns of the fans, I suppose. I don't know. It literally means nothing. And they say it's important that the partner adheres to brand and IP guidelines and conducts itself according to professional and organizational best practices. Meanwhile, they partnered with the Smash Bros. Mafia with Alan at Panda Cup. Like, this is nothing. This doesn't make any sense. If they're open to partnering with other orgs, Smash World Tour was literally the most reliable and most well-respected. VGBC has the most goodwill in the entire community. Well, on par with, like, Summit. Beyond the Summit. If the issue was health, why would they not say, hey, this is the issue, fix it? I don't know, because they probably couldn't think of anything. like, what do you mean? The health and safety of fans at a Smash Bros. Tournament? Like, the worst thing that could happen there is someone passes out from extreme odor. And that's, like, it's not like Panda solved that problem or anything. Like, there's nothing. They didn't have anything. And for what it's worth, when I went to Low Tide in person, it really didn't smell bad. In fact, I was probably the smelliest person there because I hadn't showered in the last 24 hours and was about to go on a 20-hour road trip and had already spent 4 hours in a car. I was probably like the Methodist that blew through. So I don't know if that stigma is still around. I don't know if that's like normal where it doesn't smell like shit. Couldn't tell you. But when I went, it really wasn't too bad. Yeah, the Smash World Tour is canceled, and there's really nothing they could do to like make it happen now. It's way too late. This happened the night before Thanksgiving and only a couple weeks out from the championships. Like, there's no way they could put it on anymore. But that brings us to the next point. Ludwig came in here slinging a little bit of meat. So, Ludwig said in response to the Panda and Nintendo lackluster, or in response to the Nintendo and lackluster statement from I just had a glitch there. In response to Panda and Nintendo's lackluster statements, Ludwig is hosting his own impromptu tournament, hoping to pretty much overshadow Panda, take some wind out of their sails. So he's doing a big prize pool, and he's invited the top 8 from the Smash World Tour rankings. That, of course, includes Light. Unfortunately, Cole is not top 8. I think he's number 10, so he didn't make the invitation, which is a shame, which he would have for Smash World Tour. But it's still great that he's doing this, regardless. The new Smash World Tour statement directly contradicts Nintendo. Oh, I know, I already mentioned that. What Nintendo and Panda is stating was not the reality of what Smash World Tour was told, nor what they received in writing. So it's nothing from Nintendo and Panda. They've done a terrible job. Yep, that is the reality of the situation. Alan got greedy, wanting a little monopoly on Smash tournaments, or at the very least, a Smash circuit, and in doing so may have burned his entire company to the ground. Because Panda, without their players, and without players to play in their tournaments, they have nothing. There's always going to be someone willing to accept to play. I would agree with you in any other scene, but Smash Bros, you get like actual lollipop sticks for a prize. So it's not like there's a huge monetary incentive to compete. The reason you compete is because you want to be the best, or you want to support your local scene. And if you don't like the org that's putting on the tournament, it's not like you have a big incentive to go there and play for fucking $15. Like, you're not going to bother if you don't like that company. Over the last year, Smash has been eating good from their tournaments, with people like Ludwig, Summit popping off. Like, they've had big prize pools, but that's not the norm. That is far from the norm. I feel like there's no company that hates its own user base more than Nintendo. It feels like every decision they make outside of game development decisions is always so bafflingly evil for no reason. It feels like they go out of their way to spit in the face of the people that play their games. You know how like the Heart Attack Grill, you get spanked by your waitress if you don't finish all your food? That's Nintendo. They spank you for just wanting to enjoy the games they produce. There's just a laundry list of awful things Nintendo does for seemingly no good reason. Like, for 20 years now, they've been locked in a war against the Smash Brothers community, just going full scorched earth and randomly shutting down grassroots tournaments left and right for 20 years, even though it's just a gathering of people playing their game at a high level. Like, that's not hurting anyone. Nintendo's made another wildly awful decision that goes against the community that enjoys their games, and I want to get very deep into it because it's one that I'm extremely passionate about. It's again them shitting on the Smash Brothers scene, but this time they're not alone. Nintendo had an accomplice, and in fact, the Nintendo sidekick may have actually been the greater villain in this story. As most of you know, Moist Esports started in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with Cola, so it's obviously a community I'm super passionate about. And it's been a community that's been severely neglected and shit on by Nintendo for 20 years now. They've shown no support, and they've actively gone out of the way to shut down tournaments. They don't actually contribute anything to the professional scene in any capacity whatsoever. They're very hands-off, and they really don't seem to like professional Smash Brothers, and never have. But not too long ago, Panda, which is an FGC organization, they're not just in Smash, but they're mainly known for Smash, they announced that they're partnering with Nintendo for the first time ever. Nintendo is directly partnering with a organization to put on high-level Smash tournaments. Everyone was excited, everyone was celebrating like, holy shit, Nintendo's finally getting involved. It looks like they're finally going to support the professional Smash scene. This is amazing. I was one of those people. I thought that was super hype. I thought that was great for the scene. Fast forward to today. There is something called the Smash World Tour, which is a labor of love put on by the community, mainly VGBC, Video Game Boot Camp, and it's reaching its conclusion. The Smash World Tour is by far the biggest Smash tournament that has ever happened, like circuit-wise. So the Smash World Tour is what people have been competing for an entire year. It's about to wrap up, and right before Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving, VGBC gets a notice from Nintendo that they have to shut it all down. They get a cease and desist. A classic Nintendo maneuver. They basically invented cease and desist. They would cease and desist a fucking 4-year-old's birthday party if you had a Mario plushie there. They are ruthless. So at the very end, our players, for example, already had flights ready for Smash World Tour here. Like, everyone was fully in. Like, everyone thought it was still happening. Everyone on the organizer side also thought so as well, until the day before Thanksgiving, they said, nope, no siree. Because Nintendo refuses to allow, like, grassroots tournaments or anything like that. Yet, this came out from VGBC, where it is revealed that the Smash World Tour did have the nod from Nintendo. While they didn't officially license it or get behind it in official capacity, they were in direct communication the entire time with Smash World Tour. They were talking directly to Nintendo. They had their blessing, albeit not a fully licensed blessing, but they had their permission to run that while they also ran the Panda Cup, which is their official one in conjunction with Panda. And then out of nowhere, they got this. They got absolutely fucking slapped. They had to shut it down. So they made the announcement today that the Smash World Tour it's dead. And then they have this in here, which seems to be that it was a Panda decision, not so much a Nintendo decision to do this. While Nintendo is obviously at fault, this paints a picture of the head of Panda, his name's Alan, wanting kind of like a monopoly on Smash. Since now he works directly with Nintendo, it seems like he wanted to strong-arm himself to being the only official tournament, and all the other ones he was trying to scare and intimidate and threaten with shutdown. So I wanted to read this with all of you, because it's bad. It's a terrible look. This is a terrible look if all of this is true. And it seems like it is because one of the BTS Beyond the Summit TOs, one of the head TOs, came out to confirm that what was said in here is accurate about Alan, Panda, the head of Panda, being an absolute supervillain here. So it's looking like there's a lot of evidence to point to this being like an honest explanation for how the Smash World Tour ended up going from being okay by Nintendo standards to being wiped on the fucking pavement, like actually curb stomped. So I just wanted to read this and then go over it a bit more. That's kind of like the cliff notes to speedrun the lore on how we got here. It's an absolute shame because the Smash World Tour is just, it was an incredible thing. Highest prize pool for the whole circuit, the biggest circuit ever done. It's international, so they had talent from all across the world competing, and it was finally going to wrap up in a massive, extremely fun way. And then all of this happened. Fucking tragedy. So here. Around the same time, Panda Cup began heavily recruiting events for their circuit. The CEO continued to tell organizers we would be getting shut down shortly, and also added that any events that participated in the Panda Cup would not be allowed to be on the Smash World Tour. This exclusivity surprised us not only because of our Nintendo conversations regarding coexisting, but also because we were not exclusive. And even back in January, we told organizers that they could be on both with zero issues from us. This is in reference to the Smash World Tour. Smash World Tour said that, hey, you can be part of our circuit and also be anywhere else you want to be. Totally fine. Very pro-community. Panda, not so much. At first, Panda targeted events that were not on the Smash World Tour, including those who did not join because of the aforementioned warnings. A few of those events had broadcast deals with popular tournament broadcasters like Beyond the Summit, and the CEO of Panda wanted broadcasting rights to be included as part of the deal of these events joining the Panda Cup. Most of the events refused to break their contracts, so Panda approached Beyond the Summit directly to try and get the rights released. BTS had very little motivation to give up the broadcasting rights for free, so they declined to get involved, causing the CEO of Panda to escalate things quickly, and we were told that he made a variety of threats to Beyond the Summit, including shutting down their entire Smash organization in 2023 if they didn't eventually join Panda Cup. After BTS held firm, the CEO of Panda warned that they would get Nintendo directly involved, putting broadcasting rights for all tournaments in jeopardy. So, this is the CEO of Panda, Alan, twirling his evil little mustache and his greed getting the best of him. So like Mr. Krabs with dollar signs in his eyes, he says, if you don't join us, we're going to get Big Daddy Nintendo, whom we're sucking the ass of, to shut you down. And that's exactly what's happened to the Smash World Tour. Now, this does call into question, will all grassroots big tournaments now face the wrath of Panda and Nintendo? Are they going to bully every single grassroots one? Or only the ones they deem a threat, like Beyond the Summit or VGBC? That I have no idea on at the moment. Panda hasn't commented as of right now, but it's pretty fucking bad. Now, I think it's very important. Like I said, they weren't officially licensed with Nintendo, the Smash World Tour, but they did have like open communication where it was kind of like a wink wink, this is okay kind of thing. Like, we know about it, we're okay with it, go for it, we can coexist. But only one of them was officially licensed by Nintendo, and they never had a problem until it seemed like Alan had a problem. So, absolutely tragic for the community. No, like, there is a big fuck Nintendo thing here, because if they would just fucking support the community besides just going with, like, the Panda Mafia, this would have never been an issue. This would have legitimately never been an issue to begin with. But, because they're so deeply in bed with Panda now, I guess Alan's whispering in their ear about, like, his competition that he's not happy with. At least that's how it reads. And he's made threats, which, again, have been confirmed over here, even outside of this document. This is a totally different organization. This is BTS that's confirming the same things that VGBC stated. So it seems like he just went on a bit of a rampage. Now, I think there is also, I've seen this theory tossed around, I think there also is a reality where the CEO of Panda tried to puff out his chest and, you know, flex on the community that now Nintendo's backing them, so trying to scare Beyond the Summit. But Nintendo never listened to him, didn't take him seriously, maybe viewed him as a clown. But he was so bad to work with that maybe Nintendo just got soured on the whole experience of being in the pro scene, that they're shutting everything down, and once they're done with the contract with Panda for their Panda Cup, maybe they never touch it again. I think that's also a very real possibility where Alan didn't influence their decision to shut everything down by telling them to. He influenced it by just being miserable to work with. So they were like, fuck this, we're just gonna shut everything down and go nuclear. I think that's also possible. So we're boycotting the Panda tournament? I personally am, yeah. One other thing that I just learned about from the subreddit, I think it was Leffen that brought it to light, and Moki also confirmed, when you got invited to the Panda Cup, you had to sign an exclusivity contract confirming that you will be going. That you absolutely will be going. So they made you sign a contract commitment. Hate to say it, but players should find a new game in esports org to stop supporting the Nintendo. Yeah, I've seen that take as well. It's not even a bad take. Like, it is so hard to defend Smash at the pro scene, at like pro level, when Nintendo can just freely do this and openly does it pretty often. And now you have like an inside man here at Panda, Alan, who is actively going against the community as well. Like, it's just a fucking mess. Does this mean light is dropped? What? No, we're not dropping any of our players or anything. What? No. What this means is our players that were going to the Smash World Tour Championship are no longer, because it doesn't fucking exist now. Nintendo and Panda shut it down. Now, like I said, Panda still hasn't made a statement. Alan hasn't said anything. Maybe they have a different view of these events, but it's been confirmed by two very reputable sources. And I did have a call with VGBC, like everyone on board, as well as SmashCon, that also echoed these same things about Panda in particular and how this all happened with the Smash World Tour. So I did know this was coming at some point today. I just didn't know it was this bad. The only tournaments are Panda and you're boycotting. How will you keep the Smash players signed? Well, it's not just me, man. No one wants, like, assuming all this is true, which again, there's a lot of evidence to point to it being accurate, no one's going to want to compete for Panda. And like I said, since we still don't know if this means they're going to shut down all grassroots competition, it seems unlikely they would. There'll still be other tournaments, but there's not another tournament with the same level of competition that the Smash World Tour offered. So it's still a huge blow regardless. And since everyone already had their flights and everything booked, it's a massive fucking financial burden as well for players. Of course, Moist Esports paid for all that, so luckily that doesn't affect our players personally, but not every player in Smash is signed. In fact, most of them aren't. So they probably just lost a ton of money booking all of this and now having to cancel. So you just lost a ton of money. Yeah, well, that's esports in a nutshell. Like, that is what it is. I'm just more upset about our players not being able to compete at Smash World Tour. I don't feel we know the truth yet. Like I said, we still need to hear from Panda and Alan in particular, since it seems like it's mainly Alan. We still need to hear from them. I just don't see a world where somehow every other major org had the same experience here, with Alan in particular. I don't see how that could somehow be like a smear campaign, a lie. Like, none of that really checks out, especially because there was direct communication with Nintendo the entirety of the Smash World Tour until all of a sudden they decided to cancel it out of the blue, or cease and desist it out of the blue.
Think I'm being dramatic? You might want to keep listening.
Like I said, that's still uncertain, but it's not impossible. There is still no telling if all of grassroots organizations will be shut down by Nintendo going forward because of this whole Panda thing or not. We don't know, but it is possible. It is very possible.
Because you've seen a video about 10 people getting really upset about the ice climbers, which I uploaded, and it's one of my most viewed videos.
A classic video to be sure, but he's also neglecting to mention where you've also probably seen it with the Salty Smash moments. Salty Smash moments have like fucking 60 entries now, and they're all golden. I still think Smash Rage is some of the best in all of gaming. It's so huge. It's such a massive explosion, and it's always enjoyable. So not just the Ice Climber moments. Salty Smash moments in general, I think most people know.
Now, Alan has been running Panda and also wanted this.
Real quick, let's double check to see if Alan has said anything. Since, again, he is the one that's kind of named and shamed in the document. Let's see if he's come out with his side of the story, or if that's going to be a little bit longer in the oven, cooking that up. Still nothing. His most recent one is, Peach being a baller was my favorite. Talking about the Nintendo Direct Mario trailer. Any minute now, though, he might drop some heat.
Canceled. Why? Well, their event is officially licensed by Nintendo.
First time ever,
now,
by the way.
On the surface, you might
Huge.
just think to yourself, well, okay, Nintendo licensed this one, but didn't license this one. It's Nintendo back at it again. They just don't understand the community, and they decided to go with one event, even though they should have gone with both. Now, it's not a shocker that Nintendo would cancel an event. It's happened many times in the past, usually to large public outcry that sometimes overturns their decision. But this is not as simple as...
Wait, when has that ever happened? When they canceled Big House, there was a massive uproar, and I don't think they ever overturned that, did they? Wait, when has Nintendo ever overturned their decision in the history? Evo 2013 is the last time they overturned their decision. Almost 10 years ago? Holy shit. I'm just surprised it's ever happened even once.
And the way it's worked for 20 years is that we have kind of just run tournaments and done our own thing and got no help from Nintendo. And Nintendo makes games and movies with Chris Pratt and does their own thing, and we don't mix. We don't.
That's not true. They mix sometimes, but always negatively. They will usually just step in and say, "Don't do that. We're shutting you down," right before it starts. Like, instead of shutting something down at the inception of it, they wait till it's about to happen. It seems so mean, like almost done on purpose. Like, they will wait for like the week before the event is supposed to happen, be like, "Actually, we changed our mind. You guys can suck our fucking nuts on it. Shut it down." No, really, shut it down.
But recently, Nintendo has been getting into the habit of approving events, licensing events, like the Panda Cup. Now, people were a little nervous about that because they thought, well, okay, maybe this is a bad thing because if they're licensing events, what will happen to the events that aren't licensed? Are those events going to suddenly get canceled? No, we thought back in the day when we were young and naive.
True.
But it
I
turns
am
out
guilty of that
the
as
answer
well. I
might
really
just
thought
be
so.
yes. Any event that's not licensed by Nintendo might just get outright canceled. And, well, apparently, what was happening is Alan, the CEO and co-founder of Panda, was going around to different tournaments that were meant to be a part of the circuit, different regional organizers, and saying, hey, just so you guys know, you guys are organizing an event, and it's supposed to be part of the Smash World Tour. I would not personally do that, because that event is going to get shut down, and they're not going to come back in 2020.
God, such a rat. Such a fucking rat.
Which is kind of a weird thing to do. And those Nintendo directs or execs reminded them that Nintendo is not shutting down anything unless it infringes on IP with game mods, and that the
For those that are unaware, that was the main reason they shut down Big House, because it's Slippy. Slippy is a mod on an emulator, and they were very upset about that. It's to play Melee on an emulator, so that way it's like actual great netcode with rollback. Nintendo wasn't having it, so they shut it down and blamed game mods. But in this case, it's just playing the actual fucking game. It's just like actually playing the base fucking game, normally all above board, by the numbers, by the books. So they couldn't fall back on that, and they're just straight shutting it down because looks like Alan doesn't want competition and wants a monopoly on tournament hosting. Panda players are all coming out as blindsided. Well, obviously the players had no fucking say-so. They didn't know Alan was going rogue behind the scenes like some kind of espionage agent trying to sabotage the community from the inside. Like, how the fuck would any of the players know that? Clearly, all the players are on the community's side. They didn't have any hand in Alan making these outrageously stupid decisions here.
The CEO of Panda escalated things and made a variety of threats to be on the summit, including threatening to shut down their entire Smash operation in 2023 if they did not join the Panda Cup. Beyond the Summit held firm. They said, fuck that shit. The CEO of Panda warned them.
Great move from Beyond the
Nintendo
Summit.
involved. My dad works at Nintendo, says Alan. He will seriously mess your shit up if you don't work with us. You have to be my friend. And the person at Nintendo directly told them those times are over.
Yep. A bold statement.
There is no longer a way to run Smash events unless they are licensed by Nintendo directly.
It's not 100% confirmed. Like I said, that's not like put in the books. It's not etched in the tablets of time yet. It seems like that might be the future, but VGBC as well as like SmashCon do feel optimistic that grassroots tournaments will still exist, and this is more just an Alan thing that forced Nintendo's hand. Like, he pushed them to it. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Either way, though, fat fucking L for Panda. And Nintendo, obviously. But Ludwig hasn't mentioned it yet. I mentioned it. I'll mention it again. It's not like Smash World Tour was doing this without Nintendo knowing. Like, this was even beyond the normal understanding of we'll do this and look the other way. Nintendo was aware this was happening and gave them, like, the okay that your Smash World Tour can coexist with our Panda Cup. They knew about it, and they were okay with it for this entire duration until the very end here. You think Nintendo will say something? Absolutely fucking not, but Panda will have to. Panda will say something. Nintendo will never once address this in the entire history of the fucking company's career, or lifetime. They never do, never will, but Panda's going to absolutely have to. Panda is an FGC-based organization that is such a tight-knit community. Even if you don't play Smash, all of their Panda players are going to be questioning if staying with them is the right move for optics, because the FGC is just so intertwined with each other. So Panda's gonna have to, Nintendo never will. I am very curious to see what Panda says. Be surprised. You might be surprised. They just might if it's this big. I just don't think so. I don't see any world where Nintendo addresses something like this. Nintendo addresses an impersonation account that tweeted out a picture of Mario giving them the finger. But they won't address like actual things like this. Did they ever say anything about the Big House uproar? Because that was a big one. That had a whole lot of community pushback, a whole lot of community outrage. I don't think they ever said anything. I guess maybe this could be different since they're directly involved with Panda Cup. I could possibly see it. But even then, I just doubt it. I just really doubt it. I really feel bad for all the Panda staff, players, and casters caught up with this and no communication. Of course, you have to. The community seems to understand that the players and Alan are two very distinct, different camps within Panda, as well as like staff and casters. Like those are so far removed from what Alan was doing with his fucking mob protection racket of you should join because, well, you might get shut down if you're unlicensed. You know, just might be a little weird out there. Might be sleeping with the fishes if you're not in Panda Cup. Like that is a exclusively Alan thing.
Because someone at Panda, aka Alan, was strong-arming a connection he had Nintendo to shut down any event that was not his own.
For what it's worth, the idea of having one true circuit in and of itself isn't a bad thing. If it's backed by Nintendo, that's not a bad thing. What's bad is the fact that he is actively going out and intimidating all the grassroots ones and actually like shutting them down. That's the problem. Like having a fully sanctioned, like authentic circuit is a cool thing. Like the one true Nintendo-backed cup that means the most. That's a cool thing. But you don't need to go and just start like fucking beef stewing all of the grassroots ones that built the community in the first place.
Am I going to be able to run a Smash event in the future? Every single Smash...
Should this be the case where the times are truly behind us, where Nintendo will not allow grassroots to happen... Yeah, Lud would never be able to run another, like, Lud Invitational, which is a fucking shame, because that was a great event. That would be the future of it. You might have locals, I think locals would still exist, but anything with viewership, Nintendo would probably shut down.
Smash event I have run has...
If Smash does that, I think the Smash esports scene goes away. Yeah. I think it would absolutely vanish. I don't see how it would survive. If all the grassroots majors and everything get shut down and only Panda Cup is left, no one's going to want to watch it because of this, and none of the players are going to want to play in it because of this. Like, it really would probably ruin the whole scene. Does that just hand the player base to Multiversus? I don't know where they'd go. There's nothing direct, like a direct successor or anything to Smash. There's other games that are similar, like you have Multiversus, you have Brawlhalla, Rivals of Aether, but none of those are like Smash. They're not one-to-one. I don't know where they'd go.
That the people who are running the Smash events aren't exactly rich. In fact, the only way to get rich is to leave the Smash scene. Something I've always known.
That is so fucking
So there's been
true.
a few people who have spoken out.
Yeah, that is so. In esports, it is well known amongst most of the orgs that going into the FGC is just like financial hemorrhaging. You don't make any returns in the FGC for the most part, save for some like very rare cases of like actual superstars that become like a bit transcendent of the FGC. But as a whole, that is a community of pros that don't actually make the orgs any money. So when you see an org in there, I always have respect because it's like, okay, they're there because someone in that pipeline likes that game, likes that community, likes that space. Because they're not making shit off it. They're not making anything off it. FGC means fighting game community, yeah. Fighting game community is FGC. I am curious though. Where do you make that hoopla? In 2013, Twitter wasn't nearly as big. So where did that outrage reach? How did Nintendo see it? Because they don't really see Twitter or anything. They ignore like everything on Twitter. A great example of that is Pokemon Scarlet Violet. All of the bugs, glitches, and everything. Nintendo has never publicly acknowledged how broken that game is, like in the state that it's in, like with the performance problems and everything. But they are issuing refunds because they know it, but they're not addressing it. So where do you get their attention to make them actually address it? Does it have to be Twitter, or do they have like something else? I really don't know. And in 2013, I don't think it was Twitter. It had to be like Facebook or something. It had to have just gone like crazy on Facebook. Got to be actual news outlets. Yeah, but I don't think, especially not in 2013. I highly doubt fucking New York Times or Wall Street Journal was writing about Smash Brothers at Evo. So I don't think it was actual news outlets. It was a breast cancer charity, and we donated $100K in total. So was it the amount of money the Smash community was able to raise to get like the attention of Nintendo? Is that what it was? Not so much the like outrage, just more so here's how passionate we are and here's what we're doing to show it that got their attention? You talk like 2013 was the Stone Ages. It was super different. Like, it really was. 2013 internet was a completely different landscape than what it currently is. And it's not even close. Because like I said, I don't feel Nintendo actually looks at anything that's on Twitter or anything about their brand anywhere. Like, I don't know how you'd even get their attention. You'd need Alan. You need Alan to have a change of heart and be like, guys, I fucked up. Hey, this is on me. This was a stupid decision. I fucked up. Can you please let Smash World Tour happen again? This was fucking dumb, and I may have just sank my whole company. Just toss me a goddamn bone, please. Like, you'd need someone on, like, the actual inside of Nintendo here to try and, like, lobby for it. Need the Phantom Thieves, bro. True. Without Smash, there would be no Moist Esports. Full stop. It is a community I'm very passionate about, so I also hope we can salvage this situation. What about Rocket League? No, I'm saying, like, if Smash didn't exist, like, the Smash Pro scene didn't exist as the grassroots organizations it's always been, there would have been no Moist Esports. I'm not saying, like, if this all goes through, I'm shutting down Moist Esports. I'm saying it wouldn't exist had this decision been made, like, 2 years ago. Yeah, fucking awful situation though, man. I really, really hope there's some kind of positive conclusion to this. I just don't even know what that would look like here because I have no faith in Nintendo themselves. I don't know Alan well enough to know if he'll do anything positive here. I really can't imagine what he'll say, but I very much would like to see the Panda side come forward with this situation. It's insane that people just want to play the game. I know, I don't get the war that Nintendo wages on grassroots orgs. Like, you don't make money in the Smash scene. They're not even profiting off your IP. They're doing it because they love the fucking game. The whole pro space is net loss across the board, except for like your top tier pro players who make like a big salary or have like external brand deals. But like, they're not, like, these tournaments aren't like stealing your IP and profiting from your fucking tournaments they run. They just lose money on it. It's just such a weird war, and it gets people talking about like Smash Ultimate, like that they still sell Smash Ultimate for $60. I just got it for Tiana for Black Friday, and the deal that they were doing for Black Friday on Smash Ultimate was $9 off, so $51. Like, they're still selling it at almost full price, and having these tournaments puts it in people's minds and like, oh fuck, like this is cool. Melee is 20 years old now. Like, there's just no reason they should even be bothering to, like, try and enforce that, because it's a 20-year-old game. Just let people play it how they want. It's not like Nintendo's making tons of money off fucking Smash Melee. Makes no sense. And Ultimate, like, it's only good for them. They are not making money from running these fucking tournaments off the back of your IP. Nintendo doesn't like adults playing their games. I know, isn't that crazy? I don't even know if it's necessarily adults playing their games. They just don't like their games to be competitive. Like, that's not a secret. They openly say they don't really like that their games are competitive. They just want to be fun party games, which they are, but they also do have a layer of depth that makes them fun competitively. Like, I don't know why you can't just have your cake and eat it too. Okay, while I was tinkling, I saw something very interesting on Twitter. And this time it wasn't just more OnlyFans promotions. Check this shit out. Now, it comes from a source I legitimately couldn't have less faith in being reliable, but this is still something worth noting. So according to Kotaku, They said, after giving the same deep consideration we apply to any potential partner, this is a spokesperson for Nintendo, which I don't think that exists to begin with, but I digress. We were unable to come to an agreement with Smash World Tour for a full circuit in 2023. Nintendo did not request any changes to or cancellation of remaining events in 2022, including the 2022 championship event, considering the negative impact on the players who are already planning to participate. So they are claiming, the spokesperson that is, that Nintendo did not cancel Smash World Tour. I don't really know if I believe that, though. Would that then mean it was somehow all Alan who then told the Nintendo rep that isn't this guy to tell Smash World Tour to cancel it, and Nintendo themselves had no clue? I don't really know what this means. This is Kotaku. I think they are extraordinarily unreliable in very, very many situations. But this is worth keeping in the back of the mind. I would be far more inclined to trust the Smash World Tour statement since they'd been in direct contact with Nintendo for so long. And this is a Kotaku source, nameless spokesperson. I guess in like the most generous of interpretations of this information, what could be happening is Nintendo backpedaling and like, no, we didn't want them to cancel it. They can still do it for sure, please. That's possible, I guess, but I even find that much to be unlikely. What's going to happen to the players sponsored by VG Bootcamp like AMSA? VG Bootcamp's not going away. They've lost the Smash World Tour, and also Glitch Double Down are also canceled, but it's not like that whole company is folding or anything. Like, they're not dead. I guess he thought people would think his claims have authority and never question it. I guess. I have no idea. I think he's a bit cranky. Do I think there'll be an apology video? No. I don't know Alan super well. My guess, though, based on this behavior, he's going to come out with something like the truth, or it's time you know what really happened, and use all kinds of deflectionary techniques to placate all of this. That's my guess. I don't think he's going to own up to it or take any responsibility or shed any real light on the situation. 2 minutes ago, a short follow-up regarding Nintendo's response. Okay, so this is fucking fresh. Here. It is about the Kotaku thing we just pulled up. Didn't expect to address this, but Nintendo's response via Kotaku has been brought to our attention, and that's what I already showed. We're unsure why they're taking this angle, especially in light of the greater statement and all that it contains. And then here's the original statement. We received this statement in writing from Nintendo shortly after our call. It is Nintendo's expectation that an approved license be secured in order to operate any commercial activity featuring Nintendo IP. It is also expected to secure such a license well in advance of any public announcement. After further review, we found that Smash World Tour has not met these expectations around health and safety guidelines and has not adhered to our internal partner guidelines. Nintendo will not be able to grant a license for Smash World Tour 2022 or any Smash World Tour activity in 2023. To be clear, we did not even submit an application for 2023. The application was for 2022. Nintendo, including all 2023 activity, was an addition we were not even expecting. In our call that accompanied this statement, we asked multiple times if we'd be able to continue to operate without a license as we had in years past with the same unofficial understanding with Nintendo. We were told point blank that those times are over. They followed up the call with their statement in writing, again confirming the 2022 championship and 2023 activity were in the exact same boat. I trust that far more than the Kotaku source. If they want to take this stance, though, then how about Nintendo tomorrow come out and say, actually, there was a misunderstanding. Smash World Tour Championships should continue as planned. And then they just reschedule the date. I'm sure players, while they will have lost a lot of money, will appreciate the chance to continue to compete at that level in that tournament. If this really is how they feel. But this, I think, is absolute nonsense, considering this is what Nintendo's actual stance was during their conversation. Do you think it's them backtracking after the pushback? No, I think this is just blatantly lying. Like, I think whoever they talk to here has no fucking clue what they're talking about. I don't know who Kotaku got in contact with, but I don't trust the source at all. Imagine this kind of drama happened in a League or Counter-Strike tournament. Oh my god, the community would lose their shit. If it happened in Counter-Strike in particular, Counter-Strike has like a tournament every hour. If all of a sudden Valve's like, actually, we're gonna step in, but we're only doing one major a year. So all the other ones, get that shit out of here. We're gonna do the one Valve major a year, and all of the other ones, illegal. That'd be the end. That'd just be the end. Yesterday we were blessed with an action-packed evening of internet drama that had me on the edge of my seat for the better part of 2 hours. And I actually think there's something very important to discuss here, not so much with the soap opera itself between the two parties, but there was a little something that slipped during all of this that I think is a really big deal that I want to talk about. Now, I'll go ahead and break down the situation for you in case you weren't on Twitter, and if you weren't, God bless you, keep up the great work, you're doing amazing, champ. Now, it all started on Twitter, but it did spread to Twitch with competing live streams where one side was giving their take on the situation and the other side trying to debunk it. So, it spread like a virus, and it all started with a series of tweets from a content creator named Frosty. He came out with a series of tweets making big accusations against his former employer, 100 Thieves, basically just putting his ass in their face, making all kinds of big claims like them taking 95% of sponsorship deals, as well as a myriad of other problems that he had with the organization. I'm sure I don't need to explain who 100 Thieves is to you, they're one of the biggest names in gaming, but I'll go ahead and give you a brief lore recap just in case my grandma's watching and doesn't know who 100 Thieves is. 100 Thieves is a pro gaming organization started by a massive content creator named Nadeshot. They've been around for about 4.5 years now, and they have really taken the scene by storm. They have pro gaming teams as well as big content creators, and Frosty was part of one of their content creator teams called The Mob. The Mob sailed away from 100 Thieves some time ago, but Frosty has now come out with big claims against the org, talking about how shady and shitty they were. And in response to these tweets, Nadeshot, the founder of 100 Thieves, went live on Twitch to address the controversy directly. And I know Nadeshot doesn't own Arby's, but he brought the meat regardless. He spent about an hour and a half finally pan-searing Frosty's cheeks in front of 45,000 people. It was a pretty well done response to everything, and I do like Nadeshot. However, he said something and revealed something that a lot of people are writing off as okay when I don't think it should be. And that's the percentage that 100 Thieves takes of the sponsorship deals they bring to the creators. This is him debunking the 95% claim from Frosty.
That we took 95% of their sponsorship deals that we brought to the mob. That is unequivocally, undeniably, without a shadow of a doubt, untrue. It is absolutely untrue. There is no basis for Frosty to say this. At one point, I have an email that the key terms of these deals that we bring to the mob, we would retain 85% of revenue. We did 3 deals for them, and two out of the 3 deals, they took home 65% of the revenue from that deal. Okay, 65% of the revenue from that deal.
To me, that's not an amazing look. This is entirely wrong. This is the biggest load of fucking horseradish I've ever seen in my life. I don't know where this 95% number is coming from. It's actually 85. You know, like, that's not much better. Wiggling your finger, well, actually, it's 85% that we'll take up to. Now, Nadeshot, of course, does go a bit deeper into the weeds of it, saying that they did end up giving 65% to the mob for, like, one of their deals in particular, which was a $200,000 deal. They walked away with 120 grand, which means 100 Thieves took 80 grand. They got 35%. And that's still an outrageous amount. I have seen so many people defending this number, saying shit like, well, they wouldn't have had the sponsorships without 100 Thieves, so they're entitled to 85%, and they were generous enough to only take 35. That is a fat, stinky L of a take right there. That kind of naive mentality is exactly why so many creators have been getting fucked in the face for the last 10 years online. Most creators, professional gamers, streamers, whatever, are pretty young, and they don't realize that they shouldn't be signing contracts that have something that extreme in them, like up to 85% we can retain from sponsorships. Even if it said like 35%, that's still a glaring red flag. They don't realize they're being exploited like that. Now, I don't think Nadeshot is doing this maliciously. This is just how the industry has been for about a decade, where the big businesses know that these people are young enough to not make a big hoopla about the sponsorship cut that they take. Because to them, they're just making content, doing what they love, and getting some free money on the side because a company's finding ads for them. And then they'll take the lion's share of the ads when really they shouldn't. I think that's an absolute load of fucking dirty barnacles. You know, that's absolute fish paste. So I don't think Nadeshot's doing this from a place of like evil or greed. I'm pretty certain this is what he's always seen in the industry since he's been in it so long, but that's not the way it should be. I've talked about this a lot. I started a company back in 2018 with Matt. I even made a whole video talking about it publicly. It's called Human Media Group. It's a management company where we manage hundreds of creators, some of the biggest names on the platform. We bring them brands, ad deals, campaigns, all that stuff in order to help them stay monetized and make a living out of the content they love to produce. We started it because of this being the industry norm. I made a lot of deals on like the podcast as well as personally that were really predatory, and I didn't know any better. So over time, I learned with Matt, and we started this company to try and help my friends, and then it grew into just helping any and all creators. And with Human Media Group, we take on average 15% of sponsorship deals we bring the creators, but sometimes we'll even go as low as 10%. So between 10 and 15% is the cut we take from the sponsorship deals we bring to them. And that should be the norm. You should never sign something or agree to do business with someone that's going to be taking 35 or 85%, allowed 85% in the contract. That's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. The absolute maximum you should be okay with is like 20%. That is the most any agent or company should ever possibly even toy with taking from the sponsorship deals. And I do understand the take people keep tossing around and regurgitating like a fucking mama bird feeding the baby bird, just vomiting it into each other's mouths. The take of, you know, they wouldn't have the sponsorship deals without 100 Thieves. You're right, but that doesn't mean they're entitled to 85% or even 35%. They're not doing the bulk of the labor. The onus is on the creators. They're doing the heavy lifting. The reason the sponsorship deal's there at all is because the creator is there and they're buying the slot from them. What 100 Thieves is doing, or what any management company does, is they facilitate that deal. They negotiate, they get the terms, and they bridge that. They bridge the deal. You can find deals on your own as a creator. You know, you can reach out to companies yourself. Sometimes companies even reach out to you. The reason why 100 Thieves or any management company at all exists and is effective is because most big brands don't reach out to individuals and don't accept people individually. They will take their ad campaign and their marketing spend to agencies or companies that have a big roster, and they'll buy bulk. They'll say, we have this campaign for this demographic and we want this many viewers. Who do you have for us? And that's when the company will provide you, if you're part of their roster, like 100 Thieves, they'll throw your name in there, and if they say yes, then you've got the deal. It's not like they're doing anything that entitles them to such a crazy cut of the sponsorship deal. It's just a pretty ludicrous notion. Yes, the companies like 100 Thieves or any management company does have access to brands that individuals won't, but still, it doesn't mean that they should be taking such a crazy amount from you either.
One of those deals, they made $30,000 each. It was a $200,000 deal. They walked away with $120,000, I believe it was. Okay? And what you don't understand is that we have to employ a partnerships team that needs to go out and source these deals. Then you have account management that handles, once that deal is sold, account management coordinates with everybody else within the company, whether it's marketing, whether it's content, whether it's a deal that is done with talent. And we have to incur labor expenses to make these things a reality.
All of those things he mentions there, Human Media Group also has, and I assure you 15% is still profitable. It's plenty. It's not as profitable as 35 or 85%, but it is plenty. It's not necessary to be taking such a high cut of those sponsorship deals. Now, I do understand that 100 Thieves is not a management company first and foremost. They are a professional gaming organization. They have content creators, they have pro gamers. I understand that, but they do have that management arm clearly, since he's mentioning this team. So I know that 35% is still outrageous. And I do get the argument that will inevitably be made that they only have like 20 creators they're getting sponsorship deals for, whereas Human Media Group has hundreds. So, you know, just going by scale, taking 15% of hundreds of deals is more profitable than taking 15% of 20. And that's a fine argument to make, like I get it. However, those 20 creators that 100 Thieves has are massive. He mentions a $200,000 deal. That's one campaign. If you took just 15% of that, that's 30 grand from a single marketing campaign with a single member of the 100 Thieves community there. One single group. That's a great take home. It's not as much as the 80 they did take home, but 30 is plenty. So I just completely disagree with all the people defending this 85%, which I think is indefensible. But even the people defending the 35%, I just think that is still excessive, and we need to get past this idea that the companies that are getting the sponsorship deals are the ones that deserve the biggest cut of it or a massive cut of it, because that's just not how it should be. It should be the creators getting the bulk of that deal, because the deal is there because the creator's there in the first place, right? Like, it's just, we're getting it backwards now. We're starting to go in reverse here. So I just wanted to get that point across, that I think 100 Thieves, if it's 85% for all their creators, is outrageous, or even 35%, it's way too high. Now, I do want to go into a bit more just to conclude the entire situation here with the drama. I think overall Nadeshot came out of this looking significantly better than Frosty. One of the big claims Frosty made is that they were completely broke when they were signed with 100 Thieves. They were forced to move to West LA, and their salary didn't enable them to like have any quality of life, talking about like having to skip meals sometimes to pay rent, and that they were living in a $10,000 a month house. And that is true. According to Nadeshot, they did get encouraged to go out to West LA. However, they chose the $10,000 house. And even on Frosty's own stream, he tried to make a point saying West LA is so expensive that, you know, all we could do was take a $10,000 house. But then he goes on Zillow and immediately proves himself wrong, just spits in his own face. He brings up other cheaper alternatives. There were some for like 5 or 6 grand a month as opposed to 10K a month. So they were cheaper alternatives where they didn't have to dump their entire salary into rent. But overall, I don't think they should have been forced to go to LA in general. No one should be. LA sucks. I fucking hate LA. I'm just not a fan. I think it's way too expensive. Their salaries were $2,500 each, and that doesn't go a long way in LA, so I don't think they should have been forced to go there anyway, but they did make a mistake choosing such an expensive place to live. Nadeshot said it was their choice to live there, and it was. He confirmed that. There were cheaper alternatives that they didn't even consider, I guess. So overall, a lot of the responsibility fell on Frosty, and a lot of these claims seem to be baseless. But it's a lot of just he said, she said. But again, I think Nadeshot came out of this looking much better. I think he did a great job of defending himself, and Frosty kind of made a fool of himself, especially towards the end where he said this.
You literally provided no proof? Bro, because for me to provide proof, like, what is there to provide proof of? Like, why would I be lying? Like, I would have to show text messages. Like, this is what I mean, bro. This is why I wanted to wait.
You were the one that made the claims. You should have, like, something, I would expect. And what do you mean there's no reason for you to lie? You have plenty to gain out of lying. Well, you know, clout. You got, what, 30,000 concurrent viewers during your stream debunking it? And you hadn't streamed in 3 months, and before that we're averaging a couple hundred? Like, there was so much to gain out of a controversy like this. There's plenty of incentive to lie. At the very least, Nadeshot was open and honest about things, even something as bad as the 85% of the sponsorship deal thing. Nadeshot also pulled up metrics to talk about like how they weren't doing content and certain things. Nadeshot did come with receipts as well as like actual evidence to back up what he was saying to defend the company. Frosty spent the whole stream just saying stories and like talking about things in a roundabout way. A lot of times it just seemed like straight up entitlement, like he was expecting them to bend over backwards to do everything to make them happy at all hours of the day. And so the stream didn't go super well for Frosty. I don't think he did a great job of like proving his claims. Maybe he'll come forward with like actual evidence to support these things in the future, but for now it does look like Nadeshot like did the best here in this situation. I just wanted to talk about mainly the sponsorship thing since that's what I took a big issue with, not so much the drama between the two of them. So that's really about it. So yeah. There are two things in this world that never work under any circumstances. The McDonald's ice cream machines and gaming boycotts. Gamers have an insatiable appetite to consume. To reject that urge goes against their very nature. Anytime something shiny comes out, you can bet your sweet bippy it will be purchased and played, no matter how vocal people are about abstaining from it and not buying it. Like, the most notable being Modern Warfare 2, there was a big hoopla and a huge movement about boycotting Modern Warfare 2, and then if you went into, like, the Steam group from the big boycott organization, almost every single person in there was currently online on launch day playing the game. And that's just kind of been the song and dance for gaming boycotts forever, really. Interrupting this broadcast real quick to give you an announcement that Starforge is doing an absolutely massive sale right now, so if you're looking to upgrade your PC, now is the perfect time to do that. You can click the link in the description. Of course, there have been some outliers, a few exceptions, where people really did vote with their wallets and voted no. That has happened. It's just not common. And right now, there was a huge push against the Nintendo Switch 2 for a lot of bad business practices, and people were talking about how they're definitely not buying it this time around, they don't want to support it. And I'm sure you can already guess chapter 2 of this story here, the climax. The Nintendo Switch 2 releases, and that shit has been gobbled up like a bowl of cereal by a ton of people that were very outspoken against the Switch 2 and talking about like they won't be purchasing it, which was all very easy to say before it was available. But now that it's here, they have jumped on that opportunity to own one enthusiastically and are playing it furiously and enjoying it too. I didn't expect the Switch 2 to flop. It was very predictable that everyone that was rallying against it was going to inevitably purchase it because this is like clockwork. It happens all the time in gaming. It was always going to be a super success. And I talked about that numerous times over my coverage of Nintendo and everything that's been going on there recently. So I'm not surprised that I'm not angry or anything either. I just find it very silly. And unfortunately, it's putting me in a pickle where a lot of people think I'm going to cave and buy a Switch 2 any day now. Because I'm sure a lot of you know I'm not the biggest Nintendo enthusiast in recent years with a lot of their behavior against the community that loves their games, as well as their litigious nature of going after things that they believe is some kind of threat, like Pow World, and really overreaching there, mind you. And their pricing, I think, being abominable and a huge blemish to this whole industry, trying to normalize the $80 first-party titles, paid services for things that are currently free, like the Discord equivalent in the Switch 2, which is just a much worse version of just using Discord. I could go on and on. I've already told you these things. I don't need to just regurgitate them, fucking, baby bird them into your mouth again. Point is, I've made it very clear that I had no plans of getting the Nintendo Switch 2. At the time, I had absolutely no desire to get the Nintendo Switch 2. And I still don't. I still didn't buy a Nintendo Switch 2, and I don't even have, like, the slightest semblance, like, not even, like, the one molecule in my being is tempted to buy the Switch 2. And that's not even because I'm someone that, like, calls for a boycott of Nintendo or anything. I really don't care. There's a lot of people that bought it, they're really enjoying it, and a lot of people are reporting that it's a great console, and I'm very happy that they're having fun with it. At the end of the day, that's the most important part. So it doesn't bother me whatsoever. I have never once tried to, like a shout out or rallying cry to stand up to Nintendo. If you want to buy it, and you're having fun with it, all power to you. I'm just not in that camp. I've never tried to be a boycott Barry here, trying to get people to not buy the Switch 2. All I've been doing is just talking about things that I personally don't agree with the way Nintendo's been doing things over the last couple of years. But if people want to get it, I think that's great. And have fun doing that. I've seen some really cool videos, too, from, like, the midnight launches. It felt very nostalgic, because I remember being a kid going to, like, midnight launches for Gears of War 2, for example. And the clips I've seen really do remind me of that. That's a very fun thing to see happen again. Like Dashi and Corey Kenshin were apparently at one of the midnight launches, and they were dancing and having fun, and everyone was having a great time for the Switch 2 launch. I'm not trying to drop trousers and plant my ass on the fun here. I am not the fun police trying to sound the alarm. I encourage it, and I'm glad so many people are enjoying it. I'm just not someone that is getting the Switch 2 for a variety of different reasons. Now, even if it wasn't like Nintendo's business practices that I had such an issue with, the launch catalog also just isn't really super appealing to me, personally. Looking at the Switch 2's drop just isn't exciting. It's mainly games I've already played before. In fact, it is almost exclusively games I've played before, except for the new Mario Kart game. So, like, I don't really need to just pay full price for games I've already experienced just to experience them again on the Switch 2. That doesn't make me, salivate and want to sink my teeth into it. And I'm not so excited about the new Mario Kart that I need to go out there right now and buy the system to experience it. But that's just me and my size small underpants here. Like, that's not going to be a one-size-fits-all for everyone else. Maybe there are people out there that didn't play these games and want to experience them on the Switch too. They want to have the handheld capabilities. That's totally fine. And you bought the system so that way you can play them for the first time, or you're a huge Mario Kart fan and this was a system seller for you. Again, all power to you. It's just, for me personally, I won't be getting it. Because of so many people that were outspoken now buying the Switch 2, I'm getting lumped into that group for some reason about, like, any day now Charles is going to buy it because he was trying so hard to push against Nintendo and try and get everyone else to do that with him. I wasn't. Yes, I was pushing hard against Nintendo because it's a company that produces games that are really near and dear to my boners. I fucking love so many Nintendo games. Like, if you watch the video I just made on my top 50, a good chunk of those are Nintendo property. They make bangers, games that absolutely slap. But the company itself, I think, is outright, like, brutal. Like, they are absolutely brutal. And I just wish that wasn't the case, and it makes me upset. And I don't have any desire to support that. But, again, that's just me. I'm not trying to get other people to do that as well. Again, the most important thing is that you're having fun, and if this is something you really want to get and you're enjoying it, that's great. I'm having fun not getting it. So, I am not your enemy, Nintendo Switch 2 fans. And I certainly don't think any less of anyone that did get a Switch 2. It's really not that deep. I'm not fighting a war here. It's just one personal Neanderthal's decision to not buy the Switch 2 for a variety of different reasons that maybe don't matter to you at all. They just matter to me. That's it. So I'm not getting the Switch 2. I have no plans on it anytime soon. Will I consider it in the future? Maybe. You know, if Nintendo starts to work more with the community as opposed to against them, sure, I could definitely see myself getting a Switch 2 down the line to try and encourage that direction as opposed to the direction they've been going down for the last few years. Absolutely. It's not like I have some unreasonable, irrational, blind hatred of Nintendo as a company and will refuse to support them forever. Not at all. I would much rather be talking about Nintendo W's as opposed to L's. I would like to see them be more community-focused and more enthusiastic about, like, gaming in general, as opposed to trying to figure out ways of nickel and diming more and more, like, getting more juice for the squeeze out of consumers' wallets for their products. That's all. That's literally it. So, if we can get to a point where Nintendo starts going more in that direction, I'll be just as happy as anyone. You'll see me dancing about Nintendo Switch 2 and all that, if we can get to that point. But right now, we're not there. Maybe we never get there. Who really knows? Hopefully, at some point, it does. But currently, and at least for the foreseeable future, I won't be getting the Switch 2. But I don't expect anyone else to follow that. I want you to do what you'd like to do. So that's really about it. It's not that deep, I don't think. That's it. So yeah. If hating Nintendo was a sport, I'd be the Michael Jordan of it. For years, I have thrown innumerable tomatoes at this company for a variety of reasons, and today, I feel so vindicated after all the Nintendo Switch 2 announcements. Now, first things first, the games they showed look incredible. I was actually salivating and ready to, like, make a whole video glazing Nintendo for how hype the announcements were. The new FromSoft game, the Duskbloods, that came out of nowhere, and we finally got, like, a couple of tiddlywinks, like, almost fucking, subliminal messaging of Silksong. It was only, like, 6 seconds worth of footage, but Silksong got a release date this year. Those are two things I said would never happen. A FromSoft reveal and Silksong information I said would never happen at a Nintendo Direct or anything. And then bang! Right in my fucking bussy, Nintendo comes in and smokes my whole wiener with this. As is tradition, anytime I make predictions about games, or really anything, any of my predictions, I'm like 0 for 2000. I actually feel like when I make a prediction, I am jinxing it and manifesting the opposite into reality. So actually, I think a lot of people should thank me for these predictions, because I feel like if I never said anything, we would not see anything from Silksong, nor would there even be a new FromSoft title. I'm just saying. But amazing announcements. Even aside from those, there were just so many cool things that they showed at the Nintendo Direct. And then immediately after it ends, while they're still riding this high, they have all this hype, they hit everyone with the cold water. They give so much bad news about the Switch 2, from the pricing to the way physical copies are treated, and all of it completely ruined everyone's excitement. It was a masterclass in how to take the wind out of your own sails. It was just deflating. Like, you got more bad news following the Nintendo Direct than all of your party members down the Oregon Trail, suffering from all of those diseases and ailments every time you take 2 steps. Nintendo did an immaculate job of completely wiping their ass with all the goodwill they built up from that fucking Direct. So I want to start with the most infuriating. Some Nintendo Switch 2 games will be more expensive. Now I know what you're thinking. Well, this probably means they're just going to be $70. Like, all of them across the board are going to be $70, which is more expensive. You're wrong. They're actually, in some cases, going to be $80. And not only are the digital downloads of these games going up to $80 in some cases, from what I'm reading, some of the physical copies of these games will be going to $90. Now, what this means is Nintendo's off their fucking gourd. I can't even make this kind of markup in Schedule 1 with my drugs because no one would buy them. Going up to $20 over the normal market value, that's unheard of, but it's Nintendo. They can strong-arm their way and get away with it. And what this means is $80 games, and I guess in some cases $90 physical copies, that's going to become the industry standard. All of the other big players in the industry are going to follow suit. Nintendo has just busted the lid off of $80 as a normal amount to charge for a digital copy of games. That sucks so much shit through a crazy straw, I couldn't even begin to describe how on brand that is for Nintendo. Some people are surprised. I was surprised Nintendo didn't do something like this sooner. I have said for so long how out of touch this company is and how anti-consumer Nintendo as a company is. They make great games, bangers, games that are very special to me. You'll find a lot of them on my shelf. But the company itself is the antithesis of fun and friendly. They are brutal and greedy. And they knew they could get away with this kind of pricing. They knew it, and they will get away with it, unfortunately. And now people are finally starting to see, like, oh no, this company, like, they don't fucking like us. Like, they do not really like the consumer. And I feel so vindicated. Like, I feel like, you know, our ancestors way back in the day when that one person spoke up and said, what if instead of eating it raw, we cook our meat? And then he got, like, pummeled by rocks from the rest of the group. Well, that was me. And now instead of throwing rocks, people are finally being like, no, wait, maybe this meat is getting cooked here. Nintendo is a meat cooker of ass. I got lost in the analogy I was trying to make. Point is, I've said for so long how mean of a company Nintendo is and how they do not respect you. This company wouldn't piss in your mouth if you were dying of thirst unless you paid them $60 up front for the convenience fee. So this is the perfect demonstration that Nintendo will just do anything for a couple extra doubloons. So they are now at the $80 price tag for some of their games, which will no doubt have a pretty big effect on the rest of the gaming sector as a whole. And that is bleak. You hate to see that. I have been one of those Scrooges bah-humbugging that ridiculous rumor that GTA 6 is going to cost $100. I have been fighting on the front lines of that ridiculous claim for a year. After seeing Nintendo drop this shit here, I'm starting to think Rockstar might just try it too. Because it really, you can basically charge whatever you want. Nintendo is now setting the precedent, and I think Rockstar will follow. Maybe GTA 6 truly will cost $100. Now, I made a brief mention at the beginning of the video about how they're treating physical releases, and this is what I was referring to. It's about their game key card. So apparently, the game key cards are like basically giving you access to download the game via the internet. So what you actually buy, the physical copy, it's not like the game you're just getting Nintendo's stamp of approval to download the game itself. Which ties into the old Ubisoft quote of you'll own nothing and you'll like it. That's not exactly what they said, but they basically said, I think verbatim was, gamers need to get comfortable not owning their games or not owning anything, something to that effect. And Nintendo seems to be following suit with that philosophy. You're not actually owning anything if you're buying a physical copy of a game. You're still just getting a permission slip, literally like a library card. Not even a library card, actually. You're getting like a hall pass where you get to put your physical copy into the Switch 2 in order to download the game itself from Nintendo. You don't own shit. You own absolutely nothing. You own the idea of being able to have this game on your console. It's amazing, which has become the norm. Now, I have always, not always, but for like the last like 8 or 9 years, I've been like a big digital downloader. I haven't really bought physical copies in a while. But over the last year, you've heard me talk about it quite a bit. I've become a huge advocate for physical copies of things because, as we've seen time and time again, you don't own it, so you can lose access to it forever because it's not really yours. And I think that sucks. What you buy, you should have. You should have the right to it. Like, you own it. If you want to play it, you should be able to do that. Even if you don't have internet access, or even if you lose your account that housed it, as long as you have the physical copy, you should still be able to pop that bitch in and play it. So I've become a huge advocate for physical copies, especially now that so many things are just getting outright removed and deleted, and they're just gone forever because there's no physical copies. I think it's more important than ever, and now Nintendo's taken a step to ensure that physical copies are even more meaningless. It's very sad. And since you're not even getting the game itself through these physical copies, it makes this $90 price tag even more baffling, even more of a head scratcher, because what you're getting is fundamentally an empty box with a code on it. You get a tiny little doohickey, you get a thingamajig you put in your Switch 2 that is not the full game. It does not have the full game data. They make that very clear. It does not contain full game data, and you get that key to then download the game from the internet. So why are you paying even more money for that while still getting the same service? The only thing that changes is you get a fucking box with it. It's craziness. It's actual craziness what Nintendo tries to get away with, and what they inevitably will get away with. It's such a shame, too, because the Switch 2 does seem to be a significant upgrade over the Switch 1, which of course isn't saying much because the Nintendo Switch is basically like a fucking glorified 2011 smartphone. That shit is wimpy. And the Switch 2 is finally a modern console. Finally, some real power. And they showed so many good games for it coming out. It's extremely exciting, that catalog. But now, I can't be excited for it because I hate the precedent they're setting with this pricing. I hate the precedent they're setting with the physical copies. Which you can't even call them physical copies. They're not physical copies. You're getting a box with a code on it, basically. It's just trash. Nintendo is insatiable in their appetite for more money. A gluttonous corporation, which it should be a surprise to no one, but it really is just egregious here with what they're doing for the Switch 2 and its pricing for some of the games. So yeah, it's not super fun, Nintendo. Don't like that very much. That's about it. So yeah. I like Nintendo games. I don't like Nintendo as a company. I've said this for 6 years now. Nintendo constantly makes decisions that are actively just hurting the biggest fans of their property. It seems like they're just hell-bent on ruining people's passion for their properties. They're just on this warpath against fun itself. It's like when SpongeBob had to teach Plankton what fun is. That's what the community constantly does for Nintendo, only for them to just shout bah humbug and then send you a cease and desist, or just outright slap you down, or if you're a YouTuber, issue you a strike. Oftentimes Nintendo is just evil for the sake of it. Like, I'm talking mustache twirlingly sinister. Like, the Nintendo Corporation is a villain that Mario would have seeked to slay in one of his games. Like, I remember a case like 4 years ago where Nintendo banned a handful of streamers for playing Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity early. Except they weren't playing it early. Nintendo just forgot that time zones exist, so they banned streamers who were playing the official release of Hyrule Warriors because they forgot. That's how out of touch and archaic Nintendo is, and how willing they are to just bend someone over and spank their cheeks raw, even when there's no real reason to do so. This is something Nintendo has done for years now with like Smash Brothers, which I've talked about endlessly, but they get up extra early in the morning just to hate. Like, they try and just ruin fun. Nintendo would send assassins to Santa Claus's workshop if they found out that one of the elves made an unlicensed Yoshi plushie. I know I'm getting a little lost in the sauce here, but I just get very passionate when I talk about how menacing Nintendo is for no reason. So the reason why I'm talking about them today is because they've just dealt a massive blow to emulation. Nintendo deserves more shit than a porta potty for this, and I really hope they get huge backlash for it, because I think this is just completely unacceptable. It started 2 days ago with a channel called Retro Game Corps announcing that they had received strikes for content that had a Nintendo game running on an emulator. The channel owner explains that they are considering a counterclaim under fair use as it was educational and transformative and had no effect on the market. It was a demonstration of a console no longer for sale. Even the Wii U eShop is closed, so the company itself has no means of earning revenue from Wii U sales. So this is one of the core components and what makes emulation so important. There are games that aren't being sold anymore and cannot be accessed outside of emulating them. It's fucking ridiculous. It is an incredibly important tool for preservation. But the only thing Nintendo's interested in preserving is that chip on their shoulder they have against any kind of internet content that shows their games. So they once again overstep and issue strikes for this, which is something Nintendo has done since the dawn of YouTube itself. There was a time period where you couldn't actually have a YouTube video that had a Nintendo game in it because Nintendo would have your account banned. They fucking hate it for some reason. They try and protect their copyright with an iron fist. And I know there's always people that have Nintendo's cock in their mouth trying to make arguments on their behalf, doing free PR for them, fighting their battles, saying things like, oh yeah, but people will download games that they don't have on emulators and that hurts Nintendo. Load of baloney. That's dirty barnacles, especially in cases like this. There is no one getting hurt by emulating games that are not accessible through official means. There is tons of games like that. Emulation is extraordinarily important, and Nintendo does everything it can to ruin it. And in doing so, they even try and ruin other people's lives in the process. That channel now has 2 strikes on their YouTube account, meaning that they're 1 strike away from having their account terminated, meaning a source of revenue, part of their livelihood, is on the cusp of being taken away at the hands of Nintendo. And no amount of groveling at Nintendo's feet ever appeases them. The only thing that appeases them is complete fucking destruction of fun and destruction of emulators. So the big thing that happened today is they just shut down Ryujinx. Ryujinx is one of the last main remaining Switch emulators, and it just got wiped out today. Like the dinosaurs with the fucking meteor, Nintendo came in and they put the kibosh on it. According to an official statement on Ryujinx Discord server, developer GDK Chan was contacted by Nintendo, offered an agreement to stop working on the project, and the agreement wasn't confirmed, but the organization has been entirely removed. So here's the Discord announcement about it, talking about how it's going to cease operations. And like I mentioned, this is one of the last remaining Switch emulators. This isn't the first time Nintendo's done this. They took down Yuzu not that long ago, which was the big boy on the block. That was the sheriff in town. Yuzu was the go-to Switch emulator until Nintendo put it in the crosshairs and they took it out behind the barn. Nintendo's motto is, "You'll have fun with our games the way we want you to. Any other way that you enjoy our products is not acceptable, it's not permissible, it's illegal, you're going to jail, buster." Nintendo has a set way that they believe things should be done with their property. And we see it in Smash Brothers, where they don't believe it should be a competitive game, so they've never shown support for Smash Brothers and have even actively gone out of their ways to shut down tournaments over the years. And that's just a community of people that love their games, trying to put on events for their games, and Nintendo sometimes comes out there and says, "Nope, shut it down, pussy." Like, they go out of their way to ruin fun. They've been a little better about not destroying Smash tournaments recently, but historically, you've always just had a coin flip on whether or not Nintendo's going to show up and just say, "That's enough, take this down." And it's that way for so many things. It's just so unnecessary, and it's always so heavy-handed. They always choose, like, scorched earth, like the most aggressive path they can take. Strikes on your channel, banning your stream for 48 hours, like shutting down your Twitch channel for 48 hours, which is fundamentally, like, to put that in perspective, Nintendo having that power is basically Nintendo showing up to your job and firing you for 48 hours. Like, that's how extreme it is. It's so stupid. It's silly. Well, it would be silly if it wasn't so destructive. And it's not like they're doing anything good. Like, they're not releasing an emulator of their own. Like, they take down these emulators, and then what? Then the games are just inaccessible. Some games you will never be able to play again now. There are some games that now just fade into memory. A myth, a legend, even, that can never be played again because Nintendo is destroying emulators. It's like, if they had a competing product, I'd understand. That'd be understandable. It'd make a little more sense, like, oh, okay, Nintendo views this as competition. They're kind of stepping on their toes. Like, they have an official emulator, and now there's a bunch of unofficial ones out there, so I guess I'd understand why they'd be reaching their tendrils out there to try and stop that. But they don't. They don't have an emulator. They don't have ways of playing games from the old Wii U shop or anything. They don't have ways of playing some of these games. The only option are these emulators, which now are no longer an option because Nintendo is burying them. They are such a litigious company, yet so lethargic when it comes to, like, delivering things that make sense. Their Nintendo Online service is still a fucking joke. That is still a dial-up service that you're paying for, basically. Every Nintendo Online game I've ever played, especially Smash Bros. Ultimate Online, is fucking sickening. Like, their games, like, they're fun. They're very fun games, but their hardware is outdated. Their hardware is archaic. A fucking calculator on your iPhone is probably more powerful than the entire Switch console. Like, Nintendo is so behind on the times, but they have such good first-party games from, like, some very creative people internally that make bangers, but it's all wrapped up in this company that is out of touch and downright greedy and evil. There is no reason Nintendo should be shutting down emulators. They are doing your work for you. They are creating more fans of Nintendo property than Nintendo is. What Nintendo should do is release an emulator of their own. What they should do is offer better services as opposed to shut down the better services. Like, they're shutting these emulators down without having anything of their own that is an improvement. They don't have anything. It's just dumb. I hate it. I actually hate it. So yeah, I wanted to rant about this a little bit. It's a classic, probably like 2 or 3 times a year, Nintendo rant where I just have to spit on that company. It sucks. I really am so upset with them because they make such good games. It would just be such a slam dunk, an easy layup for Nintendo to just finally turn a new leaf and start getting into the 21st century. Like, finally doing things that aren't just needlessly evil, that aren't just cease and desisting everyone and everything and shutting projects down, taking down fan projects. Like, it's just so unnecessary. So, yeah, RIP to Ryu Jinx. Hopefully that YouTuber doesn't lose his account to Nintendo. And big fuck you to Nintendo. That's about it. See ya. That's what people sound like when they do their best to defend Nintendo from my mean words. They deserve it. Nintendo is greedy, and I'm tired of it. So I keep making fun of them. And there's so many people that defend Nintendo, even in spite of them reaching into their piggy bank and shaking it for everything that could fall out. Heavens to Betsy, Nintendo even has the gall to charge money for their tech demo welcome tour for the Nintendo Switch. This is a game with the Switch 2 that's supposed to teach you how to use the console. It is a tour of it, and they didn't even have the common courtesy to let it be free like other games of that kind, like Astrobot back on the PS4. It doesn't get more pathetic than that. How do you even defend that? How do you even begin to rationalize why they would charge money for their tutorial of the Switch 2? It's craziness. That is an actual Mr. Krabs maneuver. Like that episode where he was charging customers for air inside of the restaurant. Like, Nintendo is so beyond greedy, and I believe it is just truly indefensible no matter how hard people jump through mental gymnastics to, wave it away is not a big deal, and like they're totally right for increasing the price of their games and all this and that. I don't know. I don't understand the desperation to suck the Nintendo wiener this hard and defend them like this, fight their PR battles for free. It is very valid criticism to make fun of them for their pricing, because it's just ludicrous. And keep in mind, Nintendo never drops the price of their games, ever. Games that are like 10 years old are still being sold for full fucking price by Nintendo. So these games that are coming out that are going to be $80 occasionally for the Switch 2, they are going to remain $80 till the day you die. Occasionally they do like a deal where they drop the price temporarily on some of their titles, but that comes once in a blue moon. You are more likely to see Halley's Comet again than you are to see a Nintendo price drop on one of their properties for any meaningful length of time. And they charge out the wazoo for every single fucking thing that they can possibly even imagine. Like game chat in their games is a paid service, which means since it's a paid service, your C buttons are going to be locked behind a paywall. If you don't pay for it, those buttons on your controller aren't even going to work. It's ridiculous. Their game chat is also just reskin Discord, but with technology that's ancient compared to modern Discord. So I'm just going to show you clips from today's Yap session on Nintendo where we're going over Doug Bowser's most recent interview, and they showed more from game chat. It looks so laggy and so old It is insulting they would even consider charging for it. And in this interview, Doug Bowser gives no good reasons why they increased the price of the games. The reason he gives, I think, is trash. Did you watch the Bowser interview over their $80 games? I didn't watch the interview, I just saw the statement. I'll watch the interview real quick. I'm assuming it's not a long interview. It's 17 minutes. But this man actually like opened up his whole heart here. I thought it was just going to be another classic Doug Bowser where they bring him out of cryosleep for like a 3-minute appearance and then he goes right back into battery saving mode. Like, this guy is only ever seen like maybe 2 or 3 times a year. That's it. Outside of that, he ceases to exist. He just goes to the back rooms.
I guess the question now is, with the Switch 2, how do you avoid that trap again? What makes the Switch 2 a worthwhile upgrade so you don't kind of fall into that Wii U moment again?
Yeah, I think...
Oh, he just said the forbidden word. He mentioned Wii U. CNBC bringing up Wii U directly to Nintendo? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Doug Bowser's even surprised. Like, what'd you say? Nah, these are clearly pre-screened questions, but I'm surprised they're willing to even mention what kind of failure Wii U was. I was one of the victims of that. I got scammed by it.
Is happening behind us right now. And really,
I did buy a Wii U. Yeah.
Creating that next generation, but then added very powerful.
What did you see in it? In the Wii U?
Features. So it's that understanding.
Okay, jeez, I can't believe I always have to defend myself about the Wii U. The reason I bought it is because I missed out on the Wii. I never owned a Wii. I only ever played it at friends' houses, and I felt so weird about that. So when the Wii U rolled around, I was like, not this time. I'm gonna get it. So I got it. Turns out I was weird now because I was the only one with a Wii U. But without the Wii U, I would have never created Big Moist, because the name Big Moist came from the Wii U. I bought it. I then brought it to my dorm, and we used it as a communal Wii U for Mario Kart. And I made the name Big Moist on it. So, while the console was a scam, 100% that shit was ass, got some good memories from it.
And then there's the CPU and GPU processing power that allows for much deeper game development, and I think an ability to bring even more developers onto the platform. And then laid on top of that is the social features that we haven't talked about.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
That lays on top of any game that you play. With the push of one button, seamlessly you can connect with your friends, you can chat with them via audio.
Doug, you've made Discord. Doug, don't you dare try and use that as some kind of justification for crazy price increases. Well, you see, we invented this thing called chat. Now listen, bear with me. I know it sounds like a ludicrous idea, but what if when you played games, you could talk to your friends while doing it? Hey, people criticized Isaac Newton with gravity. Trust me here. Just stick with me. Stick with me. It's ridiculous. I'm glad it's finally coming. Like, it's cool, I guess, but the way they hype this up is ridiculous to me. You have literally just copied Discord's homework 5 or 6 years ago. Oh yeah, and you have to pay for it. That's right, and you have to pay for it. Forgot about that. It's not even like a free thing.
Audio, or with 4 of them, you can have them on a video camera and have this opportunity to interact and talk about the games you're playing.
Now we're sitting here.
I also love in their own demonstration how choppy this looks. You are just better off using Discord with your friends. It's free. It's better quality. You are just better off if you're playing Switch with your boys. Hop on Discord. You are so much better off.
Now we're sitting here on April 2nd. It just so happens as we're
not even Discord, actual 2010 Connect technology. I won't go that far, but it is dated.
We didn't consider tariffs into that equation. We felt that that was going to be the right price point for our consumers and the right value proposition, if you will, for the device that we're creating. A lot of news today. We're still all trying to really understand it better and understand what possible impacts, may rise from that. But nothing I can really add to, today's discussion around pricing.
I will say, while the initial price point pre-tariff analysis here is higher than most people expected, myself included, I could almost understand that. Like, I could almost be like, you know what? It is an upgrade. It is finally modern. Okay, that I can stomach. I'm very curious, and I already know from the headlines where he goes with this. How they could possibly justify not only the increased price of the hardware, but the individual game price increase as well.
Add-on. But if you buy the game itself, this got a lot of attention, as you've seen. $80, that's a lot for a game. I know it's typically not what Nintendo charges. And then we look at the Donkey Kong game that's coming out about a month later, it's $70. Can you talk a little bit about how the gaming pricing strategy is $80 kind of the benchmark for a AAA game from Nintendo? What should we be expecting?
The camera's $50, hell nah. What do you mean? You don't want this piece of tech from the late 2010s? Well, how are you going to talk to your friends on Nintendo Switch 2 Discord without the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, bud? Alright, tough guy. What do you know about high-quality 480p cameras?
So we believe, based on the depth and breadth of the play and the repeatability of the play over time, the pricing that we announced is the right pricing. But again, other games like mentioned Donkey Kong Bonanza, it's going to be at a $70 price point, because that is what we feel is the right price point for that particular gaming experience.
I love that. Well, Donkey Kong Bonanza, that's a worse game. So we're charging less money for it. That game, it's nothing compared to Mario Kart World. That game actually really sucks. So we're giving you a great deal there. Mario Kart World, though, think of all the hours of gameplay you get. So many hours. So we had to increase the price. We did so much work, we needed to increase the price. And when the next Zelda game comes out, I'm going to be honest with you, we might go up to $120 on it. We put a lot of tender love and care into it. It's an incredible game, and we think that's a good price for it. It's so fucking stupid. Basically, they're saying, these are great games, you're going to get a lot out of the games, so we're charging you more for the games because we know you're going to buy it because you already like the properties. I had already read the headline, I knew that's what he said about it, more or less. I just think that's a really dog shit argument because it doesn't apply. Schedule 1. I've gotten so many hours out of Schedule 1, more so than most Nintendo games in recent memory, paid a fraction of the price for Schedule 1. Does that mean Tyler should start charging $80 for Schedule 1 to match Mario Kart World? Fuck no. He'd get eaten alive, even though it offers the same amount of fun and the same amount of hours. It's dumb. It's a stupid statement. Yes, they'll get away with it because they're Nintendo. I don't think this holds any water. The main reason is they know they can charge this price. People will buy it. There's not going to be any kind of boycott. Nintendo Switch 2 will still sell. All the games will still sell. So they can do it. So why not squeeze some more money out of the consumer? That's the core. That is at its core why they're doing it. I think they're pricing it based on whether or not it'll be continuously updated. But that's the thing. Every game is continuously updated in the modern day and age. I can't think of a game that just comes out and never gets touched again. Even games that flop still get some updates over their lifespan, even if it is a short lifespan. You can't base a game on that either. I still think that's a stupid reason too. Fucking Babylon's Fall. That only ever opened to 12 players and me and Dankin got updates. Concord got updates. Every game that comes out gets updates. Do you think it would be a fair price if they announce every DLC and add-on will be free? If they did that, yes. That would make a lot more sense. They will never do that, but in your, fairy tale Candyland hypothetical, if they said we're increasing the base price of these games and you will get our feature updates later down the line, our DLC packages, you will get that included, yeah, that makes sense. Then I'd be like, okay, I see what you're trying to get at. You're basically selling the game plus the full lifespan season pass. Okay. That would make sense to me. You'd basically be selling the Game of the Year version. They're never doing that, but if they did, I wouldn't be upset. Oh, I see what you're saying, Archive. Mario Kart is a multiplayer game, so it'll get more stuff. Donkey Kong is a single-player experience, hence why it's cheaper. Not saying it's right, just figuring out their logic. I see what you're saying. Okay. Maybe that's how they base their pricing then.
You have to have a Nintendo account. You're going to look at how many hours I play before you determine if I'm worthy of buying a Switch 2. Are people going to be able to go out and buy it?
That is cute.
Innovation there with the number of hours played was really to reward our most loyal players and to give them a chance to queue up first and have an opportunity to purchase the product. Tomorrow we're going to be meeting with our retail partners, and our retail partners will have their own pre-order programs. So our goal,
and I promise you it won't be that.
The demand that's going to be out there for Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, they did announce this. I did know about it. In order to pre-order the Switch, at least through them, you have to verify that you're a Nintendo fan, fundamentally. You have to verify that you engage with Nintendo products. you have a certain amount of hours. It's basically a fucking background check, like you're buying a gun. Like it's like they do like a check to make sure that you are qualified for a pre-order. It's so good. I actually don't even hate that, because anything that takes a stab at scalpers, I'll at least give it a try. I'll at least say, cool, why not give it a whirl? So I don't dislike that. Obviously, the other retailers outside of Nintendo will not be doing that. No chance. There are still going to be scalpers. It's not going to beat scalpers, but anything that at least takes a shot at it, go for it.
So first of all, with Game Chat, when you choose Game Chat, you're only choosing from a list of your friends. So you're not
God, that
online to a wide open.
See, if this was my product, the last thing I would want people to see is this.
You're not going online.
That looks like right out of Skype from back in the day. Oof.
A wide open.
No strangers.
That's right. It's
Oh.
your friends and it's your friend list and those people that you've invited into your.
You see the quote where Doug pulled a Don Matrick? Who's Don Matrick? And what quote? Are you talking about the one where he said, if you can't afford the Switch 2, get the Switch 1, or that's why the Switch 1 is here? He was the Xbox guy during the Xbox One reveal. Oh, did they say that for the Xbox One? If you can't afford the Xbox One, get the 360? History was not kind to that console. That thing was a super flop. Up there with the Wii U, really. But yeah, here. If you can't afford the $449 Switch, don't expect much help from Nintendo. The company executive is suggesting budget-conscious gamers simply settle for the first-gen Switch. Doug Bowser said the company recognizes there are some people that may not be able to afford the Switch 2's price point. That's why we wanted to make the other Switch platforms available so people still have an opportunity to come into our gaming universe, be a part of these characters in these worlds, and see value, if you will, in whatever rung of the platform they come in. Yeah, so, can't afford it, stay broke, get a Switch, basically, is what it boils down to. I think they are still developing every game for Switch and Switch 2, so I don't think anything is Switch 2 exclusive. So I don't think you'll miss out on any games by not having the Switch 2. Never mind, I'm immediately proven wrong in the following paragraph. Wow. A growing crop of Switch 2 games such as Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and Donkey Kong Bonanza won't be offered on the Switch 1. I'm wrong. That was quick. It was in the following paragraph. You didn't know that. No, I was under the impression this was going to be like when the PlayStation 3 launched and they still like co-developed games for PS3 and PS2. But even with the PS3, they did have like a couple of PS3 exclusives like Resistance, Fall of Man. Oh yeah, and here's the mention of Xbox One. Comparing it to Don Matrick, who tried to justify the Xbox One internet requirement, saying, "Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360. Great quote, Don. Crushed it. Don Matrick got fired 1 month after the Xbox One reveal. How? Why? What did he do wrong? I'm sure he's probably the CEO of a Fortune 500 company now, because you can only fail upwards in this industry. Why do you hate Xbox? They've been doing so many good things recently. What? I don't even really hate them. They just have nothing on there. And Phil Spencer constantly reminds people of that. He's like, yeah, we lost the console war. Yeah, we still don't have games. But I've always said I think Game Pass is a great deal, and I really appreciate that Xbox games aren't actually exclusive because you can play all of them on PC. I don't even necessarily hate Xbox. I just don't see any reason why you would ever buy that. Unless you just already have one or your friends are on it. It's been said a million times how out of touch Nintendo is with the world around them, and it should be said a million more times because it is laughable how archaic and primitive and disconnected from reality Nintendo is. If Nintendo was an army, they would still be fighting using muskets. Nintendo is like inhabited by nothing but Neanderthals afraid of fire. If you walked into the Nintendo office and said the word technology or internet, they'd all collectively hide under their desks out of fear. It is pathetic how behind the times Nintendo is Why am I talking about Nintendo? It's because they've just done two incredibly fucking dumb things in the last 12 hours, back to back. A double whammy, double fisting the entire online community. The first thing they did is start striking Twitch streamers for playing their Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity game on stream a little early. And the reason they're playing the game early is because it came out in their area. Nintendo doesn't understand that time zones exist. They think everything is Nintendo time, baby. So the game is legally out in Australia and other parts of the world, so they just started streaming the game, but Nintendo doesn't fucking know that, so they think they've pirated the game, so they struck their channel down as a result. If you told Nintendo that other places have different time than what they see on the clock in their office, they'd call you a liar, heretic, flat earth, conspiracy theorist, all kinds of crazy shit, because it looks like they don't understand how fucking time zones work. That's how delusional Nintendo is. Nintendo is to gaming what the workers at Disney World are to the magic of imagination, locked in a fantasy world. They can't process reality or what the fuck is even going on in the world, it feels like. You need to look no further than the Nintendo Online service, the worst online functionality that you have to fucking pay a fee for. Whereas most things, like on PC and shit, you don't have to pay to play online. For Nintendo, you do, and you get the worst service. It's like a service you would find out of a dumpster 20 years ago. Like, it's terrible. It's fucking terrible. It makes me wonder how they even develop games in the first place with this archaic understanding of technology and the internet. Keep in mind, this is the company that used to strike YouTube videos and entire channels if you even played Mario Kart or had Mario soundtrack in your videos. That was only like 5 or 6 years ago. It wasn't even long ago. Nintendo probably still uses pigeon-carried mail as opposed to electronic mail because they're afraid of the email boogeyman. Now, aside from just this ridiculous striking crusade they went on today, they also decided to cease and desist a major Super Smash Bros. Melee tournament because they were using Slippy. I'm not going to get too deep into what Slippy is, but in a nutshell, it allows Super Smash Bros. Melee to be played online via emulator with rollback netcode, and it is the best possible online experience you can find for Melee. And since the world is still experiencing a pandemic, they can't have Melee tournaments in person, obviously, so they were using Slippy, and Nintendo put their fingers up their ass and got real stinky about it, sent out a full cease and desist to shut it all down. Just classic Nintendo shitting on everybody's fun and not understanding anything of what they're doing and how it affects people. Nintendo's whole brand image is about making content for the whole family to enjoy, but it seems like they prefer fucking families in the ass. They've always had a bad reputation when it comes to anything involving consumers and communities. They don't care about communities. They just like to slap them around and use them. And now, of course, you have the 15-year-old certified Twitter lawyers weighing in on the legality of Nintendo stepping in and shutting this down. Well, it's well within Nintendo's rights to shut this down. I mean, it is their property, and it is an emulated version of their game. I think it's totally fine they shut it down. It's Nintendo, and I think that's okay. Well, asshole, I mean, we could debate the legality of emulators all night and day, but at the end of the day, this is a 20-year-old game. I don't think they're somehow missing out on sales by having people emulate and play it online. I don't think there's anyone out there scratching at their neck right now waiting for Christmas so they can finally get a GameCube in Super Smash Bros. Melee. I highly doubt that, but what could happen is some people tune into a massive Smash Bros. Melee tournament, see how much fun the game is, and then go out of their way to become a fan of Super Smash Bros., where they likely do buy Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for the Switch, you know? There's a lot of things that could happen in regards to getting new audience, a new player base from watching an old game being played that Nintendo isn't making any money on these days. I don't think Super Smash Bros. Melee is somehow a cash cow at Nintendo HQ. They likely forgot they even made the fucking game. So yes, you and I can plop by the fireplace with an open bathrobe and debate the legality and whether or not Nintendo is well within their rights to shut it down till the cows come home, but it doesn't matter. The fact remains that it's still a douchey thing to do. It's a nearly 20-year-old property. Why are they trying to enforce that intellectual property tooth and nail and dictate how people can enjoy that game from that many decades ago? It's not worth it. Just let people have their fucking fun. It's not a hard concept. Nintendo's supposed to be all about fun, right? Like, you know, fun for the whole family, all this and that. So what is the point in being so nasty and heavy-handed on everything relating to their property? It's a worthless fight that they decide to take with the community that supports them. It's pathetic. They absolutely just slap around the people that really like their games. It's really sad shit. And Nintendo is just so out of touch with the world that it is laughable. And it's really upsetting that they continue to operate this way without any consequence. They will always seem to be supported by the general population of gamers, even though they have no respect for gamers or anything in that ballpark. They probably don't even know what a gamer is. I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo's under the assumption that they're making pharmaceutical products or something. I really don't understand how the fuck they even make games with this basic level of understanding of the internet. It blows my fucking mind. It really does. They are so incredibly out of touch. And there's a hashtag floating around for Melee right now, which is hashtag free Melee, hoping that Nintendo will see it and retract their decision to shut this big event down. Hopefully it works, but I can tell you right now, Nintendo doesn't know what Twitter is. Nintendo's Twitter account is run by one guy in their basement that they don't even pay. And he said, let's just make a Twitter account. And they said, fuck you, just do whatever, stay in that basement. They don't know what that is. They probably won't see it. Would love to be proven wrong. Hopefully Free Melee does something, but I just wanted to vent about Nintendo. That's about it. See ya. Good afternoon, Moist Charlie Clips fam. I come to you with urgent news. Nintendo is about to unleash the hounds. It has been a traumatic experience for them over the last 5 days. 2 of their properties have been leaked. And Nintendo, I imagine, is very upset about that. All of you know, Nintendo enforces their copyright with an iron fist. It doesn't matter if you're 2 years old, 90 years old, or actually just a cremated pile of ash in an urn. If they feel you have used their property in a way they didn't intend for it, they will slap you. And if it was up to them, they'd make it a crime punishable by death. They'd hang you publicly if they caught you using their property in a way they didn't like. And that includes things that make no sense, such as Breath of the Wild modded videos. So, it's ruthless. Nintendo is an absolutely vicious company when it comes to their property. And this week, 2 brave warriors decided to kick the hornet's nest and poke the sleeping bear. I want to make it clear, both of these instances are very much illegal what they did here, so I do understand it's within Nintendo's right to take action against them. It's just a matter of how hard they're going to go. We recently saw them tackle Gary Bowser, the man who was part of a team that was basically jailbreaking Switches, and not only did he spend 40 months in jail, or whatever it was, but he will now also spend the rest of his life in debt to Nintendo to pay off over $10 million to them over the course of his life, giving up 25 to 30% of his income every month. So they really fucked him in the face for his entire remaining life. And now, with these 2 most recent cases, I'm curious to see how hard Nintendo goes against them. The first one is one a lot of you probably saw on Twitter. It was pretty goofy. A popular Twitter account called Vids That Go Hard posted the entire Super Mario Bros. Movie in their tweets. So they're a Twitter Blue subscriber, meaning they can upload up to an hour of content. So they uploaded the first half of the Mario Bros. Movie and the second half. A movie that is still in theaters and is currently grossed over $1 billion and still exploding. So they just dropped all of that shit like a hot potato onto the platform, and over 10 million people have seen it. 9 million on their account alone, and now it just continues to spread. This has to be one of the riskiest things you can do on the internet. Fuck with Nintendo. Because they're not just going to come after you legally, they will try and ruin your life. They just did that with Gary Bowser. And I also recently read a story about how in, I believe, 2021, there were 2 people that leaked screenshots from the Pokemon Sword and Shield strategy guide before it came out. So they leaked pictures of Pokemon Sword and Shield, and Nintendo brutalized them and earned up to $300,000 in damages from them, so $150K each that those people were responsible to pay back to Nintendo because they showed screenshots of the Pokemon strategy guide. So they do not have any mercy, and this account, Vids That Go Hard, just posted the entire Mario Bros. Movie, which is right now their most valuable asset that Nintendo has. So I imagine they're going to try and get the account's personal information. The reason the account is still up is probably because Nintendo's trying to subpoena the info. And then they'll probably just go hog wild. They'll probably send fucking assassins to that person's house. They will probably try and get them to court and then tie a cinder block to their feet and throw them in the ocean. I'm very curious to see where this goes, because obviously what they did is illegal, but it's also so incredibly stupid to fuck with Nintendo after what they've done over the last couple of years when it comes to people loosely toying around with their copyright in a way they don't like. So this was wild, and I'm going to keep my eyes on this story to see where it goes. But it's also not the biggest breach Nintendo had this week. The entirety of the new Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom, has been leaked. And it's been streamed on Discord. The ROM, I believe, made it into the wild. So a lot of people now have been able to play Tears of the Kingdom weeks before it's come out. And this is Nintendo's biggest upcoming game. So it's a huge deal. And I guarantee they're going to do everything in their power to find the source of the leak, or anyone that downloaded it early and started playing it on their own. They will probably come after everyone who even so much as saw a stream of this game. I feel like it's going to be a merciless fucking apocalyptic wasteland of legal battles Nintendo's going to wage on the Tears of the Kingdom leaks. So the game is confirmed to be real. The whole game is actually out there. Nintendo's been striking down content that showcases it, showcases images, video, obviously. They're going hard to try and put the kibosh on it, but you can't put the genie back in the lamp. A lot of people now have all the spoilers. They've seen the game, they've played the game, so it's getting wild. So I just wanted to briefly bring all of you up to speed on this because it blows my mind that people are even willing to fuck with Nintendo. Again, what they've done here is, blatantly illegal, but Nintendo is a company that goes the extra mile to make sure that you face lifelong consequences for toying with them. So I am very interested to see what happens next. I'll keep you all posted, but yeah, that's where we're at right now. That's about it. See ya. 3 days ago, I made a video talking about Nintendo being an evil, soulless corporation, as well as out-of-touch, archaic, and just downright goofy for the way that they treat online content creators like criminals. Most recently, they issued 2 strikes to a YouTuber named PointCrow because he made videos on Breath of the Wild that featured modded content. And in the eyes of Nintendo, that is a sin more unforgivable than murder. So they threw the book at him. They were coming with the meat. They tried to give him the business. They issued 2 strikes, and it wasn't just modded content they targeted, by the way. They also just targeted other videos as well on other games. A lot of it did feature mods, but some of them were just vanilla gameplay videos that they absolutely had a conniption over. Nintendo for a long time has historically shown that they hate their fans and absolutely despise when people play their games or enjoy their games in ways that they didn't plan for or in ways that they don't approve of. So for PointCrow showing mods and having fun making content around mods, they, started screaming bah humbug and shaking their fist at the clouds, and then hired their legal team of assassins to do as much damage to him as possible. And if it was up to Nintendo, they probably would have publicly hung PointCrow to make an example out of him for daring to play their games in a way they didn't intend for people to play them. Would have had him face the fucking firing squad. The reason I'm even mentioning all of this before talking about today's story is because it's only been 3 days and Nintendo has already upped the ante on how evil they can be and how unbelievably cruel they are. Like, they made, I made a claim in that video that they don't listen to the community, they don't care about, negative reputation that they have or community backlash. They don't listen to it, they just kind of brush it off like it's just, little squeaking dog toys that they can just ignore. They don't care what the people are saying, they're not listening. But now, I'm almost convinced they must have heard what the community was saying about how evil they were and said, oh, you think that's bad? Well, watch this. And then they went even harder into degeneracy. So, what they've done, or what was revealed to the public today, is that they have completely ruined a man's life. And I'm not exaggerating. They are putting a man in debt to them for the rest of his life. There's a guy named Gary Bowser, and I'm not making this up. This isn't an alias. His name is fucking Gary Bowser. This sounds like fanfic. This sounds like the plot to the new Mario Bros. Movie. Like, it actually sounds made up, but it's real. Gary Bowser was working with a company called Team Executor. They were a hacking group that would hack consoles for profit, and one of their biggest products was for Switch. They would basically jailbreak the Switch and they'd sell it and make money off it, and Gary Bowser was one of the prominent members of this team, allegedly. And a couple of years ago, he got caught, and he served 40 months in jail. His time in jail is coming to a conclusion now, and he's about to be released, but he's not off the hook yet. In fact, he's on to an even deeper hook. one that is going to be a life of servitude to Nintendo, because they are coming after him for an additional $10 million plus that he will have to pay back over the course of the rest of his life. He is going to have to forfeit 25 to 30% of his income every single month to Nintendo until he can pay off his $10 million plus debt to them, because he was part of that hacking group. That is a legitimate, life-ruining obligation that he will have to fulfill. Now, I want to make it clear, Gary Bowser is not a hero. He is not a saint. He was part of a group that was knowingly breaking the law for profit. He wasn't doing anything, just. He wasn't some, holy figure, breaking the rules for the benefit of everyone. They were very much in it just to make money off of all of this. He knew it was wrong, and what he's done is illegal. But I would argue spending 40 months in jail is punishment that fits the crime. I don't think they needed to add on an additional fucking generational debt that he and his grandkids wouldn't even be able to pay. Now, of course, his family's not going to be obligated to pick up the tab on the $10 million plus that he owes when he dies. But you get the point. The amount of money that Nintendo is forcing him to pay back over the course of his lifetime is one that could never be fulfilled by him and his kids working and his grandkids working and maybe even his great-grandkids working. It is an absurd punishment. Once again, I understand what he did was wrong and he's not a good guy, but this is just beyond excessive. Nintendo is a multi-billion-dollar corporation that's now face-fucking one random average guy in particular, forcing him to pay back a debt that he will never be able to repay. That $10 or $14 million means absolutely nothing to Nintendo. They wipe their ass with that amount of cash. Meanwhile, that means that Gary Bowser will never be able to live a normal life. He's going to be constantly paying this back forever. He's going to die with negative $10 million to his name. He won't even be able to afford a coffin to be buried in. It's just so far into the realm of lunacy here. And I actually imagine Nintendo celebrating this victory with handshakes all around and then laughing at the misery of Gary Bowser, who now has to send 25 to 30% of his income to this company every single month. Where once again, I imagine once they receive those checks, they throw it right in the trash can and forget about it, because that amount of money is completely meaningless to them. Anyway, the situation is wild, but this is kind of the story, the general overview of it. I went over it more on stream, so I'll just play some clips of that. You honestly couldn't have scripted a better story, but it's real. And he had been sentenced to jail. Nintendo actually pursued action against him. He had made, I think, $300K from all of his, hacking. And he spent 40 months in jail, and he just got released. And now he's going to have to pay 25 to 30% of his income every single month to Nintendo for the rest of his life. And he will still not be able to ever pay that off. So long, Gary Bowser. Pretty sure chat made that joke when we talked about him 2 years ago, too. Which is still a fire joke, by the way. So he's paid $175 of his $10 million plus debt. So he's chipping away at it. He's making progress, ever so slightly. They wanted to send a message to other Switch hackers. It was a very significant moment for us. It's the purchase of video games that sustain Nintendo and the Nintendo ecosystem, and it is the games that make the people smile. It's for that reason that we do all we can to prevent games on Nintendo systems from being stolen. Heroes. You guys are such fucking noble saints. Thank you, Nintendo. Ensure that this man will never live his life without the fear of Nintendo down his neck. And then also, while you're at it, why not strike a few more YouTubers who make videos on your games? You guys love to make people smile. The company just got a fine. They didn't lock up and throw in the slammer every single person there. Meanwhile, Gary Bowser, he got the book thrown at him. He got the wood. It must have been something personal, because his last name is literally Bowser. I have no doubt Gary Bowser got into hacking the Switch specifically because his last name's Bowser, so he's like, fuck it, I'll do it. Might as well. I'll fulfill my namesake. 100%. Successfully argued that Bowser and Team Executor had caused Nintendo to suffer $65 million in losses due to console hacking software and devices used to play pirated Nintendo Switch games. I don't recall that. $65 million from the console hacking software? I gotta be honest with you, Chief, that seems like a bunch of baloney. I don't know why the number 300K keeps popping into my head. Maybe that's what Gary Bowser personally stood to gain, or personally gained from all of this. Or maybe I'm just way off the mark, but I really thought, or I vividly remember, like a report saying he had made like 300K from it all. But who knows? That could be wrong. So, okay, so that is what he made for himself. He himself made 300K. I saw someone on Twitter say that they would honestly fake their own death in this case. Dude needs a new dust filter for his Hoover Max Extract Pressure Pro Model 60. Fucking true. He's gonna need a Hoover Max ASAP. Does he even have a job? Well, he's just now getting out of prison after spending 40 months there. And he had a job in prison where he paid off $75 of his debt. So I would wager a guess he doesn't currently have a job. He's probably still hunting for one. I'm just gonna get this out of the way right now. My voice sounds like a chain smoker who swallowed a bag of rocks, and there's not much I can do about it. But there's something I really want to talk about today. Nobody hates Nintendo fans more than Nintendo themselves. Every year, sometimes multiple times a year, Nintendo will lash out and just attack YouTubers who make videos about their games, like the biggest fans. And if they're not attacking YouTubers, they're attacking grassroots tournaments. It's foul. Nintendo has some kind of grudge against people that like their products. They view them as enemies, like terrorists. How dare you enjoy our products this much that you're willing to make content or have tournaments around them? We're putting the kibosh on it. And that's exactly what they've done again to a massive YouTuber named PointCrow. Oh my god. What the fuck? Nintendo even sent an assassin after me with Io here with that jump scare. Jesus. That was terrifying. It's good to see you though, Io. You heard me talking about Nintendo and just wanted to come in and chime in on how shitty they are? I respect it. Yesterday, PointCrow posted this video where he talked about how Nintendo is not only taking down a ton of his content, mainly Breath of the Wild, but also striking his channel for it. For those that don't know, there's a couple different levels of severity here, a couple different DEFCONs you can go through on YouTube, where one of them is a video gets claimed by someone, which means they then take all of the AdSense. Another level is they block it and take it down, but you don't get a strike, you just no longer have the video up. And then the third most extreme level, this is when the air raid sirens are sounding, going nuclear, striking a channel, which takes down the video and issues a strike to the channel, which is debilitating. And if you get 3 strikes, you lose your whole channel, it just fucking vanishes. And this is usually supposed to be reserved for the most egregious of offenses, just severe violations of the rules, like you're trying to punish Dirty Dan for getting a little crazy on the platform, then that's when the strikes were supposed to be used. It's because it's basically like capital punishment here on the platform. But Nintendo uses this willy-nilly. They're very loosey-goosey with issuing strikes. This is their first strategy. They don't reach out or try to play nice. They immediately just start rolling around in the pig pen and spitting and shitting on anyone who's covered their content, it seems. They throw out more strikes than a professional bowler, and that's exactly what they've done to PointCrow. They've issued 2 strikes on his channel. I'm going to play portions of his video here where he talks about it more in detail, but it's so fucked up. Nintendo is such a scummy company. I cover all of their L's because I love their products, but I hate their company. I think they're still learning what an email is. They don't know what video content even means. The internet is this mysterious boogeyman to them. They don't fucking get it. They're out of touch. They're delusional, and it shows. They do this so often, and they've done this for as long as the internet's been around. Even back during the dial-up era, I'm pretty sure Nintendo would have tried to lobby against the internet's creation in the first place. They view it as an evil tool used by the devil because it showcases their games. It makes me fucking angry, and they've done it once again.
Listen to what I have to say and consider reversing the decision to claim these videos. I make videos playing games, sometimes in strange ways. But for today, it's important for you to know that on occasion, I modify the games I play and explore what happens when the game mechanics are a little different. I have never encouraged piracy of Nintendo's games. The mods that I've commissioned are not being sold, and all of the code is custom. meaning that they are free of Nintendo assets.
Point Crow explains that the purpose of the video is to hopefully get Nintendo's attention to the issue and reverse their decision. Something Nintendo's never done in the entire fucking company's history, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they've ever listened to anyone ever, not even like their own kids. Like, there is no one Nintendo listens to, and I don't think they've ever walked back a decision ever. If they even loosely heard from the community, Nintendo Online wouldn't be such an embarrassing pile of dog shit that you have to pay for, which is still just an absolute war crime to even be charging for how bad that service is. But anyway, I'd love to be wrong here and someone at Nintendo actually has internet access and watches this video and has a heart like, oh wow, yeah, maybe this was overkill. But I just don't see that happening, though I would, again, love to be pleasantly surprised. Point Crow lays out that he makes videos and does a lot of content on Nintendo games, and in some of that content he mods them. He modifies the games to be goofier, and the content is fire. So he needed to explain that when he modifies the games, he's not encouraging piracy, he's not stealing anything from Nintendo, it's all custom, and it is in line with their own content policy that they themselves published.
On April 6th, 1 week ago, Nintendo decided to block all 4 videos that I put up on YouTube playing the multiplayer mod. I appealed their decision, as I'm very much in line with their content guideline policies. We'll go over that in a moment. Nintendo then escalated and issued a copyright strike against my YouTube channel. Not once, but twice. Rather than bundle the videos all into one copyright strike, Nintendo issued a copyright strike for one video, and then bundled the other 3 into another strike.
That's deliberately evil. That's malicious. They could have bundled them all together for one strike, which would have still been an absolute load of fucking horseradish, but they decided to go even a step further to the dark side and divide them in order to issue multiple strikes. That's so fucked up, but a very classic Nintendo move. Just another huge L from this company.
Deliberately putting my channel in danger, but not taking it down completely. I was able to get an email address for Nintendo and sent a message asking that we discuss what's going on and try to reach an amicable resolution that would make both parties happy. I heard nothing back so far. Here's that email if you would like to read it.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure Nintendo has cobwebs on their email address. I don't think they know how to log in. Maybe they forgot the password. Maybe they just forgot it existed. Point Crow does have a legal team giving him advice here, and I think he's handling it in all of the right ways, but Nintendo is just completely unresponsive to anything from anybody. Like, you could actually have fucking Joe Biden send them some kind of presidential message or whatever, and if it doesn't get there by carrier pigeon, they're not getting it regardless. Again, I've said this before, but you would have better luck reaching Nintendo if you wrote your message on a rock and threw it outside of your window right now. They'd stand a better chance of seeing that than anything else, like a fucking email or anything. They truly just don't give a shit.
So the next day, Nintendo claimed 24 more of my videos from my channels. Most of them are modded content. A lot of them are Breath of the Wild. But not all of them are. This is key. They also claimed videos containing footage from Super Mario Odyssey, the Pokemon series, and Wii Sports Resort from my channel. The most surprising one, though, was a claim from one of my first videos back in 2019, marrying Sidon and a bookshelf to create Hyrule's first car. It's just a regular, vanilla gameplay video of Breath of the Wild.
The belief I and many others had going into this video, seeing what he posted on Twitter, was that the reason they're striking these videos and taking down this Breath of the Wild content is because their upcoming game, Tears of the Kingdom, is right around the corner, and for some reason now they're going around fucking feeding knuckle sandwiches to anyone who's made Breath of the Wild videos, I guess, and they've always had a real thorn in their side about modding. That's just a rock in their shoe that makes them very upset that people mod their games in order to have more fun with them. They don't recognize that the people modding those games are literally their biggest fans and making a ton of content around it, which only helps spread the game further in a positive way. Point Crow's mods weren't malicious, he wasn't selling them or anything like that, and as you can see from what he just showed, it's not like they were only claiming modded videos. That video from 2019 is just vanilla gameplay. It's not fucking modded out the wazoo or anything. They just very much viewed him as some kind of like bad guy and started blasting him as hard as they could. They fucking claimed the vanilla gameplay video of Breath of the Wild. That is so far into degeneracy. It's nuts. And the cat's out of the bag here. It's clearly not Tears of the Kingdom motivated because they also hit other videos from him that were on completely different games.
These takedowns aren't exclusive to my channel either. Over the course of the next couple days, Nintendo is taking down videos from other channels as well. Croton, another very prominent YouTuber, has had at least 10 live streams and 2 videos removed. Importantly, one of those videos is simply a challenge video, detailing how the game would be played if the player decided to explore Zelda, with certain restrictions the player has imposed on themselves. These takedowns may have started with modded content, but they have spiraled into something else entirely.
Yeah, they've spiraled into lunacy here. They're not just targeting modded content, though I don't think there's any real justification for what they've done, even if it was only modded content. Modded content isn't some affront to God for these companies. It is players modding your game and making content around it, and just enjoying it even further. Now, maybe there are some mods that are bad news, but I promise you it's not the ones you're striking down from these YouTubers. It's just further wiping their own ass with their already awful reputation and staining it even further. But again, they don't care. Purchasing a Nintendo game honestly feels fucking horrible, because you're buying something from a company that doesn't respect you and actually just fucking straight up hates you. It's like buying clothes from your high school bully. Like, damn, the clothes are fire, but god damn it, the person behind it hates me and literally spits on me every chance they get. It just sucks. Like, Nintendo makes such bangers, but the company is just actual trash.
So now you know what's happening. At this time, my channel has had 29 videos taken down, 2 copyright strikes, and Nintendo does not seem to be stopping the removal of videos from other creators on YouTube. They've shown that they're striking down regular gameplay videos as well. It's sporadic, and their enforcement of their copyright is incredibly uneven. The thing is, without even considering fair use, all of these videos are very clearly in line with Nintendo's own game content guidelines for online video and image sharing platforms.
Nintendo is going insano style right now, absolutely purging YouTube of all types of different content out of nowhere. Like, all of it's pretty nonsensical. It's not just modded content, it's actual just normal gameplay videos, like playing Breath of the Wild with like a challenge run and shit like that. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they start taking down speed runs or even just general walkthroughs. Like, it's absolute madness. It's chaos. And there's just no way of defending this behavior from Nintendo. Point Crow explains that all of this content fits within their own content policy, as well as, of course, being fair use. They state that they encourage creative input and commentary for content around their video games, as well as like Let's Plays, video game reviews, which it doesn't really seem like they are saying that with a smile on their face, considering they're now just taking down all of these videos that have creative input and commentary. The things that they highlight that they don't allow are the obvious things, right? Where it's just like, you know, full Nintendo trailers or all of their soundtrack and shit like that. Things that other companies also don't encourage either.
You might argue that modded content is in violation of these guidelines, but historically that's not the case. The terms of service for The Legend of Zelda says you cannot modify the game, but it also says that you cannot stream it, you cannot make videos of it, and you cannot otherwise broadcast it. Nintendo's game content guidelines changes this, though, by providing a license on top of the existing terms of service, which modifies the terms of service for content creators. All of the videos that they have taken down are in compliance with their own policies.
A lot of games in their terms of service actually have similar statements, such as like no making videos or streaming the game or anything like that. But like Point Crow mentions, there's extenuating circumstances. There's like an overarching branch of it where they do modify that for the content creators and content that is made around their products. Because obviously in this day and age, any game is going to be like streamed or have videos about it. So a lot of companies encourage it, and Nintendo claims they also encourage it. They even talk about like how touched they are when people make Nintendo focused videos, which is the biggest fucking lie ever told. Like, my god, what a fucking fib. No shot. Every video made on a Nintendo game makes them angry. I feel like they view that as lost dollars, potentially. Like, oh no, a potential customer may have seen this video and now they're never going to bother getting the game because they got the whole experience from watching this one guy play Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild by killing all of the trash mobs. No, we lost somebody. They've ruined us. Take them down. It's just something that has existed for a long time, right? No streaming the game, no making videos on it, but that's just not the way it's worked historically on the internet for a long time now. And Nintendo has understood that up until recently, where I guess they got hit by a fucking stupid beam and are now taking down videos again. Completely innocent ones.
In fact, what they've demonstrated here is that they will ignore their own policies and licenses to selectively enforce their intellectual property. So, if you've uploaded any video that features any Nintendo content, no matter how transformative or directly in line with their published guidelines, you are at risk. You mentioned in your content guidelines that you are humbled every day by the loyalty and passion for Nintendo's games, characters, and world, and respect that we want to be able to express ourselves creatively by sharing our own videos and images using content from your game. And if you truly respect us and are humbled by this community, don't take this creativity away from us.
Overall, I think it's an extremely strong video from Point Crow here, which once again highlights Nintendo's out-of-touch delusion, and it serves as a great open letter to the company that I have no doubt will go completely radio silent on. I don't think they're going to see it. I don't think they're going to care. They're going to most likely continue to take down completely innocent videos and maybe even hold channels that have covered Nintendo products or made Nintendo-focused content, all because they're just fucking evil. Like, I really don't know what it is anymore. This does nothing to help them. This just puts another blemish on their reputation. This doesn't get people excited for Tears of the Kingdom. This just makes more and more people afraid of Nintendo. And for a company that's supposed to be like all about family fun, I don't know why they want to be feared so badly, ruling their property with an iron fist and allowing no room for creativity or imagination in their worlds from the people that love them the most, like Point Crow mentions. It's just shit. It's just an actual pile of dog shit, and I wanted to talk about that. I'm wishing Point Crow the absolute best here, navigating these 2 strikes on his channel, because Nintendo is a fearsome foe. So I really am hoping for the best for him. He's a great guy, and Nintendo is anything but a great company. They're trash. That's really about it. So yeah. I want to start by addressing the greasy elephant in the room. My hair is not wet from a shower. In fact, quite the opposite. Hygiene is a thing of the past in Tampa right now. This is just thick, caked-on layers of grease and filth. I look like a Madame Tussauds wax statue. But it's not by choice. I'm not choosing to revert to troglodyte instincts and just turn my room into some kind of 4chan masturbatorium cum dumpster where all of a sudden I just give up on showers or anything. It's because Tampa, in all of its baffling, stunning glory, found a way to blow up the water main yesterday or 2 days ago, however long it's been. It's been 2 days without a shower for me. Because a third party was doing work on the city and they found a way to just bust that fucking bad boy completely sky high and flood half the city. I don't know what kind of work they were doing. Knowing Tampa, they were probably trying to find rare opals by just using dynamite in the streets, hoping to get lucky or something, and they ended up just blasting the pipes. But either way, it contaminated the water supply, so we're under a boil water notice and I can't shower. Rather, I don't want to shower. The city says the city will have you believe the water is safe to bathe in, just not consume. And now I'm going full conspiracy theory fucking Redditor here, and I'm starting to question the truthfulness of that kind of statement, because if the water's safe to bathe but not consume, how safe is it really? And I'm a hypochondriac already, so I just don't want to take the chance. Knowing Tampa, they're probably just dumping raw plutonium directly into the water supply. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they just said, hey, this radioactive chemical power plant needs to be drained. Might as well just do it right into the water main here and just further contaminate the water supply. No one will notice. So I'm just, I'm not going down that path. I bought like a case of water bottles to try and bathe myself with after this video. So we'll see how that goes, but I just wanted to explain that right away. So it's only been a week since the last time I shit on Nintendo, and I want to again reiterate, fuck Nintendo. And within that week, they've somehow found more interesting and creative ways to just be hated. It's like they're speed running to try and become the most hated video game company in the fucking world, and they're succeeding. In the last video I made talking about their shit, I kind of chalked a lot of it up to just them being technologically incompetent and out of touch and afraid of change. But after the last week or so, I genuinely just believe this company is evil. I really think that they just hate gamers or their audience that they try and cater to, and do anything they can and go out of their way to keep dropping their fucking butthole in the mouth of the people that buy their products. So I'm not going to go over the same stuff I talked about in the last video. If you want to see other things to hate Nintendo for, you can watch the last video I made. But this one I want to talk about just what they've done recently. So let's start with the most pathetic thing they've done. There was a Splatoon tournament coming up a couple days ago where it was just a Nintendo Splatoon tournament for some teams to come in and compete for the grand prize of $25, which I think is probably the highest prize pool Nintendo's ever fucking offered because they don't show any support to competitive games. To be honest, when I heard it was a $25 grand prize, I was fucking pumping both fists in the air like, yeah, good job Splatoon, you finally got Nintendo to shell out the big bucks for you. Because when I hear Nintendo grand prize, I usually think of cents. So I was expecting 25 cents maybe at most, but man, going all the way for $25 was nuts. And keep in mind, it's not actually 25 real world dollars. They were offering $25 worth of store credit to Nintendo service, baby! That's almost like 3 months worth of their awful online service where you get to play with dial-up connection. I mean, hey, it's a fucking great deal. Nintendo's crushing it. They hate the word competitive in regards to their games. They hate it. I guess it's a company run by people who only ever got participation trophies and now hate competition. I don't know what to tell you. But they fucking hate it and they offer no support. But anyway, they have this Splatoon tournament coming around where the teams were competing for $25 and they're not really there for the money. They're there just to have some fun. And anyway, 4 of the 8 teams that were competing, I think it was 4, had Save Melee, or some way of showing support for the Melee scene. Now just to bring you up to speed on the lore, Nintendo recently shut down a massive Super Smash Bros. Melee tournament just because they didn't like it was being played on an emulator. It was really petty garbage, a bunch of bullshit, and the Splatoon community wanted to show solidarity with the Melee community, so they just made some variation of Save Melee or Free Melee as their team name, and Nintendo responded by shutting the entire fucking Splatoon tournament down. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but they revoked all live streaming rights of the tournament, basically just killing it from the get-go. And the Splatoon community then went to a different tournament with a $1,500 grand prize pool, which absolutely annihilates Nintendo's official one. So it worked out for the Splatoon community, but it just shows Nintendo's willingness to spit in the face of the people that love their games so much. Nintendo fucking hates gamers, I think it's safe to say at this point. They genuinely do everything they can to go out of their way to shit on the fun. And also, even more laughably, one of the Splatoon Opens, the grand prize of $25 wasn't even awarded to the team that won it. Here's a tweet from the team that won. They never even got their $25 gift card. Nintendo is such a piece of shit. Nintendo is so unbelievably heinous in all of their decisions, and I genuinely think they do it maliciously. I don't think it's incompetence. I really think they just have a hatred for the people that buy their products. They can't even be bothered to squeak out a $25 gift card for a team that loves their game that much and competes in tournaments. Like, that's so fucking bad. But it doesn't stop there for Nintendo. Their appetite was ravenous and they weren't satiated yet. They were thirsty, and the only thing that would quench their thirst were more Nintendo fans' tears in their glass. So the next thing Nintendo did is they set their sights and put the crosshairs on one man making custom Joy-Con controllers that were made to honor Etika. Etika was a YouTuber and a streamer and a huge fan of Nintendo IPs, and a man named Captain Alex was making Joy-Con controllers to honor him. And of course, Etika had the Joy-Con boys, so the controllers were outfitted with Joy-Con boys on the controller, and the money that was being made from those was going into charity. And of course, Nintendo, being the greedy, soulless corporation that it is, they sent a cease and desist shutting down production. Nintendo and cease and desist go together like cereal and milk, peanut butter and jelly. They just fit together so nicely. It's used so often. Nintendo and cease and desist are pretty much synonymous at this point. Like, from now on, if you get a cease and desist, you can just call it getting Nintendo'd by this point. They cease and desist anybody. They would send a cease and desist letter to a 4-year-old that did a crayon drawing of Super Mario if it didn't properly represent their IP. To be honest, I'm surprised that Nintendo hasn't tried to sue everyone that wears a green shirt because they say it's related to Link from their IP, Legend of Zelda. They are truly shameless garbage corporation. They are the anti-fun video game developer. And I bet you're thinking, Charlie, well, that's gotta be it, right? And you'd be wrong. They have gone on a complete rampage in only like 5 or 6 days. Today, they shut down the soundtrack for Super Mario, Zelda, and Mario Kart Wii. You can no longer hear the soundtrack on YouTube. They've blocked all of it, or at least most of it, and they're going to continue to do so. It is now forbidden music, because it's Nintendo's music. There's a few more things I was reading about in regards to how they would strong-arm Twitch into not allowing certain things to be broadcast, but I feel like a lot of those aren't 100% confirmed, so I'm not going to touch on it, and I don't even need to. I think it's pretty clear Nintendo doesn't care for the people that buy their games. In fact, I go a step further and say that they genuinely fucking hate them. I don't think that's a stretch to say. I really don't. They have to go out of their way to find these things that they're shutting down and cease and desisting. They have to genuinely be scouting the entire internet to look for people to shit on. It's crazy. Now, I've already started my protest of Nintendo. I didn't buy Age of Hyrule Calamity, Chlamydia Warriors, whatever the fuck it was called. I already forgot. The Age of Hyrule Warriors Calamity, whatever. Because fuck Nintendo. I've never seen a company be so open with how much they don't like the communities that play their games. It's wild. They're not just out of touch. They're downright attacking the people that play their shit. If they're not playing it in the Nintendo-sanctioned way, the Nintendo's gonna try and have your ass thrown in jail. It's a terrible company. It's horrible shit. Horrible, horrible shit, really. Fuck Nintendo. That's about it. See ya. Alright, tough guy, you want to talk about the Switch? We can go there. We can talk about the Nintendo Switch. I know it's got a sequel. I saw the announcement. I also saw the leaks. I buried my nose deep in there and took a big huff. But I won't be speaking on the leaks directly for fear of my life. I feel as though if Nintendo caught wind of me talking about leaks, they would send an ICBM to my house to take me out and then serve my next of kin a lawsuit just out of spite. So we're not really going to be tiptoeing there, but I will at least talk about a couple of the rumors. That's alright, I'm sure. I mean, does a bear shit in the woods, you know what I mean? I'm sure that's probably safe. But yeah, I have been pretty vocal about, not being the biggest fan of Nintendo as a company. I do always like the games they put out. Their first-party titles always slap, but I just don't really like Nintendo themselves. With that bias out of the way, let's talk about the Nintendo Switch. Also, another bias to get out of the way, I've also been vocal about how disappointingly underpowered the Nintendo Switch is. It's got about the same amount of power as my calculator in high school used to have. It's pretty laughable. And while they haven't fully revealed the specs on the Nintendo Switch 2, there are leaks about it, which you won't find me speaking on. I'm treating that like Voldemort. But there are rumors that it will be about as powerful as a PS4 Pro, which I think is pretty fucking good. I've said for a long time, I don't think graphics are the most important thing when it comes to games, so as long as they can just get a consistent 60 FPS, I'm happy with that. And as long as they have a hard drive that can store more than like 2 JPEGs on it, I'm happy there too. Because the base Nintendo Switch, I could only ever install 3 games at any one time. It was just this frustrating headache of playing musical chairs, just perpetually juggling these games around just to make space. And I know I could have bought like an external hard drive for more space, but I shouldn't need to buy an accessory just to store more than 3 fucking titles. Anyway though, while the specs haven't been revealed, the design has, so it's very similar to the original Switch. I'm not going to play any bit of the video because I feel Nintendo might strike the video if I played even a single fucking frame of this thing moving. I just don't take any chances when it comes to this company anymore. But this is what it looks like. And I know some people, at least based on chat's reaction to it, are pretty disappointed that it's not like a complete reinvention of a Switch. It's just a bigger version of it, which I personally don't think is a problem at all if you just set the Switch to Wumbo. I think that's fine because as far as handheld devices go, they kind of nailed that. Like even the Steam Deck follows a very similar design. Like they did get it right with the Wii U's design for handheld gaming, and the Switch went and refined it. It's not really going to keep changing its form all that much, like some kind of grand metamorphosis into a fucking butterfly. I'm pretty satisfied with how it looks. It's a bigger screen, a little more real estate for my man paws to get around, and by that I mean 5'6" meaty paws. Not that impressive. The point is, like, it feels chunkier, but it looks chunkier. So that's good. And as long as the spec leaks are accurate, it's going to be decently powerful. For the first time in a long time, Nintendo will actually have hardware in the 21st century. We did it. We finally made it. We're finally there. I'm honestly kind of surprised because I half expected them to play hardball and double down on this reluctance to enter the modern age. I thought there was a chance that for the Switch 2, they'd release the specs and it'd be like the same 1-to-1 carbon copy formula as like the Ouya or something like that. You know, just severely lacking in the hardware department. But if all of the leaks and rumors are true, it will be very solid, which is great. Now, since this reveal, there have been a lot of Nintendo enthusiasts that have been clowning on me for a tweet I made a while back where I was making fun of Nintendo with pretty low-hanging fruit. I made a tweet saying Nintendo's going to reveal the Nintendo Switch 2 requires a hand crank to power it, which I think is kind of a banger. You know, it's not the most inspired tweet, but it's just one of those on the toilet bowl, might as well poop a little something out onto Twitter type tweets. And I let it rip, and then this got revealed, and they're talking about how poorly aged that was. It's not like I seriously thought they were going to do that, like power it with a hamster and a wheel or anything. I was just making a joke about how out of touch Nintendo is when it comes to tech, or in general, really. Nintendo is just unbelievably out of touch across the board in every aspect and avenue. But that's neither here nor there. Overall, I'm pretty optimistic with the Switch 2. There were some people in chat saying that the Joy-Con port looks like a possible failure point, where when you like slap it on, if you put it in incorrectly, it looks like it could just snap off. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I understand the argument because it does look like it could break off with a little rough housing or if you just put them in wrong, incorrectly. But I think there's just a very good chance that it's built pretty sturdy. Like it looks kind of durable from just that brief glance, but when the Switch 2 arrives, I'll put it through its paces. I'll give it like a fucking ring dinger, like I'm doing a chiropractic adjustment on it. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of like my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2. It looks about how I expected it to, and the specs are a lot better than I expected them to be. But we haven't seen a whole lot from it yet, other than like a little glimpse at the new Mario Kart, which is hype. But yeah, I'm more optimistic about it than I thought I would be. Now, I would like to show you a little something special that we went over on stream. It was already leaked to be Mario Kart 9. Love to hear that. Also, speaking of leaks, did anyone see what Hideki Kamiya had to say about it? His take on leakers is... he's drawn a hard line. I hope that all of the people who leaked Switch 2 information, / those who helped leak it, will be cursed for the rest of their lives to always have poop on the soles of their shoes when they get home. The shitty leaker only acts for his own pleasure and self-satisfaction. Not only is he not contributing to anyone's benefit, he is incurring all sorts of opportunity losses and has done nothing to be proud of in front of others. He is the worst of scum, so he should be covered in shit from head to toe and thrown out of the atmosphere and then stop thinking and wander forever. These damn leakers are in a position of responsibility where they have access to information that only a very select few know, yet what they do is nothing more than an expression of a filthy desire for approval that lacks a shred of rationality. They are shameful people, so it is not the manufacturers whose secrets have been exposed who should be blamed, but these damn people, and they need to be crushed as soon as possible. If you guys don't know Hideki Kamiya, he has amazing rants. He's also like very notorious for blocking everybody. Literally everybody that ever breathes blocks them. Oh yeah, one of his big things is he will block you off rip if you don't speak Japanese. Yeah. If you don't speak Japanese, you are insta-blocked. I forget, are you blocked by him? Let's see, I imagine I am blocked by him, but I'll double check. I don't go on Twitter, so there's a chance I'm not. I am not blocked. Leakers destroy planned marketing that basically wastes money for everyone involved. That's why we get crappy reveals like this one. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of arguments for like why people don't like leakers. I get it. Yeah, I know you're staring at the blueberry stain on my white shirt. What's the big deal? It's called being human. What, and you're so perfect? You've never made a little whoops-a-daisy, a little accident on your shirt while eating some blueberries? What are you, the berry brigadier or something? Never spills? Wow, I'm so proud. How impressive. Just get over it, tough guy. Anyway, though, what I want to talk about today, but not in too much detail for fear of some kind of legal repercussions for talking about it, what I'd like to cover briefly, vaguely, is the Game Freak hack that just happened. Probably one of the biggest leaks I've seen since the Insomniac moment, where pretty much everything Insomniac is and has been working on came to light. Something similar, not quite to that level, just happened with Game Freak. And since I've been gnawing on Nintendo's teats for a little bit here, baring my fangs, letting them know that I'm not happy with Nintendo's recent behavior, a lot of people are wondering why I haven't been talking about this more, because I've been on Nintendo like fart on poop, and I haven't talked much about these leaks. The reason's pretty obvious. I don't mind poking the sleeping bear occasionally playing, like Pokemon mods for TCG Simulator, or making fun of and insulting this company for their greed and downright nefarious evil practices. But when it comes to leaks, it's a little bit different. I've covered leaks in the past, like when Suicide Squad Bore the Justice League Kill the Franchise came out. There were some leaks before it where it showed like UI as well as a little bit of gameplay. And I talked about that on stream and even had like a little clip in a video. Both those pieces of content got blasted. So I had to redo the video and take down that stream to get rid of that stuff. It wasn't a strike or anything, they just got taken down. They got blocked. So it is something that is taken seriously, and that was for Suicide Squad. That doesn't hold nearly the same amount of water that Pokemon does. And Nintendo is litigious and petty, and they are always out for blood, just hunting for any excuse to fuck someone in the face. It doesn't matter, like how tiny or trivial something may appear, Nintendo will go hog wild with it. They would probably go perform a vasectomy on a man if they found out he posted deviant art that was unflattering of Princess Peach, just out of spite. They protect their IP with an iron fist, and they have no qualms about doing some dirty deeds to keep it under their paws. So a breach like this, a hack, a leak like this, is a huge deal and something they're taking very seriously. And I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about or show from this, because I don't know how vengeful Nintendo will be. So I'm going to try and tiptoe around like specifics and instead just talk about the basics, because it's huge. Not only did they get all kinds of like top secret projects that are being worked on and code names, they got real names of employees and tons of information about the actual people that work there. It is a huge breach. And the biggest thing that's spinning from this that I'm sure a lot of people have heard of now is there was some lore, which is a term I'm using very loosey-goosey for this, lore around some Pokemon they found. And the biggest one that had people raising an eyebrow wondering, what kind of fishy business is going on at Nintendo for this, was around Typhlosion. There were other stories with other Pokemon that not even Tumblr's weirdest fanfic writers would have ever even thought of, because they're just so fucking odd. Like, a couple of them revolved around Pokemon impregnating humans. I don't understand what they thought they were cooking with that. That shit is foul. Like not even deviant art would have made something to that level. Like in one of them I was reading, I don't want to get into specifics because I don't know how Nintendo's going to respond to this whole thing, but in one of them, a girl gets pregnant from a Pokemon. The Pokemon ends up getting stabbed by her friends and thrown into a lake, and then she throws herself into the lake, and as a result, her friends and everyone starts treating that Pokemon better. They stop stabbing and killing that Pokemon. But like, why are these Pokemon impregnating humans? So the Typhlosion one is probably the weirdest one. Like, that's why this one has become like the breakout of all of these, because it is peculiar. I've just gotta take you through this story, though, at least the basics of it. So it begins with this, verbatim. A long time ago, when the boundary between Pokemon and humans was unclear. What do you mean? How was there ever an unclear boundary between human and Pokemon? You can see where this is going, and it's fucking weird. Like, how was there ever any uncertainty? I know it became a big meme online with smash or pass Pokemon shit, but you have to keep in mind, this is the official Nintendo stamp of approval as something they were almost going to use as an idea. Like in the leaks, there's a bunch of concept art and shit that never got actually used, and this is one of those components where this was something they were ideating on. This idea that there was a period in time where humans were fucking Pokemon. That is baffling. Anyway, though, the rest of the Typhlosion story goes that Typhlosion was a shapeshifter. It kidnapped a girl, kept going out to get berries. They'd eat berries and fall asleep together, and eventually they had a child together. And one of the quotes is, "Your father's looking for you, but you are my wife. I will have to fight him." So the Typhlosions gaslit this girl into staying with him and having a child together. And then the girl's like, "Don't kill my father. If you kill my father, how could I stay with you? You're a good person. Don't kill him." Eventually, Typhlosion's like, "Okay." And then the girl's like, "You need to let yourself be killed by my father." And he's like, "Okay, goodbye," and dies. He gets killed by the father. And the half Pokemon, half human child that the girl carries from the Typhlosion is subject to ridicule and disgust from the village that she's from. Eventually, after being teased for so long, her and the child vanish into the forest, and the story concludes with, "And so people came to understand that Typhlosions are half human beings." Wow. That's one of those moments where the fucking Twilight Zone theme plays right there at the end, or like the Saw theme right at the end with the crazy twist moment. It is bizarre. And that's only like the smallest piece of these leaks. That's just the one that I know a lot of people have latched onto because of how weird and wacky it is. But the leaks are huge. The amount of information that they got from Game Freak through this hack is crazy. I have no doubt whoever instigated this, whoever actually like orchestrated this hack, will be found dead soon. Nintendo will not leave them breathing. Nintendo, of course, is very litigious, like I mentioned, but in a case like this, I feel like they are going to go the extra mile and actually execute this person publicly. They will probably put this person and broadcast it on every platform. They have a fucking special Pokemon Unite season event for it where they kill the hacker. Like, they are probably so mad and trying to explore the most extreme options to get this person. I am super curious to see how the rest of this plays out because it is a big leak. I haven't talked about the big stuff, but if you've read up on the leak, you've already seen some of it. So, you know, I did want to at least speak on it a little bit. I'd love to be able to talk more on it, but I don't want to get in trouble with Nintendo because I think they're probably fuming right now and they might just start lashing out at anybody even loosely covering the leaks. So, that's really about it. See ya. You saw Nintendo is suing a streamer for streaming a pirated Switch game. I meant to look into that. Thank you for reminding me. I wanted to check that out. That is a bold, bold move to be streaming a pirated Switch game, knowing how litigious and vengeful Nintendo is. Let me see, who was it? Nintendo suing a streamer of pirated software for millions of dollars. The defendant has been streaming gameplays before the titles were even released. Ooh, how stupid are you? Oh my god. Every game guru who it's accusing of streaming gameplays of pirated games before they were even released and providing viewers access to illegal ROMs and piracy tools. His goose is cooked if that's true. Let me see. What has he said about it? Wait, this is interesting. I thought it was just like he was streaming, you know, Super Mario 64 on an emulator. He pirated the game and he streamed it. How dare he? Rah, rah, rah. Oh, Nintendo big bad bully on the block gonna fucking spit in your butt. But no, it seems like this guy really did it to himself, if that's true. His YouTube channel is gone. He does have a Twitter. Nope, his Twitter is gone. Oh, they vaporized him already. They deatomized him like Dr. Manhattan. Oh, no, his Twitter's still up. He scrubbed it, though. There's only 4 posts left. He streamed 10 different games before release. Poking the bear like that is nuts. Messing around with Nintendo and pirating their games is like fucking with the cartel. I don't know why he didn't think he was going to get skinned alive. In its lawsuit, the company said the defendant live streams himself playing games on YouTube, Discord, Twitch, TikTok, Trovo. What the fuck is Trovo? Kick Vaughn? D-Live? What year is it? What kind of place is this, huh? Picarto, Nemo, and Loco. I feel like he made up like 4 of these. That's like his own personal websites. Interesting. Very, very interesting. He was definitely putting himself out there, trying to stand out in the crowd, often with very little commentary. Okay. Apparently, every Game Guru streamed gameplays of at least 10 different titles before their official release date in at least 50 occasions since 2012. Oh, man. He had so many opportunities to just stop. And he just couldn't do it. The 15 combined viewers across 45 platforms was just too enticing for him. The clout. The audience needed him. The bat signal was up for every Game Guru. Picarto is a not suitable for work art streaming site. He was just posting this to everywhere that had live streaming capabilities. He was probably trying to like blast this into like university exclusive websites. I'm surprised Vimeo's not on here. Every Game Guru allegedly streamed Mario and Luigi Brothership on October 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 29th, way before its official release on the 7th. After Nintendo got the videos taken down from various platforms, including YouTube, he continued live streaming on Loco and even included a QR code for his Cash App handle. How stupid is this guy? This might actually be one of the dumbest men I've ever seen. I'm exaggerating. There's definitely stupider men in the world. But wow, you have to be actually turbo moron. You have got to be boofing idiot juice twice a day in order to actually think this is going to work out for you. Like, not only was he doing something highly illegal to one of the few companies in the world that will go out of their way to fuck anyone in the face, no matter how small, he was including every possible means to track him. He gave a QR code for his Cash App on stream. Oh my god. His life is over. He would create new accounts after his old ones get disabled. Nintendo said he sent the company an email telling it that it has 1,000 burner channels and that he can do this all day. Man thought he was the Zodiac Killer, but against Nintendo. We found a user with the same name on Loco with streams of Super Mario Jamboree before it officially became available on the 17th. In addition to those two games, Nintendo listed the other games that the defendant played on video before release, including Echoes of Wisdom, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Super Mario RPG, Mario Bros. Wonder, Pikmin 4, Splatoon 3, Mario Strikers. Nintendo has also included screenshots of every Game Guru linking people to piracy tools in its lawsuit. I wonder how many people watch these. He had 59 followers on Twitter, so it's not exactly like he's, Kai Cenat out here breaking records with viewership. Man was risking life and limb for what? A couple tiddlywinks of clout? One screenshot showed a post where he wrote a step-by-step guide on how to play illegally downloaded ROMs. He included links to Ryujinx, Yuzu, Suyu, and Sadachi Nintendo Switch emulators, links to websites that distribute game ROMs, and a link to a website where people can get Switch decryption keys necessary to be able to play the console's games. Capitalism is cancer, he wrote in the post in all caps. My channel is being deleted for sharing gameplay videos. This is your reward. Brother, like, you're just doing something blatantly illegal. It actually has nothing to do with capitalism. Like, he's trying so hard to, like, co-op something to make it sound, like, justifiable, like he's fucking V for Vendetta out here. What an idiot. What an actual idiot. Company is asking for $150,000 in damages per violation of its copyright. As 404 Media notes, that could add up to millions, seeing as Nintendo is accusing the defendant of streaming at least 10 games illegally in at least 50 occasions. This is going to be the next Gary Bowser. Every games guru is going to be in Nintendo's servitude for the rest of his life, paying dividends forever. Half of his paycheck every month from this day forth, well, once the lawsuit's finalized, will go directly to Nintendo's bank account. That was his name, right? Gary Bowser? The previous guy that Nintendo butt-fucked? I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, it was. Okay, I thought so. For those that don't remember, Gary Bowser was a guy that got into some hot water with some modification tools. When it comes to Nintendo property, they weren't super happy about it. He was making a lot of money off of it. They eventually sued him. They threw him in jail. And now, for the rest of his life, basically, he will be paying them back. Also, I might be misremembering Gary Bowser. It might be Doug Bowser. It's either Doug or Gary Bowser. I can't remember which one's the CEO of Nintendo in America. Nope, Gary Bowser. I had it right the first time. Hack seller Gary Bowser says Nintendo can take 25% of his monthly income. Basically forever, because he owes so much money to them. And he's already 53 years old. So every game's guru, you and Gary Bowser about to be best boys. Can he even pay half that in his entire lifetime? Nope, it's not even about that. It's just about sending a message. And now they're doing the same to every game guru. This guy is, like, exceptionally stupid, though. Like, this is a completely different level of being dumb. If only everyone kept their mouth shut. You know what's crazy? If every single person, all of them that you can count on one hand, kept their mouth shut about every game guru streaming illegal games before they released, he still would have been caught because he sent them a fucking email. This guy couldn't keep his own mouth shut. He sent the company an email itself in order to put himself on their radar. This man just wanted to like ruin his life. He said, you know what? I'm a little too happy. I need to fuck that. And he did. World's dumbest crash out. It's gotta be up there. It seems so personal. Like, hating Nintendo, I get it. I'm right there with you. This, you're not even fighting against them, you're just fighting yourself. This is just so nonsensical. And he had so many opportunities to stop. So many. He has some devious plans we don't know about yet. That's true. He could be doing this right now with his hands as his plan comes together. Yes, I wanted to be sued for millions of dollars in damages from Nintendo. It's all coming together. I just checked out Vaughn Live. There's one stream under the gaming category by Poker Otai. It has 0 views. You know, yeah, let me see some of these websites he was using to stream, because I haven't heard of half of these. Let's start with Vaughn. Vaughn.live. Live stream your life. Vaughn Live. Possibly the greatest live. Let's see. How many total viewers does this site have right now? The top stream on Vaughn has 72 people watching, I think. It's got ads out the wazoo, though. God, using this site without an ad block is miserable. There's, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ads just right in your face off a rip. More ads than streamers. This actually does look like a virus. m.nemo.tv is the best social live streaming community for watching live show, game live, or have a free chat. Participate in real-time interaction or video. This one at least has some gaming on it right away. Let's see, the top streamer right now. This one, okay, so this one's more of an international one. So this one seems pretty popular, actually. And then Picarto. Someone already told me what Picarto was, but I'm gonna look it up myself. Apparently it's a not suitable for work art streaming site. Picarto, the world's best create live streaming service. Come watch your favorite artists and creative minds. Don't think I can pull it up on stream. There's not even a gaming category. Not that I can find. Didn't even know DLive was still up. Oh, I forgot to check DLive. How's DLive doing? We actually did a check-in on DLive about a year ago. Your stream, your rules. Are they still using lemons? Still doing lemon party over there or whatever, where like the currency is lemons? It seems like they've got 1 or 2, 4, 6. They have over 10,000 viewers right now on DLive. I don't know how to order it by top streamer. What's DLive? Oh, do you not remember DLive? This was back with the whole Mixer hype when there was streaming competitors, and PewDiePie signed to DLive and made that video about how he's streaming exclusively on DLive. Like, they must have really like put a bag on PewDiePie for that. And he went to DLive, nobody followed him, and then PewDiePie was like, yeah, this shit sucks, and left like in a month. DLive was after Mixer? Yeah, I don't remember the timeline. It was just during that era where people were signing deals away from Twitch or going elsewhere besides Twitch. Kaiba deals? Actual Kaiba deal, yeah. I mean, it was smart. Take a bag, semi-retire for a little bit, then come back. That was the Mixer model. And the Facebook Live model. Because the audience was still here. So it's not like people really lost anything by taking like the Mixer deals or the Facebook deals. That's what it would look like if I was reading this news for the first time about the Microsoft price increases. But I read it earlier and I already got all my frustration out of the way privately, screaming into a pillow. This isn't some make-believe fish paste, a little video game industry boogeyman here with some false reports. This is confirmed that Microsoft will be increasing all of their prices across the board on hardware as well as accessories. And most notably, they are increasing the price on their Xbox first-party games to $80 following in line with what Nintendo's doing with some of their games. Now, you may notice if you've got some keen peepers on you, I'm not in my normal domain. I'm in a hotel room. I'm in hiding because I knew I'd need to escape because I'm about to criticize Nintendo again while talking about Microsoft, and Nintendo fans don't like that. So you gotta play it safe here. Nintendo, I think, has set the trend here. They've broken the seal that $80 games will be accepted by people. And by people, I mean gamers, which is a different kind of person because they will accept any kind of shit you feed them at any price point, it seems. And now, since that case has been made, with the Switch 2 making record-breaking pre-orders apparently, Microsoft feels confident that they can do the same and they'll follow suit, and I imagine other big boys in the gaming industry will also do the same because being able to put the squeeze on gamers' piggy bank a little bit stronger is good for the bottom line. And since a lot of people are defending the $80 price tag, gaming companies are going to go in that direction, and thus it'll most likely be the new norm. But I am surprised it's happening this quick. I thought there'd still be more of a buffer before other big gaming industry giants jumped on board the $80 price tag. Now, of course, Nintendo's not solely to blame here. A lot of it will obviously fall on the uncertainty with tariffs and all of that. That's absolutely a factor here, no doubt. And obviously it's something a lot of people are unhappy about. Except for the mindless drones who do free PR for multi-billion-dollar gaming corporations fighting their battles day and night on Twitter in the trenches to defend their honor, just so they can continue to be exploited for their piggy bank. So anyway, it's been a lot of talk on this subject throughout the day. Everyone is, weighing in, and it's been a big discussion, but there's been a surprising lack of coverage and a lack of discussion around my hot ass and this fucking fart I'm about to shit out. I don't know if the webcam mic could pick that up, but that was American made. That's tariff-free right there, I'll promise you that. The point is, though, $80 games sucks. And it's not like the price tag is indicative of a quality increase across the board, because in a lot of cases, the main formula these gaming companies look to exploit is live service. So you're paying $80 for oftentimes games that are incomplete and are only tended to after you've paid the $80, and then they'll go in and try and make it better down the line. So you're paying more money for a less complete project in a lot of cases. Of course, that's not an absolute statement. That's not a blanket across the board. But in general, we've seen this a lot in recent years where the idea is push it out now, let's make money now, we'll fix it later. And I really cannot understand how anyone could see the state that gaming is in right now and be like, yeah, it makes sense. I'll pay $80 for these games that keep coming out that are fucking broken on launch, missing half of the content that they've promised. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, that is pathetic. Like, no one should be happy about the direction of $80 games coming up right now. Anyway, though, I'd like to read you their pricing update that they just posted. As of May 1st, we have adjusted recommended retailer pricing for our consoles and controllers worldwide. We also expect to adjust the pricing of some of our new first-party games starting this holiday season to $79.99. Those titles purchased on the Xbox Store have the benefit of Xbox Play Anywhere, allowing players to buy once and play on console and PC at no additional cost. We understand that these changes are challenging and they were made with careful consideration given market conditions and the rising cost of development. Looking ahead, we continue to focus on offering more ways to play more games across any screen and ensuring value for Xbox players. The rising cost of development is something I've talked about a lot, how every game costs like $100 million now and like 6 years of development just baking it in the oven only to come out and be just underwhelming. That is 100% on them. It's not like the industry norm. There are so many indie games that have proven you don't need $100 million budgets to deliver extraordinary experiences. It's just these suits, these fucking corpo zombies at the top of the food chain that are so delusional. They're seeing Hollywood investing $320 million in the fucking stinkerooskies like Electric State and then being like, we need to do that for video games. So that's been the direction they've gone for the last almost 10 years now. But I have said very loudly for a long time, the actual future of AAA gaming is by doing smaller projects that require less time to develop and less money and smaller teams. That to me, I feel like that's a no-brainer. Like, there are so many examples in recent years you can pull from of small teams or even one-man teams delivering Game of the Year like quality experiences, you don't need to be dumping hundreds of millions of dollars into the next Concorde. Like, it's just a stupid path, but they keep talking about it like it's an inevitability, how development cost has to continue rising, and every studio needs 500 developers all working on Assassin's Creed Shadows 2. Like, it's just super unnecessary. It is so much bloat for no reason. Instead, just put your money where your ass is and just invest in good projects that don't need to be like a super grand slam to make a single oodle of money back on the investment. Like, just think about how much a game has to sell in order to be profitable in the AAA space right now. Even if you do have a game that does really well, it's a good chance it doesn't make any money back because you've put so much money into it over the course of so many years that it'd need to sell like a fucking $1 billion worth of revenue in order to see it go green even slightly. Whereas if you had a bunch of smaller projects that don't need to be these crazy miracle home runs to make money, you stand a chance. Like, I really think the Blumhouse model, this is the one I always mention, where Blumhouse finances like fucking 100 horror movies a year that all cost like $2 to $5 million. And you probably haven't even heard of half of these absolute turbo shitters, but they only need to make like $10 million, $15 million to be like a super success for the company. And they always do. It's very rare that a Blumhouse film doesn't make more than the budget because it's so cheap to produce and it doesn't take that long. So it's a model that is proven efficient and works. And there are so many games that prove that model works too. But AAA is just so hell-bent on just dumping as much infinite money as they can into like one or two projects over the course of so many years. And they just end up being like super safe, Weenie Hut Jr., uninteresting. And even if they do moderately well, it's not good enough because it needs to do extraordinarily well to make any money back because too much went into that fucking pit producing it. And it's only going to get worse now at $80 being the norm because more and more people are getting priced out of buying AAA games. So what's going to happen naturally, more and more people are going to start pirating the games. But anyway, I'm rambling about things I've talked about a lot already. It's just, this is something a lot of people saw coming with $80 being the new norm once that floodgate was opened. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, so it sucks to see. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to rant about it a little bit here. That's about it, so yeah.
Nintendo and lawsuits go together like cereal and milk. They are no stranger to dishing out lawsuits. They would sue an 8-year-old if they found out that their grandmother made them a Mario nightlight. They've been this way for years, so it's no surprise that they're suing Palworld. I'm actually surprised it took them this long. For a while, I thought it maybe wasn't going to happen because Palworld, when it came out, everyone compared it to Pokemon. I called it Pokemon with guns, everyone called it Pokemon with guns, and it was one of the biggest games to launch of the year. Well, one of the biggest games to launch in general on Steam. So it's not like a game that flew under the radar. Nintendo would have been alerted to it. Well, that is assuming they use the internet, which is a far-fetched notion. They only just recently learned what email was like 5 years ago, so who really knows? They're probably still working off dial-up over there because that company is so fucking archaic and out of touch. But there is a very slim chance that they weren't aware of Palworld, and they vaguely talked about it. They did make some posts back when Palworld was popping off that they will do anything they can to protect their copyright. And they also announced that they were going to be investigating, but a lot of time passed, tumbleweeds started to blow through, there was cobwebs on the story, nothing came from it, so I started to assume that maybe they didn't find anything that they had any real legal ground to pursue Palworld over. But it turns out that was wrong. Instead, they spent all this time charging their alt. So now Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have jointly filed against the company behind Palworld, Pocket Pair. Also, I'll just go ahead and say what everyone's thinking. Pocket Pair, I mean, that's kinda on the nose. Like, there are things here like that seem extremely close to Pokemon. But anyway, we'll talk about the actual patent infringement lawsuit in a moment. I want to talk about Palworld itself. I and many others really liked Palworld because for the first time in at least a decade, it felt fresh. Nintendo's just let Pokemon get super stale and recycled. And somehow they can't even just hit copy and paste correctly half the time. Like the newest one, Scarlet and Violet, was a fucking mess. That game looks worse than some of the Pokemon games that came before it. It's when you continuously like download a JPEG and you know it ends up looking like some kind of fucking cursed images straight from one of the circles of hell. That's kind of what Pokemon's become. Like, it is just the same game regurgitated endlessly, and even when they do try and do a few new things like with Legends of Arceus, it's half-baked, so they don't even fully realize some new concepts they might want to try. It's just, most people, like me clearly, have really lost their faith in Nintendo to deliver a good Pokemon game. Enter Palworld. They take the Pokemon formula and they make it feel fun and exciting. And yes, of course, to the hall monitors out there, you'd be lying to yourself if you said that the pals were totally unique looking. There are some pals in the game that look almost identical to Pokemon counterparts. It looks like they just changed a few colors. But you're not going to hear me whining about that, not going to order any french fries there and shed tears over them having similar designs from their pals to Pokemon, because Pokemon doesn't fucking use them for anything worthwhile. So, I don't really care. I'm not going to be upset on behalf of a billion-dollar company for it, but I did think this was going to be the strongest case Nintendo had against Palworld, because the designs are almost identical in some situations. But it doesn't seem like that's what they're going for. So, the patent infringement lawsuit. That means that they believe Palworld infringes on a patent they hold. So, not like designs or anything. Instead, they are seeking an injunction against infringement and compensation for damages, which indicates the lawsuit is civil. And according to an attorney, the fact that it's a patent infringement suit and not a copyright claim means the case isn't about copies of Pokemon themselves, but rather some aspects of the game design that Nintendo and the Pokemon Company protect as a new invention patented. That really raised a few eyebrows because, like I said, the main thing people point out is how similar the designs of some pals are to Pokemon. So you would think that they'd go after them for a copyright infringement, like, hey, you've taken our characters and you've made one-to-one knockoffs. You've made bootleg Pokemon over here. But they're not. They're not trying to make the argument, hey, you took a Rayquaza from us and turned it into a Rayquazar in Palworld. They're going after them for patents, meaning like technical inventions that they own the rights to. So in when it comes to games, sometimes things that are patented are mechanics. So the most notable one that I see referenced a lot, and it's one that I think about from time to time, is the Nemesis system from the oh my god, my nose is really getting congested here. Is the Nemesis system from like Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War. That's an incredible system, and there's a reason you've never seen it used since. It's because Warner Bros. Has that patent and they just shove it up their ass and just sit on it. They don't use it, and no one else can use it because it's patented. There was also a really notable one. You know, mini games that used to be in the loading screen of games a long time ago? Well, that was patented as well, so there was a reason why you no longer had mini games when a game was loading for such a long time. It was patented. Now, conceptual and visual similarities aside, Palworld and Pokemon play wildly different. Palworld is a survival game with an emphasis on exploration, building, and combat. Like, you use fucking guns. Like, it is wildly different from a Pokemon game from a gameplay perspective and what you're actually doing. So, it's weird to target that. However, it seems, and this is the best guess that people have, that Nintendo has a patent on video game character throwing an item to catch a monster while out in a field. So, the Japanese application specifically refers to Pokemon Legends Arceus, which allows players to throw Pokeballs in the overworld rather than limit catching to wild battles. It also includes what looks to be a version of the game's Pokedex pages, which track information like how many times the player has encountered the Pokemon in question or has seen it use a specific move. Palworld does contain catching mechanics similar to Pokemon Legends Arceus, so this may be one of the patents included in the lawsuit. Additionally, developer Pirate Software speculates that the lawsuit relates to Palworld's Pal Spheres, which are similar to Pokeballs, and Nintendo filed a patent for this in Japan back in 2021 and got it approved in 2023. I think the speculation is probably correct here. Those are like the two main gameplay mechanics that Palworld has that Pokemon also has. I can't really think of any others off the top of my head that are patented, at least. So I think that's probably where they're heading with this lawsuit. And I know a lot of people have talked about this, but I want to echo it. Patenting gameplay mechanics fucking sucks. It stifles creativity because a mechanic can work as a foundation that others can build upon and create something beautiful out of. That's like the very definition of how some art blossoms. It starts somewhere and it evolves through others doing similar things but growing it in different ways. So if you patent something and forbid anyone else from touching it, it really sucks for every person that's not the company with the patent. I'm going to use the Nemesis example again. The Nemesis system could have been a staple in gaming, but instead it is now only in 2 games. Granted, both games are bangers, but if we could have seen that explored in other titles, that could have been one of the best new mechanics of the modern age. I love the Nemesis system. That had so much potential, and now it just festers. It sucks. Nobody wins there, except for Warner Bros., I guess, because they have a gold mine that they refuse to tap into. So, when it comes to gameplay mechanics being patented, I'm not extremely happy about that, but that's the legal ground that they're going to stand on and attack Palworld for, and I guess we'll see how it plays out. Palworld has responded. To sum up their statement, they're saying that they're going to be going through all the legal proceedings and investigations, and they don't know what specific patents they're accused of infringing upon because they have not been notified. They then go on to explain that they're a smaller indie game company based in Tokyo, and they just want to create fun games that bring people joy. They then say it's unfortunate we'll be forced to allocate significant time to matters unrelated to game development due to the lawsuit. However, we'll do our utmost for our fans and ensure that indie game developers are not hindered or discouraged from pursuing their creative ideas. So it doesn't sound like they know exactly what they're being targeted for with the patent infringements yet. I'm assuming that'll come later down the legal proceedings since this is still very early into it. And I guess we'll see how it plays out. I imagine Nintendo probably wouldn't, well, Nintendo and the Pokemon Company probably wouldn't pick this legal battle if they weren't confident they could win. These are billion-dollar companies going after Palworld now. That's going to be tough. Or maybe it won't be. Maybe they have a trick up their sleeve to prove they didn't infringe on any copyright. Who knows? I guess we'll see. Anyway, though, that's about it. So, yeah. Nintendo forcing Garry's Mod to delete 20 years worth of content. They're actually making a stink about Nintendo property being in Gmod now? Is there nothing Nintendo won't ruin? They have to be the most joyless corporation on the planet. No exaggeration, it's gotta be Nintendo, hands down. There's more joy from cigarette producers than there is Nintendo. That's incredible. Wow. Wow. I actually did not expect that. I have to look into this. There's no way. This has got to be some kind of misunderstanding. No shot. I heard it's not actually Nintendo, but some known DMCA imposter. We'll go through this. I've got to find out now. Didn't Nintendo sue a 10-year-old's birthday party, or was that a meme? They've sued so many people and cease and desisted so many, I don't know. That sounds like something Nintendo would do, but the one that always stands out to me is it was Marvel, and they shut down a child's gravestone having Spider-Man on it. Nintendo would send a cease and desist letter to a toddler for drawing a picture of Mario without paying them. That is the Nintendo way. So they've been issued a takedown notice by Nintendo. As a result, Face Punch Studios, developers behind Garry's Mod, are in the process of removing about 20 years worth of Nintendo-related content from the game. In an update to Garry's Mod Steam page, the developer stated, "Some of you may have noticed that certain Nintendo-related workshop items have been taken down. This is not a mistake. The takedowns came from Nintendo." That certainly doesn't sound fake. Is that currently still the case right now with the game? Nintendo stuff on Steam Workshop. We're working on removing all Nintendo-related stuff from Steam Workshop. Some of you may have noticed that certain Nintendo... Yep, we just read that. Honestly, this is fair enough. This is Nintendo's content, and what they allow and don't allow is up to them. They don't want you playing with that stuff in Garry's Mod. That's their decision. We have to respect that and take down as much as we can. This is an ongoing process as we have 20 years of uploads to go through. If you want to help us by deleting your Nintendo-related uploads and never uploading them again, that would help us a lot. That does sound like old Scrooge. Nintendo. We're going to see if it's actually Nintendo or not. Regardless of if it's actually Nintendo, it seems whoever is behind it is successfully bullying Nintendo-related property off of Garry's Mod. So they're already causing a huge change to it in a negative way. I don't see who would do that other than Nintendo, but let's continue. Nintendo-themed add-ons seem to have begun getting taken down a few months ago, though Face Punch didn't publicly divulge that the company had issued the takedowns until earlier today. The process has been ongoing since then, and the developers are still working to remove it all, which is understandably a Herculean task. I mean, this has to be Nintendo, right? Like, there's no way it's been months
off fake DMCAs. Especially not against a big company like this. Like, Garry's Mod is still one of the most successful Steam games there is. Like, surely the company would be able to recognize if it actually came from Nintendo or a imposter, I would think. You underestimate how much trolls and annoying Nintendo fans love this shit. There's no Nintendo fan out there that's offended that Mario and Luigi are shooting tampons in Garry's Mod. Like, I don't think they're gonna go out there and actively try and take it down by committing a crime, by impersonating Nintendo. Bro, look at the Nintendo fans who had a crusade against Pow World. I guess. But I mean, that's just like Twitter, though. This is criminal. Oh, here's a post from 8 days ago. Aaron Peters, the destroyer of add-ons. This came up when I was looking into it, or when I looked that up. Lately, there's been chaos in the workshop of Gmod, TF2, Source Filmmaker, Left 4 Dead 2, etc. An internet troll by the name of Aaron Peters has been false flagging content creators' add-ons with fake DMCAs. This troll has been claiming he's part of Nintendo, which in fact he is not, and has been doing nothing but causing chaos for the past few months, probably at the start of January. That timeline does check out for what we just read. He has managed to target add-ons that are Nintendo or Nintendo-related. In some cases, he's managed to get rid of any add-ons that even have a smudge of a Nintendo character, even in a piece of art. I don't know if his goal is to get rid of Gmod video creators or just ruin everyone's fun in creating content. He has managed to ruin everybody's day, and I can't blame them. Awareness must be spread about this. People must know about this, because for all we know, he could even target add-ons that aren't even Nintendo-related. Well, yeah, he's obviously not affiliated. He could target anything. He just chose Nintendo to be an asshole because it's the biggest. The Kirby Reanimated collab claims that their videos were taken down by a third party abusing DMCA takedowns, which isn't the first time this would have happened, by the way. This actually happened a few years ago it wasn't the same guy, I don't think, but for Nintendo properties, someone did this as well on YouTube. This company, which doesn't have any clear links to Nintendo, has reportedly been targeting Nintendo. Well, I guess maybe it could be the same guy, just using different names. He keeps fleeing the countries. He goes on these rampages, then leaves the country and assumes a new identity only to do it a couple years later. The name of the company doing these takedowns is A-PAB. Been targeting Kirby creators in particular. Allegations that APAB is the real entity behind the copyright claims date back to 2020, with one creator saying that they reached out to Nintendo and received confirmation that it was not responsible for the strikes on their channel. Oh. Nintendo officially confirmed that they've never flagged any Kirby video, which makes me wonder what is the motive behind APAB's flagging. All I know is that APAB also ruined many channels in Japan as well by false flagging. I'm really hoping someone investigates this company, because what they're doing is 100% DMCA abuse. It's also a crime. The last guy that did this in Minecraft got fined 25 grand for each instance. This guy's on the hook for millions. The company's name stands for Association for Promotion of Advanced Broadcasting Services, but information on the entity is scarce. So, I know this has happened on YouTube, but I just can't imagine it happening to a full studio like Face Punch. I don't know. That seems... I feel like they do their due diligence on where the DMCA came from. I would really think. So, this is bogus DMCA claims made by a copyright troll claiming to be working for Nintendo of America, targeting add-ons from Nintendo franchises in the Steam workshop. So they've been looking to find and take down the individual responsible for this, as well as spread awareness. So Workshoppers Brewster T. Koopa, Crispy Toast, and Z Pyromancer's voice actor Electric Star. February 11, 2024, Brewster posted a plethora of tweets involving false DMCAs on Twitter. Okay, I thought this was going to link the tweets. It just got me to an explanation of what Twitter is. Unlucky. In the same day, Crispy Toast uploaded a video titled Reply Nintendo Gmod add-ons taken down, an entry into the Re-Demo Man series of videos. Let's see.
I'm sorry.
That does about sum it up. Aaron Peters. Okay, here's the first mention of that name with some evidence. Aaron Peters, our prime suspect here, the Jack the Ripper of Nintendo add-ons. Hours after the video was posted, Brewster T. Koopa revealed that the individual had sent DMCA emails to almost all Nintendo-based Gmodders, including himself, which reveals the troll's name, Aaron Peters. So he's just... wait, is he actually just sending emails? I see why that would work on content creators, but surely Facepunch wouldn't just fall victim to this. This is like a phishing scam. Aaron Peters, Nintendo of America. Okay, that's not his real name then. That's just the alias he's using. There is no Aaron Peters. It was discovered that Peters had a history of sending fake DMCAs to pretty much anyone that contained Nintendo-related properties in the past, including not suitable for work artists and even Fraymaker's Workshop. Pillow Fort user MKLXIV shared a blog in 2019 that details their encounter with the troll. Peters' motivation as to why he sent fake DMCAs is currently unknown. Yeah, this guy sounds like an absolutely colossal loser. March 4th, 2024, Crispy Toast uploaded a video called Gary's Mod False Nintendo DMCA Claims, the story detailing the entire story about the false DMCA claims and the tweets above. Oh, nice. So you already broke down like the whole thing here. What if he was actually hired by Nintendo in secret because they know their lawyers couldn't be paid enough for even that level of heinous shit? Oh, he's just a fall guy? That would be an interesting theory. I think the more likely theory is it's a guy struggling with mental illness and he just wants to do something, like in general, do something to have an effect negatively on others. I think that's probably what's going on here, would be my guess. I'm very confident this guy's name's not actually Aaron Peters, it's just what he's calling himself in these emails. What I think Nintendo should do, and I know they won't because they're still only just now figuring out the internet is a thing they can engage with, but what they should do is take this guy to court and fuck him. Like, he needs to be made an example out of. This is like the third or fourth time this has happened to Nintendo in particular, with people impersonating them for DMCA takedowns. But I think Nintendo's too out of touch to even consider that. But why? He's literally doing all their shit work for free. Yeah, but you also... Even though I'm sure Nintendo's not losing sleep over taking away people's fun, since they love that, it's still illegal to impersonate them, and I'm sure they're not happy about that. I'd really like to know more about this mysterious fucking turbo douchebag, though. Because he's been doing this for years? But it does seem now that Gmod has been hit by this guy, not Nintendo. I'm just kind of surprised that Facepunch wouldn't have done more to investigate if they're authentic DMCA claims or not. Again, they're one of Steam's most successful games. They probably could have a direct line to Valve and ask them, hey, have you guys received notice from Nintendo that we have to take our shit down? Yeah, there's a ton of shit on Aaron Peters dating back for quite a while. And there are just some weird people in the world, man. What an interesting thing to want to do. If Nintendo's reputation gonna get dragged through the mud, it's gotta be on their own terms. Also, should they give this Aaron guy the same treatment they did with that Switch modifying Bowser guy? Oh! God, that poor soul. Yeah, I mean, if God, Aaron Peters probably sleeps with one eye open, because if Nintendo ever does decide to take action, his life is over. They fucked Bowser hard. That man is indebted to them for the rest of his life. What was his first name? Gary Bowser. Oh. They did him dirty. He went to jail, and he still owes them 25% of his monthly income for the rest of his life, till he makes over 10 million, I guess. Hey, I just want to come in here and let you know something that we're doing at Starforge. It turns out we have an extra Godslap PC, so we're just going to give it away. It's our highest end PC with the best possible design on it because it's Godslap related. At Starforge, we're making the best PCs in the universe, and the Godslap PC is so good that I'd actually extend that to the entire multiverse. Just look at the design of the case here. It's spectacular. So yeah, if you want to enter the giveaway, there's a link in the description. A winner will be chosen at random, so if you enter it, good luck. It's obviously free to enter. Also, we'd have matching PCs, because that's the PC I use. It's a Godslap PC from Starforge. It's fucking amazing. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. It's very rare that I have anything positive to share about Nintendo. I've been a very outspoken and harsh critic of this company, not because I don't like the games. In fact, I think they make some of the most fun games ever produced, but the company itself is just run by out-of-touch dementors that love to suck the fun out of everything, going out of their way to be evil, shutting down Smash tournaments, spitting in the face of all of their fans, and they're just archaic. They're like 20 years late to everything. They're probably still learning what email is. I'll scream this from the mountaintops every chance I get. It is downright criminal that they're charging for the Nintendo Online service when it is unforgivably horrible. It's a joke. It's laughable. It's worse than dial-up, and you still have to pay for it. Point is, I have shit on Nintendo more times than a dog shits on the floor during potty training. But today, I have a very positive story to share about Nintendo, and more specifically, the Nintendo Switch. Recently, a child had been abducted by a predator, and thanks to a Nintendo Switch that the child brought, authorities were able to track her down and rescue her. I know Mutahar just posted a video about this story as well, but I couldn't help but talk about it too, given how harsh I've been on Nintendo in the past. I do want to highlight when they do some good things, like in this story. So what happened here is a 14-year-old girl met a 28-year-old man named Ethan Roberts on Omegle. The two started talking and eventually exchanged nudes, and Robert traveled 2,000 miles from Arizona to her hometown. Eventually, he kidnapped her, took her back to Arizona, and coerced her into meeting strangers on Omegle to sell them nudes via Snapchat. She was immediately reported missing by friends and family, and a large investigation took place trying to find her. They had boots on the ground looking for her throughout the area, putting up flyers, doing everything they can to try and find her, to no avail. Until one of her friends saw that she was online on her Nintendo Switch. She had booted it up to watch YouTube videos and download a game. So her friend alerted authorities, obviously, like, hey, she just logged in on Nintendo Switch. So the FBI pulled the Nintendo Switch's IP address after getting cooperation from Nintendo, so they subpoenaed the information. They had Nintendo fork over everything they had about the IP address of where the Switch was coming from, and the FBI was able to swoop in and save her from Ethan Roberts, the Omegle pedophile. Now, this is something that is mentioned in the article no one really even thought of, because someone's getting kidnapped, you're not really expecting them to have their phone or a fucking Nintendo Switch, a portable game console with them. But apparently what happened here is Ethan Roberts let her keep her Switch in order to stay entertained, and didn't realize that since it connects to Wi-Fi, it can be tracked easily. So one of her friends just noticed that she had logged in, like she was online, and was like, hey, this is definitely something interesting, I'll report it to the authorities here, and that's how they found her. Like, that shit must have been like the craziest revelation from her friend, like, oh wow, she's on her Switch right now. That shit must have been like in RuneScape when Zezima goes online and like everyone's eyes get like wide, like holy shit. Just the simple checking in the Nintendo Switch friends list saved her. And it's still just so baffling how this all unfolded. Super lucky, like very, very fortunate that she had her Switch, because most of the time in a kidnapping situation, they don't like have their phone or anything that has an internet connection, which makes it very difficult to find and save kidnapping victims. But in this case, she had a flare. She had like a perpetual bat signal that was just posted up with her location, but authorities didn't even think to check it. It was her friend that just happened to be on the Switch and saw she was online that noticed it. So that was a very lucky break that they took notice and reported it. I guess Ethan Roberts just assumed that since the Switch uses outdated hardware, that it can't be traced. The Nintendo Switch is locked to 30 FPS on games. It can hardly even play mobile games. I mean, there's no way it even connects to the internet. It's probably just a cup with string on it. It's so old and archaic. It doesn't even use real technology anymore. It's totally off the grid. No one's going to be able to trace a Switch. That's fine. Dude thought the Nintendo Switch was like some kind of encrypted device or something, I guess, or just the hardware was so old and obsolete that it was untraceable. I have no idea, but really fortunate that he allowed her to keep that Switch so she could be traced and saved here. Obviously, the Nintendo Switch connects to the internet, meaning it can easily be fucking traced. Now, Ethan Roberts has been indicted in federal court on multiple charges, including child pornography and transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and after a plea deal, he was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. Personally, I don't think 30 years is long enough. I believe that should have been an even harsher sentence, but I'm not the judge. I didn't swing the gavel. But overall, this is a big W both from the FBI and Nintendo here. Nintendo did directly cooperate, and the FBI did act very quickly, actually, all within 11 days. And Nintendo was very quick to cooperate. They gave all the information necessary in order to track the IP and save the child's life. So just wanted to give a little positive story about Nintendo doing a great thing here, and that's really about it. So yeah. Ever since I watched the Pizza Hut training video, I've been inundated with recommendations for other training videos for a variety of things, such as Walmart cum inspector training from the 1970s, to veterinary technical assistance expressing anal dog glands training video. And through this, I was able to find Nintendo customer service training from 1991, so let's check this shit out.
You work hard. You do a good job. You're nice to your customers.
Here's our host, almost Bob Saget. I really like the effect on this video because it makes him look like some type of heavenly deity. It's like some porn set lighting here. It has that effect where if you saw this at 3 a.m., you'd immediately think it was just a dream and it never really existed.
Excuse me, I'd like to return this Nintendo. Who do I talk to about that?
Tell you what, you'll need to go right back there to the electronics area and they'd be happy to help.
I don't know what kind of store this is because that shit behind her does not look like games or movies. Those look like fucking power tools or something, but it's really hard to tell because it seems like somebody sneezed on the camera lens and they just didn't bother to clean it before filming.
Hi there, what can I do for you? Customer service sent me over to talk to you, to give this to you. If you take a look at it.
I can already imagine how this conversation would go in real life, off the training video, off book, raw and no rubber. Oh hi, excuse me, I bought this Nintendo Entertainment System, but it seems to have gotten in the way of my diarrhea. Can I exchange this for another one? I've never worked in customer service, but I imagine it's a pretty common occurrence where a customer brings something in covered in shit.
Do you know what's on here?
No. I mean, the kids couldn't have done anything. I mean, they're good kids.
Sometimes they'll put soft drink or something on there.
No. It's not soda pop. I don't know.
No, he's right about one thing. That's not soda pop. That's human poopy. And I have no idea why this brave Nintendo customer service agent is trying to flatten it like a pancake. What a fucking hero.
You people amaze me. You really amaze me. Your quality control people, they just have bats in the belfry. Bought this Game Boy yesterday, took it home, nothing. Absolutely nothing. No picture.
All of a sudden, Reddit walks in.
Just needed to turn up the contrast a bit. How's that look?
Oh. Of course, the contrast. I think that was probably my kid didn't, I'll take it. You'll take it? Yeah. Okay.
I wish the customer has stuck to his guns on this one. Yeah, you fixed it, so what, pussy? So what, big man? I was watching E3 this year and they announced Smash 5, so I bought this Game Boy and you know what I didn't find on it, huh, pal? I didn't find Smash 5 on it, so fix that shit, buddy. I still want my money back.
The controller doesn't work.
Oh.
Much. Oh, I'm
Now tell me, when you plugged it in, did you put it into port number 1 or port number 2?
I put it in port number 2.
Okay, well, plug it into number 1.
Hey kid, your mom's a fucking idiot. Moral of this lesson from the Nintendo customer service training is people are fucking dumb.
They all have one thing in common. They feel they have a problem. Now for the good news. Nintendo is doing something about it.
In comes the Nintendo private army where they execute people that are not smart enough to use their equipment.
Is you need to use this Nintendo cleaning kit. It's just like cleaning the heads in your VCR. It goes in there.
I like how the solution is to use the official Nintendo toothbrush to clean it out inside, as if the fucking Nintendo Entertainment System will explode if it detects a foreign object that isn't a Nintendo licensed brush to clean it. It makes a whole lot of sense from a business perspective though, and I bet they made a fucking killing selling these cleaning kits.
Special counter cards, on-package warranty information, and other collateral material will alert your customers to the simplicity of handling their questions or repair needs.
In a nutshell, the training consists of, yeah, we know people are dumb, but we, Nintendo, have made 2,000 ways of telling them exactly who to call and where to go to get things handled, instead of going to the local mechanic at the nearest Jiffy Lube hoping that he'll be able to fix your Nintendo Entertainment System. So in essence, all they're saying is, you in customer service, just tell them to call us. That's the training.
So in essence, the Nintendo customer service training video from 1991 is basically teaching people how to hand out pieces of paper to angry customers that want to return shit.
Do this. To help me,
I have no idea what a kabyle flossa is. It looks like a made-up word.
U.S. Staff Sergeant.
Looks like something I'd hear in Elder Scrolls as part of the dragon tongue. Shitty knife! Can't even slice this whiskey barrel in half. Or just a really weak man.
Yes, sir.
Again, I don't see how you could possibly fail this. I could go to the kitchen downstairs and grab a knife and probably do something very similar. And I assure you, Walmart employees are not handcrafting fine blades like this.
Feeling saucy.
Spicy Mike's is gonna cut through 40 apples even though there's only 10 on the table. That's how good his craftsmanship is. Oh! What?
Will do. I will take your Kelewang and deliver slashes and thrusts.
Why are these guys dressed like they're about to go to the Renaissance Fair to hit on some underage girls?
My blade's very sharp. I cut through probably half.
Dress like actual blacksmiths, please. Plate armor and hair everywhere.
For the dummies.
Yeah, I think maybe the Get the fuck out of here. Is this a joke to you?
Forward. Hunter's blade snap.
You think you can do it, Tim? Tim's breaks on the first one. It breaks before it even makes contact. This guy's taking it easy. He's not putting the same elbow grease in it. He's pulling back. What is this guy a friend of Tim's or something? Finally, some real stress testing. None of this chopping an apple. Now they're actually putting it through some real tests. I hope it chops that little piece of metal that he's hitting it with in half. It's that sharp.
Overall, it will cut.
Thank you.
God, that guy's so goddamn wholesome.
Yes, sir.
His catchphrase, it will kill, it will cut. He loves saying it. It's like Tony the Tiger with Frosted Flakes.
Aaron, you may surrender your blade.
We need your badge and weapon. You're off the case, Aaron. We're giving it to that dog that solves crime. Scrub McGruff or Airbutt or something, I forgot his name.
I'm Mark Campana. I'm 41 years old and I'm from Akron, Ohio.
He's a modified cleaver, he's not a human
My
being.
job is personal trainer.
Could have fooled
When I'm
me.
not training other people, I'm destroy it.
Next up, Mark Campana.
Whoa, shit!
I tell you what.
He read a mean comment on Twitter and he doesn't forgive, he doesn't forget.
Looking for Victor cutting power. It will chop like an
Possible weakness. I suck as a blacksmith, it might not even work. It's probably not even sharp, I don't know. It just cut a hot dog. Oh, it's a rope.
balance. He drops his face.
Oh, that's embarrassing. No, let's just stop. You're embarrassing us.
But this is technique. He's not really making that wedge. No, boom!
Ooh, he didn't cut through it. He just broke the chain.
That's the proper technique with those power.
Oh!
Just like that. Boom! Right through the last two.
He's running the gauntlet, baby. What's next? Now he has to slit his wife's throat using it. An emotional one.
But look at that power. That blade almost split the box halfway through.
What is that? Are those bees in there? Hit this hornet's nest with your knife. And try not to scream.
Wow, look right into that box.
This one's got mustard gas in it.
Very calculated. He went horizontal. He's got to concentrate on
No one's ever beaten this challenge. Nah, no one ever will.
Nice. Now he adjusts his accuracy.
Uh-oh. And rest in peace, SpongeBob's house.
Beautiful job. Mark Campana destroys right.
He's just walking around like the Terminator. He's so proud. I think that's cute. You know, I'd like to play with a giant fucking Buster blade like that too.
Boom! Right.
Whack! Oh!
Taken down by the 2-inch rope. He had the proper blade.
Do you feel like a fucking idiot now?
I think he went about
How silly do you feel? Be honest with me. How dumb do you feel right now?
To let gravity take
You just
over.
got beaten by a fucking rope.
Unfortunately,
Today's your lucky day, asshole. You just accidentally flipped on to the World Series of Crokinole 2019. It's been 4 long years since I accidentally stumbled into the announcing booth of the last World Series of Crokinole, and I'm proud to say I've made the same mistake again, so here I am, and I hope you've got your diaper on, because we got a real shit greaser here for you today. The 4-time world champion Justin Slater is squaring off against a relative unknown in the Crokinole circuit, Darren Card.
Darren Carr's got a fairy tale cooking up here, a real Cinderella story. Mr. Carr has shocked not only the crokinole world, but the entire universe as we know it, now squaring off against the best in the business, Justin fuck you later Slater. Now, the last time I was here, Justin Slater was in the championship back then, too. And he is actually on the cusp of setting history, beating Brian Cook's record of 4 consecutive world championships. If he can get 5 today, he will be the only crokinole player in the long, ancient history of crokinole to pull off this incredible feat. So this holds big weight for him. And of course, I'm sure I don't have to give you a lore recap on who Brian Cook is. He's like the Babe Ruth of crokinole. And Justin Slater threatens to dethrone him today. I cannot even believe what we've seen here today, ladies and gentlemen. We have a tie ball game, 2-2, going into what could be the last 2 rounds if one of them is able to run away with this here. We've already had 5 spectators die of just too much excitement, hospitalized 5 others. It has been truly chaotic here. This has been one of the most exciting matches in all of crokinole history, and we're still going full throttle. We don't even need a break. Sweat pouring from each man's brow, running on fumes, nearly out of breath. I can't even imagine the cortisol levels in their body right now. Their body must be actually breaking down from the stress of this matchup. Now, Carr's already off to a great start, a good open 20, a big takedown in the mid-board here. Justin Slater is playing from behind. This is not the optimal position to be in, but Justin Slater with a fantastic takedown and great positioning. Unfortunately not able to get the takedown 20, and that might just come back to haunt his boners, and it does. Darren Carr exploits the open weakness beautifully, but Justin Slater answers right back. We are going full nuts to butts on this one here. Darren's eyeing down the next target. And he blasts it. Yep, as you would expect from a master of his craft. Can we get the dealership on the phone right here? Because this car was made without brakes. Darren Carr cannot slow down right now. He's going in again. He's going wild. He's ready to just fucking let loose, rip his fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan. Another big takedown. Darren Carr has stepped up to the plate from out of nowhere, seemingly out of the shadows, to give Justin Slater a run for his money. This has been some of the finest crokinole play I've ever seen from an unranked player, and then, as I say it, Darren Carr makes me sick to my stomach. Darren Carr makes no contact with Justin Slater's crokinole disc, meaning he has to just get rid of the crokinole disc, and one of his family members will be executed after the match. That is a huge mistake from Darren Carr, and I did not expect that. The momentum has truly shifted here, and the entire attitude and tone of the room has completely changed. Where once there was air, there is only stink now. These people are breathing toxic fumes because of Darren Carr's stinky, disgusting shot that has undoubtedly made a lot of the spectators ill as well. But he's got a big smile on his face, and you have to love the attitude. These 2 athletes here are squaring off just for the love of the sport. They're not here for a huge payday, because it's crokinole and we only pay people in popsicle sticks. They're here because they love crokinole. And that's what makes it special. Justin Slater, as expected, runs away with the round here after that terrible shot from Carr. So Justin Slater is now knocking on the door to history with his 5th consecutive crokinole world championship title. Up there with some of the greats in history like George Washington, Jesus Christ, Noah of Noah in the Ark fame, just some of the history's most influential figures. Justin Slater may be talked about in that same vein if he's able to run away with this one here. Starting off strong with an open 20, Darren Carr looks to answer with an open 20 of his own, and he fucks it up real good. Darren Carr has just dropped his trousers and put his ass in all of our faces after that open 20 miss. Justin Slater sinks another one. Darren Carr misses another open 20, and I do believe this is going to be the ball game. Well, Darren Carr fans, you can't be too disappointed with his performance here today. He got to the finals, proved a lot of people wrong, and he does sink a 20, so that's good. He's going down swinging at the very least. He's not just bending over and goat-seeing. He is at least going to go down with some fight in him. Justin Slater sinking another open 20. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything Darren can do at this point except for maybe flipping over the board in anger. But whoever trained Darren can't be too disappointed today. His sensei must be very proud of his run, because he's had a great showing today. And what the fuck is this? He's using a forbidden technique and illegal move that we thought was long extinct. What the fuck? Is Darren Carr perhaps a member of the secret underground society of crokinole players? That used to be their signature style. And he brought it out of retirement here? Darren Carr wiping his ass with honor, unleashing it again, using it for perhaps another takedown? And in an act of desperation, he couldn't pull it off. My God. Darren Carr, there is signs of life. Now that we know he's armed with this kind of technique, perhaps there is something Darren Carr can still do here. But Justin Slater's not taking it seriously. He's just firing discs off the board because he believes it's over. He doesn't think Darren Carr is capable of a little sorcery. But I say, after what I just saw, anything's possible with Darren Carr's repertoire. But I do think that's game. Yeah, Darren Carr ran out of discs. Looks like there's a little dispute here. Justin Slater's questioning where he learned that move, as well he should, because that move hasn't been seen since the last Ice Age. But it looks like it's over. They're shaking hands. Now they're going to kiss on the mouth. No. Oh, very poor sportsmanship from Darren Carr. They didn't do the ceremonial French kissing. I've got to say I'm a little disappointed in that as well. But, you know, overall, just another exciting World Championship in the Crokinole Thunderdome. As a spectator, this is about as good as it gets. You had your cake, and you stuck your dick in it too. This is Crokinole at its absolute finest. This is what you want to see. A relative unknown squaring off against the absolute Goliath of Crokinole, the Titan of Crokinole, Justin Slater. The crowd is electric. The crowd is going absolutely wild. It's pandemonium out here. Japanese tire racing? That sounds good. This was actually a really good competition. It was a close race. Yeah, it just looks like shit. That looks like a golf cart's tire. Oh, boo! Not even gonna hit the ramp! Oh. That was still terrible. That was still trash. Only 29 meters. Jesus Christ. They should just discontinue the car after that performance. Fucking shit tire. I don't have a whole lot of faith in this one either. It's a pretty accurate roll though. Ooh, it just killed a lot of its momentum with that little, that bounce. Had a little bounce towards the end I caught. Oh, just barely, really. That's surprising. Wow, that is a weird, that's like a fucking onion ring. Man, there's no meat on that tire at all. I wonder if that's gonna help or hurt it. I feel like more weight would be better. It's not even wobbling though. That actually might be a good tire. Damn, this is a tight race. Holy shit. Unfortunately, it killed a man over there, but it's all part of the sacrifice. All in the name of a good sport. I feel like this will be a good launch. Yeah, I think that's the fastest one yet. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. Fuck. What a blowout. That makes sense though. Like I said, I believe the heavier the tire, the better the distance will be. So I think what they really need is like a... What the fuck, excavator tire? What are those big construction vehicles that have like 9-foot tires? Oh, that was bad. That was too heavy. I think that's, again, going to be too heavy. Like, the ramp is just not going to be enough for it. It'll probably catch, like, a bounce at the ramp. Oh, I see. That's almost exactly what I thought would happen, really. I think it still went further than all the others, though. God, it's just not stopping. Holy shit. There we go. And then it explodes. Oh, not quite. That was interesting. It was a tight race. Ultimate truck tug of war. Okay. Well, that was a blowout. There's nobody in that truck. That's cheating.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, baby! Well, this is a lot less cool than I thought it would be. I thought I'd be seeing trucks ripped in half. This fucking sucks. Man, this little dinky-ass truck's beating this thing. Dude's even got, like, little sirens on it and shit. That's embarrassing. Yeehaw! Can I get a hooey? That's how we do it, baby. That's right, winner gets to kiss my sister. Kidding. I always win. Oh, that was awesome. Dodge Ram diesel pull truck bends in half. What the fuck? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Holy shit. What does that say? Muff salad? Nuff said. I see. I was a little off. Oh, God, Jesus Christ! Oh my lord! What? I tell ya. Oh, what? Whoa! What a piece of shit! Let's get real wild. I can't. This is unreal. How does this go on for 4 minutes? Damn, that guy looks like Mad Max shit. Yeah! Yeah! He bent a fucking truck in half! Nah, I can't believe it. I don't think I've seen this in Florida before. This is a new one right here. Florida? I guarantee half these people are dead then. That's the most American goddamn thing I've ever seen. A fucking Dodge Ram bent in half? That's insane. That's insane. Insane. This? Well, you should just quit driving forever. Worthless. I don't usually post a video this late into the evening, but right now I'm like a movie theater toilet. I am fuming. I am absolutely steaming because of how the Super Bowl just ended. I watch every Super Bowl, and in this one I didn't really have a horse in the race. I'm neither a Chiefs nor Eagles fan, I just wanted to be entertained. And for the majority of the game, I was thoroughly entertained. It was just a great game. Both teams putting on an incredible performance, going wacko mode, insano style, tying it 35-35. And just like the first Spider-Man movie when he fought Bonesaw, when Bonesaw was ready, we had 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime, and it was coming down to the wire, an absolute ass greaser. The Chiefs were driving down the field, they make it to the red zone, it's getting a little dicey for the Eagles, fans spilling their beer all over themselves in anticipation and fear, but the Eagles are putting up an incredible defensive stand, and then in the most crucial moment of the entire game, with less than 2 minutes remaining in this tie game, a penalty was called for holding against the Eagles, which lost them the game. One single bad call decided the outcome of the Super Bowl at the very end, which is what has led the majority of people who watch this game to call rigged, say the refs are all paid off, and say that it's all just part of the script. Because right now there's a tinfoil nipple clamp conspiracy theory that floats around that a lot of people genuinely believe that sports are rigged. Or rather scripted. I actually do agree that there is rigging to a certain level with the refs. I do think there is real corruption there. But let me just opine on the scripting thing real quick. I think that's a load of dirty barnacles. I think that is just a fat load of fish paste. I don't think sports are scripted at all. That's kind of an unhinged belief. But I do think the refs are corrupt. It's not just football. It's basketball as well. This entire year has really shown me, since I got back into watching sports live, I have seen so many awful officiating moments that I can find no other explanation besides just malicious corruption. And this is the most blatant example. The holding call, I can't show you any clips because obviously it's the fucking Super Bowl. If I even showed you a still image of it, I'm sure Roger Goodell of the NFL would come to my house personally and fucking slap me around and then hit me over the head with a fucking sledgehammer. So I can't show you anything, but if you watch the Super Bowl, you immediately know the call. The call was on the Eagles for holding. The receiver was going out, and the Eagles defender lightly touched him, like on the hip. It was a light touch and like a slight jersey tug that could have even been like accidental. It was so gentle. Like the way he treated the receiver is the way a mother would treat a newborn baby. It was so light and caring. There was no holding at all on the play. And Patrick Mahomes threw up a stinky meatball of a pass that was just uncatchable regardless for the receiver that it was intended for, but they still threw the flag and called holding on the Eagles, which gave the Chiefs a first down, and also just gave them plenty of time to run out the clock, kick a field goal, win the game. It was decided by that call. It was the most crucial moment of the game, and the call instantly ended it pretty much on the spot. And under no circumstances is that acceptable. Regardless of what team you are rooting for, I'm sure all of us can recognize that this is a complete wet fart of an ending to an otherwise amazing game. We just got the bad ending to this one, unfortunately. The biggest sporting event that America has to offer is decided by the refs instead of the players. That's pathetic. That's awful. In a situation like this, I think they should go to the replays and be 100% sure that there is truly a penalty worthy of being called in a situation like this. It's a terrible look for the sport, and it's embarrassing overall. They should have 100% held the refs to a higher standard here. Oh, we're under 2 minutes to play, and this call is going to decide the outcome of the game. Everyone knew it. The second that call was made, even the commentators were like, oh, I don't agree with that one. Eek. That's a bit spicy. That's a no good. We don't like that. The commentators were outspoken about how bad the call was. In a situation where it is that crucial, they need need to go back to the drawing board, check everything, and 100% be sure that this is a call that needs to be made. Because in this situation, it wasn't. It's a bad call. It's just straight up a shitty call. Even if you're the biggest Chiefs fan in the world, you got your Chiefs butt plug dialed all the way up to maximum turbo settings. It's vibrating in your colon. You're super excited they won. In the back of your mind, you know that it's a pretty upsetting ending. I'm sure you would have preferred if they had actually beat them on their own merit instead of having the refs help. Because no matter how you spin it, that call decided that game at the very end. The Chiefs could have still 100% won that, but now it's always going to be left up to speculation on, well, would the Eagles have made a game-winning drive? Would the Eagles have stopped them on that red zone drive? Like, there's so many question marks now that the win can't feel as good as it would have if the refs didn't make that call. It's a lose-lose for everybody except the refs that may have been paid off. Like, I'm actually starting to believe that they are influenced in some way financially in order to make these awful calls. We just saw it recently in the NBA with the infamous no call against the Lakers. I'm not even going to bother going down that road right now. I already fucking ranted about that on stream for quite some time, and I'm not even a goddamn Lakers fan either. I just hate how awful calls decide the outcome of the biggest games. I just think that's horrible. Like, it's just bad. And what's even worse is there's really no incentive to be good at your job as a referee. Like, if you do well, cool. If you do poorly, there's no repercussions. Like, some of the worst refs of all time are still currently refs. Like, at the biggest, highest stage. I don't understand why they have so much leniency in situations like this, and so much power, too. This is a call that should have been thoroughly looked under with a microscope 1,000 times. Bring in a third-party investigation unit for this call tonight. Like, have them double-check. Bring out a fucking forensics team. I don't care. It's the biggest call of that game, in the most crucial moment of the entire game. Really do your due diligence to ensure that call is legitimate and necessary. Because you do not want a game to wrap up the way this one did. It causes nothing but turmoil, and it ruins the entire thing. The Super Bowl was amazing all the way up until it wasn't. At the very last 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. It's craziness. Can't believe I'm actually making a sports ranting video, but my family and I were having so much fun watching the Super Bowl, and when that call was made, collectively all of us let out an audible groan in frustration, and it took the wind out of all of our sails. None of us are Chiefs fans or Eagles fans. We didn't give a fuck who won. It was just such an amazing game, and to have it in this way is deflating. I can only imagine Philadelphia Eagles fans right now. But anyway, I just wanted to vent about all this. Also, I'll tackle one more thing that I've already seen pop up a lot, where it's like, no, it's technically a holding no matter what. I mean, I just disagree. Like, even with the way the rule's written and the way that it's typically enforced, it still doesn't seem like a hold. His movement really wasn't impeded at all, and the ball was still pretty uncatchable anyway, so it's not like it would have had a huge impact on the outcome of that play in particular. So even if you want to argue that technically it's a hold, it's still a call that doesn't need to be made, especially given the magnitude of the game, because that call ends the game on the spot when you make it. This was the most important moment of the game. This was pivotal, and that call being made instantly decides the outcome of the entire game. Their fate was sealed the second they threw that penalty. So I don't think that it needed to be made, nor should it have been, because I don't think any games should be decided by a penalty like that. It's fucking pathetic. It's laughable, really. And that's why a lot of people are screaming rigged, because it did decide the winner of this match. No matter how you argue it, they won immediately off of that call. So it's just a real shame. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about all of that. That's about it. See ya. Thank you for accidentally tuning in to the World Championship Crokinole Finals match. Today we have an exciting battle of gladiators as two of the best Crokinole athletes of all time duke it out head to head. Who will hold the prestigious title as World Champion Crokinole player? We're about to find out. Conrad sinks one right in the middle, giving him an early 1-0 lead over Jay Slater. Jay Slater, much like J. Cole, has been spitting fire this year. Oh, and he sinks it right back, right in Conrad's fucking mouth. If you had plans for the rest of your day, just go ahead and cancel that shit now, because now you're watching Crokinole. Just look at these athletes go. They're proving why they're at the top of the food chain. Conrad's lining up and he fucks it up real good, real hard, just disgraced his whole family. Slater just gives him a nice takedown, throwing it to the outer rim. This is just a bloodbath. Crokinole is one of the only professional sports where a 14-year-old boy can go head-to-head with a 65-year-old man. Conrad just gets a nice sink in there. Slater's cleaning off the board, a little bit of cum on there from last night. Oh, and big mistake from Slater. Conrad needs to stand up. He can't believe that he's playing against such an amateur. Oh, that is just deplorable. In front of a sold-out crowd here at John Abrams Middle School with a fucking construction worker who's falling asleep. Oh, Conrad launches that shit to next year. Just threw that checkers piece into the next dimension. Man, this is fucking exhilarating. Oh, but Slater gets a beautiful ricochet right there for that touchdown. Slater breathes a nice sigh of relief, but Conrad's coming for blood. He smells it. Oh, and he just put it right in the ass. It's gone. You'll never see that again. It fucking vaporized with that power. Conrad proving why they call him Titanium Fingers McGee. He's got one of the strongest flicks in the business. If he's trying to flick your bean, you can just go ahead and kiss your clitoris goodbye. Conrad analyzing the board now. He knows he's got him right where he wants him, but he just needs to make sure he can clinch this. This bad boy's hungry, and the only thing to satiate his appetite is a world championship title. He wants to wear that belt around his waist, and he's going for it. He's gonna do it. He's lining it up. He sees his opportunity. He takes it. Rest in peace. Look at that incredible layup right there for the home run. That was just beautifully played. There was nothing Slater could have done there. Oh, but he answered back with something I've never seen before. He just caused an incredible ricochet between three pieces. Something you'd only see in billiards, not Crokinole. Oh, but Conrad, not phased one bit, says, "Hold my Johnson between your tits, kid, 'cause I'm blasting it." Ooh! Ooh, but Slater does something, and he's happy, so it must have been good. This is certainly spelling bad news for Conrad. Let's go to the Jumbotron for an instant replay. Here you can see Conrad thinking, how did his life go so wrong? Here you can see Slater thinking the same thing. I'd like to take this moment to remind all 4 viewers at home that this live coverage is provided by Kodak. Crokinole. Now that's a Kodak moment. Remember, nutsack rhymes with Kodak. Now let's get right back to the action right where we left off. During the replay intermission, we had 3 women from the audience just charge the Crokinole board completely nude, asking to have sex with the athletes. That's why they're having a good old laugh about it. We've seen it happen a million times throughout the World Championships. You just gotta politely ask them to simmer down a little bit and go take their seats again. While we wait for the athletes to resume, I'd like to let you all know that this broadcast of the Crokinole World Championships is brought to you by watching paint dry. Remember, when you've got nothing to do, why not do nothing? Seems that they're ready and composed and about to get underway yet again. So we see Slater getting all riled up over here. He's doing some sign language here. I guess Conrad might be deaf. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't do my research on the athletes. I just kind of came in here off the streets. So I don't even know much about Crokinole in general. I know that they flick these little fucking raisins back and forth into that hole, but that's about the extent of my knowledge of this game. But from what I'm seeing, it seems akin to shuffleboard or Chinese checkers with a few elements of lacrosse scattered in there. So we're already off to an explosive start right away. These two are really coming for throats right now. They're going for scalps. Slater has just fucked up in a monumental fashion, and Conrad, being the professional, cold-blooded killer he is, just takes advantage. Slater, yet again, has brought shame upon the entire arena. And Conrad is just putting it right in his mouth. Slater, he finally gets one, but it doesn't fucking matter, rookie. This game's pretty much over now. It's kaput. All Conrad has to do now is not eat anus. And luckily for him, he doesn't eat anus. He cleans it. As we watch Slater's dreams of being Crokinole World Champion get obliterated by Conrad's testosterone, I'd like to remind everyone that coverage of the World Championship Crokinole Series has been provided in part by Best Buy. Why save money when you can spend all your money? Best Buy. Slater knows this match is pretty much over, and he has only himself to blame. He's just taking one last look at the board. He flings his pieces over to Conrad as a show of respect. Oh, Conrad sends that shit right back to him. Get that fucking weak nonsense out of Conrad's house. This is his dojo. Oh my fucking goodness. Conrad just showing why they call him the big bad ball sack. Because he got a big old ball sack and he's a bad motherfucker. Sends those fucking checkers pieces right back to Slater. He's laughing it off, but deep down he knows it hurts real bad. Damn. Conrad is just a bully on the board today. Slater makes a last-ditch effort here. It doesn't really matter. He's already handing the pieces to Grandpa over there. He knows he's packing this shit up. He's not going to be the Crokinole World Champion. Conrad is. But, you know, might as well go out with some dignity, I suppose. That was, you know, blast this piece off. Just show him, you know, fuck you, Conrad. And then Conrad fucks him right back. That should be the game now. I think Conrad, or Slater has one more shot. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Maybe it might be over now. Maybe we're just starting. Maybe there's quarters to this, and we're only in like the second quarter. I have no idea. Oh, it looks like it might be over. Oh, it's over. They're shaking hands. Conrad is your Crokinole World Champion. Everyone is on their feet here, almost, and by that I mean they're all sitting down, but the crowd is going wild. Absolutely wild. It's pandemonium here.
We're in for a treat today. Mike's gonna jump a car. He's gonna do the big car jump. Friggin' rights he is.
So is it like Evel Knievel, but behind a Walmart?
Dish in here.
That's not exactly the most extreme of
The car
ramps.
he's jumping. Oh yeah.
Oh baby, never
Friggin'
mind.
rights he is.
Holy shit.
He's gonna goose it.
Fucking madman!
Boys.
No one's ever jumped that and survived. Oh god, no, don't do it! Holy shit. No hesitation!
Holy shit, Mike!
Mike!
You drunk already, aren't you, buddy? A little bit, a little bit.
Not.
He's not drunk, he's just excited.
Oh,
That's the classic Ray right there. I want to jump the monster truck with my lawnmower.
We're gonna friggin' hold you. You got
Ray!
Ray!
Don't let the armor weigh you down.
Anchor, bud.
Ray's fine. Ray's taken 10 shotgun slugs to the chest in that armor. He's fine.
Kermit the friggin' Frog. Just
Fucking right he is.
And then we
Fucking
cheese.
right he is.
Here he goes.
Ray, floor it.
Get the pedal.
Ray, hit her wide open. Ray! Oh, Ray!
Showering the place with rocks.
Wrong car.
Hope you didn't dick her, Ray.
Yeah, baby, here comes Ray.
Oh shit, Ray!
Excellent work, Ray. Can someone get his real car out there so he can jump that next? What technique? My god. Evil Kahoo? I only know Ray Knievel. That's a good camera angle.
And he stoved her in. Are you okay, buddy?
Man, these
Good
Canadians.
thing we made
I love
you
the
wear
way they
that
talk.
cardboard box, eh? Or you would have got deckered.
I missed her.
You missed the board, bud. You're too deckered.
Yeah, no, I'm not. My name's Ray, and I love riding a redneck lawn chair.
That's classic Ray right there. Ray, you decked her. God damn it. If that fucking gravity didn't sabotage Ray, he would have left orbit. Ray was 10 steps above human ingenuity.
He decked her.
Yeah, he definitely dicked her on that one.
Ray's last jump.
Wait, why is he driving?
He begs his pardon. He begs his pardon.
That man cannot even get a full sentence out. He just ate shit, nearly snapping his neck in a lawn chair modified to jump over a children's toy car. And he is so fucking drunk that he didn't feel a thing, and you have him behind the wheel of a car?
This one.
Oh, you gotta wear a helmet though.
Ray's great when he's not drunk driving. I have no respect for that. Come on.
Oh, that's good. I'm getting dicked.
Are you gibbled?
I'm getting gibbled, boys. We made it
I love
in
this
the
slang,
end,
getting
boys.
dicked and gibbled.
No,
Why don't you boys in chat ever dick and gibble me?
Ray's not gonna get hurt.
Yeah, can someone mod Ray in the chat?
Now the Ray, boys. Let's go.
Did you just spit out his dent? He did spit out his dentures. Now you know it's serious
Take
business.
all responsibility for my own reactions.
Here he goes.
Yeah, baby, come on, Ray! Get in there! Whoa! That's not Ray's fault. That's looking much better. Yeah!
You better have another drink, bud.
Yeah, keep gibbling him. And for Ray's next stunt, he'll be passing out in his own vomit.
Oh!
Yeah,
awesome.
baby.
Awesome.
Oh! Oh, shit! Good shit, Ray. Just gets blindsided by a car. I can't see a fucking thing.
Oh, dick, boys.
That's
Here he
really
freaking goes.
That's really slow.
Only an inward.
That's
Oh, dick.
he might not even make it up the ramp.
Oh, dick! Oh! Holy shit!
Yeah, that looks. Yeah, fair. He dicked that one. He dicked when he should have gibbled. That's entirely the rider's fault. The speed was perfect, angle was perfect, ramp perfect. That's just the rider's error.
You okay?
I'm sure he's fine. He's still got the cigarette in his mouth. I like how they had padding. They had padding everywhere but where he broke his neck. The one place they couldn't calculate. That is literally the only open.
Holy shit, are you alright?
Oh, I'm good, man.
Holy shit.
Didn't feel a thing. I'm
Awesome.
gibbled.
Holy shit.
Fine, I'll look at Brick Slayer 5000. That sounds super stupid though. It sounds just like a Roblox meme, but I'll take a chance.
You'll see world-class masons battling all day for champion titles.
This looks intense.
Amazing prizes.
What the fuck?
The action takes.
Oh, I can't take anymore. Get me in there. All right, where are we at? Where's 2019 Masonry Madness sizzle?
Kevin Avila.
Is that the Kevin Avila? Said to have laid over 15,000 bricks in only 5 months? Unrivaled in his efficiency. Oh my god. Jose Limon's come out of retirement for the Masonry Madness 2019 Spec Mix? We're in luck. No. No. Is that the ice cold Perez? That's an impersonator.
Masonry, Jake Payne.
Jake Payne's an amateur. He's rookie. Just fresh out of high school.
Number 11, Washington, R&D Masonry, Joshua Carney.
Is that two hats on top of each other? The bad boy of masonry? He'll steal your girl and make a brick house around her?
Providence Masonry, Andy Zepeda.
Andy's just happy to be here today. Just barely made the qualifying for the Spec Mix.
13 from Pennsylvania, your returning 2018 Spec Mix
Oh no.
top craftsman, Michael Weisinger.
Oh my god, it's the Michael. Oh, the mix-em-up madman Michael himself. Returning champ.
Stall number 6 is a beautiful day here in Las Vegas.
Bloodbath.
50 degrees, not a cloud in the
WWE
sky,
Raw
not a
bricklaying.
drop of wind.
Mean setup machine, fellas.
Woo! Thank you, Ric
Here
Flair.
we go in.
And the contestants are off. Last year we already had 5 deaths just from the get-go. This year it seems everyone's still intact. There's the returning champion, Michael. Already beginning construction on the new Twin Towers over here. Oh, Michael is just a monstrously efficient madman. Masonry perfected. Oh my god, we're already beginning with the wood. We're laying the foundation now, baby. We're really fucking cooking.
I am watching ESPN, the Ocho. Good shit.
Alright, don't degrade the masonry. This would not be ESPN the Ocho, this would be prime time. This would replace esports. Especially with Michael leading the charge. Michael's a nice young man and the returning champion. I once saw Michael post 3 Big Chungus memes right next to a stack of bricks. He's just like us. The competition is really fierce now. Thank God we removed the rule where you could bring a loaded firearm to these things. The chaos it caused was just too much. The masonry took the back seat to murder.
Stalls, we'll see how his tender is doing right after this. Don't go
Yeah,
away. The Spec
we'll
Mix
check in on his
500
chicken
will
tenders in a
return
moment.
live from
But
Las Vegas.
far be it from me to question the oldest masonry in the business there, fucking Tim the Toolman Mason Man. If you say that it's not timed, but it's all about how fast you do it, doesn't that inherently mean that it is
We're
timed?
right in the throes of the toughest 10.
Or maybe time doesn't apply to masonry. When you're laying bricks, time no longer applies. It's like a black hole.
I am your this morning with the skills competition. That was at 9 o'clock. Kids are going to be doing that all the way up until noon. Now,
Oh, they're
after
teaching
this
kids to be...
competition, we have got the
That's
best
fucking
umbrella
smart.
block, 20 minutes for
The Spec Mix Toughest Tender Chicken Nuggets Battle Royale Masonry Madness is teaching kids to start laying bricks to do the work for them. That's smart. That's a really good way of getting child laborers excited about crime. Like, hey, let's make child labor a sport. That way they enjoy it. That's smart.
These tenders, they're key to their bricklayer's success. For all the tenders that are giving it
Yeah!
up. Way to go, fellas.
Fuck yeah!
Get your brick tongs going.
These are some fat tendies out here, baby.
Getting ready
I've never seen bricks being laid before, so I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I'm sure we'll have a building here soon, hopefully.
Let's see what you got.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Terry Bradshaw.
I got here early. You look behind
Oh, it's a sold-out stadium here today in the parking lot of Walmart.
The stands are getting full. And as a matter of
That's a lot of people. That's a lot of bricklaying enthusiasts.
one of the Masons.
Hanging out with Adam White here, and I tell you,
The Adam White? The man they said invented the chicken tender? Why are you grabbing his chest? Hey Adam, we're not really working too hard here as he's tweaking on his nipples. Yeah, so the game plan is as follows. He's gonna put some bricks down with some cement. Typically how that plan goes. John Madden style.
Who's this guy?
No! No!
Are you like the veteran?
Is that Jeff Gordon?
no, this is the third generation.
Yeah, I just got bored of building my own houses, so I started teaching kids how to do it. Now they do it, I don't give a fuck.
Wow, that was like.
Yeah, you goddamn right that's a party. Look at that harem of beautiful women. He may have been known for laying bricks down, but now he's known for laying that pipe, you know what I mean?
Interview we've never done before.
Whoa! I thought he was gonna start eating her out.
Do you think masonry is in your future?
Let's see what her vagina has to say about the masonry.
Right. A womb with a view, I believe, is what we have right there. Awesome.
What?
Well, let's hear it for JP.
Womb with a view, baby.
Right here, you know.
What the fuck? They have jets fly over the bricklaying competition? Or is that stock footage? No, it's stock footage.
It doesn't get any better
No
than that,
way.
kids.
This better show me who wins, and it better be Michael. I can't even imagine a building not built by Michael being up to code. God damn, that is a huge crowd. There's more people here than there is at, like, fucking Overwatch Owl League matches. Holy shit.
3 minutes remaining.
Damn, maybe bricklaying's on the come up.
Top craftsman.
Boo.
This guy's first rodeo.
Boo, boo, boo. Where's Michael? Boo. Not Michael. Don't care. Boo. Where's Michael? Michael was like a well-oiled machine of bricklaying. Who are these guys? Nah, it's garbage. Check for performance-enhancing steroids. Check his concrete. Maybe his cement was, like, Gorilla Glued or Flex Seal glue. He cheated. Michael was robbed. I'm sure many of you have started to notice that my hard, intimidating, masculine exterior shell has begun to crack a little bit over the last month or so. It's almost like a Gundam, where this peak masculine body is being piloted by a more sensitive Charlie on the inside. And on stream, I've been getting kind of emotional. Very nostalgic, really. Remembering and ranting about the golden glory days of entertainment. And without fail, every time the conversation immediately turns to Attitude Era Wrestling. WWF, WWE, and also, of course, by extension, Backyard Wrestling Productions. I lived and breathed wrestling when I was a kid. So when I get in my feelings about getting older and reminiscing about things that I liked when I was young, I always make sure to mention or pull up clips from old school wrestling moments. Iconic stuff like Stone Cold vs. Booker T in a grocery store, Mankind McFoley getting tossed off Hell in a Cell, Shawn Michaels with his sweet chin music where he goes backstage and super kicks like 5 innocent dudes, all of whom just eat shit on concrete. It is amazing. It was just such an impactful part of my childhood. I'm actually pretty sure my first celebrity crush ever was Stacy Keibler, though I'm sure every man on the planet also had that same crush during this era. And it wasn't just, you know, WWE and all that. Backyard wrestling, I got very big into. I used to get like these bootlegged VHS tapes of backyard wrestling performances. They even had a backyard wrestling game that went to the Xbox at one point, and that game had a like behind the scenes moment where there was like a vagina that got shown for a split second, and that was the first time I ever saw a pussy in my life. Point is, wrestling was very big for me in my formative years. And I've been wanting to recapture that magic. I've been watching some WWE, some AEW, and while I still like both of those, there's just something missing. And I thought, why not combine the old Attitude Era wrestling with backyard wrestling scuff goofiness? So we thought, let's just fucking let it rip. So the title's not clickbait. The WWE is in huge trouble.
because we've created our own wrestling league, the Moist Wrestling League, the MWL, and we've already filmed our first episode. And I've got to tell you, it's a masterpiece. If this doesn't win awards, then the entire system is flawed. It's all rigged. It's corrupt from top to bottom. Because this is true art. This is why video cameras were invented, to capture what we did about a week ago. It is an amazing, amazing pilot. It goes up tonight at 8 p.m. EST. And I wanted to make this video just to kind of announce it and explain why. Because dropping this bad boy cold turkey into the wild would just be a disservice to the craft. So our first match is between Chainsaw and Dow Jones. Now, I want to make it clear, I am a fan of CZW, Combat Zone Wrestling. I am very familiar with it and have been for quite some time. I know for a lot of people, when they hear backyard wrestling, their mind kind of defaults to CZW and the brutality of it. And that's just a little too extreme for us right now. We don't have the capabilities of doing what CZW does with like fucking flaming sledgehammers and like blasting ass the way they do. It's not going to be like CZW. For those that don't know, CZW is like actual fucking death matches. Like this is some shit out of Mad Max. Like it is still like wrestling, but they use like weed whackers and actually just hit themselves with it. They fly through glass, do like atomic pile drivers from the top of buildings onto concrete, onto beds of nails, hit each other with baseball bats of barbed wire. It's fucking intense. It's hype. But that we can't really integrate into the Moist Wrestling League. And also, it's not us wrestling. It's not like me versus Matt or anything like that. We actually got real local wrestlers to participate, so they're actually good at it. So it's not like super embarrassing with us doing like geriatric maneuvers. It's like wrestling. So we wanted to kick off the MWL with a very simple plot line and characters for our pilot episode, though we do have a lot written and brainstormed for future storylines that are deep and outrageous. Like it puts Game of Thrones to shame with the complex narrative we're weaving here with the MWL. Now for episode 1 here, we've kicked it off with a grudge match, Chainsaw vs. Dow Jones. Now as the name would have you believe, Chainsaw is an angel. He's a soft-spoken sweetheart who's just an all-around upstanding citizen and just an invaluable member of his community. He donates to local shelters. He only shops at local businesses. And he's even a frequent volunteer at the soup kitchen because he just wants to do his part to make the community a better place for everyone. But unfortunately, Chainsaw was dealt a bit of a bad hand. He lost his wife and his house in the 2008 recession, and he's never fully recovered from it. Chainsaw fully blames the stock market for everything that went wrong in his life, and unfortunately, he doesn't subscribe to forgiveness. So he has no mercy for the stock market and is looking to finally avenge all of the loss he suffered at its hands in 2008. And last week, we gave him that opportunity, where he'd go toe-to-toe with the stock market itself, Dow Jones. Dow Jones is a cocky man. He's a bad guy. He's absolutely the heel here, and they duked it out. It's a very standard match in a ring, but we do plan on branching this out into wackier venues and shit. We do plan on doing things like the WWE used to do, where like, you know, Vince McMahon's in a hospital bed and Stone Cold is pretending to be the nurse and then starts wailing on his broken leg, shit like that. I'd love to get to a point where we can go to just crazy places and do wild little matches. Like go to a real prison and we have like two bad dudes squaring off, fucking Megor versus Thorgor. And it's a death row match where the loser gets thrown into an electric chair. So they're like fighting each other around the electric chair. And instead of a pin, they're like flipping switches. So like 1 flip, 2, and then 3's the electric chair. Like just outrageous shit. Obviously it wouldn't be real electric chair, life or death or anything. But I just love the idea of just getting outrageously wacky with it. The beauty of Attitude Era and backyard wrestling is it's just anything goes. Like anything could work. If we did that electric chair thing and we play off like, oh man, Megor is dead. Well then 2 weeks from there, like a Royal Rumble, we could have a necromancer come in and bring him back to life and work him like a fucking puppet in the ring or something. Like, I just love the freedom of just going absolutely hog wild with wrestling. And that's the entire design of the Moist Wrestling League. And we wanted to start off small, of course, so our first production, our first match that goes up today, is very bare bones. We ran it very skinny, but it's only going to get bigger and better from here. Hopefully you all like it. We're extremely excited about it and had a ton of fun putting it on. We'd also like to eventually tour with it if we get to a point where it's like actually popular and people get excited about it. So yeah, this is just kind of my brief little Shark Tank pitch to all of you about MWL, the Moist Wrestling League. We've got quite a few more matches planned out in our heads, as well as general ideas on other wild shit we can do with the concept. So yeah, just hope all of you enjoy it. Again, it goes up at 8 p.m. EST tonight, so about like 5-ish hours from the time this video goes up. So yeah. And since we're just here shooting this shit, I'll also announce one more thing that I keep getting asked about. When does issue 3 of Godslap release? It comes out on March 8th. So issue 3 of Godslap is coming out March 8th. Per usual, standard cover, 2 variants that'll only ever be a limited supply. So once those are sold out, they're gone forever. Issue 3 of Godslap's right around the corner. So March 8th, mark your calendar on that. It's just 5 days away for that puppy. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Welcome back to So You Think You Know Wine, the world's most exhilarating and brutal sport. Today's wine is a Frescobaldi Nippozano Chianti Rafina Reserva, also known as the Warrior's Wine. During Attila the Hun's reign, this wine was drank by only the mightiest warriors. Now, we have 3 warriors of our own. 3 of our wine athletes will compete to identify this wine without seeing the bottle. A Herculean, grueling, and maybe even cruel task. But these are 3 trained professionals who have dedicated their lives to smelling, swishing, swallowing, and even ejaculating fermented grape juice. So don't try and emulate anything you see unfold here on the battlefield.
Thank you, Steve.
She may be saying thank you, but that was a very shitty pour, not nearly enough wine. Go fuck yourself, Steve. John's wasting no time.
It's red, we know that, right, Steve?
It's not.
Our wine judge has cracked what is known as a joke in the wine tasting community. She has given all of them a hoot.
Not Pinot Noir, so... Certainly some Bordeaux characteristics. However, I'd like to point out the color. Look how it's turned sort of garnet. It's no longer purplish red. It looks like an aged wine.
It seems John has a hunch. He's already demonstrating why he's the master sommelier at this table. That's not an easy title to earn. He's really flexing his girthy wiener right now. He's right away noticing the subtle differences in color, but will he be able to identify the asphalt that we've snuck into his glass?
I have to say 6 or 7 years old, or a grape variety that turns brownish red early on in its development. I think there could be some Tuscan element.
Superb work from John. They don't call him the fucking Sherlock Holmes of wine for nothing. Truly splendid.
That jumped out at me the most was Merlot.
Sarah has correctly identified the hint of Merlot in this glass. The Merlot gives this glass just a little delicate aggression on the taste buds, and she has not even needed to taste the wine yet in order to identify it. However, she is just a sommelier, not a master sommelier like John over there. The difference between the two is enormous. If you were to ever confuse a master sommelier and a sommelier, you would most certainly be killed on the spot, so please never make that fucking rookie mistake. But Sarah has really stepped up to the plate today. She came in here as the underdog, and she has already identified the Merlot. But can she pull through and be the victor of this competition? We're not sure yet. We'll have to let it continue.
Particularly because of the nose and the color.
And what do you think of the color? John was mentioning that it's more of a garnet now.
It seems our wine judge here is playing a little dirty, trying to throw them off the trail by mentioning Kevin Garnett. Let's see if they're going to fall victim to this very clever ploy.
I agree there's some age on it. It's not a youthful wine, but again, I'm not sure it's as old as he thinks it might be.
Ooh, that was a devastating blow from George Zimmer of Men's Warehouse, poking holes in John's hypothesis. However, I don't think John's going to let it go to his head. His olfactory sense is second to none in this business.
I'm going to throw in one other possibility here, just to up the stakes a little bit.
Oh shit, he's up in the stakes.
Paler color, and considering the plummy fruit and the abundance of wood.
Wood? Where's the wood?
Tempranillo? Yes, but it's a possibility. The wood would probably be American.
Why has this conversation devolved into wood?
Agreed, but there's a lot of new wave Spanish wines that are made with European wood, French wood.
He has fantastic wine twirling technique. However, I do believe he's barking up the wrong tree with his wood train of thought. He's going to need to get off of that if he's going to want to identify this wine correctly.
The one thing about Merlot in the old world, and if we are going to agree that this is an old world wine.
For the uninformed, I'll shed some light on this. When talking about old world wine, what they're referring to is wine that existed before Godzilla was made. So wine that existed prior to Godzilla hitting the theater is considered an old world wine, whereas wine that was made after Godzilla's theatrical run is considered
a New World wine, or a modern wine, or dope freshness, or swagadelic sauce, depending on where you're located. It goes by many different names, however, those are the two distinctions between wine dates.
There aren't a lot of places that do a single varietal Merlot. It's generally as a blend, and it's not found often.
Good point, D'Amato.
Ooh, John immediately interrupting her. That's an interesting strategy.
That's
down
the
in the
only-
Midi, then Merlot
Yep.
is bottled separately.
I'm not on a Merlot trail here.
Well, then you're on the wrong trail, John. You fucking wood conspiracy theorist.
I'm back in Italy. Color matches there. This garnet shade. It's a little darker than traditional style, but this is not a traditional wine. I think it's been made in a slightly modern style with, in my view, a little bit too much wood.
John immediately back to the wood nonsense. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll go ahead and let the cat out of the wine bag here. John is absolutely right. That's not even wine in front of him. That's not wine in that glass. What we did is we melted sawdust down to liquid form and then poured some beaver blood on top of it for color. John was able to sniff it out immediately. He was like fucking Scooby-Doo on a mystery. That is why that man is a master sommelier.
Sweetened it up with that vanilla, but that red fruit, slightly tarry. Your Merlot dust is my Nebbiolo dust. The firmness of it.
Damn, he's a true professional. He already mentioned the firmness. This wine is not only the firmest wine in existence, it's got a heaviness that's so light even a baby's nipples could pick it up.
Have the grape variety.
So is it Italy or Spain?
You smug, pretentious douche popsicle. The Dos Equis most interesting man in the world's trying to strong-arm information out of our judge right now.
If I give you that, do you think you'll get the variety?
We might do, yes.
Yes.
It's an Italian wine.
It's Italian
Sangiovese.
Oh my goodness. The fucking wine hound over here immediately gets it.
Level of acidity.
Here's my guess. Sangiovese with Merlot in it. I bet you this is Chianti Classico, and they haven't declared that there's 20% Merlot. And vintage, we wouldn't see anything earlier than 2007.
He's cheating. He's
I
cheating.
use Chianti as well now. Now, in terms of Italian, because I always think that Rioja Tempranillo from Spain and Chianti Sangiovese from Italy are very similar.
What the fuck are you talking about, you senile old man?
Same role in those people's cultures and their food. And so I thought it was Tempranillo Spain. I can easily be talked into telling it's Italian that it's
Somebody please remove this Bond villain from the table. He's off his rocker.
Beginning, if there is a bit that's blended in here, and often is in this region, so I think that's a good guess, guys.
Now the reveal. You did much better that time. So it is a Chianti.
Yes.
And it is a 2007.
Yeah, and there is Merlot in it.
It's a good value. It's Frisco, yeah.
I mean, stylistically, I think we were actually quite close. As you pointed out, these are all in the same sort of hemisphere of wine styles.
Yeah, whatever you want to tell yourself before you go to sleep, pussy fart. Point is, none of you got it. You're all losers. Please, leave this table. You've disgraced wine tasting as a community. Just remove your ass cheeks from this battlefield, all of you. And you call yourselves masters, sommeliers, and wine educators? Not even one of you said a single word about the brutal, violent generosity of the fumes of the wine as it entered your nostrils and embraced them with an ethereal taste of serenity, love, and aggression. None of you said anything about that. And how do you ever think you could have identified this wine without being able to sense those smells? How you passed your sommelier test is beyond me, but you don't deserve that title. Thank you for joining us on this episode of So You Think You Know Wine. Obviously, they did not know wine. Not at all. These fucking Neanderthals had no clue. And I'm sorry. The contest being sponsored by Burger King will allow creative customers to truly have it your way. In the $1 Million Whopper contest, entrants are asked to build their dream burger for the chance to win a cool $1 million and have their winning entry sold in Burger King stores across the country for a limited time. Contestants have until March 17th to submit their ideal Whopper online using their free Royal Perks account. Burger buffs can choose between a 100% beef patty or an impossible plant-based patty and add up to 8 toppings. To enter, go to bk.com/mdw or use the Burger King app. What the fuck is this? This is like Papa's Burgeria. There's no freedom here at all. Like, imagine coming up with a Whopper mood board, 3D modeling your ideal Whopper in Blender, and submitting it as well as like a full presentation one-pager or something. Like, that'd be hype. I'm not making an account. Owning a Burger King account, is there any greater shame?
So, you're here to make a Whopper. Well, I'm your trusty AI companion, Grillium, and I'll be at your side as you craft your flame-grilled creation. A creation that could be worth $1 million. Let's get flame grilling. We have a few house rules for you to follow that'll make your Whopper competition ready.
They put an AI assistant into the Burger King create. If that isn't the most concerning thing for people that are still downplaying how big AI is going to be, I don't know what's going to put it on your radar. Fucking Burger King, for a burger building competition flash game, is using an AI assistant. This shit is going to be everywhere. Not Burger King. That'll probably be closed in 5 years. AI. In every sector.
It all starts with the patty. So what's the big idea? How are you gonna top it?
Well, Grilliam, I'll go with the 100% flame-grilled beef patty.
Good. Now what makes your Whopper worth $1 million?
I'd like to use a brioche bun. Is that an option? Type in your topping and hit return? Well, I want to start with the bread. I'd like to use a brioche bun. Where do I type that? Can I just put it here as a topping? Or do I have to use standard Burger King wet, soggy trash? Checking your topping. We don't do that here, sir. This is Burger King. We don't know what that word means. Fucking Grilliam's gonna explode here.
Okay. What else?
I got the Grilliam stamp of approval? Well, interesting. Can I put sauce under the beef patty? Or do I have to go in this order from beef patty up? Because I'd like to sneak some sauce under the beef patty. Give it a nice little bed and maybe some pickles there. In case Bubble Bass comes in and tries to hide it. But I don't have that kind of freedom. I'm literally just adding fucking random toppings onto this. It is actually just Papa's Burgeria. Do some Pepto-Bismol. Brother, I'm trying to win $1 million here. I'm not going to put Pepto. But I will put some spinach here because we need some greens and I think this will be tastier.
Happy with your toppings? Generate your Whopper when you're ready.
No, I'm not happy with my fucking toppings. It's spinach, pickles, Gruyere, and beef. There's nothing else here, Grilliam. Open your eyes.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
There's no way you looked up onion strings that quickly. There's no fucking shot. Are you lying to me, Grilliam? Is he just programmed to just gaslight me? Like, oh, yeah, no, we're going to print this. No, we got onion strings? You're really thinking with 100% of your brain.
You topped that all right.
This is fucking baloney. You're not even checking my toppings. You're letting me put Pepto-Bismol on here? This is all a sham. No, I replaced the lettuce with spinach here. It'll be a little healthier too, and I think it'll just taste better. It loses a bit of the crunch, but the onion strings were there to make up for that loss in texture. But now, there's no point in even continuing this. They're not even fucking checking. That's just already a topping at Burger King. True. Honestly, they need to have Pepto-Bismol on the menu, because if you're ordering from Burger King, you're going to need it.
What are you cooking?
Well, hopefully something worth $1 million, Grilliam. Create my Whopper. You wouldn't let me change the bread. You also wouldn't let me change the order of these things. I wanted to put some of it underneath the beef patty because I think it'd be a really nice enhancement, but whatever. Like, I'd like to put the spinach and the pickles and at least the ketchup under the beef patty, but we can't get that creative here. Sir, you're way too qualified. This is the best goddamn burger we've ever seen. Get out. This is Burger King.
Here it is. Isn't it glorious?
You think that's what I made, Grilliam? What is this? Is this algae in here? I see my spinach, and then you gave me beets and styrofoam? What have you made me here? This is the burger that killed the health inspector. Yeah, I mean, this, to be fair, this isn't nasty patty level. If they did serve this minus whatever this is supposed to be, I don't even know what this, like, white bubbly bean shit is. And I think they slid in tomatoes here for some reason. If they take that section out, it probably would still be the best burger on their menu. Well, I don't think this is winning the competition. My ingredients were kind of fire, but it really let me down on the AI generation there. But here, let me go ahead and give Burger King my social security so I can properly submit this and win my $1 million. I'm actually going to make an account and see if I win. Give me a second. I'll be the first man in America with a Burger King account. I even come up with my own advertising camp. This reminds me of old internet days, back in GeoCities, where there was just like a few templates that you choose from. We'll just do the all-American Whopper. That looks cool.
This is Charles's all-American Whopper with honey mustard and other toppings, with some Gruyere and pickles in there. Try and top that if you dare. BK.
Hey.
Have it your way.
Fuck yeah, wait a minute. That was a slapper. Honey mustard and some other shit, I guess. Can you beat it? Do you dare? That was great. That was cool. Post that shit? Yeah, I'll put it on my Twitter. People actually think I got sponsored by Burger King. Whoever's not in the stream right now will be like, what the fuck? This is the biggest betrayal I've ever seen. Imagine I actually win $1 million from this. I would never stop laughing in the face of Burger King corporate for the rest of my life. If I win this $1 million raffle, they would never hear the end of it. You should have made a knuckle sandwich. Okay, that's such a good idea. I wonder, fist.
I
Imagine.
don't think so.
Finger.
I don't recognize that ingredient.
It's Burger King. You definitely recognize that ingredient. Oh no, it was Wendy's. It also wasn't actually Wendy's. Someone had like cut their own finger off or something and dropped it in there. I already forgot. Yeah, I don't know if I can do a knuckle sandwich.
Sounds good, but will it taste good? Ooh, now we're talking.
Bread.
That's a full stack.
It's a full stack. You are correct, Grilliam. That is just a big stack. We'll see if that works. I'm just curious if this works. This is experimenting. Let's see what it AI generates, because I am convinced it doesn't actually use what you put in there for the prompt. And this will prove it.
Here it is. Isn't it glorious?
It is not at all what I fucking typed in. It's a beef patty with poop and flowers. Where's my 6 pieces of bread? Where's anything I put in there? Where's my Pepto-Bismol? They actually just got some fudge paste and put it on the beef. I told you, they don't actually use it. A dog shit sandwich. I mean, if they served this, again, it would probably be beating most of the burgers on their menu, to be fair. But even still, this was just to prove a point. Point proven. It does not really grab your prompt for the image. But I am very curious what it typed in for this. Because it's like a pseudo birthday cake in a bun.
Happy with your toppings?
Okay,
go ahead and submit your Whopper.
Maybe I just need
What
to
are you
be
cooking?
like more adamant about it.
I hope you thought this through. Sounds good, but will it taste good?
So this should be nothing but like a very tiny beef patty and a ton of bread and pink sauce all over it. Is that the board burger? About to find out. This is probably going to be the opposite of the board burger if it does it correctly.
Wow. Look at what you've made.
This isn't what I fucking made! Again, where's my 9 pieces of bread? At least they have some... Actually, this looks like what McDonald's used to use, like that sludge. You remember that pink sludge that went viral a while back? Like, this is what your burger looks like? It actually looks exactly like that. Nothing like Pepto. No bread. For some reason, they gave me a whole layer of eggs, or asbestos, that they scraped off their ceilings, and then some cucumbers, which I think is supposed to be the watermelon portion. Actually, it still might be the watermelon. I can't quite tell. It's like trunk. They put a scrub daddy under the watermelon. Oh yeah, my layer of eggs. If you won, would you try it? If I won, it wouldn't be because of my Pepto-Bismol bread burger. But even if I did win with the Pepto-Bismol bread burger, yeah, I'd eat it. Pepto doesn't taste terrible. Mm-hmm. Oh!
This is Charles's epic Whopper with watermelon and other toppers, with some bread in there. Try and top that if you dare. BK, have it your way.
You can't top this. I'll spoil it now. Have it your way indeed. Here's Charles's epic Whopper with some bread and some bread in there. I also see now where the confusion was. It didn't use Pepto-Bismol, it used pink bismuth. What the fuck is pink bismuth? That sounds like a city in Australia. It's just fucking Pepto again, but a different brand. Cool. What a whopper. What a sandwich, huh? What a beaut. What a absolute beauty. It looks like egg in the middle. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. It actually just came out of nowhere. There is nothing even egg adjacent. It's watermelon, 4 batches of Pepto-Bismol, and 3 pieces of bread. And then for some reason they slid the Scrub Daddy in the middle. Read the contest rules, I think it is votes. No shot, it's votes. Maybe like an internal Burger King council. Whatever fossils are on that board, but it wouldn't be public votes. Burger King has appointed contest judges to select 3 Whopper sandwich creations later this year after the submission period is over. Oh, so it's not even a raffle. They actually do have a board. I think I have I'm honest, I don't think the Pepto-Bismol burger is winning, but I do think the first one has a chance. I think that would be a really tasty burger. But it's way too expensive for Burger King to make. They would bankrupt them in a day. Just getting the Gruyere would ruin them. Bribe them? Well, they're definitely going to be kept anonymous. I bet these Burger King judges are kept in like a sensory deprivation tank for the next month and 2 weeks. So that way they're cut off from the rest of the world so they can't be influenced when they look at the Whopper creations. They can't be contaminated or bribed. But if I knew who they were, I'd reach out. 3 finalists will be invited to Burger King headquarters in Miami, where they will get the chance to modify their sandwich ideas before they appear on menus nationwide, according to Burger King. Customers will get a chance to try the 3 Whopper sandwiches and cast a vote for their favorite sandwich. The Whopper that receives the most votes will take it all, including a brief menu appearance and a $1 million for the creator. We just need to make it into the top 3. We just need to make it. There's hope. There's hope. I just don't think the judges would let me. There's no way. Mine's too expensive of an item. Onion strings, Gruyere. Burger King doesn't know where to even source that. There's no way. But what if there is? What if... Okay, so the Burger King headquarters is in Miami. What if I ship them a mysterious package full of Gruyere and onion strings? So that way they wouldn't need to worry about the cost. $35 burger. What a steal. I think if we go, I think that's what we do. I think we go for like a cheaper alternative that Burger King might actually select. And we run it one more time. Let's try it. One more Hail Mary. So we threw away one of our chances for the bread Pepto burger, but that's okay. We've got one more go around the block.
So what's the big idea? How are you gonna?
Can you stop yapping, Grilliam? I'm strategizing.
Now what makes your Whopper worth $1 million?
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think we use all 8 toppings. I think 8 toppings is asking a lot from Burger King. It's going to be an expensive burger. I think we want to keep this to like maybe 5 or 6 tops. Yeah, I think mozzarella is safe. I think we go for some mozzarella. That's going to be, I think that'd be my cheese choice as well.
You topped that all right.
I don't think we mix chicken and beef. That's a fucking recipe for disaster. You belong in an insane asylum. We're not going to mix meats. You don't do that here. Not at Burger King. But could pickles be alienating? There are a lot of people that don't like pickles on their burger. I want mass appeal. I think bacon is safe. Everyone really likes bacon on their burgers, especially if we're using mozzarella. I think bacon's a really good choice. So we're going to throw bacon on for sure.
What are you cooking?
Tomatoes? No. I like tomatoes on my burger, but literally none of my friends do. So we're not doing tomatoes. I already know that's way too polarizing. Ranch, bacon, barbecue, fire combo. Ranch bacon barbecue is a timeless classic, actually. That guy's cooking. And I'm liking what he's got on the grill. That's not bad. That is not bad. Stop saying aioli. This is fucking Burger King. They probably can't even spell aioli at the Burger King headquarters. We're not doing aioli. It needs to be simple enough. You guys would absolutely be ruined in an R&D department. Why in the fuck? One guy keeps spamming like his most like mom's homemade mushroom recipe. Brother, I'm not putting a fucking like gourmet mushroom topping on this for a Burger King burger. Do I go with my heart or do I go with math? Because my heart's telling me onion strings because I would absolutely crush this if this existed. I think that would be a really good combo, but I just feel like most people might be turned off by it. And this is for a potential million clams, so I want to actually try and win. I'm just gonna go with heart. I'm going with my heart. I'm doing the onion strings.
Oh, let him cook.
See, Grilliam likes it. Grilliam lost his fucking mind on that. The onion ring / strings will add that crunch to it. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It completes it super well. It's just onion itself. There's a lot of people that don't like it. But you know what? If they don't like it, then they're not welcome at Burger King in the first place. That's what I say. Close the door in their fucking face. We run it. Just give me my $1 million now. What the fuck?
Here it is. Isn't it glorious?
You ruined it! What am I looking at? How is this worse than my Pepto bread burger? What did you do, Grilliam? No! They actually served the nasty patty. This is like real effort into this one too. How did this where did it all go so wrong? What is the green? What here is the green? The list is what submitted image doesn't matter. I bet the council's probably fucking illiterate. It's Burger King. They're going to just look at images and they'll be like, ooh, this is the prettiest one. This needs to be presentable. It says on the bottom. Oh, you're right. Okay, cool. All right, we're good. I'll make the ad now.
No Whopper is complete without a proper jingle. Let's crown your Whopper creation.
I'd say this is going to be their new signature Whopper, to be fair. I think the Burger King AI malfunctioned because it didn't recognize good ingredients. It didn't even know what it looks like. Matzo, who's it? Matzo, what the fuck is that? We use that dumpster cheese. Blow me away.
This is Charles' signature Whopper, with mozzarella and other toppers, with some bacon and ranch in there. Try and top that if you dare.
BK, have it your way.
We're gonna need to take a new picture of the burger once we get it in circulation on the menu, but for now, that's a good ad. I could see that airing in between SpongeBob reruns on Nickelodeon right now. Not as good as the bread Pepto Whopper. Well, Grilliam really put his heart and soul into the bread Pepto Whopper. This one was strictly a contract, but the other one was passion. Alright, well, we got 3 entries in. Let's see if I win $1 million from my least favorite restaurant on the planet next to Long John Silver's. God, that'd be so poetic. That would be a storybook moment. You should see if you can run that ad at the Super Bowl. Is it too late to get a slot? I mean, what's this, like 20 seconds? That's only, that's fucking 20 million worth. The return on investment would go crazy. $1 million, but it can only be spent in Burger King. Imagine. That'd be a fate worse than death. You get 1 million Burger King token. Just an exclusive currency to their restaurants. Good God. You think they watch it all? They rando pick 50 and select from that? I know. I'm living in a fantasy. But it's fun to imagine. It's fun to play with. I think there is a 0% chance the 3 people on the council are going to be wading through all of these. If you want my conspiracy on how I think this is going to go, knowing now that there's a council, supposedly, I think what will happen is they're going to use AI to comb through all of the submissions and just handpick the ones that match what they want to already release as a limited time item. Like, I'm sure Burger King has a lot of, like, different menu items that they want to release but don't really have an occasion for. So they'll probably just look for anyone that created a sandwich that matches those specifications, be like, oh, look at this, it's a fucking amazing sandwich, and choose that. Make your burger on a cooking stream. I don't know. If it actually seems like there's somewhat of a chance, I'll at least make my burger to try it. Like, I'll have a real chef make my burger and we can try it, including the Pepto burger. That could be fun. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Why? You already have the record. What's the point in getting a better fast burrito eat? Seems kind of worthless, right? Like, if I still held the world record in House of Caravan, I wouldn't go back for it. Man, she's coming back around, huh?
First attempt was a massive fail. I think I got through.
Yeah, I'd say just doing it faster would probably be optimal. These bites look like the same size to me. But perhaps only to the untrained eye of a non-burrito speed eater. You're so close! One more gulp? Nope, you blew it. Third attempt. Jesus, an actual third attempt?
What do you feel about the million?
Like 5k calories worth of burritos. Wow. What the fuck happened in this one? Was that burrito empty? Was there nothing in the shell? What? No, that was a paid actor. Let me see that burrito. That had to be a lighter burrito. I don't understand how that would be possible. How she got such an improvement. Oh yeah, that's a stunt burrito right there. Yeah, that burrito doesn't look nearly as full as the other burritos. But even still, objectively this is not the fastest time to eat a burrito. The dog currently holds the record.
This is Bubba.
So they need to change the title.
Taco Bell. Let's see if Bubba wants a bean burrito. Gonna get it? Gone. Good boy, Bubba.
They need to change that title. That is the fastest time to eat a burrito for a human. But in general, it is not the fastest time to eat a burrito. This looks like an animation glitch in GTA. Like if you were just cruising down and you saw this on the highway next to you. There's an NPC malfunctioning. Evil Knievel's back! Really fucking feeling it now. Man, this guy's got a lot of confidence in the roads here. One bad bump and it's all over. A near disaster, I see. That was pretty fucking close. Most marshmallows caught in mouth and most desk bells rang with chin. Those are records that I never thought would be broken. These are big records. Easy, easy, easy. I've seen the Blue Man Group do this. I'm feeling confident on this one too. I think he's got it. Whoa, look at that technique! I'm gonna go for this record too, but instead of my chin, I'm gonna use either a dildo or a fleshlight. That's a free world record. Largest collection of video games. 20,000 games. God, they're mummifying the poor guy. Is he still alive? Check for a pulse. She made a bad decision there, a miscalculation. In the wild and wacky, deranged world of family sports, there is no end to the lunacy. I'm talking about novelty sports games for the whole family to not enjoy but pretend they enjoy together. I'm talking about things like horseshoe tossing and croquet. Today we'll be diving into this uninspired and unfun cesspool of activities with one of the worst ones I've seen called marbles.
Outdoor games are a family tradition, but many keep you stuck in one spot, or can even leave you with a real pain in the back.
That's always an important selling point in these products. You know, it's good for all ages. It's not painful for anyone, from the biggest bodybuilders to the most frail, glass-boned, paper-skinned people on the planet. Anyone can play them, and no one will have fun with them. However, in Merble's case, I don't see it being like a healthy alternative for people with bad backs or joints. They show this alpha male straining his back throwing a horseshoe, which I don't attribute to the horseshoe's weight or anything like that, unless that horseshoe is made from parts of Thor's hammer and it's just 500 fucking pounds. It's really the bending forward motion that would be hurting his back, which you still have to do with marbles, so it's just the same thing but with a ball instead of a horseshoe.
Instead, how about you open a bag of fun with Marbles? Designed for all ages and abilities, Marbles is a fun outdoor family game that's perfect for all ages, similar to lawn bowling.
And just as fucking boring as lawn bowling. Notice how the man with the bad back who just threw himself into the hospital with the horseshoe is now doing the exact same throwing motion but with a ball this time. A horseshoe doesn't weigh very much. I think they weigh like a pound, maybe 2. Granted, I'm not the most seasoned veteran when it comes to horseshoe throwing. I'm not over there fucking my sister in Alabama and playing horseshoes at Thanksgiving. But from the limited exposure I've had in that sport, I've noticed that they're not very heavy even when I was a toddler. So I don't think it's the weight, it's the throwing motion, which is the same from marbles to horseshoes to cornhole.
Marbles doesn't require a dedicated court or setup. To play, start by tossing the point ball underhand. Then alternate turns throwing the balls, trying to get them the closest to the point ball. After all marbles are thrown, the player closest to the point ball scores.
Now be honest, I know you're foaming at the mouth, scratching at the neck, needing your marbles fixed after hearing how this exhilarating sport functions. Fucking digging through your mom's purse looking for a credit card so you can order some marbles now. Looking into your bank statement, seeing if you can afford a bag of marbles. I know this shit sounds thrilling. And also it can be used with literally anything in the world. It doesn't have to be marbles balls. You can just grab fucking tennis balls and just designate one with like a Sharpie as the point ball. Not that I'm trying to teach you how to pirate marbles or, you know, do-it-yourself marbles or anything. I'm not trying to give you like knockoff marbles. I'm just telling you there are workarounds here, loopholes to getting your marbles fixed without needing to get the official licensed brand of marble balls. But I don't know why you would do that. This looks so fucking boring. It'd be more fun wiping your ass with a bad case of hemorrhoids than playing marbles.
Whether you're at the beach, campground, tailgating, or in your backyard, marbles will brighten up your day and get everyone excited to play.
It will not do that. What marbles most likely will do is act as a band-aid for a shitty family relationship where the father, the son, the wife, and the daughter, they're not all on the same page. All of them not exactly fans of each other, but maybe once a week, maybe every Friday, the father forces the family to play marbles in the backyard to try and bond, but it only makes them drift further apart. Marbles is also just a horrible fucking name. It sounds like Leif Erikson Day from SpongeBob. Hinga-dinga-durgan, marbles, SpongeBob, marbles.
Unlike bocce, marbles are light, buoyant, more dynamic, and can be played almost anywhere. In fact, using the terrain to your advantage is half the fun.
Ladies, I know that trick shot just made you wet, but please calm down your thirst. That marbles expert is taken.
Each set of marbles comes in a heavy-duty toteable canvas bag with the instructions printed right on it.
Ah, there it is. The Holy Scripture, the 10 Commandments of Marble.
Each marble set contains balls for 2 individual players or teams.
Marbles are a hit wherever I take them. I bring them out at family reunions, when the grandkids come over. They're easy to play with and will give us memories that'll last a lifetime.
Now this is actually a very powerful testimony. Unless you're living under a rock, then you're probably familiar with the legend Chip G, Hall of Fame marbler. Often referred to as the bad boy of marbles, he was rumored to have performed cunnilingus on over 20 women at the retirement home where the last marbles championship was held. So him coming out here saying how much he loves marbles, that is something not to be taken lightly. But I do have to say, I think Chip is being a little too pretentious here. Marbles aren't exactly going to give you memories to last a lifetime, unless you're playing strip marbles with your family and grandma loses and her fat, flabby titties come out and you're still like 9 years old. Then maybe that'll stick with you for the rest of your life, and marbles is definitely going to be a negative thing to you from now on.
Marbles' lightweight design ensures that they're gentle on your joints and shoulders and much easier to transport than cornhole, bocce, or horseshoes. Perfect for RVs, car trips, tailgating, and more.
And if you're traveling with any of those games, you're already no fun to be around, so you might as well add marbles to that.
They even make a great gift. Marbles, open a bag of fun. So call now to get your set of marbles today for just $49.95, only through this exclusive TV offer.
That's a fucking ton for just some little light balls. When I first heard that number, I was blown away. $50 for what is essentially just 7 balls that any balls could be used for? That's a bit insulting, but who am I to question the marbles brand? That shit's probably made out of unicorn hide. But yeah, anyway, maybe I'm wrong and this will be the next huge sport. You know, right now we're in an esports craze where all kids growing up want to be professional gamers. Maybe in like 5-10 years, kids growing up are going to want to be professional marblers. But only time will tell. That's it. See ya.
Is a Matchbox sponsored by Gotarded and Broke.
I'll do Mr. Mom's Racing.
Chicane to the track to the final round.
Let's go, baby, Mr. Mom's.
Andrew Nixon and MJY5 side by side.
This is aggressive.
First turn. MJY5 pulls ahead going through the chicane.
Holy shit, how are they so fast? Little disappointed with Mr. Mom's, not gonna lie.
Mr. Mom's Racing having some problem with that car. They're stuck
A
over
little
at
disappointed.
turn 2. They've got a lot
Somehow,
of ground to make
I
up
have the
if they want to get
unbelievable
in that
ability
top
to
three.
always choose the worst competitor.
MJY5 leading down the ramp. Arrested Moore in second, and he wrecks.
Mr. Moms is once again
MJY5
stopped.
losing control, coming out
Meanwhile,
of
this
the
man's going
chicane.
full Ricky Bobby and hitting it
Anderson is closing the
backwards.
gap.
Woo!
Both drivers looks like JD 439 and Mr. Moms
If
Racing
Mr. Moms can
ran
finish
out of
one
momentum
lap, I'll
right
consider it a
before turn
victory.
2. All the way
Let's
back
go,
in
Mr.
sixth
Moms!
place as we restart the second
Last
lap.
place again immediately.
MJY5 with an early lead.
We took the inside,
Flying off
though.
Turn 1. He's slowing down around 2. But
We
he
didn't
still
finish
has a
again.
Huge lead out there. Up to second.
That turn's a real doozy
Impressive
for
driving,
us.
especially, and got his
All right,
car
Mr.
back
Moms,
on
this is the one, baby. Let's crank in the
Here we go
nitrous.
with lap 3.
We are in
MJY5
second to
and
last,
Arrested Moore in the front right
and
now.
we didn't make it.
Andrew Nixon back in third place.
I think I saw us going backwards.
MJY5 with a strong lead
Nope.
in today's race.
There we
Whoa,
are.
he pops up on the
Stuck
side
again.
wall in a lap.
Can we check on Mr.
We'll have
Moms?
to check out the finish line
Is my
footage
driver
to see
drunk?
What happened there? Mr. Moms Racing having all types of trouble with that car.
That car sucks
And it's
ass.
not looking much.
Man, 3D bot maker, really impressive. Impressive production. It's really the Marble Olympics of Hot Wheels. God damn, he even has off-roading. Well, off-roading rally cars.
Paul R.
No,
and the
boo!
Toyota
Another
Supra.
shitty car.
He'll also be driving for sub 4RA Racing.
Jesus. If you really want speed, get like condom wheels. That shit'll glide.
Die-cast racing wheels car.
Yeah, it looks like a premium model.
That one's a plastic wheels.
That might
so
be
they
one of the
actually race
rarest
on the
ones, the
track.
Millennium Hot Wheels car.
Good, but they are
Oh,
terrible.
huge!
Loses
Oh,
control
no
as he approaches
speed.
the finish,
Oh!
and he does not
Oh!
make it.
What a shame. That looked like
Was
a
there debris
solid
on the
run
course?
until
Did we grease it
started
down
bouncing off the
properly?
walls.
Hasmanor only the
Did we hit a
second
spike
driver
trap?
to not finish with 3 points.
Oh, what is this
Driver into
pathetic
the
thing?
Hungarian
Herbie?
polar bear,
What's Herbie doing
driving
here?
in the Morris Mini
Where's Lindsay
for
Lohan?
sub 4RA racing.
I don't know why.
Besides
that seems like the
meth.
Hungarian polar bear should be in a bigger car.
This is terrible.
Is he a big guy?
No
I've
chance.
never seen him.
Well, maybe
He's driving a fucking ice cream truck. Oh,
We're
ew.
going there.
I'm just
And he's
saying,
killing
don't judge a book
spectators.
by its cover.
You seriously? It's time for round 2 in the
I'll be
second
honest, though,
event
I'm
of the
pulling for
3D Bot
Hungarian
Maker
polar bear.
Diecast Rally Championship.
I think he's only here as a
Drivers will be
joke,
racing
but
head-to-head,
I really would
but
like to
only
see the
top 6
underdog
will
squeak it out.
continue in the
We got Skrillex on the track? God, the production here is crazy, man. Fuck. This is good.
Welcome back. You're watching the 3D Bot Maker Diecast
Let's go,
Rally
Hungarian
Championship.
Polar Bear.
Here on the 3D Bot, I've been the Hungarian
I'll wager
Polar Bear at the
5
bottom
gift subs
with 2
Hungarian
points each.
Polar
So
Bear
far, it's
finishes
not looking
7th.
very good for the small
I have a
cars.
good
Here's how the
feeling
points will
about
be
it.
scored in round
And I'm
2.
feeling
You
like
can get up to
betting.
4 points for 1
Fuck
point if
the
your
winner,
car
I just
pitches
care where
after the
Hungarian
big air
Polar
bonus
Bear
line,
finishes.
and an additional point escort
Stephen
round.
King is unbeatable.
He's coming out of round 1 with
And he's
5
going up
points.
against my boy
He'll be going
Hungarian
against
Polar
the
Bear.
Hungarian Polar Bear in the Morris Mini. He only has 2 points. So
King
he's got a
Slayer,
lot of
let's
ground to
go,
make up in
Polar
this round.
Bear.
Yeah, well, he's got his work cut out for
Come
him
on,
because
baby.
he's
Yeah. Oh,
the
wow, this is
Rally
sad.
champion.
He is sucking his farts. Holy shit. Is he driving the speed limit?
I think he's going for
He's
it.
got the speed.
What the fuck is this? Hey, we finished.
Yes.
Did you see
Yeah, baby, we finished. We did it.
Stephen King flying through
I'm just happy we survived.
Wow.
That was big. It was
Just look
big.
at that hang
It was
time in
big.
the air.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Just when you
But
think you've
watch
seen it all
watch
from
Hungarian
Stephen
Polar
King,
Bear.
Look
This
at
is
that.
Just
what
grease
happens
in
when you
there.
combine skill with confidence.
And
There he is.
once you build confidence, then
Yeah.
get yourself the new
Woo.
Superman Stephen King t-shirt from the merch store.
Let's go,
I just got
Polar
my
Bear.
JRC t-shirt in the mail this past week.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yeah.
love it.
Okay, I think
Shit.
we've plugged the merch store enough.
Stephen King out in the lead again. The Hungarian
Oh,
Polar Bear
we're
not
so
far
fucked.
behind.
Can he do it again?
Stephen
Oh,
King
God.
having trouble coming off that corner.
No.
Plays it safe over the
Was
jump,
that an
but
earthquake?
that's
What took
something
us
he
out?
can afford.
Wrecked.
Yeah, so
God
far it's
damn
not
it.
looking good.
Cars in the first place.
Yeah, I don't think
What the
it's
fuck
actually a
happened?
polar bear.
Oh, I
What's
see.
the name?
People
We went
make
for a
all types of
grind for
aliases
bonus
and
points.
names for 8.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sure
not
that's gonna
bad.
cut it.
That's
Keep in
not
mind, at the
bad.
bottom, 2 drivers in points
As
will be
long
going
as
home.
Hazmat never
Justin
finishes,
Rules
we'll be
04 and
fine.
the number 20
We'll be fine.
Audi Quattro.
No,
This is
no,
a
no,
really
they still
slow
got
one.
everybody who complained about it.
Oh, this is looking good though.
They seem
Just
pretty
don't
evenly
finish again.
matched here.
Side by side going into the first
Do Hungarian Polar Bear a
Our
favor.
lead this time.
Oh, we've got some
No!
Driving by Justin Rules. Justin Rules
Please,
takes the win.
tell me that was the Audi.
Gets forced off the track.
For the love of God, please tell me he bumped him off.
is
Nope.
racing.
That looked like a little more than just some. We've still
Our
got 2 more
only
loops to
chance
go
is
in round
Freckles
2.
fucks up
We'll be
really
right back
hard.
after the break.
Like, you know, he gets hit with like a fucking blue shell or something. If Freckles doesn't finish one lap, Hungarian Polar Bear gets 7th. And I win my bet.
Against Freckle
Let's go,
35
Freckles!
in the
Please
number
fuck
2,
up! God damn it. Tell me someone's been feeding this man alcohol.
Driver Kid Do Not
Yeah?
was
Oh,
just
he's getting
making
fucking
it
dusted.
run, setting himself up to be a
Oh, he might not even...
in this event. Look at him go. He dressed
I'm
around
pretty
the corner
confident. Yeah, we're safe.
off the side of the track.
7th place is
Somehow
looking
he's
good.
able to recover and make it past
He
the
didn't make
finish
it.
line. But I think what we're seeing here is
Thank
a
you,
lack
Freckles.
of experience.
What happened to Freckle?
Round 1.
Good. Keep it up. Keep it up, baby.
As we've seen today, that first jump is a
I hope
decisive
Freckles'
point
side
on
just
this
gives
track.
out into a sinkhole or something.
Again on the outside lane. He's got a big lead going over the bridge.
Let's see if he can handle the second turn.
No! Block him! Block him! Yes!
Freckle 35
Yes!
sudden stop was not able to
7th place for Hungarian Polar Bear!
That is going to put him down at the bottom.
He threw the race. I like that. He took a bet too, and he said, "Fuck it, Charlie, I got you."
A tough break for Kid Do Not. He's certainly got
Thank
the
God.
speed, and he's not afraid to push that car. But
We got
once again, the
7th
lack of
place
experience
by
will
1
really
point.
cost you in the race. He's
We're
going
in 5th because the other
Hasmidor
3
in the
haven't, or other 4
99
haven't gone yet.
Subaru Impreza.
It doesn't really matter what they do. They're gonna finish above Hungarian Polar Bear.
Needs at least 3.
But I would like to see Hazmat Noir crank it like a
All
kickflip
they
or
need to do
something.
is get close to lead.
Oh!
We've got contact. And
Huge,
Hasmidor
huge.
leaves Alan Willoughby
That was
back
a
at the
bad blood
finish
round
line.
right there. Those are
It
rivals.
looks like he got
They
his
hate each
car
other.
stuck
They fucking
on
hate
the
each
hill.
other.
Here's a look at the
Hungarian
leaderboard.
Polar Bear in
Stephen
7th though,
Kidd
baby. I
on
won my
top
bet.
with 17
I won my bet.
followed by Kid Do Not in
Yes.
second place. Paul
Russian car fighting. Well, it's not just Russian car fighting. It's called Karjutsu. Karjutsu. But yeah, they're blowing up on Twitter. I know all about it. They also have phone booth boxing. Yeah, you might recognize the caster as JT, baby. I thought it was actual car fighting. No, they just fight in a car.
Oh, right away,
Oh, goodness gracious, he got the unbuckle. The unbuckle record there.
and blocks the seatbelt of Davidson. You can see here in the top left-hand corner of your screen, reaches over, blocks the seatbelt with his left hand.
This is like some
frees himself
technique
with his
Dale
right
would have taught
hand,
you from
and
Detroit
immediately just
Survival
goes to
Training
smashing
Fitness.
Davidson into the driver's side door. And right now you can see he's trying to slide his knee through for knee on belly or possibly even mount here.
Uh-oh, he's in a bad position there.
Oh, he looks like he's got the driver's side seatbelt.
Oh, he's gonna strangle him with the
He's trying to wrap
seatbelt.
that driver's side seatbelt around the neck of Davidson. And Davidson, it's just
I haven't
it's
seen
almost
this
too
one.
late here.
Jesus
By the time
Christ.
he's figured out what's happening.
Oh my God.
He has got that seatbelt wrapped all the way around his throat. He's trying to defend, but there's not a lot that can be done here. He is in a bad situation. And
Yeah,
just
that's
like
rough.
that, Raymond Felton wins the. Davidson doesn't
This
look
is
happy, but
barbaric.
that's the
You don't know the
main game.
meaning of the word barbaric.
And you can see here in the
This is
submission replay
civilized.
here, Felton right away gets to smashing, and as soon as he
Action
sees the
movie
opportunity to
combat,
grab that
yeah.
seatbelt, he grabs the seatbelt. You can see right
Wait until
here,
he hits the
he's
ejector
already
seat.
starting to push it across. Good job, Ray.
Oh, but God, now Davidson's got the driver's seat. He'll start banging his head on the fucking steering wheel, honking the horn with it.
Okay, round 2 underway, and it looks like.
Oh, he got the seatbelt again. You can't keep giving up the seatbelt.
Ray already all over Davidson. Davidson's trying to get.
Oh,
out of there.
wow, good wiggle, good wiggle. Oh,
He's fighting
that's
hands with
rough.
that front headlock. That's the go. Not a lot of room to work.
Maybe throw him through the
inside car.
sunroof.
Okay,
Oh!
Davidson's making a little bit of space here for
Good
himself.
recline,
He's
good
laid down
recline.
The passenger side seat. Bill gets caught around his left arm, and currently.
Well, he's in a
his
good
left leg-
position right now, though.
We've got
He's
another
got that like
guillotine
squatting
attempt here
lotus
into the
technique
front
going
headlock.
on. Oh, that might be all she wrote.
Ray's got quite a bit of experience into it. Takes a submission.
Oh, he's going to the back
round.
seat.
This is a
Oh, you
2-round
can't give up the back
fight.
seat.
What that means essentially is that Davidson has.
If there's one thing I've learned from Salt,
to secure a submission
that Angelina
on
Jolie
Felton, or
movie.
He will lose the match. If he can get his right
Oh,
knee
God,
down
fake
on the
taxi's
seat
popping
for a
off.
couple of seconds, he can score
Recline the
4 points
driver's
from that,
side
but
seat.
No, it doesn't look like Ray's going to let that happen.
Full mount?
I think Ray would rather give up his back here, and that's what's happening. Davidson taking the back of Felton. He's
Damn, what a
wrapping up the rear
turnaround.
naked choke. It doesn't look like they're both absolutely exhausted, and it's almost 90 degrees inside the car. It is a miserable.
Oh yeah, they didn't even turn
situation.
on the air
Davidson
the air
realizing the
conditioner.
seatbelt- Oh, the
Oh,
safety
no!
lock. The safety lock stops Davidson, and it looks like Ray heard the safety lock and then grabbed this. It's going to happen.
This
for
is like
Davidson. But what a
wrestling, but with
fantastic match.
also
We got
doing the
20
hot
seconds
car
left.
challenge.
Davidson can try and secure something here, but he doesn't have any time to finish.
No, there's
Let's
no
listen in
time
here.
to finish here.
Oh, we've got a tap. Wow.
Oh, wait, what?
1 second left. Davidson, rear naked choke, tap out over Raymond
Okay,
Felton.
little plot twist there.
Wow, let's take a look at the replay here.
Everything wasn't lost at Makeout Reef this time.
Q Davidson won the second round with a rear naked choke, and here we
They
are
should add
in the
another
back
element
seat.
to this.
4
Like
minutes
when they're
for
in their
one of these two
backseat component,
competitors to
there should be an
submit the
Uber
other one
driver
and
up
win the
front, and
match.
you get
If
like
that does
a,
not happen,
I don't know, maybe
we will
something
go
on the
immediately
judge's
to
scoring
sudden
card
death.
if you tip him.
And he's trying to fiddle with the seat belt.
Maybe get the
again.
headrest
This
off
time
and start
he's
beating
going
him
to
with
that
it.
back seat belt, and it looks like the safety lock. And he's got it.
Oh, that's gonna be tough.
6 points. That'll go to the leaderboard for the season. But right now,
They should add a
Davidson is
component where the
trying to win
vehicle's
match.
moving, so you have to
He's
do it in
got
a
the
moving
seat
vehicle
belt, and
too.
he's trying to wrap it around them. You can hear these two athletes breathing. This is it. They are miserable and absolutely exhausted.
Oh!
Davidson pushes the passenger seat forward.
He said enough
and now
enough
he's got the
fishy
seat belt
business.
all the way
I want the
around
whole
neck
seat belt.
of Ray Felton. He's got the seat belt on the right side.
He's got two seat belts. He's dual wielding.
He's going to reach under and he's going to grab the
Gotta
seat
fucking
belt
decapitate
and
him.
pull it behind the head of Felton, pushing with his left hand and using his right forearm. And
Yeah,
there
no
you have
shot.
it. It's an
Yeah,
Ezekiel
there was no
seat
shot he
belt
gets out of that.
by Q Davidson to win the match. Almost looked like we were watching a crime. Raymond Felton, fantastic fight. Q Davidson.
That
what
did look like a
great,
crime. It was like
great
murder
come from behind
footage.
win. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Edison versus Punisher. Okay, just one more quick one. With a name like that. Oh god, he's got the door open! He's gonna fucking start slamming his head against it. Slamming the door into it.
Oh, here he goes.
Oh, jeepers!
On the side of the car,
Oh,
and there he
fuck.
goes. He's thrown Sam out.
Oh god, they even broke the windshield. What the fuck happened?
Leverage with his,
Jesus, wait, this one's crazy.
and there it is.
4 points, red.
Oh, what? Now this is an interesting technique. The motorboat of death.
Position to be in. The opponent is behind the steering wheel. Faust is looking to make
Good
a little bit
tactic
of,
though, open the
A
door.
little bit of space here so he can work, and he's opened up the driver's side door, which doesn't seem like it's
Smother him
gonna
with
work
his
for him
own
here. He's in
tits
a
there. That was a good
position.
strategy.
Sam just, it looked like an unintentional eye poke there.
Yeah, that is a big guy. Holy
Laying
shit.
Flat in the driver's side seat with his head on the armrest.
Maybe put a finger in his ear. Lick your finger and put in his ear a little wet willy. It'll stun him.
Sam's looking for that right
All's
arm.
fair
Now
in
he's looking for the
Karjitsu.
left arm.
Oh
Sam's
god.
just hunting here, and it
We,
doesn't
we've
look like
we've
there's
got to
much
get something
available, but
cooking
he's in
here.
great position.
Come on, Rance. Get your finger and like go up and down on his lips. Give him one of those.
Into the car, or Faust is shrimping
It'll
his way
scare
over
him.
to the other seat. Oh, here he goes.
No, baby.
Side of the car, and there he goes. He's thrown Sam out. Sam's head is
He's
about
wiggling.
an inch from the mat, in front of the throne.
It looks like being in the driver's seat is a huge
Sam's very
disadvantage.
calm. You can look at his eyes and see he's very, very calm here, but he's in a bad position. Faust
This
is
looks
secured
very-
mount.
this-
He's got
this almost looks
about 8
romantic.
inches worth of seat belt here. The safety lock has kept him from.
He,
pulling
he's
the
not even
seatbelt
taking
out
the threat
completely.
seriously right now.
I think Sam is successfully defending. Get a different camera.
What is he?
Faust
I
has got
can't
his
tell what
right
I'm
hand.
looking. Oh my
He's
god.
gripping the wire that holds the headrest to the seat, and also in that hand.
Yeah,
he's
that's
caught
gonna be
with
tough.
8 inches of seat belt. So he has got Sam trapped against the seat.
This is one of those moments
Listen
where
to
you
the
need to be able to breathe out of your ass.
Sam is unable to move. His head is stuck to the seat. He's being choked by the seat belt. Faust is in position. He's got.
Oh, he's getting with like the Joker laugh. They're going crazy in the hot car.
Going to do with it, but he has got a fantastic.
Someone let out a little fart there. What was that?
Here for some sort of a front choke.
Oh, that'd be a good strategy actually.
Not a lot
Stink
of
them
room to
out,
work inside the car.
rip ass, and then go to town. I think Rance really kind of took control of this round here.
And it looks like we're going to the third round.
That's the back seat time.
Heavy breathing from both competitors.
Yeah, these are some big boys here for the back seat. That's not a whole lot of room to work.
And methodical. Faust is trying to shove him in between the seats.
What are you watching?
And just a little bit of a misstep
Sports.
by Sam has put him in a
Oh, you gave up your belly.
Holy
You
smokes.
showed your belly. You showed tummy. Oh, but wait a minute.
Sam, the bully choke. But while doing so, he has absolutely gotten himself into a bad spot. His hips are trapped between the two front seats, and you can't
Oh
see
yeah,
now,
that's
but
gonna be all she wrote.
has figure forward the legs of Samuel Eidson.
He's going to turn the car on, rip the wires out, and shock him with it.
Currently, Faust is a very, very serious situation here. There's no mobility whatsoever for Sam.
Yeah, he's got his legs locked there. He's got him in like a coffin stance.
Oh my gosh. Sam's trying to stay as calm as possible, but able to escape.
Yeah, I think this one's kaput. I don't see how Sam gets out of this. Unless he rips the steering wheel off and starts like slapping him around with it.
Oh, he's going to jiggle the keys here, create a little bit of a diversion. And he has absolutely passed from the back seat to the front seat. He still has mount. Wow.
Jiggling the keys for a diversion?
That was clever. Floorboard.
Just hide in the floorboard, Sam. He can't get you there.
Okay, here.
What is happening?
Try to win this fight right here. 10
seconds.
Oh. Holy smokes. Sam's
that?
head is stuck behind the steering wheel.
And what is
Sam
Jesus?
Oh my gosh.
What is it? Jeepers creepers.
Sam and Faust has in the match. Grants the Punisher Faust by submission. Holy smokes.
All right.
Wow. Championship.
Man, Sam was in such firm control for round one. But then it was all rants. You're not going to believe what we have in store for you today, folks. It's the International World Championship of Foosball. On the left, we have the 20-year-old phenom schoolboy, Nico Volgamut, aka Nico Voldemort. And on the right, we have the superstar of foosball, who needs no introduction. That's Tony Sprademan, who looks like if foosball was a person. This is sure to be a real ass-greaser here in the World Championship title match, and you may have come into this broadcast an atheist, but I promise you will walk away from this event as a devout practitioner of the foosball religion. Now playtime is over, the practice round has ended, the condom is coming off, and we're going raw. Nico Volgamut has possession of the first International Championship Slam Jam of the day. He's passed it up to his number 5. He's in great position to score here. He's looking to charge it up. He's in attack position here. Will Tony be able to answer? Ooh, excellent defense from Tony Sprademan. They don't call him Tony Sprain Your Wrist Sprademan for nothing. Able to easily lock down there and avoid the quick goal from Nico. He's already passed it up to midfield with ease. Now you gotta put points on the board if you want to win the game here. Tony looking to get up to his number 5 to score. Unfortunately overshoots it a little bit. Comes in a little too hot there. Nico Volgamut takes control. Tony gets it back for a split second. Nico comes in again. We are all over the place right now. Now, as many of you know, Tony Sprademan is the king of the tornado table. However, this is not a tornado table, which means you're not going to be seeing any sodden panties being tossed around and landing on the foosball table on the battlefield or anything like that. This is just going to be some standard, classical foosball play by the books. Now, surprisingly, we're still scoreless in this one, which is very uncharacteristic of Tony Sprademan. By this point, he's already done 3 keg stands and 5 goals. Excellent defense again from Tony Sprademan. He's back up to midfield with complete possession. Oh, excellent defense from Nico. Oh my goodness, we're all over the place. I can't even fucking keep up with this shit. Good lord. Tony Sprademan has control of the ball, back by his own goal. Nico Volgamut back to the number 5, in good position here for a huge strike, and he gets it! We have drawn first blood. Nico Volgamut on top with the first goal of this World Championship showdown. But as we all know, Tony Sprademan does his best work under pressure, a lesson we learned at last year's Tornado Table Championship match when his family was taken hostage and threatened with execution right in front of him. He was able to easily win the match, win the world title, and save his family's life. But again, keep in mind, this is not Tornado Table, and it doesn't matter to Tony Sprademan, as he just squeaks in a quick goal right there on Nico Volgamut, answering right back. Nico Volgamut right now playing with a chip on his shoulder, trying to prove that even a young man like him can go up against some of the ancient architects of foosball like Tony Sprademan. Oh, and Nico says, what does my cock taste like? Breaking wrists and breaking dicks out here. Nico Volgamut with another big goal on the legend Tony Sprademan. Tony's definitely not one to have his pants pulled down in front of the cheerleaders, so he's going to look to answer back, but unfortunately this call goes to voicemail, unable to answer, and oh my goodness, Nico from way downtown. It's turning into a bloodbath. Tony is getting bent over the table right now by Nico. He is taking Tony over his knee and spanking his cheeks red, disciplining him. But Tony Sprademan's in a good position right here. Ooh, wonderful defense from Nico Volgamut right there, sending the ball into the spectator stands, most likely killing one of them. We're now in Game 5, the final showdown here. I fell asleep for the last 4 games, but it is a tie game right now, and it's all or nothing here. Tony Sprademan in a fantastic position, but even better defense from Nico Volgemuth right there. Whoever wins this wins the entire championship title. It's all riding on the line right here. For glory and fame and a grand prize of right around $50, this is what foosball is all about. And Tony Sprademan gets the first goal here, putting his ass in Nico Volgemuth's asshole. Nico Volgemuth now has possession. Will he be able to match this intensity? Because Tony Sprademan is playing like a man possessed. His eyes are rolling into the back of his head as he transcends this dimension and enters the foosball dimension. Oh, and Tony Sprademan from across the map. Good lord, is there any stopping this madman here? You couldn't wish him away with the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together. We went from watching foosball to watching an ass fucking. Oh no, Nico Volgemuth is falling apart here. The pressure is overwhelming. Tony Sprademan is out of control. Slow rolls a goal. From across the field, Tony Sprademan showing why he's considered one of the best the foosball world has ever seen. Nico Volgemuth unable to answer back with this cutthroat defense from Tony Sprademan. He leaves no room for the ball to go through, just none at all. His defense is one of the best. His offense is one of the best. He is just the best. Tony Sprademan is in another great position here. Nico Volgemuth has the ball, but it still looks to be all Tony right now. If you flip a quarter right now, there's a 50% chance heads, 50% chance tails, and a 100% chance that Tony Sprademan is clapping dick on the foosball table, baby. Oh, but Nico Volgemuth, there's still signs of life. Getting a goal in there. I hate to be the one to say that it's most likely over, but I think this shit is kaput. Tony Sprademan is just dialed into an unholy zone of foosball, and Nico has no answer for it. And that's game. Tony Sprademan seals it, and that is your new world champion, Tony Sprademan. Still one of the best in all of foosball. I always wondered what it would be like if athletes could use PCP and bath salts before a major sporting event. And now today I finally have my answer, so let's get a glimpse of what that would look like. This is how it feels to chew 5 gum. This is a professional arm wrestling match, and this lady is using some advanced tactics here right out of Sun Tzu's Art of War. She's going for like some kind of deafening screech to hurt the senses of her opponent, maybe? I'm really not sure, but it is an interesting tactic. It's as if she's like gone backwards in evolution. Like, this is how I imagine early humans challenged each other to duels. Like, they'd be in their cave and then just start making these kind of groans and shit at somebody that they wanted to challenge. It's very odd, but I respect it.
Don't move. Dude, I can't even ref it, man. Here, put your hands here for me.
She sounds like a Twitter argument come to life. So, unfortunately, the first round ended in a foul, which, you know, she was celebrating. She brought out the old finger guns, firing them off in the air, going a little wild there. And I really do believe she is hopped up on some shit right now. I don't think she's doing this on her own volition. There must be like a demon in there that she's trying to get out, like she's undergoing an exorcism doing this.
Hello? Open, open, open.
I love that Metallica Master of Puppets kicks on here. It's like it was put there just for her, to complement her energy here. She's acting like she's going for some kind of insanity plea in court for a less harsh sentence in a crime. It reminds me of the JCS video of what pretending to be crazy looks like. It's like she's going on a journey through space and time and is just overwhelmed by everything she's experiencing all at once. This is how I'd act at a gender reveal party if I was forced to go, just pretending to be interested and surprised by everything. Ah! Oh! Ah! Boy! Ah! You know, that kind of shit. And I can promise you, this is an arm wrestling match her opponent will never forget.
Knuckle. Center. Center. Wrist. 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 You like it, Eric?
No. She's gone.
Wrist. Don't move. Go! You got that? I got the top.
It sounded like an Aztec death whistle during the match there. Holy shit. Thank God she won, because if she lost, there would be no survivors. It was an incredible match, and she truly earned the championship belt here. That's it. See ya. Washing machine collectors awash with enthusiasm on laundry day. Meet the washing machine club gentlemen.
There are people that love the
Ooh,
wash,
ooh,
they love the rinse, or the
Jesus.
spin, or the drain.
I wasn't ready for
I'm
that.
a spin guy. I love the spin.
God damn.
There it goes.
Laundry day.
Damn, everyone's coming in here with a semi-chub.
1987, I think, and now we have like
Yeah.
3,000 members from all.
It's gotta be kind of sexual,
In the
right?
collection,
Especially with
I've
that
got
kind of like
59 machines, and
sloshing.
I've got 22 hooked up and running down here.
All right, everybody, we're gonna go down and do laundry now.
Yeah!
Bring your dirties.
Oh, you bet your ass I will.
You want to do this one, Mark? You want to try this? All right, get your
Oh god, Mark, you're not ready for it. That's a 1975 Dyson Extreme Turbo Blower.
It's like Christmas morning.
No one's ever finished a full cycle without coming in their pants.
Is this your treasure and Speed Queen?
Speed Queen? Those were outlawed 40 years ago.
Here we are, Paul. You get to pick a machine now.
Holy shit. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory for washing machines.
For what are called wash-in.
I waited my whole life for this.
15 of the faithful.
Fuck yeah, Mark. I waited my whole life to watch you put that shit in there.
I love the sound this one makes.
It is melodic, like a chorus of angels. That's the Speed Queen for you.
I thought I was going with this combo is a favorite. Wow, that's the pounder.
That's the pounder.
That is the pounder.
1957 black.
I can see why it's your pride and joy.
In charcoal, with the distinctive and.
I'd never leave the basement in this case. You'd find me sitting on each of these washing machines all day.
Oh yeah, 100 RPM. That's the fastest one that was ever made for a top loader.
Really?
Yeah.
That shit's about to travel back through time.
The only pair in captivity.
It's gonna send those clothes back to Jesus Christ or something.
That's pretty.
And how many machines do you have?
Oh,
60.
near 200.
Whoa, Jesus Christ. Next washing machine club meeting is at his house.
Canada.
GE Good 27S Jow Space Maker Washer Smelly Dirty Laundry. It's definitely a fetish. Oh yeah.
Okay, guys.
An hour and a half? I'm just here for the action, baby. I don't need the foreplay. Fire that bitch up. Far be it from me, but this doesn't seem overly effective. Oh, we're cranking it up now. Hold on a second. Am I spoken too soon? Holy shit! Do it! Come on, you slut. Start spinning. Does it take an hour to fire up? Like, what is this? Oh. Oh, don't tease me. No. Oh, God. Oh, just give me a taste. Stop waterboarding the clothes. Spin. You lazy whore. Spin for me. This washing machine. You might as well just put him in a sink at this point. This is fucking terrible. This is a terrible model. The GE Good 27 Space Maker is terrible. Oh, he's got the speedometer out. We're going 34 miles per hour? 34 miles per hour has never looked so fast. It's like it's speaking to me. All that filth is just melting away, dissolving under the immense rotational pressure and hydration. of the Space Maker washer. Is this really as fast as it goes? Can we crank this up to the, you know, extra speed? The DLC speed package or something? Oh! The centrifugal force! This is how the astronauts train. God, good lord! Fuck, it's hyper jumping. Jesus Christ! No, don't slow down on me. Increase the speed. I can still see some stains. God damn it, no! I can handle more! Oh, the G-forces! Why is this so long? I can hear the cameraman moaning. Get the speedometer out again. Measure its RPMs for me, please. Get a Geiger counter out here. This has to be emitting immense amounts of radiation. Oh, I put a silencer on it now. The James Bond of washing machines. Now we're cooking. Just in case you want to blow a load but don't want anyone to hear where or why it's happening. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't think she could go any faster. I'm so wrong. Holy shit. It's got some rocket boosters on it. Oh, they look spotless. They look spotless. Maybe that's what I'll start doing. Testing washing machines. I'll pee in my pants, get a big yellow pee-pee stain, and throw it in a Super Queen 1973 model and see what it does. How well it works. You know how much I love goofy sports in all shapes and sizes. I was going ballistic for the freestyle lawnmower obstacle course championship that happened a few weeks back. Like, I get into really silly sports. I love that shit a lot. And I figured it's time we look back on history and admire the most brutal and silliest sport ever created, X-Arm. I don't know how many of you ever watched X-Arm. I imagine anyone who did stumble across it is right now having a repressed memory and like a PTSD episode, like this fucking flare-up of trauma, convulsing in their chair like, no, my therapist told me X-Arm wasn't real. X-Arm was something that was started, I believe, in 2008. It was the combination of MMA and arm wrestling and pure fucking chaos. It was a beautiful disaster of an idea. It never got popular. I think there was only 4 episodes ever filmed, and they never made it to TV or anything. They were hosted online. They just ended up getting fucking thrown in the cum dumpster online, and they surfaced on YouTube back in the day, and that's how I found it. But basically, it was taking arm wrestling to the highest possible extreme you could think of, aside from just like putting your arms together and then shooting each other with a gun. So the idea was you'd have your arms taped around each other, and you'd be able to beat the shit out of your opponent until they either die or pass out. Like, pinning them didn't work because it just wouldn't. No one tried to pin. It was just a battle to the death. I actually made a video on X-Arm like 6 years ago, I think it was, and I figured it's time we just revisit it because, god damn it, it truly is a classic. So I'm going to show you the most popular X-Arm fight. This is Rick Vardell versus Bon Lapua.
And he's shown us more in boot camp than anybody else has.
And of course, one of the aspects of this sport is the other guy's not going to get very far away. Why? You tell him, Art.
We've got both athletes hooked up with a D-ring and a harness. This enables the athletes to sit back in the pocket. It keeps them on their side of the table.
Yeah, they're fucking strapped in like it's a roller coaster ride here. This genuinely looks like some shit out of Yu Yu Hakusho's Dark Tournament where Yusuke and that dude with the mohawk have that like just slugfest where they're leaning against knives on the ground until one person dies. That is basically that scene for a whole sport. It is incredible that this fucking thing even exists.
Outstanding performer. Now he is in, well, he's going to have his hands full as he's trying to get these two men sent. Look at Rick Vardell's face, and he's in his own world, and he's trying to do it. Macho man, macho man. Okay.
So it's Rick Vardell in blue, Bon Lapua in green, and Rick Vardell looks like just the most American dad ever. Dude looks like his name would actually just be Paul Cheeseburger. He looks like he's one Miller Lite away from leaving his wife and kids. And so he's getting in the head of Bon LaPoo a little bit by acting like a feral animal, so he's grunting, huffing and puffing, showing his teeth like an angry dog.
Here we go, folks. This one's about ready to start. The action is gone. Oh, they start striking early. Strikes on the head by Vardell, but look at LaPoo come back with a right. He has overpowered the big man. Rick Vardell is defenseless right now. Oh, he's taking shots from the shoulders, the face, the ears, the back of the head. Look at that arm. He is almost defenseless.
I tell you, Vardell looks like he wants no more.
Look at the shots. He's coming over.
I don't mean to blue ball you by interrupting here, but just look at the fear on Rick Vardell's face as this flurry of fucking meat hammers is coming flying in, just getting clobbered. His survival instincts are kicking in, fight or flight mode, and he's trying his best to run away, it seems, but he just can't because he is literally hooked into that podium, so he just sit there and take the punishment.
He's doing the hammer shot.
And there's Vardell's arm on the table, scoring pins.
What does he do best? He pins people. He's a world arm wrestling champion, but right now he is getting mugged.
He's thrown his game plan out, Gary. Thrown it out completely.
I have not seen him strike yet. LaPoo coming down. Oh my goodness! He's trying to throw an armbar. He is. He's throwing an armbar.
Wait a minute.
Hey, the judge just threw in a red towel. We're going to stop action here. I'm not.
Gary, I think the judge.
Just when you thought Rick Vardell was belly up in the water, he hits you with the surprise armbar with the podium assist. It's like you would have never seen that coming, I bet. You weren't ready for that plot twist. Rick Vardell really turns the tide of battle here by getting this mysterious armbar where he just ends up looking like a metapod hanging from a tree. So he's got his arm like blasted into his nutsack as he's hanging upside down. It's like, when I first saw this, I couldn't believe what I had just seen. And this is a legal move. The only reason this got broken up is because his armbar form was so bad that the referee panicked that his arm was just going to blast through like a compound fracture. So he broke it up quickly. But it is, like, you are allowed to armbar. I wouldn't be surprised if you're, like, allowed to lean over and, like, bite on their ear and their nose, spit in their face. Like, the only rule in this sport seems to be you can't bring a loaded weapon or a sharp object. Everything else is fair game.
There isn't much time left, but I gotta tell you, it looks like Vardell is not ready. And he's trying to get it! He's trying the armbar a second time.
I don't see a red flag, and I see LaPoo.
He doesn't have that wrist turned the right way.
He is trying to pull it down, and they're going to stop him right now.
He would have been better trying to kick in that position.
He absolutely would have.
The bell's rung, the round is over.
There you go.
Yeah, so Rick goes wacko mode again by attempting another armbar. I guess it's his signature move, but unfortunately, once he locked in, there was only 10 seconds left in the round, so Bon LaPoo got off a bit easy, because otherwise, he would have lost that entire arm, goddammit.
Both men throwing. Both men are throwing shots. Both men are trying to stand there, and both men are taking the other's best. This is incredible. Now, this is the best action I've seen from Vardell. He's hanging in there. He's saying, okay, you've hit me. I felt what it's like. Now I'm coming back to you, big man. And look at the shots. And both are getting tired. Both are still throwing. LaPoo are trying to measure him, and he throws one off the top of his head.
This is the first time I've seen Vardell with his arm off the table.
Round 3 continues for a bit longer, and Bon LaPoo wins. I'm not going to show you the entire thing because it's just a lot of furious fists flying around. I just wanted to show you this sport a little bit because I often think about it when it comes to goofy sports. Like, I'll see some new sport or like some stupid thing on Reddit and it's like, this sport is super dumb. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not as dumb as X-Arm or as dangerous. Like, I always compare every dumb sport to X-Arm. Like, it is the gold standard for me for silly sports, and I just wanted to, again, share this with all of you, in case you don't remember X-Arm or have never seen it. That's about it. So, yeah. Good lord! Oh, oh! It's like he's reeling in a fish. Let's fucking go, Devin. Let's fucking go, Devin. Give him a wet willy. Throw him off. That's a big grand prize, baby. We have a championship belt? That was fun. Let's see. What else does the World Arm Wrestling League have for us? Do I want to watch Barb Schlegel versus Valerie Beach? You bet your sweet ass I do.
I encourage her to kick my ass, and
Why?
she encourages me to kick her ass.
No, that's bad.
We can be vicious.
Match heart rate check and Schlegel's at
Wait, why are we monitoring heart rate?
That's what most people rest at. Valerie Beach in
After the first round, it gets up to 400 beats per minute. I'm pulling for Barb Schlegel, baby. Let's go, Barb. Oh shit! We need the ropes. Ref, can we get the ropes out here? Need a band. Come on, Barb. Come on, Barb. Rip her fucking tits off. Let's go, Barb. Which one's Barb? I'm rooting for her, but I don't even know which one she is yet. Yeah, Barb. Oh, I guessed right. Cool. She looked like a Barb. All Barb needs to do is unleash that Schlegel tornado and it's over. She just needs her signature anime finishing move. I don't think Valerie has any counterplay. Oh my god, it wasn't even close. Good lord. Like lambs to a slaughter. And that slaughter's name is Barb. Absolutely superb work, Barb. I knew it from the get-go. Like I said, Barb is an unstoppable force when it comes to raiding public libraries. So there was absolutely no chance for Valerie today. Jeff Dabe and Devin Larratt have never arm wrestled? Why? What the fuck? Yeah, for those that haven't seen Jeff Dabe, though, this guy is fucking crazy. Look at the size of those arms. It's like having an arm wrestling match with a vending machine. Wait, is he actually losing or just letting him win? I think he's worried about breaking the kid's arm. Oleg Zoko versus Devin Larratt, the mutant is defeated. What? Does he call himself the mutant or is this guy just an asshole? It just looks like he has a massive forearm. Oh, wow. That's like an anime arm right there. Like an actual anime arm. Fucking thousands of muscles and bones in one arm. It looks like a young boy. Maybe he has time to grow a couple more forearms. Like, cause Devin's in his 40s, I think, but this guy seems like a young up-and-coming arm wrestler. Nice. Well, that was cool. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but yeah. I'm not much of a sports guy anymore. The only sport I keep up with these days is professional slapping, but that being said, I still keep my finger to the pulse of any new sports on the come-up, and recently I was made aware of one for a farting competition, trying to really take over the sports scene and explode the same way slapping has, but this time exploding from the asshole of some very brave men who aren't afraid to go up on stage and fart in front of a crowd. At least, that's what the idea was. In India last week, there was a big farting tournament that was held, and it was hyped up over the course of a month. This was going to be like the Super Bowls of farting, you know, the fucking super bowels. It was supposed to be a lot of people show up, a lot of people go on stage, and play some sweet-ass music for the crowd to enjoy. Just some thunderous tones for the whole crowd to clap to, little golf claps, and get excited about some farts. But what ended up happening is none of the three contestants that participated were able to produce even the slightest semblance of flatulence. Even my pathetic, embarrassing, laughably bad, emasculating baby bitch boy farts, the near silent farts I produced that sound like a hamster drawing its last breath in a library, would have won this competition, because there were no farts. These ass athletes showed up but forgot to bring their A game, and the A stands for asshole. These buttholes were clean. They were coming in here with an empty colon. That shit wasn't loaded at all. They weren't locked and loaded and ready for action. They were shooting blanks. They weren't even shooting blanks. That'd be a compliment. Nothing happened. I'm going to show you some clips from a vlog I found of it. They go up there and just stand with their ass facing these three microphones that are all pointed at their chocolate starfish. It's very disappointing. I can't even find the right words to express my disappointment when watching this, so just keep that in mind. It's not going to be very satisfying.
आपको 60 seconds usually दिए जाएंगे.
So this is the first contestant, and it really sets the tone for the rest of the farting tournament. No one is even trying. He's clearly not taking it seriously. If you're going to participate in a farting tournament, commit. Go up there, and if you don't have to fart, then fucking force yourself to shit your pants. I don't care if you straight dookie everywhere and blast it into the microphone. Get some volume to your fart. Go up there and do more than just stand there, because that is the ultimate shame. Like, honestly, when I was reading about this before the tournament happened, I would have expected this man to go up there and just like a fucking anime character going Super Saiyan, screaming, veins popping out of his forehead and arms, biceps bulging. Then all of a sudden, he fucking blasts a fart out that rocks the entire stage. All those sponsors that are right there behind him on that wall, the whole fucking wall would have blown over. They even have a fucking decibel meter there to measure the sound, which doesn't get put to use here at all. It doesn't get any exercise. What should have happened is someone goes up there ready to blow some ass that puts like an infinity sign on the decibel meter.
देखिए फाट करवाने के लिए क्या-क्या किया जा रहा है.
He even calls in for backup with his farting coach, who decides maybe turn him around because he might be fart shy, and even that doesn't work. He just ends up turned around standing in silence like out of the Blair Witch movie where everyone's too afraid to turn around and look at the Blair Witch behind him. On paper, it's a good idea. Hey, maybe his asshole muscles are just clenching up out of, nervousness in front of a crowd. Let's try turning him around and maybe it'll work. But it didn't. He still doesn't fart, and then he shuffles his way off stage getting laughed at.
No. Anyone else wants? Okay. And
that's the last contestant that participates in the tournament. I was expecting a huge tournament. I thought the turnout was going to be massive, fucking selling out a massive stadium, but it was really only like 25, 30, 50 people maybe. I even considered flying down there for it. I thought this was going to be a huge deal. This is my kind of sport, but luckily I decided not to. Plus I'm fucking terrified of flying anyway. But you know what I'm saying. This was supposed to be a big deal, and this is what we get. This sad little non-existent wet fart of a tournament. Like, come on now. At least if you can't fart and you have the dignity or the shamelessness to walk up on stage like you're going to fart to get everyone hype, at least surprise us. You might not fart, but maybe piss your pants. Like, hey, I didn't expect that. It's not a fart, but I can't exactly be mad because you're up there making an effort. I could give that an applause and maybe you would have won the tournament. But here they elected that there were no winners because nobody farted. So they're going to have to redo the entire tournament and hopefully get some actual ass athletes out there. So here's hoping the next time around the farting circuit can really make a big show and put on a nice, really impressive performance from the rectum. But anyway, I just wanted to make you all aware that the farting tournament is a sport on the come up, and hopefully we'll see more of it in the future. Much more exhilarating and more action-packed than this one. That's it. See ya. I love obscure sports. I've always had a deep fascination with this idea of competing in something that most people couldn't possibly imagine ever existing in the first place, and like really dedicating your life to it. And today I found a brand new one that I was unaware of. The Stapler Cup Forklift Driving Championship Series.
Eine ganze Halle fiebert mit.
Die Rampe bewegt sich.
Oh, der Pokal, er bleibt stabil, er bleibt stabil. Noch wackelt er. Benjamin Danker. Ist das soft? Ist das gut? Ist das cool?
A death-defying stunt that only forklift-certified professionals should ever even attempt. A normal mortal would not have survived. Now, I don't speak German, but I understood what he said when he said, "Das soft, das good." I get that, because I was feeling the same thing. The way that he operates that forklift is the same way a surgeon operates a scalpel. Such tender precision. He is a master of his craft. Now, I know I've made a lot of videos talking about how AI is going to sweep in and fuck everyone. It's going to throw the world into disarray, taking so many jobs, and basically changing the course of humanity in the future. But after watching this, I've had my eyes truly opened to a truth that I was ignorantly unaware of. That even if AI does truly dominate society in the coming years, there will be one job that only humans will ever be able to do, and that's forklift driving. I am convinced that robots and AI could never possibly operate a forklift with the precision that these professionals are able to.
Ist das präzise.
Der
Und
Pokal
jetzt geht's
steht.
gegen die Uhr.
Die Zinken sind raus.
4 Minuten sind rum. Jetzt schnell parken und nach oben laufen auf dem Weg ins Finale. Der Titelverteidiger schafft das hier nach oben. Unter 4,25 mit der Frankenstutz Arena im Rücken. Benjamin Danker geht ins Finale.
Get that binky out of your mouth, baby. This is a man's game now. A 416? Are you out of your fucking gourd? He's never seen a 415 and never will with a line like that. Wow. So a 416, that's nothing to scoff at. And you can see how excited he was after he set down that Stanley Cup chess piece, contraption, gizmo, whatever that was, with ease. And then he drifts that bitch sideways. He starts, double clutching, no granny shift in here, parks the forklift, runs up, hits the buzzer, and he gets a fantastic time. And it made me hungry to see more. So I saw this clip earlier today on Twitter, and I went and tried to find as much information I could for the the Stapler Cup Championship Series. And man, is it something special. So I found their YouTube channel, and I went to their most recent tournament, which happened a few months ago. And it's actually a lot of fun to watch. I enjoyed myself thoroughly. So I wanted to just show you what a full run looks like here from another team.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
Und da muss ich sagen, der Anzug, der sitzt bei Continental, wird ganz entspannt in...
The production behind this event is top notch. This is more buttoned up and professional than most esports right now. And I also love the hashtag forklift heroes. That is fire. I think that is fantastic. So it begins with the teams going and putting together that giant obelisk you saw in the last clip. They put together that monolithic structure with the Stapler Cup logo on it. They have their own custom ingredients here for that. And watching them assemble it with the forklift it's extremely impressive.
Locker sitzenden Jerseys. Es ist rot gegen gelb. Christian, wenn wir beim Fußball bleiben, du weißt, was das heißt.
Ja, klasse. German Classico. Bei Continental fragt man sich natürlich, wer hat den Hut auf? Alle.
Ja, und welche Reifen haben sie eigentlich dabei? Oh, das war schon schön knapp wieder, auch bei Wirth mit der roten Linie. Das ist schon super eng.
It's as they say, forklifts travel in packs. So this isn't some kind of solo mission or anything like that. It's not the NBA. You're not going to have like a superstar carry a whole team or something and you just build around them. This is a collaborative effort amongst the entire crew. So what they do is they build this together. It works kind of like a relay. So the first person gets the first piece of the puzzle, gently sets it on top of that box. Then the other team member comes in, double fists it, grabs it with the forks, and pulls it back, and then begins constructing the next additional piece.
Begeistern sich seit Jahren für diesen herrlichen Wettbewerb. Dankeschön an dieser Stelle. Was wären wir ohne Continental und ohne Wirth? Nicht hier, oder?
I'm sure you didn't expect it to be all easy peasy lemon squeezy here. There's obstacles they must overcome. It's like Indiana Jones navigating through booby traps. The journey of a forklift is a perilous one, so obviously the competition's going to mimic that. I'm sure many of you have seen the OSHA videos where people are dying all the time from forklifts, apparently, with all kinds of like catastrophic injuries and fatalities, like straight out of fucking Mortal Kombat sometimes. Like, it's not easy. Like, genuinely, using a forklift to this level is not a super easy thing to do. And they're making it look so simple.
Und auch hier wieder spannend zu beobachten, die Teamleiter, manche sind laut, manche sind leise, manche gestikulieren mehr, manche weniger.
Certified butt pucker moment right there for that team. If you're a fan of that squad, I bet you were on the edge of your seat during that one, a real ass greaser. It almost tipped over, which would have been disastrous, but luckily the operator stays cool, calm, and collected, but above all else, confident. The most important part. At this level of competition, at this stage of the game, you can't afford to have nerves, you can't afford to feel pressure, you gotta stick to the game plan and you've gotta execute, which he does flawlessly. Now, the camera makes that altitude adjustment look pretty small, like it looks like he only goes over a small curb. It doesn't look like he goes very high, but trust me, that's about 20 feet in the air right there, that he just, in a split second, climbs with the forklift, and then gets the precious cargo set down gently. It wobbles a little bit, but it doesn't fall down, and we're able to keep moving forward.
Und Strassi, wir können festhalten, wird nicht nur im Sponsoring-Bereich.
I just love that camera shot. I'm pretty sure for this event they have the same technology that the NFL does, where they put like big high-tech cameras on wires and then like follow the action around. So they have this top-down camera that follows it sometimes. They go all out at the Stapler Cup, and I really appreciate that.
3 Sekunden, ja, super. Die werden wir natürlich, da machen wir uns einen Knick ins Ohr. Die rechnen wir drauf, aber wir sind bei 2,20. Fantastisch bislang und wird...
Just look at how tight of a squeeze that is right there. There's only a couple of inches worth of room to get the forklift tongs through it. It's like a fingernail's length. And they're able to do this like it's nothing. Like it's absolutely nothing to them.
Und jetzt steht der Pokal bei Wirth auf der weißen Bahn.
Und lässig.
Now the structure is complete, and now begins the most difficult part of the competition, but at least it's complemented by some extremely good music. I actually really like the background tracks. They got bangers in here. Sounds like Persona 5 soundtrack.
Und jetzt brauchen wir den DJ Drama, DJ Daniel. Der hat gerade die Schallplatte wieder auf Drama-Musik gestellt.
Ganz, ganz stabil. Was wird da abliefert?
Kleiner Blick.
We're reaching the climax. As you saw in the other lane, there was a bit of a whoops-a-daisy with the structure falling back onto the forklift. An unfortunate blunder there, but nothing but ice running through the veins of this man in the other lane. The way he's able to navigate those landmines, nothing shy of extraordinary. So he gets through the landmines without any explosion, without any disasters happening, and then he approaches the final piece.
Und das ist sie, die schwierigste Stelle dieses Parcours im letzten Bereich.
Minuten zu Ende für Wirth, das wäre eine Top-Zeit. Einmal parken, die Gabel runter und jetzt ab dafür. Aschaffenburg.
Oh, bitteschön!
You know he's good for it. There was no choke there whatsoever. He came to play, and he came to win. The way he sets that down at the end, it's like he's handling it like a newborn baby, like a mother taking care of her child. Just right in the crib. Just business as usual. He then throws that bitch into overdrive turbo mode. He parks the forklift in the designated area, runs up, hits the buzzer, and gets an admirable time. It's a great competition. You'll love to see it. I just wanted to put professional forklift driving on your map. In case there's any forklift enthusiasts out there that want to see what high-level forklift operation looks like, I highly recommend checking out the Stapler Cup series. That's about it. See ya. The miracle of birth is a beautiful thing, and yesterday I was lucky enough to witness it. Now, this wasn't the birth of like a human being or anything. This was the birth of something far more important. A new sport. It's called arm boxing, and it was discovered yesterday but has existed for far longer, and I would already argue that this is one of the biggest discoveries the human race has made since penicillin. So let me show you a bit of what arm boxing is, and then we'll get into it. Never mind, just kidding, it's just a prank. I can't actually show you anything from the fights because I just got copyright blocked when I posted a video trying to show 30 seconds worth of clips. So, can't actually show you any of the video here, it's forbidden footage. I'll just show you some pictures. As you can see, it's two fighters with their hands duct taped together, and then they start exchanging blows, beating the shit out of each other until someone either dies or time runs out. They're also strapped to that stand in front of them so they can't escape. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room for tomfoolery here. This is just good old-fashioned pugilistic justice. A lot of people sent me this clip as a new sport that I should be aware of because I'm very much into these up-and-coming combat sports like slapping I've been into for years now. And I think this is cool, of course. It's very silly, very fun. You know, it puts you on the edge of your seat like, wow, is that guy's head going to get blasted clean off his shoulders? Holy shit, he's going to punch his teeth straight through the back of his skull like a shotgun blast. You know, like, it keeps you guessing. And it's fun to watch, but it's also not new. I actually made a video covering what this is based on, X-Arm. And I covered X-Arm years ago and recently recovered it again just because I find X-Arm so fascinating. It's basically this, but they used to have grappling. Let me show you.
Gary, thrown it out completely.
I have not seen him strike yet. Lapoule coming down. Oh my goodness! He's trying to throw an armbar. He is. He's throwing an armbar.
Wait a minute.
Hey, the judge just threw in a red towel. We're going to stop action here. I'm not.
Gary, I think the judge felt that the arm was in jeopardy.
I fucking love that. The dude throws his leg over the stand there like he's about to give him a lap dance, and then he goes into like some kind of crazy armbar, looking like a goddamn metapod hanging upside down on a tree with the dude's arm on his nuts. Like, fucking amazing. X-Arm was so goofy and fun. I think there was only ever like 3 episodes of it. I already forgot now. But it wasn't super popular, faded into obscurity, and most people don't remember it. But clearly it's been brought back in some capacity here, because arm boxing is obviously borrowing some DNA from X-Arm, but it looks like they got rid of the grappling component there. Probably for the best, because that shit could get so wacky. So that the guy in the blue in the clip you just watched who looked like an alcoholic G.I. Joe figure, that guy could have caused serious damage to the opponent's arm. Like, he fucking got it into a crazy twist. He damn near did like a crocodile death roll on it, snapping his arm clean off. So I think grappling was probably a bad idea for X-Arm off the get-go, and arm boxing recognized that it's also not super fun to watch unless you're trying to have like a good belly laugh at it. So to me it seems like they took the best part of X-Arm and just did it again, which is fine by me. More X-Arm is fantastic news. Hope you're ready for some more fun. Instead of just showing you an actual clip, I've got a couple screenshots, but maybe if I just string together enough pictures here, it'll be like a little flip book. Honestly, I'm starting to warm up to this format here. I think this is better than watching the video of the fight. This is like a manga. This is cool. You can see how difficult it is to throw actual meaty, meaningful punches when you're strapped down like this and unable to really get your body behind it. A lot of these seem like wet noodles that they're throwing at each other, but there are some very serious hits here too. Since you can't really defend yourself, everything's just on the attack, all out offense. So you need to have a really strong chin, which clearly both of them do, but you're going to see a lot of wild flailing here, especially from the guy in the blue trunks. That guy went for like a spinning back fist. It was like he was doing a Rob side B from Super Smash Brothers. So, you know, sometimes you just get desperate to land hits. You turn your brain off and just start like doing this like a windmill attack, like out of Simpsons, where, you know, I'm gonna walk at you slowly and if you get hit it's your fault, that kind of thing. Because you have 1 minute, you can't use one of your hands, and you just have to just keep punching as much as possible, so things are gonna get sloppy. And I think that's the beauty of it. Coming up towards the end of the match here, you can really feel the high octane adrenaline pumping throughout your body now, I'm sure. These are important screenshots though. In fact, this one right here is one that I wanted to specifically talk about. This is when he starts just wailing on his opponent's arm. So that strategy you saw him employ briefly at the end there is something I thought about too, where he started like hammer fisting on his opponent's arm. I think that's just the most efficient strategy, because his arm can't move. You're duct taped together. You will always land hits on his arm. It's kind of like leg checks in MMA, where you just kick the other person's leg just to weaken them a little bit as a bit of a nuisance. You know, and then they have to block with their shin. It's just mutual assured destruction. It hurts both people. This is much better than that, because you can just always hit their arm over and over and over again. They can't really defend it. They can't dodge it or anything. They don't have that kind of mobility. Unless, of course, they're like quadruple jointed and can do like a full 360-degree spin at the elbow joint or some crazy shit. They're not going to avoid it. Like, it's just not going to happen. So instead of just getting into the standoff and going for head strikes, you could just keep hitting their arm over and over and over again until you like break the arm. There's also one more match I wanted to at least touch on, where it was like a grudge match between these two. After the guy on the right won, the bell rang and this guy continued to just fucking play his head like a set of bongos. The guy on the left just got completely overpowered immediately because the guy on the right had the fastest fists of all time, so he started to like shield and curl up, so they called the match off. But you couldn't stop this absolute demon. So as he's like cowering in fear here, damn near in the fetal position, he continues to just bring down the fucking fist onto the back of his skull. This one in particular is extremely aggressive. I don't know what went on between these two, but there's definitely some bad blood there. I guess the guy on the left must have fucked the other dude's wife or something because they seem to hate each other. He was going for blows to the back of the head after the bell ring, and they'll just straight up kill someone. This is like damn near attempted murder at this point. I felt like I was watching an episode of an anime where the main character just snaps and loses himself to rage and just goes fucking like a flurry of fists until his opponent's dead. Overall, I do find this sport entertaining. I think it's an enjoyable, goofy sport, but I don't enjoy it nearly as much as slapping. Slapping is still always going to be my baby. I absolutely love watching slapping, and I enjoyed this, but I don't see myself being like a long-term fan of this sport. But I do appreciate it and hope they stick with it. They have a whole TikTok page dedicated to it now, and it seems like they've done a few fights. Seems like also a pretty professional setup as well. They've got like a nice stage, you know, they've got a good, you know, belt plus chain link to the stand. The duct tape seems high quality. So I think there's a bright future for it. People clearly find it fascinating at the very least. This clip went super viral on Twitter. Has like 8 million views right now. Their TikTok absolutely exploded as a result of this as well. So I guess we'll see what the future holds. Maybe it'll just continue to improve and get better. But it is always nice to see these kind of silly pop-up sports, you know, get the limelight for a bit, because I always enjoy them. What is it? ESPN The Ocho, where they have like all the crazy sports no one's ever heard of, and they're just all wacky. I'm a big fan of that kind of thing, so I'm excited to see what the future holds for arm boxing. That's about it. See ya. What's poppin', laser tag enthusiasts? Are you ready to get turbo to the max? You're watching this year's Lasertron World Championship. I know many of you are concerned with this year coming to an end because the Mayan calendar predicts the end of the world. However, they don't predict the way in which the world will end. Perhaps we'll witness the end of the world right here. Perhaps it'll go up in a laser explosion because we have an explosive matchup between the two best in the business, Cyberwolf and Bodhi Lee. Our two athletes are ready to square off, and they're just getting right into it. Holy fuck, no handshake, no mercy, no holds barred, no reason for 1v1 laser tags to exist, but yet here we are. I'll go ahead and make it clear now, I don't know which one's Cyberwolf and which one's Bodhi Lee, but I think we can just appreciate this for the art that it is instead of focusing on who's winning or who's losing, because there are no winners or losers in this sport. The only real losers are the audience that's watching this, which is us. As you can tell, laser tag one-on-ones are an absolutely brutal sport. These are the two finest warriors here duking it out for our entertainment. This is no different from the gladiators during the ancient Roman times. We're already a few rounds deep, but these monsters have not had enough. They're going for more. This is a bloodbath. They're coming for scalps. They're getting right into it. That father of three just pulled the old loop-de-doop and pull on the other guy. This is a real clash of titans of biblical proportions. Oh, that was a short round. That guy making short work of the other guy. I may not know who's who here, but I do have information on them sitting in front of me. So Cyberwolf, also known in the circuit as the Laser Mayonnaise, first entered the scene around 5 years ago after he took his son Antonius von Kilgore to the local Zappity Zoopities Boppity Boopities laser tag arena and just fell in love with the sport. He became consumed by the idea of being the best there ever was. So shortly after, he divorced his wife and left his son behind to tour the United States, training in the finest laser tag dojos he could find, including a long stay with world-renowned laser tagger Osama bin Laden. He's truly been molded by the best laser taggers of our generation and is here to show the fruits of his labor. Now Bodhi Lee, on the other hand, also known as the Blazer Laser, has a completely different origin story to Cyberwolf. He says he was just driving down the road and saw a laser tag arena and said, you know what, that's what I want to do. Well, that's just embarrassing, Bodhi Lee, but we're glad you're here. People from all over the world have crowded in here, crammed shoulder to shoulder to watch this showdown here, and they're getting their money's worth here. This is an absolutely vicious battle here. These two men are just going to war right now. The spectators are on the edge of their feet. They almost look interested. Another round down, I can't tell who won it, it doesn't matter, because this right here is what good competition is all about. Two soldiers, two generals, two lieutenants going at each other, giving it their all, putting everything they have into their blasters, pouring their heart, soul, tears, and cum into the vests that they wear in order to protect them from the lasers. Without those vests, they would be vaporized instantly. This is a high-risk sport. People are throwing a big hullabaloo about the dangers of football. Well, how about the dangers of laser tag? But these two men, they knew the risks when they entered this battlefield, and they're still coming out here with tits perky as titties, with nipples hard as nipples, ready to prove to the world once and for all who should be wearing the cock ring and who should be wearing the cock chastity belt. This is a truly intense matchup that I've not been paying attention to. The old man in blue does something really cool there, I'm not quite sure, but the bald man's smiling about it. He's ready to go right at it again. Oh, look at that, bobbing and weaving, ducking and dodging. He gets him with the old, how do you do, whoop-de-doo. Goodness me, if you're not shitting your pants yet, you're just not going to be taking a shit at all today. Oh, he just fucks him real good right there. Gets him real hard right in the mouth. My word. Wow, that's his mouth. No, that's not where lasers go. Oh, fuck. I know many people say war never changes, but I beg to differ. Just look at this. This is the new face of war. This is how differences between nations will be settled in a manly, gentlemanly, one-on-one laser tag match. This is the future. This is bringing back memories of middle school when I used to go laser tagging with my friends and we would brag about who the best laser tagger was. But that was middle school. This is middle age. There's no excuses here. There is no shame in this sport. Here's a little fun fact for all you wild folks out there that just love laser tag and can't get enough of this fucking shit. Did you know that before there was Jesus Christ, there was laser tag? Where's your God now? Checkmate. Reality. Holy fuck, how long is this match? What is this, a 40-round bout? How do they have the stamina for this? They're so old, and this looks almost grueling. They have to move around for short bursts and then jump a little bit. This must be the next generation of CrossFit. Oh, goodness. Oh, they're doing it again. They're shooting lasers at each other. Oh, fuck. Judgment Day is on its way. Oh, look at this move. Oh, did you see that move? That was a move and a half. The spectators can't even believe it. They're stunned. They're shocked. They're standing up now. Oh, man. One knee. He did the one knee move, where he gets down on one knee and shoots his laser too. Oh, now he's doing the standing move where he shoots his laser. This shit's getting out of control. These spectators don't realize they're in the danger zone right now. This is too intense. They might just be fucking blown up by this intensity. It's like when you're watching the space shuttle take off. You need to be at least 3 miles back in order to be safe. Same thing for laser tagging. You want to be at least 3 to 15 miles away because you don't want to be anywhere near a laser tag one-on-one. It's not very fun to watch. But they're still going at it, and we're still here. And you're still here too. Because who would ever want to turn off a laser tag one-on-one? This is that kind of shit you only read about in the American history textbooks, you know, where the greats duked it out and you always wonder what it was like to watch something like that. Well, now you know exactly what it's like. And I hope you're happy. Because I know I am. Man, this is fucking remarkable. They're still going at it. There is no stopping here. There is no brakes on this train. This train was built without brakes. It didn't need them and it didn't want them. They're shaking hands. It's finally over. It's finally fucking over. I don't know who won. We all won because we watched the entire thing. Look at this beautiful display of sportsmanship. Oh, fantastic. What an incredible matchup. Thanks for tuning into this year's Lasertron World Championship thing.
Close your hands. Do not cover the top.
Go! Oh! Wow, that happened in an instant. If you blinked, you would have missed it. His arm is destroyed. It's broken in half.
He lit him up, mate. He wasn't
I didn't expect that at all.
Confidence has drained a little bit away. Yeah.
I actually just heard him.
This mic makes the guy sound like grade A under A.
He needs to have his weight dug deep and hard onto that elbow.
Well, it's at the end of their fight.
Dig that elbow in and keep it anchored.
God, I feel like I'm on like old CS 1.6 with this fucking mic quality.
We hear a lot from Devon Larry.
Jesus
The
Christ.
test your frame. Right now is that time for Ray Lipinge. He must make it about structure.
Alright, Coach Ray, now that you know what's coming, let's counter
Do
it.
not cover your thumb knuckle.
Take like a jumping attack.
Close your hands.
He's looking.
Oh no. Coach Ray! What are you fucking doing?
It's too fast. He is.
Yeah.
The difference is when you're
That's
actually
Coach Ray right
competing
there.
yourself as opposed
Getting
to coaching.
fucking blasted.
And to spot the errors they are
Yeah,
making.
Mazahir is big.
Climb out of your
Coach
own-
Ray is 5'7", so he's
Gentlemen,
not
15
small
seconds.
either. He's pretty
Really
big.
difficult. It'll be interesting to see what style he tries to get to the strap. But
Alright, this is where Coach Ray does his best work in round 3. Back up against the lockers.
He also needs to commit much harder.
He's going to show why he's on the varsity football team. Let's go, Ray.
Close that space down. At the moment, he's a little monotechnical.
Close your hands.
Go!
Go, Ray!
Better from Ray.
No! Ray! I thought his fucking wrist was gonna break.
I thought so too.
I thought we were gonna have a disaster. Yeah.
Yeah, it literally looked like he was about to break it.
Yeah. I bet that hurt so fucking bad.
Oh, had to.
Struggling to base that elbow. He actually did well to
My wrist hurts when I accidentally move it a little too far towards my face. I couldn't even imagine that. Alright, Coach Ray always does his best work from this position.
Wait, how many rounds are there?
Until his arm falls off, I have no fucking idea.
That's bad odds.
Alright, let's go, Ray. Good grip. Oh, Ray! Coach Ray, no!
He's onto the runner. Now he's got the strap.
Yeah.
Now it's interesting.
That just saved Mazahir's life. He was about to throw his fucking arm into the crowd.
Mazahir, from
Like
what
that would break someone's thumb.
I know.
He's got that size.
When Devin was here throwing the Moby Huge, you should have seen this guy's arm structure. It didn't even look human anymore. Like, I bet there was 50 bones, whereas the normal human only has 1 because of constant, like, small breakages and just rebuilding. It's crazy. Alright, redo. Alright.
He moved. That's why.
God damn it. He flinched.
Needs to base himself. Ray is very unsettled.
Come on, boys.
How did they come up with the specifics for this?
I'm sure it's to minimize injury. There has to be some way.
It's 100 or nothing for a live pinch. It must be now.
Go! Go, Coach Ray!
Big drive. He's on the run of the tape.
Ah!
Close down the space and stay with it. Don't.
Oh, he's gonna break his fucking wrist!
He needs to relax.
It looks so painful.
Alright, Ray!
Oh, that looks so painful.
From out of nowhere, the Wonder Boy.
He needs to not get to too much of a dominant position and make Mazahir feel like he's in the match a little more.
He's doing like the Lil Nas stripper pole technique here with his leg. Yeah, very innovative. Well, not quite like Ray though, yeah. Ray's really going in. Here it comes. They're letting him off the leash.
Close hands.
Wait a minute! Who is this? This isn't even Coach Ray anymore! Holy shit! Ray has summoned the energy.
Amazing the difference now.
He's aligned his chakra.
You come off the elbow before the pin. So that's a running foul.
Oh, you cheating, Coach Ray?
Still round 4.
Yes.
Oh shit!
Right, let's go.
Run it back.
This is important for Ray that he keeps
I don't know what that means, but fuck you, Coach Ray. Not playing with honor.
For him here.
Okay.
Mazahir, on the other hand, needs to slow
I want Mazahir to just reach over and like slap him on the cheek as he's going for a pin.
He's looking for the
just to confuse him.
He's looking to finish quick.
Get him with the old 1-2.
Open.
Yes.
Open. Obviously, Raymond's got some confidence now.
Wow.
Big drive set up for Ray. Found that tight spot again. Needs to stay.
Oh, he's cranking it.
He's in the best possible position there. Just hold, Ray. Hold, let it bleed.
Damn. He really rallied.
Ray is quite a colourful character, isn't he?
What the fuck? Juice just came out of his arm. It's called sweat. What do you mean? I understand we're all gamers here, but people sweat.
We need to know what you see. We got to stop the match. And then restart him. So if he gets a foul and he gets a foul, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running.
Yes! Channeling that primal man energy. Let's butt chug a Budweiser and eat a burger.
We'll try and find out
exactly. I'm sure we're going to get clarification on that shortly. Mazahir's big opportunity is now. He needs to finish this with before the
I feel like they just make up the score in order to get more wrestling out of it.
You can see Ray is getting a lot tighter now.
I don't know what the fuck just happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves an arm wrestling match.
I don't care. And he's sitting there. This is his world. He's kept it closer.
Man, that's what the human body was made for.
Harsh decision on
This is why we evolved to have
any
biceps
infringement there at all.
and flexible wrists.
Open.
Your forearm will snap
I
from
said
this.
earlier, I
Yeah.
had Ray picked when it changed.
No, it does happen a lot.
It's there.
Devin was telling us some stories of arm breaks he's had. Not like of his arm breaking, but of people that he's broken and people around him.
What he was looking for was to try
crazy.
to make.
This is still the fourth round.
What round? Fifth round?
Fifth round.
What the fuck is happening?
3-1.
3-1? What the fuck? I forgot what the score was. We're just gonna start over, actually, if you don't mind, guys.
Absolutely hit the nail on the head, Lozzie.
I'm moving.
It's absolutely
hands.
paramount now that he retains that focus.
That was a jump scare from Keita. I almost missed the fight. Oh, Mazza here. That arm is going to break. That arm is going to break. Why are they carrying a coffin?
He needs to keep his head.
It's for when they finally finish this first match in the next 3 hours and they're both dead from exhaustion.
Today's best of 6.
Thank you for joining us for the King of the Table full event. This is the 500 round exhibition match.
It's been a very good performance from Ray.
Wait, what just happened to the score? What is happening? This shit is flipping all over the place. Go! Let's get it! Oh, wow. That was decisive. He's fired up. Alright, let's see if he closes it out. Yeah! That was sweet. That was nice.
Seems to have broken his opponent round by round.
Arm wrestling is no different. If you
What is he seeing? What the fuck is that?
The match, you are in trouble. It's a very, very dark
Is that like from
place
Mad
right
Max where they
now.
like chrome their
Mazza
face
Yasir
out?
has nowhere
He's
else
just gonna
to go.
jack his arm up?
And
Fucking anchor arms on it? Yeah, this is the last round, Mazza here. You have to duck on it. Gotta lean into it.
Elbows down.
Maybe
Don't
throw in
move.
the element of- Ray had the presence of mind
Alright.
to keep himself collected.
This is the final round. Until the next round. And then the next round. And then probably another round.
Close the hands.
Well, that ended quickly. Did it count? Is that the end of the first match? I think that's it. There it is. He had to win literally like 20 extra rounds. But Coach Ray got it. I thought he was the underdog.
The world know him as
Schoolboy! This guy's actually nutty. I am familiar with Schoolboy. I think a lot of you probably are. His videos always get put into recommended for some reason. But he's nuts. He also looks like he hates arm wrestling. I've never seen him smile. I've seen like 10 videos that he's in, and I've never even seen him accidentally have emotion.
welcome to the arena, Larry Wheels!
Larry Wheels is also really cool.
Ladies and
I'm very familiar with Larry Wheels as well. I know they arm wrestled before and he got fucked in the ass. Like raw. It wasn't even close. No, Larry Wheels is honestly like one of the biggest guys I've seen.
Like he's been carved from Zeus's tooth.
It's nuts.
Is powerful. I mean, the shoulders.
Yeah, Larry Wheels is on another level of jacked. Do you think any of them would be good at slapping? All.
Do not move, gentlemen. Do not move.
There's so much power in there. It's gonna be like a little black hole. Whoa, Larry! Hey, he didn't get pinned instantly. That's pretty good. Like I said, Schoolboy's nutty. Genetically engineered to arm wrestle. All of them would be good at slapping. God, I'd love to see them do slapping.
How much is it worth?
I would never arm wrestle. I'm too afraid of my arm breaking. Even against like a middle schooler. Just seems so dangerous. Do they drug test these guys? I don't know, man. I'm not on the committee. Like, it is all about like fucking technique to a certain extent. What stance is Schoolboy using? It's a unique one. I don't know. I don't know what he calls it. but he fucks with it.
You know, jumping into...
Yeah, so one thing I know about arm wrestling, it's not even really about muscles. Obviously it helps, but a lot of it's technique. Like Schoolboy, he's been doing this for years. When he was like 14, that's why they call him Schoolboy. And he was not that big.
Big drive, but Schoolboy still comfortable.
Larry!
And this is better from Larry. Much better. But Schoolboy...
That was good.
To finish it. I'll tell you what, though.
We celebrate those, Larry. Good shit.
Yeah, that was far better.
Larry probably just arm wrestles for the pump.
Fundamentally, you can see the amount of effort.
God, look at that bicep.
By Schoolboy and having to be put in there.
It's like the size of 5 men in and of itself.
Is that Larry is that round.
Those thick veins host G Fuel.
You know what, Lawrence? I don't
yeah, he gets his G Fuel with code moist. That's why he's so jacked.
Purely and simply.
Yeah, there's no way Larry wins this. But just to see him not get instantly pinned is pretty good. I'm sure he's happy with that. Alright, Larry! Larry's just going to kick him in the nuts under the table and go for the pin, just to get one on the board.
You feel for Larry Wheels. I'd love to see him get something in this match.
Yeah, I'd like to see Larry get one. Just one. Oh, wow. Okay, he's speedrunning now. That probably hurt like a bitch. That was probably immensely painful. Steroids don't help. Well, like I said, man, a lot of arm wrestling is literally technique. You see that all the time. Arm wrestlers versus bodybuilders. Arm wrestlers win 100% of the time. It's not even close. Despite being significantly less muscular. Like, there is like an art to it. Alright, Larry, this is where we come back.
May slow it down a little bit. Dominates the hand again.
That is a rough one.
Who is such a
all that muscle for nothing. Yeah, if you can't arm wrestle, your muscles are useless.
Larry is still very much a novice when it comes to
what an idiot.
You know,
you fucking trained all those muscles and can't even win in arm wrestling?
Planning Larry's career for me, I would put him against someone who's not going to take away.
Larry!
A little better. Now you go. He's looking better this time. Yeah. Alex has done this on purpose. He's allowed Larry to get into the match, and he's letting him pull a little.
This is. Oh no.
Position, but Alex is in control, staying with it now and tightening down, and there's the pin. That was better.
He's just making a little drama. He's just having a little fun.
You can see.
Yeah, probably every tendon in that arm he has broken.
What he means there is he's just
snapped. Yeah, he's probably in a lot of pain, I think. Yes, probably safe to assume. I'm no doctor. But, yeah, I think I could say he's got a bit of a boo-boo. Oh, Larry is coming back! Hey, don't need the arms anyway, fuck it.
Whether we're gonna see anything from,
when is the round of slapping? There's no slapping at these, unfortunately. But they should introduce it. You get to slap your opponent one time during a match. You can just surprise him when you want it.
And it takes years.
Yeah, you can't be mad if you're Larry, though.
Because arm wrestling is a
at least you didn't get insta-pinned each round.
It's all just technique. It's really not.
7. Fucking Master Chief on the sidelines over there threw a lemon wedge on the field. This one could be coming back. Let me zoom in to help you out. This man wearing the aluminum foil is extremely happy. He looks like a 13-year-old that saw titties for the first time. In front of him, and then pissing on it. Welcome to the Giants postgame show. If you're still ejaculating about Odell Beckham Jr.'s catch, so are we. Unfortunately, we lost that game by a couple points. You can see the score right there. That's numbers. I'm Russ I'm Russ, and I'm joined by my friends to help analyze how we lost that match despite the amazing catch. Really, the game should have been over the second they ruled that a touchdown. Let me introduce you to my friends. He's my friend, and he's my friend. Now, first and foremost, they had 31 points and we had 28. 28's a lower number, thus that resulted in a loss for us. You can't score less points than your opponent and still win a match. Here's a clip. Here's Tony Romo. He's using his legs. He's scrambling, moving. Ball's in the air. The ball is now caught. That's a touchdown. Touchdown equals points. He had a little muscle spasm there. But that's fine because I still got points on the board. You see, how do you get points on the board? You get touchdowns. How do you get touchdowns? You put the ball in the end zone. It's as simple as that. Tony Romo's happy. Then he gets a little concerned because he saw his wide receiver have a muscle spasm. I think we've identified the cause for this loss. It was an issue of points. If we had more points, we probably would have been victorious. Thank you for tuning into this post-game show.
He hails from Arkansas in the United States of America.
Oh boy.
Make some noise for the monster, Michael Todd.
Michael! Pyrotechnics, fireworks shooting
Here
off.
we go.
They throw 5 corpses from the roof.
It is on and monster. Michael Todd. The WAL champion.
Oh, they're
of the
playing
world.
Skillet. God, they're trying to get me fucking DMCA'd. Just, you can imagine what's happening here. With every step, it's just like little squeaks. This man is nothing compared to Devin. Let's go! That is a big boy, though. That is undoubtedly a large man. I'm actually really curious how big Devin's biceps are. I'm excited to see the actual number. Because in person, it's honestly nuts. They're like the size of triple D titties on his arm.
Welcome to the arena from Canada, Devin, no limits, love it.
Let's go, Devin! Let's get it! He trained at my house with a Moby Huge. He's ready. He's ready for anything.
Momentarily, he wants Michael Todd to know
he's entering like Kane from the WWE.
The monster.
He sounds more.
Oh god, wait, this is Rammstein. 18? You're telling me Monster Michael Todd has bigger biceps than Devin? That is shocking. I can't even imagine 20-inch biceps in the real world then, I guess. Yeah, brother.
Here we go.
Macho Man.
Fans of the sport watching around the world, be ready. It is about to get messy. Tighten up the chin straps.
I want them to spit in each other's faces and call each other names. Like, you dirty whore. Yeah, you like that?
You moved first.
He fucking went that way. I'm staying right here. You cannot go.
What did you say to me, little man? Michael Todd going for a little headbutt. This is intense. There's a lot of testosterone floating through
A little
here.
bit of the mind games in there.
Jesus.
You're in so much trouble, Michael shouts.
Getting a
to Devin Larratt.
testosterone overload through the
Both
video.
men, brimming with confidence, both men feel right now that at this moment they could climb the wall of the Conrad Hotel using only their lips.
The ref can't even maneuver their hands. It's just too big.
Close your thumb.
The ref's entire hand fits around one of Devin's fingers.
This is completely different to our first 2 matches where you had quite friendly.
Man, Michael Todd is staring a hole through the crowd right now.
Now you've got 2 men that are gonna.
Yeah.
This is where
He does not want to look at Devin.
work tonight.
This
Close
is
your
the
hands.
story. It's about to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, underway we go.
Oh! Oh! The table's gonna explode from the force.
And from there he will start to climb.
Jesus Christ!
Ominous signs from Monster Michael Todd early. Ominous signs.
Oh!
Now, on today that if Devin can hold center.
God, that water bottle looked like a shot glass in his hand.
He may have missed time.
I wish Devin would get into
There may
slapping.
have been other nuances
I bet
there
he
that
would
we
be
aren't
nuts.
yet aware of, and then some.
Close your hands.
Oh, that was explosive.
Big drive, better from Todd.
Holy shit.
Better from Todd.
I thought this guy just fucking collapsed.
Center.
I thought it was like narcolepsy where he just fell over. Oh my god.
Continue to work that bounce.
How did he not go down?
Great drive. Excellent from Larratt. And Larratt.
Holy shit. What the fuck is this?
Difficulty here. Not even close.
Yeah, he is leaving him out to dry.
He's chipping away at the confidence and he's going to finish this match.
Look at the confidence there.
Wow.
Wow.
It's a perfect start for him.
Let's
Obviously,
get this match started.
we all heard Michael saying he was going to win this 6-0.
I don't doubt that Devin could break his arm.
Processing in his head.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen an arm wrestling break, but they are gruesome.
All those I'm
And
doing
the
is
sound they
just
make,
just
oh my
relax
god.
for me.
Even this awful audio would pick that up crystal
down
clear. It's so nutty.
Running foul for Michael. That's not good at all. And Devin is still in a good position. Now,
God, his arm just doesn't move.
actually tried to close the gap a little there. And he's working hard on those lower.
He's gonna throw him over the table right now.
To make him bleed.
It's actually gonna be like out of Hunter x Hunter. Have you seen the ultimate arm wrestling where they punch each other in the face and shit? I made a video on that. It's called X-Arm. It was from back in the early 2000s. It was MMA mixed with arm wrestling.
He was dominant in center.
Here, you know what? Let me just blue ball you real quick, just in case you guys don't know what that is. You're in for a really quick treat. I'll just give you like a little pre-big match appetizer. It is a sport that I think really should have been more popular.
He looks strong. Bardell is
Traffic, you know something?
look strikes on the head by Bardell, but look at Lapoa come back with a right. He is overpowered.
Like, how could this not be the most popular sport in the world?
Taking shots from the, he's coming over here.
They also allow, like, grappling, too, so you're gonna see something kind of wacky in a minute.
What does he do best? Like, yeah, Lapoa coming down. Oh my goodness.
I miss this shit.
He tried to short an armbar. He is. He's short an armbar.
Still one of the best moves in all of combat sports.
Looks really, really concerned. He looks shell-shocked.
Now, is this...
Wait, what?
In your opinion...
Wait, what? Did Devin just kiss that guy's wife? Wait, wasn't she just over there talking to Michael? And went over to kiss Devin?
Is this...
Did I see that wrong?
Looks really, really concerned.
Is that...
He looks shell-shocked.
They look so similar. Holy shit, it's like Michael got a wife that looks kind of like Devin's wife in order to try and get like a fraction of his power.
Is this...
And he look at the integrity of the man's hand and wrist.
Just looks...
Yeah, I think Michael's fucked here. I don't see how he squeaks out of this.
He's completely dominating the match there. He's
that arm is screaming.
And doesn't appear to have anywhere else to go, and at this point he hasn't got...
Wait a minute, he's actually kind of cranking... Whoa!
Still dominant.
Wait a minute!
At which point he could reverse...
Holy shit!
Right now he can't feel it. Now he's starting to fly.
Uh-oh, it's slipping! It's slipping!
Essentially we could end up in a strap here.
That's a pin?
Yes, that's a pin.
Oh, they count that.
Wow.
The buzzer beater pin.
Happy Devin is...
And it was...
We can keep going. I don't give a fuck.
I don't care.
I'm rowdy, dude.
Michael,
that's so sweet.
Hats off to Michael.
That's fucking sweet.
I'm proud of you, dude. I mean,
we've seen that. They're good friends. But...
Proud of you, dude.
Oh.
Really wanting to set this afternoon. And
The Moby Huge training really paid off. I'm the reason Devin won this year. Everyone was counting him out until he trained at my house with my Moby Huges.
I didn't expect this.
So I actually got a piece of this championship, really, by extension, for coaching.
Has looked truly... Michael with an enormous drive. Tries to reverse off the start. He went...
Not even that technique worked on Devin. His arm is just an immovable force.
And I'll tell you what...
Holy shit.
I don't even understand what you got.
Yeah, apparently Devin beats Schoolboy. I'll check it out after this.
He won. Woo! What are you wearing underneath that? Looking like a Superman something.
Persistence prevails.
These guys are going to try a left-hand match.
Yeah, he won after he hit 4, so now it's just been for fun.
That's what I used.
Do they have a cool trophy? I hope so, at least. You would bet on me against my friends. Matt would wash my ass.
I know, but I want to see it.
I would not. I don't think I'd be good at arm wrestling.
There we go. All over.
Devin fucking sweet.
Let's be honest tonight, it wasn't close on the right arm.
That was good. I like that a lot. That was great.
Пошел.
Yeah, looking at this compared to Devin in the match, he really was like a lot bigger. But this is like a much more toned version. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, of course there's good sportsmanship. Literally all arm wrestlers are friends, man. That's how it is with a sport like arm wrestling, and slapping too. This was a year ago. I bet Schoolboy also got a lot better. I wonder how they do fighting now. What do you think of when you think of pillow fights? Porn? Yeah, I don't blame you. I was naive like that once. Then I had my eyes opened to the absolutely brutal and competitive potential of pillow fights. There's an entire pillow fighting league called the PFL, up there with some of the great sports like professional cornhole and competitive zip popping, and it combines elements from the WWE and a sad street fight between two mothers at their children's daycare. So please, allow me to introduce you to this wonderful new sport.
Alright, here we go, the third and final. Oh my god, Jackie Chan just barreling into Rose Storm. Wow, and Rose is not happy about that, ladies and gentlemen. An explosive start to round 3.
Yeah, the only rule in pillow fighting league is don't call the cops. Punching is completely legal. I wouldn't be surprised if the pillowcases were filled with bricks. Like, this shit is pretty hardcore. And, of course, this is a grudge match between Rose Thorn and Jackie Jarrett. I mean, I don't need to bring you up to speed on the lore, I'm sure. These two have hated each other for years. A lot of bad blood there. Ever since the night that Rose Thorn's husband accidentally moaned Jackie's name during a wet dream, she's hated her ever since. So it's finally nice to see them throw down here in this wonderful facility here. Of course, this is a meth lab by day, but a pillow fighting coliseum by night. Jackie Jarrett's at the advantage here, got her in a full mount. She's going for her downtown Alaska super slam! Ooh! Rose Thorn breaks free. Close call, nearly broken in half. Referee trying to break it up here. Ooh, but not even referee Asmongold is safe. Peace was never an option. Safety is impossible. Rose Thorn with a huge takedown. Both pillows now, double fisting. Oh boy, she's unleashing a whirlwind now. God, we need to get an ambulance in here. Luckily, she shows mercy, gives a pillow back. Jackie Jarrett honking a loogie on an audience member, that'll teach him. He probably caught that spit with his mouth wide open. Holy shit, she's going for a Yoshimitsu seppuku move. Oh, I was wrong! The United States of Smash! Jackie Jarrett's body is composed of 60% water, 40% ass kicking. Holy shit. Oh, but Rose Thorn is not out of this one yet. She's still coming in hot. Oh, looking like something out of the Kama Sutra now. This could be the end. Ooh, only a 2 count. Don't know exactly what happened over there, but the referee said it's a 2 count. I'm having a hard time understanding what's going on here. This looks like football players trying to recover a fumble. It's hard to make out what exact... She gets an arm up. The shoulder is up. We're good. The match will continue. The spectators are on the edge of their seats, and maybe just edging as well. Oh, she's going for a motorboat attempt on Rose, but she shuts that shit down right away. I believe this is another pin attempt here, or a smothering, a murder attempt. It's hard to know for sure. And that's it. Rose takes home the PFL belt for tonight, and Jackie's not happy about it. She says, hold my 50 Shades of Grey book, I'm not done here. The match is ended, but the ass beating has only just begun. An audience member getting in there trying to break them up. Probably never been so happy to break up in a fight in his life. Oh, I think he's grabbing her titties. An interesting tactic for breaking up a fight. Man just went in there yanking her backwards and then honks on her milkers a little bit, and it seems to have worked. It seems like they're both calming down here. It looks like that's going to be the end of this scuffle here. And Rose Thorn is still your winner. 2016's Best Bagger competition? From the Florida Retail Federation, you know they're shooting up heroin in the back. Give them the competitive edge.
Ready!
This is just like Employee of the Month. Whoa! Look at that technique! Jesus Christ, slow down! You're gonna light the fucking bag on fire! Too much friction! You know, now I'm interested. Let's see what it was like in 2013. It was a different time back then. Oh man, this is very 2013. I really feel like I've been transported back in time. Man, the retirement home is fucking going off for this. We're here to find out who's gonna Gangnam Style these groceries. I'm a firing my laser. Am I right, folks?
Okay. Yep, Nicholas Lewis from Food City, KVAT. Nicholas, come on up.
Nicholas, yeah, the prom king, baby.
Nicholas, where are you?
Nicholas is known, of course, for his signature move, the behind-the-back bagging special.
This is ShopRite of Hutchinson County. James, come on up.
Hutchinson County has been breeding the nation's top baggers. This is going to be tough. You don't fuck with Hudson County when it comes to professional bagging.
From Kowalski's. Daniel, come on up. Where are you?
Where's Daniel? Did he not make it?
Baggers, take your.
Oh, we didn't even shake any hands. Was that Daniel? Damn. Coming out here with ice in the veins, bad blood. He's letting him know it's not friendly. I'm not here for friends. I'm here to make enemies. I'm here for money. The prestige of being the best bagger.
Baggers, are you ready?
Oh, we're really fucking cooking now. I'm just gonna turn the music off before I get like DMCA'd for watching Best Bagger Championship, just throwing in Gangnam Style and shit. We'll watch it the way God intended. In pure silence. What's good bagging soundtrack? BFG Division? Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll do Doom. Oh yeah, now we're in the Did Dylan already finish? Did she even scan the items? This almost feels sinister, like they're trying to summon Lucifer by bagging these items. They're not bagging groceries, they're bagging like goat's blood and human sacrifices, parts of them.
James.
Excellent work, James. Fantastic. Oh, is that Roger Goodell? My god. Is Vince McMahon here too? Is he about to get him with like a stone cold stunner or something? Excellent work, Andrew. Yeah! Yes! They now say he's bagging for Amazon warehouses now. And he's never been happier.
Stand number 1. Janessa Plummer from Plumber's Shop and Save!
Wow, it's like she was born into that role. Her name is Jessa Plummer.
Great job, Janessa!
Janessa Plummer at Plumber's Shop and Save.
Check stand
She's like royalty for the plumbers.
Lawton Markets!
So is this like an NFL draft? They don't know that they're going to be called on stage for this? Or is this just to get some hype going?
Number 5.
Kevin Durant!
Nathan Toth from Martin Supermarkets!
Welcome, Nathan.
Oh, man.
He didn't even show up. It wasn't worth his time.
No 5. All right, guys. This is it.
Did she just pat him on the ass?
You guys nervous?
They went up top and then she went around for the little ass cheek smack. This is a real sport.
Judges, are you ready?
Oh, fuck yeah. Now I'm ready.
Timers, are you ready?
If he did that, his ass would be fucking fried on Twitter. Let's get it, team! Honestly, I feel like Janessa Plummer's got the advantage here. She is literally part of bagging royalty. Okay, I'm gonna turn down the royalty-free ska and just put on some Doom again. Like, we're really focusing here on the front runner, Janessa Plummer. Oh, Bethany! Squeaks it out, number 1. That was a speedrun world record right there. Jesus, Bethany. Followed by Lauren. Excellent work, Lauren. I expected nothing less. Nathan! You just ruined someone's meal right there. That's illegal. You're going to jail. And in a surprising disappointment, Janessa Plummer does not live up to the expectations. Janessa Plummer finishing 5th. Oh my goodness. The Plummer noble household will be very disappointed.
Got the lifesavers. Forgot them last year. Didn't this year.
Yeah, that was a disaster last year. I remember that. Couldn't forget that. Stood trial and everything.
There was one bag of potato chips that was like sitting way on top. Is that like a big no-no?
Uh-oh.
No, that's okay. Yeah.
That's good.
That's improper technique, Lauren. No, that's frowned upon.
Right?
You can't talk your way out of this one. Lauren, that's illegal.
Great job.
This is
Great
adorable.
job. Okay. You.
Bethany killed it. She was unstoppable.
That was amazing. Wow, how you feel? You feel good?
I feel good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Didn't forget the lifesavers.
Good, good.
So that's kind of a...
Man, the lifesaver must really be like the Achilles heel of bagging.
Okay, don't look in the crowd. Okay.
She just wants to get done with this. Please, leave her alone. Just give her the money and walk away.
All right.
You're scaring her.
You guys feeling good? Yeah? Feeling good? All right. These guys are excited.
This guy does not realize what venue he's at. He thinks he's at like fucking 98 Rock Festival. Jesus.
Bethany Berger from Justin Rugged in Vermont.
Oh my lord, you've done it.
Great job.
Now kiss me on the lips. You won. That's your prize.
Bagger is Candace Lastimado.
Excellent work, Candace.
Metropolitan Markets.
I mean, we knew that was coming. She finished like literally 10 minutes before everybody else.
Washing machine repair competition.
Was that a real thing? Yeah, baby, let's get in there. No subtitles, no problem. Repairing washing machines is a universal language. It's like a smile. Team Pulsator! Are they the favorites? I'm rooting for Team Pulsator. I wager 5 gift subs on Team Pulsator winning. I think the Hunarbaz is going to Team Pulsator this year. Jesus, this looks intense. I thought it'd be easy. How much troubleshooting can there be for a washing machine? Just like hit it on the side or something. The editing in this is like Hell's Kitchen style. This is impressive. Oh, they only have 35 minutes. Team Pulsator works best under pressure anyway. Wait, this isn't fair. They all have a different washing machine model. This is that could put a team at a huge advantage and disadvantage. Like, let's say someone gets like an archaic washing machine model, and there's only a few moving parts. You can easily fix it before someone who gets like the fucking Tesla washing machine. Why wouldn't they have just the same model for all 4 teams? Show me Pulsator. I want to see their progress. They probably already built like a full functioning airplane or something out of a washing machine. This is intense. Jesus. Could this be the next big sport? The new baseball? It's serious then. It was a good thing they found that defect. Otherwise, the entire place could have gone up in flames. That's pretty impressive from Team Agitator, I'm not gonna lie, but I still have faith in my Team Pulsator. Jesus, a 3rd defect? God. Just scrap the washing machine at this point. It's not even worth fixing. Just repurpose it. Yeah, fuck yeah. Pulsator's on their 3rd defect. God, this is intense. Jesus. The atmosphere in the room is like a funeral. Let's get some energy in the crowd. God, it's not golf, it's extreme washing machine repair. Come on, crowd, get in there. Cheer on Team Pulsator. Like, the editing is super fast-paced with, like, intense music. But the crowd is barely even lucid right now. They're all falling asleep. Team Pulsator, baby! Ooh, is Team Agitator not even gonna finish? Oh no! They didn't defuse the bomb in time. Damn. There's so many wires in there. I really think it's just the model that fucked them.
More time to fit back the equipment. Otherwise, it was very interesting. I have all my appreciation for all the 4 teams.
But Team Pulsator wins, is what you're telling me.
The winning team of the skill competition, Pulsators.
Oh, baby! I am so good at choosing the winner of these competitions. It doesn't matter the sport. Whether it be extreme premature ejaculation, extreme bowling, extreme fucking washing machine repair, I don't care. I am always right with my prediction. I know what to look for in champions. I need only a glance. That's all it takes. Fuck yeah. It's a cool little theme song. They need that on the Wii, like, instead of Wii bowling, let's get some Wii Hunarbaz. I'm sorry to hear that you're too tall.
It's definitely intimidating.
Hopefully they'll invent surgery to bring you down to the correct height at 5'6". See? Like Shay. Don't you want to be like Shay? Shay's pretty goddamn cool. Like Aaron Carter V2. Oh, Shay's such a gentleman. Is he gonna wash her feet too? Just like Brian? Maybe it's just like a thing with short guys, like, they wash feet. I wouldn't know, because I'm the optimal height at 5'6". Punch it, pussy boy. Get us to that prom. I've got some Mike's Hard Lemonade in the back. We're getting real fucked up tonight. Who brought the natty lights? Yeah, baby! Hey! Haley's dad went home. He's not happy.
Now it's
Time to get wild at Whiskey Reds.
Mrs. Carvalho.
Yeah, baby. Brian's already fucked up. Where am I? Where's the strippers, goddammit? I don't know, this is confusing me now. I don't know how to feel. It's on one hand it's cute, on the other hand it looks like a child with their mother. I don't know. Tom Brady French kisses his kids. Maybe there's just a lot that I don't understand about other people's families. Well, that's kind of an underwhelming cake.
Got him.
Why didn't they make the cake super tall? They should have made the cake taller than Brian, too. Season 1 had a really wholesome ending.
Being tall is a blessing, 100%.
I think most tall people will tell you that, except for ones that reach like Andre the Giant levels where he has to drink like 1,000 beers an hour in order to not feel perpetual pain. As long as you don't reach that threshold, being tall is probably pretty fucking awesome. This just looks like a domestic dispute, not even a wrestling match. Oh! Good God! Oh, he was never coming back from that.
As I said in Season 1, I have some cleaning up to do.
Season 6?
And one of the problems I've run into
Holy
is that
shit!
there seems to be 2 X-Men here at CHW.
Which X-Men? Is it Jean Grey? Because she's got a new movie coming out.
Backyard wrestling hardcore motherfucker. So we're gonna have
This guy is
a
hammered.
very special match.
Absolutely hammered.
I'm going to climb
It's
all over
It's symbolism.
the bodies
You wouldn't understand.
and ascend.
Introducing homeless John Wick.
I have many exes. This is the only one I really want.
There's a very noticeable lack of energy here. Can somebody at least hit a plastic trash can with a drumstick to make some music?
Oh, I haven't
For the love of God. Oh, from out of nowhere! He's done it! Yeah, no, that definitely didn't feel good. Yikes. All 60 pounds of the meth addict just hit his hip. Whoa!
Good night, Central.
Good night, Central. His special move!
Oh, sorry, sir.
And the neighbor saw the whole thing, crying out for his fence that now had one man's asshole and one man's face plastered on it. Oh, I feel like that's just actually his angry neighbor. Oh yeah, he's about to get deleted. Just like America's Got Talent, he's hitting the X. Oh, is it over? Oh, here comes the Mortal Kombat fatality. He's gonna rip his dick off through his asshole. He was like an NPC in Elder Scrolls glitching out. Oh, it's a ninja! Straight from the temple at the mountain that Batman trained on in Batman Begins. The speed limit's 15 kilometers per hour, but they're going at least 50 with this kind of hardcore testosterone pumping action. Breaking the law. And bones. Get the weed whacker. Oh, Jesus Christ. Those will work too. Yeah, give him a vasectomy. Oh, even more strategic. The real weapon. Yeah, get him. Yeah, fucking blast him. Excuse me while I go back so we can all admire that display of balancing talent once. The big stunts is what the CHW's known for. Look at this. The fearlessness to stand on the chair. Not even the high-wire circus performers would dare do something this crazy. The adrenaline he must be feeling. Oh, man. Hardcore training. Oh, hey, it's these guys. Why is there no music when these guys are involved? They make it like ASMR backyard wrestling.
See, I didn't come alone today.
Clones clone.
Yeah, I got myself a
Clones clone. Please. If Clone's Clone comes out of that budget equipment right there, I'm going nuts. Shit.
What a surprise.
It's just a local weed dealer, whatever. It's a guy. Yeah. And introducing her partner, her neighbor, this guy. Oh god! Getting right into it. Oh baby, that's a big one. Oh, he's got the cookie tray out. No. No smoke and mirrors there. He just hit his friend with the cookie tray and the toaster. No. This is getting too hardcore. Oh yeah, Jimmy. Well, I at least respect that there's nothing fake about it. They just hit each other with toasters. You know, say what you will about the lore, or even the setup, but god damn it, I wouldn't want to be hit with a toaster. He lost his mask! Oh my god, when he loses his mask, it becomes very painful for everyone else. They're gonna light her on fire. No, please! I feel like this is just completely improv. No, there was no rehearsal. It's just like, hey guys, let's go in the backyard. I'll bring a wooden table, a trash can, and 5 popsicle sticks to shove up our asses. We'll see where it goes and film it for the CHW. King David Hula, winner of the 2019 National Corn Contest with 616 bushels. Can we check this man for some performance-enhancing Viagra or something? 616 bushels? They said it couldn't be done.
We just came off the second wettest year on record. And every time we get a
you
little
bet your
rain
ass
like
we
this,
did.
it looks like we got flooded.
Really see how dry we are. It's just starting to run out of juice. Poor judgment on
When
my
does the
part.
competition start?
We haven't had a rain in like 2
This is
and a
like
half
GTA
weeks.
Vice City, but on a cornfield.
We got us a problem here. Hey, it's all leaking out.
Ooh, goddamn.
Big piles. I don't know why there's so much on the ground. You're holding
Does he have his
up.
own reality show or something? I'm fucking sold. I want to see it.
A little bit of stress. This was an exciting.
This is intense. Who edited this? James Cameron? Holy, I want to watch. I'm in. Where can I, is it on here? That was far more editing than corn busheling deserves. Not to disrespect the great sport of corn busheling, but I've got to say, they really went all out with the production on this season. I'm coming in. Let's watch some Corn Warriors. This could be the new Game of Thrones.
I got a little boy.
Thanks, David.
Get that tanker ready.
It's your world. I'm just eating corn in it. Take me on a ride.
The only thing really.
Man versus nature. And David is the king of both. Really missed a good opportunity to use corn in the intro. Yeah, get him with like a twisted transistor or something.
So far.
This is so good. The production here is so good. I hope there's like CGI fight scenes, like a bunch of competing corn warriors start storming David's field in slow motion as explosions go off in the background, and when one of them rides in on like a fucking dragon, tossing corn grenades, sabotaging his bushels. Imagine shoving this man's corn up your ass. No one would disrespect a bushel from David.
We just came off the second wettest year on record. And every time we get a little rain like
It's about to be the wettest year on record once this shit airs, David. When does the war start?
Well, that goes in
The trailer had me think that he was going to battle with corn and Mother Nature itself. Oh, now it's cranking up.
This building is definitely way bigger than I.
This 5-finger death punch, David?
Some of the stuff in here is just awesome.
Damn, look at that garage. Those hot rods. John Deere's wet dream.
That's like a...
Yeah, baby.
Last week of planting.
There it is. David Hula in his element.
Man, the conditions were flat awesome. There.
No, get out of there, dog! Run!
Great job there.
David Hula's seeing red. He's coming for blood for this year's bushels. Bit my cheek.
Naked over here at 51st in Peoria.
Walking around naked. Keep that shit on OnlyFans and charge for it. Why give it away for free? I feel like we're late to the party.
Tom, I don't know what the usage of the ropes were for.
Bondage. What, you don't watch BDSM? You've never seen 50 Shades of Grey?
What's your name?
Hi, Gracie.
What's double XL?
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
The newscaster.
That's her?
Dirty doesn't it?
What does that mean? Whoa, you don't say! Ah, how convenient. Gracie, shut up. I've heard all I need to hear. I'm coming in.
Maybe she'll admit to what she has been on or what she has.
I don't think she possibly can. She's dirty dosing, dozening Katie Couric's or something. I don't think there's any way you're gonna get like an actual sentence out of her.
She wasn't gonna go to the hospital, get checked
Oh wow.
out.
Was she doing
she's not gonna
magic
be charged
tricks?
with anything today.
Restaurant Rampage, eh? I'm gonna take a guess it's a Little Caesars. International bodyguard event? They may be the world's best bodyguards, but can they protect them from hurt feelings on Twitter comments? We'll see. Oh, this looks like a strong group of bodyguards. These are gonna be the front runners. Damn, this is an intense competition. Jesus Christ.
Is being covered by snipers.
How do they know who won since they're firing blanks? Did the terrorists win or the bodyguards? Wait, what the fuck is that? Is that a man hanging upside down by his legs, being slowly dropped down? Looks like a fucking lobster, like a charred lobster. I feel like this was just like an accidental casualty and this man is really dead. How is this bodyguard competition shit? Oh fuck! Round 2! An entire new team entered the game. This is an intense sport, Jesus Christ. Good getaway. A lot of amateur bodyguards don't make that turn very well. Which team was that? Was that TSM? Oh, this is gonna be big. The terrorists are gonna roll in on a full fucking tank. How are they gonna take care of this one? Or maybe like a helicopter, like an attack chopper is gonna come in firing blanks at them. Then they do it Hobbs and Shaw style and throw a chain in the blades. It's like synchronized swimming. This is cute. It's like figure skating. Oh, this is graceful. Oh, yes. Where's the music? Can we get some Nickelback or whatever people figure skate to these days? Wings of an Angel? Lips of an Angel? This is fucking awesome. This is the best goddamn sport I've ever seen. Why isn't this... Well, I can probably... Actually, I can venture a guess why it's not in the Olympics.
Hello, Char.
Fantastic. I love Need for Speed. Oh! Excellent. That was a par 4. Oh, we're gonna have a joust? Bodyguard joust? Ooh, he hit the cone. And he was fired on the spot. If you hit the cone in the car, what's to say you don't hit the president in the car? Do they have like tennis ball boys run out there and put the cone back before the terrorists get there and light it up again? Oh, what is this? Bodyguard's getting stinky out here with this beat. When does the Rainbow Six Siege match begin again? Are those... Oh, if those buses all have terrorists on them and the bodyguards have to fight them off, I'll shit my pants. Oh, wait. Oh, God! Why would a bodyguard ever need to know this? I don't know why they'd ever be in this situation, but god damn it. I'm impressed. Car's just out here doing the doggy piss on everyone out here. I respect it. 2016. They don't have 2018? Did they not get funding or something? Well, let's see 2016. This is boring. They're not even using blanks. They're just using little fucking foam swords. Oh, it's not even. He's using a newspaper. Don't trust her. Oh, alright. Get away from him, bitch. Like, this was like the Cirque du Soleil of bodyguarding. Nothing in the related. I really think that's it. That's the only good bodyguard championship, and it was fucking awesome. Different events? Okay, how many divisions of bodyguard championships can there possibly be? It's not like the college football where there's the, you know, the East, West, packs, decks, strength builds all over the place. There's not going to be that many subdivisions of bodyguard sports.
Charlie, but
Wait, they have judges this year? 85%. I saw the tip of the knife get near the president. Well, that's a goddamn shame. This was a masterpiece in sports. If anyone on the Bodyguard European Moldova Championship Committee is in the chat, please know we want more. Let's fire it up for 2020, baby. Invisible Man versus Invisible Stan Wrestling. There's something special about wrestling fans, man. I tell ya, they know how to fucking have fun. There's the prime cockfish. Fuck you, Stan. What a piece of shit. Oh yeah, the crowd's giving it to him. Is he in the ring already? I didn't even see him get in. Who's this guy? Is this Stan's manager? Oh, don't give him a blowjob. Where's Invisible Man? Is he already in the ring? I might have missed his entrance. Lovely Lady Liberty's here, though. What a monster! Why is Binging with Babish reffing this? What the fuck?
That'll get you in trouble. Does that actually enable
I can't believe it! I thought that was outlawed! Oh god! That's a crime!
He might find something that he did in the first time around.
Good lord! The Millennium Eyeglasses! Oh, Jesus, they're already going?
Tying up here in the center of the ring.
The cameraman seems way out of it. He doesn't even know where the fuck he is right now. It's like an episode of Schizophrenia. Good God! That's a fucking... They're going nuts! And they say wrestling is fake. Fucking idiots. What's next? Globe Earth or some garbage? God damn, they're really getting at... They really do hate each other. Holy shit. Oh! I saw the suplex. Oh, Frankensteiner. Fireman's carry. Referee, use your bad boy vision. Paint me a picture. What's happening? Where's Invisible Stan going? Oh, good lord. Is he getting a ladder? Watch it just start floating like there's actually two invisible men in there. And they're really fighting. Oh, they're gonna sit down and have a therapy session. It seems like the ref is beating them up now. Christ, he's fucking stealing their lunch money. Oh, he's got the prostate glove out. Oh, God. Invisible Man's behind? When did that happen? Invisible Man was way ahead. Oh, how short is Invisible Man? More like Invisible Child. What is he, 3 feet tall? Jesus Christ! Get out of the way! Invisible Stan's got a knife! God! Jesus Christ! The referee's just going home. He's tired of the haunting. He's calling in reinforcements for the officiating. And he's gonna need him because Invisible Man's going all the way to the top of the roof! Good God! Oh God! That man just spilled beer all over himself. Jesus, that'll grease up your shit stain real quick, I'll tell you what. You don't see a second-story German suplex like that. Not these days. No, the Invisible Man is most likely dead. No one's ever survived the Stan special. No, Jesus, he brought his lifeless corpse into the ring! But Invisible Man is known for that fighting spirit. He could be dead and still playing in this game. He's out of jail? No! What the fuck? He was in jail for domestic abuse for years! They let him out just for the Invisible Man Stan fight? Good God! No! I thought he was gonna throw it at the crowd. Get a lot more than you pay for at the Invisible Showdown. Oh god, someone help the ref! He needs an EpiPen. Invisible Stan released a lot of bees in his face knowing he was allergic. God, this is just a gore fest. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a disembowelment. What is happening? Oh, Jesus! Stan is taking no prisoners, no mercy. Good lord, he got his shoulder up again. Invisible Man just does not go down without a fight. But that's what we've always known him for. Oh, what the fuck? Right through the... Invisible Man is broken in half. Good God. There's no way. That's the end. Get him to the hospital. The clinics may be full with coronavirus, but they're gonna have to make an exception for Invisible Man. He doesn't take up a whole lot of space. He needs some emergency assistance. Wait, the Invisible Man! I thought it was... Oh, not to be racist, but I confused Invisible Man and Stan. I switched them. Congratulations, Invisible Man. Fuck you, Stan. Oh, okay. Well, that's a happy ending then. I didn't know. I didn't get it. I didn't have my bad boy vision on. I couldn't see which Invisible Man was invisible, or which Invisible Man was who. What a fight. That's what wrestling's all about, baby. Forget everything you think you know about lawnmowers. What I'm about to show you will open your third eye and change everything. This is from the Walker Mowers Championship, one of the most cutthroat competitions in all of riding lawnmowers history. It looks like something right out of King of the Hill. The athletes are strapped into their Walker mower and then go through a death-defying obstacle course in order to compete for the prestigious title of the best riding lawnmower operator. Here comes Dominic Toretto's father, easily through the hairpin turn. Now he's going to throw this bad girl in park at the pit stop, gets the flag, making it look so effortless and easy right now. An excellent job reversing, didn't hit any of our VHS tapes we've put around the course, but now we'll have to drift around this cone. This is where boys become men and men become mowing legends, and doesn't struggle at all, an excellent vortex drift and avoids the decapitator. We lost many a good man to that very obstacle last year. In fact, a father of two had his head taken clean off his shoulders right in front of his whole family. But this guy, he says, fuck that, this is child's play. I'll tell you what, DB Cooper is just cruising through this course right now. Already at the second pit stop, grabbing the flag, no problem. Damn near does a full wheelie on it. Sometimes you don't control the Walker mower, it controls you. Again, avoids the death trap, but will he survive the upcoming firing squad? We'll have to wait and see. Grabs the third flag on the way by, and that will be it. What is his final time? Oh, that's a new course record, 54 minutes. I don't really give a fuck about the whole Logan Paul vs. KSI boxing saga. I just never really cared about that whole anime arc. But the recent showdown actually did show me something. It showed me the importance of shit-talking in sports. I've always thought that shit-talking plays a crucial role when it comes to competition in general. Shit-talking just adds a very human element to an otherwise extremely corporate world when it comes to sports. Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather, for example, a whole lot of shit-talking. Really, combat sports in general are very big on shit-talking, and it works very well for them both in terms of viewer numbers, turnout, and as well as just general investment into the people, because in the corporate world of sports, you have people trying so hard to appease brands, be child-friendly and everything like that, where, especially in esports, shit-talking is actively discouraged and punished. It makes it hard to even know if the players are even invested in their sport or if they're just there for a payday. But when you have them giving some type of passionate press conference or even just a tweet saying something like, "Hey, your mom's so fat she rides my wiener with only one ass cheek," something like that's enough to say, oh, okay, so it seems like they do care and they are actually going out there to beat this person. If they care, maybe I should care. And then you have these rivalries that form as a result. You have great rivalries in sports, such as the Yankees and the Red Sox, LeBron James' team versus whatever team LeBron James is playing that week, Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus good coaching and good decision-making. I'm no longer a mainline sports fan. I've abandoned that religion long ago. I've left that cult, but I certainly used to be. You should have seen my room growing up as a kid. So much fucking Bucks memorabilia. Goddamn had fucking Buccaneer nipple tassels, basically. The point I'm making is, the role of shit-talking, I think, plays a very important one in getting people excited or interested in an upcoming sports event. KSI vs. Logan Paul is the perfect example. These two people seemingly hate each other, and they give these very heated press conferences that sound like you're at the middle school lunch table. And people like that because they like to see that kind of emotion and that drive where These people really want to win. It's not just there because it's a payday. They're there because they want to make a point. They want to win. So you choose sides in this saga. Wrestling entertainment, for example, they build drama into their characters themselves where they have shit talking between them. And you know what happens? People side with characters, people root for characters, and it heightens the whole experience. That's what esports in general is missing. There's this giant wave in esports to eliminate toxicity from their game. Toxicity is a very loose word they use because in some games you get banned for fucking excessive pinging in League of Legends. League of Legends used to be a goddamn cesspool, no doubt about that. The fucking wild, wild west of degeneracy. Now they've cracked down on it and made it a daycare. Overwatch, similar situation. But I can't help but feel that turning these games and these communities into Weenie Hut Jr. is detrimental because it actively discourages people from getting invested in putting their ass on the line, putting nuts to butts. You know, I get when people are being hateful, racist, shit like that, throwing your games, going AFK. I get that being grounds for a ban or punishment. But as for just getting heated in the game, and if they're not actively making you lose, them just being all mad and shit, telling you to play better and mean words, there's already a solution built in. It's called muting them. You can mute everyone if you want to, so there is a solution for that already. And I totally get wanting to take bullying out of it because people get very mean in these competitive games, and I'd never advocate for bullying, but the solution has already been found 20 fucking years ago with being able to mute your bully, mute the person that's being an asshole. That solves the whole problem. They don't need to translate this fucking crusade against toxicity into their competitive environment where no teams are allowed to playfully banter with each other, shit talk, or even really get emotional about what they genuinely feel. They give all these fucking cookie cutter responses just like in regular sports, and it's boring, and it loses that element of making it something big, making rivalries, making anything meaningful. Imagine if the KSI versus Logan Paul fight had none of the shit talking beforehand, and it was just two guys going out there to fight. Would people care? Probably not. It wouldn't be nearly as big as it was, but because they had these months and months of constant back and forth shit talking and emotion on the line, it got people invested, obviously, because that's the kind of shit that people want to get involved in and see the result of. It creates an entire narrative around an event coming up as opposed to just being another cookie cutter sports event with maybe some cool moments. It actually puts something there, which is why wrestling does it instead of just have fucking action figures go out there and colliding. There's actual emotion behind it, which esports I think is dreadfully lacking. Now you'll notice my shirt changed throughout this video. That's because as I was rendering it out initially, a story came out about an esports professional in the Call of Duty scene named Mutix, I believe. Basically what happened is during a stream he didn't mean to start, he was bantering with his friend and he said some bad words. He said autist and he also said retard to his friend. It was supposed to be in jest, but it was caught on stream and now he's at risk of losing his career, his sponsor. His 12-year-long esports career is now in jeopardy because those words were picked up on stream in a fit of trash-talking banter with his friend. And since this happened as I was rendering this, I figured it'd be a topic people were talking about in the comments, and I wanted to address it in the video itself. Do I think he deserves to lose everything because of the words he said on stream? No, absolutely not. Cancel culture is a goddamn plague. 100% he doesn't deserve to lose his entire career because of trash talk banter with his friend, even if it was in poor taste and not comedic at all. And one thing I always see happen that I like to talk about when some shit like this goes down, there's always some Twitter verified checkmark losers in the fucking comments that dogpile on to try and score internet points. Mutix posts this I'm sorry video where he's crying and talking about everything that's at stake and what he might lose. Pro tip, never make a crying video on the internet. No one's gonna believe it even if it is genuine. I don't know fuck all about Mutix or this scene in general. Maybe this guy's a huge asshole, I don't know. But just from him saying the words autist and retard in a trash bantering with his friend, I don't think warrants him losing everything, even though it is in very poor taste. Alas, Ashes comes into the comments of his I'm sorry crying video to post a GIF. I think his name is Ashes. I don't know if it's LA Patty P. I don't really know. He looks like McLovin. He comes in to post a GIF of Joker laughing at him. Then someone says, bruh, come on, and his response is, no respect for that behavior, brother. That's totally fine. If you don't want to forgive the guy for what he said, that's absolutely within your right and makes total sense. But if you're going to act all high and mighty and celebrating this man's downfall, when you yourself are just as guilty of the same things, if not worse, you're pretty much the lowest of the fucking low, you goddamn two-faced asshole. If you dig through his tweets for 1 second, it takes literally one search on his page, here's a picture, he's constantly throwing around this word. That's pretty goddamn bad, don't you think, Ashes? So if you're celebrating him losing all his shit, don't you think you should be equally held accountable? You should probably lose all your shit too, right? And I fucking hate when people dig through old tweets to find things to get outraged about for their little cancel culture small boner. But if you're using it against someone who's already on the cancel culture bandwagon dog pile, I'm totally fine with it. Yeah, Ashes, your tweets were from 7 so years ago. Who gives a shit? There's no forgiveness in cancel culture, baby. There's no time limit on it. That shit doesn't expire. Who's to say you changed? Mutex didn't even mean to have that shit go out in public. You openly post that shit on your Twitter. So if Mutex is losing his career over the things he said by accident, and you say things that are worse on purpose, shouldn't you also lose your career? Like, that makes sense, right? I mean, yeah, maybe you don't say this in public anymore, but you definitely did, and who's to say you still don't say it off stream and behind closed doors? I mean, there's no telling. But anyway, I got sidetracked. I was just focusing on the role that trash talk plays in competition. I want to be clear, I'm not talking about hateful shit, racist shit, throwing games, losing games on purpose, or any of that garbage. I'm talking about actual healthy trash talk banter between competitors. I think that is extremely important to the success of a sport. And it doesn't have to always be trash talk, but just the ability for players and teams to give genuine emotional thoughts on an upcoming match or their opponents, I think is crucial to getting people excited about a match. It takes away something when you're telling these teams and players that they can't say or, do anything that might come across as disrespectful to the sport or the opponent because they represent brands. That takes away a big element of it from a viewer's perspective because you have these two teams going into game day and neither one of them said anything about each other past the cookie cutter shit of they're a great team, they sweat, they pee, they come just like us, it's going to be a tough one. That's all you get. You don't get like this back and forth trash talk or this back and forth joking or really any insight into how the teams actually feel or what they're going in or what they're expecting going in. So if you take that away, it's kind of just like looking at robots doing a job. It's just these people going in there and doing a job, not competing. It's like you're peeking into a fucking cubicle at a big business. There's nothing well, it's still fun to watch the events, but there's a certain element that's missing. And that's the element of caring. It doesn't seem like anyone's invested in actually competing. They're just there because it's their job. And I think just having the ability to joke around and trash talk and banter and be genuine is extremely important to a sport. And KSI and Logan Paul shows us just how important it can be in getting people excited and interested in it. Even people that don't like either of those two people still tuned in just because of all the hype around it that they generated through their trash talk and keeping it on people's mouths. And I think that's what esports is dreadfully lacking right now. They always discourage trash talk or anything disrespectful because they do represent brands, and the brands, I guess, don't want to be associated with that shit. And I just think that loses a core component of what makes competition exciting for viewers, and even for players as well. So that's all I really wanted to talk about, and that's about it. See ya. Welcome back to the Japanese Rock, Paper, Scissors Championship, and today we've got a real bloodbath cooked up for your pussy ass today. So if the sight of carnage, gore, and high-octane athletic displays makes you uneasy, turn this shit off now. In this corner, we have the favorites to win this matchup, coming in with an undefeated record for the first time in professional RPS history. It's Fairy Wink! These two sisters have been training all their lives for this moment right here, and the training certainly paid off. They're known for their strength and dexterity in the professional RPS octagon, and they've earned themselves the nickname, the Sadistic Sisters of Serious Scissors. It's said when they throw scissors in a battle, earthquakes can be felt around the world. And today they're dressed up in their standard Power Rangers Angel costume, and they're going to be squaring off against the second best in the world, this team. I can't read the name, but it looks like they're reaching out to hold your hand, so we'll call them the hand holders. The referee will now go over the rules. There are no rules, baby! Fuck yeah! I hope you've got your condom on, folks, because we're about ready to begin. The competitors fist bump, and it's time to start.
Ready?
Oh, shit! Fairy Wink threw out their signature move of scissors, and not only was their opponent not immediately vaporized and murdered, they responded with the scissors of their own, causing this nullification of power, just like in the fucking Dragon Ball Z games, when, two Super Saiyans square off and they're evenly matched. I'm sure you've already blown your load, but there's no time for a refractory period. We're getting right back into the action.
Ready?
No! No! I can't believe it! Another stalemate. They're in each other's heads right now, reading each other's every move. Could this even have a conclusion? We might end up being trapped in one of Doctor Strange's Dormammu I've come to bargain time loops forever. This is just like when Naruto fought Sasuke in the Valley of the End. They're both evenly matched. But could it all change in this next round? I can't even wait to find out. The ref is either smelling foul play or my soiled boxers. There's no telling, but either way, he's readjusting the team so that way strategy is back aligned, making sure there is no cheating going on here today. Very honorable.
Ready?
Is this even possible? Is this scripted? Have we been had? We've been bamboozled? Is this the WWE of rock, paper, scissors? There's no way. No way.
Ready?
We have a winner! It wasn't that long ago, only about a decade and a half ago, where your only source for professional video gaming came from MLG events, Major League Gaming, God rest its soul. MLG is the blockbuster to esports. It had to die so the entire industry could evolve. So thank you for your sacrifice, MLG. You will be remembered in our wet dreams. Nowadays, there's so much professional video gaming all right there at your fingertips. You can go to any streaming service and find some pro gamers just pounding butthole. And there's a lot of tournaments. There's no longer only one organization doing tournaments like MLG. There's a ton of it. Esports has become mainstream. Professional video gaming is absolutely huge, and I think that's wonderful. That being said, not every pro video game scene is treated equally. There's one extremely loyal and passionate community of pro gamers that gets nothing but spit on by the company that makes the game that they love so much. I'm of course talking about the Super Smash Bros. Players. They have existed for over a decade, put so much time, blood, sweat, tears, and cum into Smash Bros. Melee, Smash Brawl 4, and now Ultimate, and Nintendo has yet to acknowledge them, help out in the pro scene with their prize pools, host a tournament. They just outright neglect them. They're abusive parents, and it just outright seems like they hate anyone that plays Smash Bros. At a competitive level. I wouldn't be surprised if during the next Nintendo Direct there's a whole section dedicated to the pro scene, where it's just him getting up on the chair and goat-seeing his asshole at them. They clearly don't respect the pro scene, they want nothing to do with it, and I think that's fucked up. So since Nintendo won't man up and step in, I figured I'd toss my condom in here, because who's more manly than me at a 5'6" frame of pure masculinity? I will be hosting a $10,000 Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tournament called the Soaked Series Invitational. All the information about the tournament can be found in the description, takes you to a smash.gg link. It'll be on February 29th of this month. Registration will close on the 28th. I know Nintendo Online sucks ass. I'm the first one to criticize that anytime I play a Nintendo game because that shit is so archaic, primitive, and laughable. I'm surprised it doesn't require a fucking dial-up connection. They're so out of touch when it comes to online services, and I know that. I know the lag isn't great, it's suboptimal, but it's the only way I can host it, and I really would like to give back into a community that I'd like to support. I'd like the pro scene to Smash to be able to grow more, but I think these prize pools like Evo Japan's grand prize for Smash Bros. Ultimate was a pro controller. When you're playing professional Smash Bros., you're losing money. Unless you're the top 1% of the 1%, you are playing to lose money. And I think that's so backwards, and I'd like to help out, so I wanted to throw this tournament because I fucking love Smash Bros., and the only way I can throw it is by having it be through Nintendo Online. I recognize it's suboptimal, alright? You don't have to fucking explode in the comments, I get it. The $10,000 is coming out of my own pocket. The streams I do at twitch.tv/moistcritical have just been overwhelming in terms of generosity and support, and I'm not the kind of guy that ever even really spends money. The only thing I ever buy is food and movie tickets. So I want to start putting that money into making bigger, cooler content and helping out communities that I'd like to see grow, and just being able to do bigger things. And if the Soak Series Invitational for this goes well, I'd like to take it to other games like Smash Bros. Melee, for example. That community absolutely needs some love, and it's really impressive stuff they do over there. So I'd like to do a Soak Series for that, Rocket League, all types of shit. I'd like to take it to a lot of other things, but keep in mind this is the first tournament I've ever hosted, so there probably will be a few hiccups along the way. It might be a bit scuffed, but you know what, fuck it, that's part of the fun, I'd say. Let's go over the main rules. The first thing you'll notice when you go to the Smash GG page is it looks extremely similar to Nairo's tournaments that he hosts for Ultimate, and that's because I wanted to emulate it. He throws really enjoyable tournaments when he does that with his viewers, and I think they go very smoothly and I enjoy them. So I thought that would be a great rule set to use for the Soak Series Invitational. The registration is also open to anyone. SSI is welcoming anyone of any level as long as you meet a couple requirements. One, you have to have a fucking Ethernet adapter. No Wi-Fi warriors, no fucking limp-dicked Wi-Fi wieners out here. We need Ethernet adapters to help with lag. I know lag will probably still be an issue and we'll still have to address that, but having an Ethernet adapter will at least help alleviate that headache. So that's the number one requirement when signing up for the SSI. You will need to have that little gizmo. The second requirement is you have to stream it. I don't give a fuck where you stream it to. Chatterbait, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, YouTube, doesn't matter to me, but it has to be streamed. That's to ensure there's no collusion, cheating, throwing, anything of that nature. Those are the two main points. The only two things you really need to meet to sign up for the tournament. The tournament will be divided into two phases. The first phase is the open casting call, just the full open legs wide open for everyone to come run a train on at the SSI. We'll take the top players of the open casting call phase 1 and they'll move on to phase 2, where they'll play against the top level pro Smash players as well as streamers. When I put out an initial tweet talking about the tournament, there was a lot of interest from some Smash pros as well as streamers, so that's where they're going to start. They skipped the preliminary open phase. So that's when that'll begin. It's best of 3 all the way up until we get towards the end where it'll be best of 5. This is just the general overview, the fucking cliff notes of the rule set and how we'll be doing it. If you want to know more, it's on the Smash GG page. But I'm really excited about it. This is something I've wanted to do for a while now. And yeah, hopefully all goes well and smoothly, isn't a total fucking disaster. And yeah, that's about it. If you're interested, feel free to register and tune on into the tournament stream. Or just the streams in general I do at twitch.tv/moistcritical, baby. Fuck yeah. That's about it. So yeah. We have an interesting situation developing on the field right now, folks. If you're just joining us, I'll fill you in. One of the best sound guys in the league, Clit Oris, was attempting to score a touchdown when he was blindsided and bukkakied by the entire Vikings football team. However, he was able to get into the red zone, wherein he dropped his sound equipment. It was ruled a fumble on the field. Let's go to the Jumbotron and check it out on the replay. Here you can see Clit zooming at breakneck pace when he is just ass blasted by the Vikings defensive lineman Linval. Now, Linval's been known to eat full-grown human beings for breakfast, but I don't think he's ever tried Sound Guy before. This was truly a display of what happens when an unstoppable object meets an immovable force. Clit is one of the best 80-year-old athletes we've ever seen in the Sound Guy department, so the fact that Linval was able to flatten him like he did is just a testament to his tremendous strength. No ordinary football player could have annihilated an old man quite like this, just absolutely exploded this poor old geezer. Now, we up here at the Bukkake booth have been having a really hard time distinguishing whether or not this is truly a fumble. From this angle, it seems pretty conclusive that he lost control of his UFO satellite dish, thus it should not be a touchdown. However, further inspection is required. We're going to a different angle. Here comes the whole team ready to murder this old fossil. There's the Orgasmo Kablamo. It's a big hit, but it looks like he maintains possession of his sound equipment after hitting the ground. This should be a touchdown. From the dildo I'm sitting on top of, this should be 6 easy points right here. He's able to take the hit from Linval, get that concussion, break his left arm, and then roll over onto his knees before forgetting who he is, and then letting go of the sound equipment. By all definitions, that is a textbook touchdown. The fumble call should be overturned. Let's go ahead and take one more look at this. Here you can see the sound guy sucking Linval's nipple. It's a technique we've seen him employ many times in the past to great success. However, Linval's a little bit different from previous football players the sound guy's gone up against, so he ricocheted right off of the iron titty and lost his memory of his grandchildren. Here's where Clit suffered a broken spine. However, look in his hand. You can still see the sound equipment securely in his possession. Here, Clit rolls over and wonders what year it is, but with agony painted on his face, clearly in a lot of pain, he is able to hold on to that giant mixing bowl. And here's where he finally lets go of his sound equipment. This is 100% a touchdown. He had hit the ground, rolled over, had time to jerk off before finally letting go of that shit. No doubt in my mind, this is a touchdown. Clit Kung Fu Grip Oris is a hero to all sound guys out there. What an incredible play. Let's see how well I'd do if I was competing in the Olympics, which I should be in every sport. Alright everyone, yes I know, I'm here, the champion has arrived. Let's hold the applause, I got a race to win. I gotta hop on my vinyl records here and ride him around real fast. These fucking discuses. Give it to me! What did I... 0.07, that's fucking disgraceful. My whole family is embarrassed now. I can make my penis go from flaccid to ejaculating in that amount of time. Let's get redemption in the swimming pool. They used to call me Dolphin Master Swim Lord because I was so good at swimming. Oh, what? Nope, not even touching the water now. No, fuck it. That was a horrible countdown. If I was at the Olympics competing right now and they pulled that kind of stunt with me, I'd just sit crisscross on the board as a protest. That was just this counterintuitive countdown. It made no sense. That's like watching an interpretive dance, and when they do the split, that's when I dive in the pool. It just made no fucking sense to me. What kind of operation are they running down there, huh? Unbelievable. Let's do the track portion. Alright, this is where I'm really gonna shine. There's a panic at the Olympics. I write wins, not tragedies, baby. Come on. Let me off the line. I got a world record to set. Usain Bolt, eat my wiener out. I'm coming. Give it to me. Oh, shit. Alright, I'm gonna redo that one. I know I could do better. I've trained a lot harder to come over here with a .25. I didn't spend all those years clicking my mouse to not get something better than .25. Unreal. Give it to me. Come on. I'm about to give it the business. I'm about to run fast. That's what I do. That's what I fucking do. Even worse. Yep, alright. Well, needless to say, I think the proof is in the pudding here. I would undoubtedly be the most decorated Olympian in Olympics history. Welcome to the Wife-Carrying World Championship of 2016 AD. That's this year. I know you're all excited, but I doubt you're as excited as I am. Here comes the husbands and wives now. Oh man, look at the crowd. They're really into it. They're feeling it. They're going wild. Someone calm that fucking crowd down. And they're off. Oh, that's a beautiful start from all three of these gentlemen and their wives. The Crow seems to have a slight lead on his competitors, but his wife is not maintaining good form right now. That is not a textbook boa constrictor reverse cowgirl stance, which she needs to maintain in order to win this competition. This guy's leaving the water rectangle. He's the first one. Oh, there's a pulled hamstring. Nice work. The staff and I here made sure to oil that rim down nice and slick just for that purpose. We got him good, boys. Paid off. Here comes Cyclops, drunkenly stumbling his way out of the pool like a fucking zombie, trying to find his way back to Charles Xavier's school for gifted wife-carrying youngsters. Holy shit, this man's going turbo. Goes right over that log, but he could never get over the logs I leave in my pants. Here comes two more. Just gets swallowed by this Marianas Trench, just demonstrating how deep this pool truly is. I know it looks shallow, but it's actually deep enough that we put sharks on the bottom, so they better get out of there quick. Comes three more gentlemen and their wives. Let's hope none of these gentlemen fart, because it's going right in their wife's face. Just gonna blast them with that whiff of shit. Oh, it looks like that's not an issue here. She's been sniffing farts for years, just training for this day. Right over the log. Oh, man. She even gave him a nice kiss on the ass cheek, just to congratulate him for winning. Oh yeah, he's going all the way. He's using his wife as a fucking jetpack. These three have no chance. I don't know what the fuck the one in the back's doing about to fucking pile drive his wife there. That's horrible technique. What an absolute amateur. If you're going to compete in this competition, you need to understand there's only one technique that ever wins. It's where your wife hangs upside down on you and assumes what we call in the business the scared koala on a roller coaster grip. And once you assume that position, you're basically locked in for a good round. Just like our winners here. They didn't have just a good round, they had the best round. Congratulations, you two are the wife-carrying world champions. I know it's a very prestigious honor. So thank you for playing and watching and just excellent job carrying your wife. Really a great competition this year. Who's ready to watch some arm fucking? In blue we got the big beefy Bolt Honeycomb, and in green we've got George. Right now these two musky men are duct taping their hands together, joining in a holy matrimony of unholy intentions. Oh, Bolt's setting the tone early. He's going for that tuggy-wuggy on his titties right now. But George is not phased. Now Bolt's answering a phone call on his arm. The ref says it's time for arm wrestling, and they're getting right into it, wasting no time whatsoever. A beautiful exchange of blows right here. George is just showing no mercy here. A relentless assault against Bolt. They don't call him Jerk-Off George for nothing. He will jerk you off. Underneath this 240p quality, there's a fight going on. I know these pixels may be obscuring your view, but you know, it's the best I could find. I tell you, it seems George is showing no signs of slowing down. George is just curious right now as to how much pain he can inflict into Bolt before he just combusts. Bolt is just completely on the defensive right now. Now it looks like he's about to perform a magic trick or some shit. I don't know what he's doing. He is going for a move right out of the Kama Sutra. His signature move! He's hanging like a bat, and the ref is calling it off immediately. That's an illegal move right there. You cannot have fist to scrotum contact. It's in the rule book, and it was very clear to the ref and everyone in the audience that George's knuckles were rubbing against Bolt's nutsack. You just can't do that. Let's check this replay. Here you can see he's going for the standard cowgirl position, and that's when the contact with the scrotum was made. Bolt is just shocked by the decision, but he's not deterred. He's ready to get right back into the action for round number 2. George is looking a little more fired up this time. Yep, he's just going right in for it. Oh, but Bolt is showing no regard for the rule book. But this one's clean. This is a clean one right here. There is no scrotal contact here. No scrotty McGrotty, no full scrotal, no scrotal contact whatsoever. This one's clean. How much longer can he hang on? Oh, he looks like he passed out from the blood rushing to his head. That's unfortunate. A close match. George is the winner. I quit. It's a stupid fucking sport. What's up, everybody? It's Critical, and I wanted to give a recap of Week 4 of the NFL. So, here to give you an exciting recap is me. I'm in a fantasy football league for a $20 entry, and there's like 30 people in the league or some shit like that. Maybe there's only 5, I'm not sure, but there's some money involved here, so I've been kind of paying attention. I haven't watched any of the games or anything. I've just been looking at the point leaders and noticing that I have none of them on my squad, which is probably why I'm 0-4 and have lost 3 out of my 4 matches by a margin of 100 plus points. But regardless, I'm very invested in the sport. I love when the pigskin gets tossed around and touchdowns are scored, points go on the board, asses are slapped for congratulatory meanings. And I thought, you know, who better to recap the NFL accurately and with enthusiasm than the super fan of the NFL, me. Now, unfortunately, I didn't have the expressed written consent of the NFL, so I'm unable to show you any actual footage of the games, since the NFL treats any unauthorized display of NFL matters as though I've lit a kitten on fire, or I've fucked Roger Goodell's daughter, or I've done something just truly heinous. So instead, I'll be showing you a video that I found while searching YouTube for 2 minutes called Best of High School Football 2008. Now let's dive right into it, or should I say, hurdle, since we're talking about football. Hurdling is a move commonly used by running backs. So, the Colts lost to the Jaguars 27-30. I believe this is the Jaguars' first victory since 2003, so a big orgy is in store for the people down there in Jacksonville. Also, on an unrelated note to the actual game itself, Blake Bortles is my quarterback in fantasy, and this is the first time he's actually gotten me more than about 3 points, so I'm pretty ecstatic about that. I still lost by an extremely large margin, but that's a-okay, because the rest of my team is basically middle school players. The Bills blew out the Patriots 16-0. Tom Brady had this to say following the loss. Damn. The Lions lost to the Bears 14-17. FoxSports.com writes, Matthew Stafford and the Lions offense was held to 263 yards and no touchdowns. Man, that explosive offense was really contained by the Bears' even more explosive, nuclear, cutthroat defense. Great job, Bear Nation. No surprise coming up here, the Browns lost to the Redskins 20-31. Now, if you don't follow the NFL that closely, I'll go ahead and get you in the loop. The Browns are to the NFL what Captain Boomerang was to the Suicide Squad, just absolutely useless in all possible areas and is just there to make everyone else look better. But good news for Cleveland Brown fans, Johnny Manziel hasn't died of overdose yet, so that's always good. Now I'll go ahead and do this publicly just like LeBron James did back when he was deciding between staying with the Cavs or going to the Heat. This is going to be Charlie's decision. Fuck it, yeah, I'll play for the Browns. You guys need new talent out there. I can't offer you that, but I can offer you about the same thing Johnny Manziel did, which is absolutely nothing. You could even give me a cool nickname. Instead of Johnny Football, I could be Charlie Foot and Balls, because I have both of those. And then just put me in a uniform, let me stand on the sideline or something. I'll even work for free, it doesn't fucking matter. But moving right along, the Seahawks beat the Jets 27-17. Ryan Fitzpatrick threw 3 interceptions. What a fucking child. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Riot in the streets. Down with their quarterback, I forgot his name. Raiders beat the Ravens 28-20. Raiders beat the Ravens 28-27. Zoinks, that one sounds like a real nail biter. I can't even imagine the levels of testosterone everyone was feeling during that showdown. Here's my favorite game of the week. Falcons beat the Panthers 48-33. This is my favorite game because the person I was going up against had Julio Jones on his team, and he's only the 6th player to have had a 300-yard receiving game in NFL history, which is great and perfectly timed because it was against me in fantasy, leaving me absolutely no chance of winning, which is okay because I didn't have a chance to begin with. I basically drafted NASCAR players to play on my fucking fantasy football team, judging by the points I get per week. The Texans beat the Titans 27-20. That's cool. Cowboys beat the 49ers 24-17. There's a picture here on Fox Sports of a man teabagging another man. Well, actually, it's less of a teabag. He's kind of going over him, but his nutsack is on top of his head pretty much. The Cardinals beat the Rams 17-13. I forgot the Rams were still a fucking football team, so that's kind of cool. That's a wake-up call, I guess. Saints beat the Chargers 35-34. Man, another real close showdown. Goodness gracious, holy fuck. The Denver Broncos spanked the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 27-7. Normally the NFL stands for National Football League, but for the Buccaneers it might as well stand for no fucking love, because no one goes to their games and no one roots for them, no one cares about them, and I know this because I'm from Tampa, and everyone I know, including myself, only keeps up with them just to see how bad they're doing at any given moment. But yeah, that's NFL Week 4 recap for you. I hope that was really insightful. I know I really dug deep in there and gave you the highlights and a real, you know, in-depth breakdown of each game. So now you're informed, and let's go, sports fans. NFL, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, yahoo. Alright, that's it. See ya.